In the early morning, upon the lengthy path of Laoshi Peak, a girl was seen energetically carrying a towering wooden barrel, nearly 7 feet tall, as she made her way towards the Yunni Palace, perched halfway up the mountain. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age, her hair fashioned into twin buns adorned with green ribbons. Clad in a gray outer disciple's robe, which bore a patch on her knee, she possessed delicate features and a figure that was merely average. Yet, she carried a barrel that was twice her height, bounding up the stone steps with remarkable agility. "Brother Zhou, that girl possesses immense strength," remarked 2 inner disciples in blue robes as they descended from the mountain, passing by her. The younger disciple, barely in his 20s, stared in astonishment at the large barrel on the girl's back and curiously inquired of his companion. Brother Zhou, now in the prime of his life, regarded the scene with a hint of disdain and nonchalance. "You are new here and unaware her name is Jin Feiyao. She has only been in the outer sect for a year. She is the sole female disciple among all the outer and inner disciples who has cultivated her physical strength, so carrying such a burden is no remarkable feat." The younger disciple expressed his surprise. "It is the first time I have encountered a cultivator with pure spiritual roots who focuses on physical cultivation. It seems such a waste. There are many men who cultivate without pure roots. Even the guards hired by my family have all achieved the 1st or 2nd level." It is no wonder this young disciple was astonished, although there were many individuals with spiritual roots in this realm, and encounters with immortal teachers were commonplace. Even the local mountain folk were aware of such matters. Those with pure spiritual roots could genuinely cultivate the immortal arts and forge their own path. Yet, those possessing pure spiritual roots were indeed quite rare. Most individuals possess only pseudo-spiritual roots, allowing their bodies to absorb only a meager amount of spiritual energy, which they cannot retain in their dantian, rendering them ill-suited for the path of cultivation. Should they stubbornly pursue this path, they would inevitably remain forever stagnant at the early stages of chi refinement, achieving little, and even the simplest of fire techniques would prove to be a formidable challenge. Consequently, families typically encourage men with pseudo-spiritual roots to engage in physical cultivation, which permits the transformation of their bodies through spiritual energy. Although they may not wield spells or extend their lifespans like true cultivators, they can attain immense strength and robust physiques, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Upon reaching the 3rd level of physical cultivation, one can effortlessly shatter boulders weighing 1,000 pounds, and if fortune allows one to attain the 12th level of perfection, they may reconstruct their physical form, becoming nearly impervious to blades and arrows. Thus, royal families across various nations maintain secret guards composed solely of physical cultivators. The elite of the secular world predominantly comprise individuals with pseudo-spiritual roots, and even the protective guardians employed by cultivation families are primarily physical cultivators. Even those who achieve merely the 1st level can lead a fulfilling life in the secular realm. Therefore, the birth of a child with pseudo-spiritual roots within a family is often viewed as a significant opportunity for distinction. However, the nature of physical cultivation leads individuals to develop robust, muscular physiques. Consequently, if a woman possesses pseudo-spiritual roots, her family would generally refrain from allowing her to pursue physical cultivation, as transforming her body to resemble that of a man would likely hinder her prospects of marriage. Only in rare cases, such as among military families or those in dire poverty, would a family permit their daughters to engage in physical cultivation, for no woman desires to appear as masculine as a man. Individuals like Jin Feiyao are indeed a rarity, and the junior disciple could not help but cast several glances her way, curious to see if she possessed any facial hair. This, of course, was an impossibility. Physical cultivation may strengthen the body, but it cannot transform a woman into a man. That old codger, at his age, still indulges in baths infused with long spirit goat's milk, claiming it enhances spiritual power. What a farce. Clearly, he merely seeks to achieve smooth, fair skin, that vain old demon. It would be best if he emerged reeking of goat, destined to stand on the mountain, capturing long spirit goats. Jin Feiyao lamented incessantly, casting curses upon Master Yunfeng of Yunni Palace. Glancing up at the distant Yunni Palace, she spat in indignation. Disciples like her, belonging to the outer sect, were akin to tenant farmers on a landlord's estate despite bearing the title of disciple. Their tasks were far removed from cultivation. As long as one dutifully submitted a fixed amount of spirit stones each year, they would be granted a position and a waste token, thus becoming an outer sect disciple. However, to ascend to the ranks of true disciples within the sect, one must reach the foundation establishment stage. Only those cultivators who have attained the core formation stage and beyond are able to completely abstain from food. Thus, the sect must still provide sustenance for its inner disciples. The lands beyond the mountain gate are leased to outer sect disciples, who cultivate various spiritual crops. These are no ordinary plants, they are imbued with spiritual energy, and consuming them can greatly benefit the body. A year ago, Jin Feiyao arrived at the humble third-rate sect, Hongxian sect, which boasted a mere 500 inner disciples, and chose to tend to the ethereal spirit sheep. This remarkable creature, towering at a height surpassing that of a person and adorned with a coat of pristine white fur, is remarkably easy to care for. One merely needs to herd them to the mountains to graze on wild grass. Consequently, many female disciples from the outer sect opt for this leisurely occupation, while only the exuberant male disciples, brimming with unspent energy, foolishly choose to rent land for cultivating spirit plants. This task, inherently light and yielding plentiful returns, allows for the daily extraction of long spirit sheep milk, which can be sold directly to the kitchens of Hongxian sect for use by the disciples. This milk, infused with spiritual energy, is a precious elixir. Consuming a cup daily fortifies the body and enhances one's internal spiritual essence. From the common folk to the cultivation sects, even those with pseudo-spiritual roots and affluent aristocrats partake in this nourishing beverage daily. There is a pervasive saying across the continent: a cup of milk each day strengthens the next generation, underscoring the lucrative nature of this product. Moreover, the long spirit wool, which can be harvested twice a year, serves not only as a fundamental material for artifact refining, but also as excellent insulation. Women who lack even a few garments made from long spirit wool would find it utterly shameful to venture outside during the winter months. Thus, Jin Feiyao's simple life was immensely gratifying. Her days were spent tending to the sheep and her nights devoted to cultivation, a life rich in experience and satisfaction. However, as spring dawned this year, misfortune unexpectedly befell Jin Feiyao. The enigmatic Yunfeng Zhenren from Yunni Palace, seemingly struck by an inexplicable whim, abruptly demanded that Jin Feiyao deliver a bucket of long spirit sheep milk each day, not for consumption, but for bathing. If the enchanting moonlit fairy in the palace were to indulge in a luxurious milk bath, Jin Feiyao would willingly oblige. However, the reality is that the old man Yunfeng Zhenren is a repugnant figure, adorned with hundreds of layers of wrinkles that, if stretched out, could cover an entire street. Yet he shamelessly desires to soak in a milk bath. The mere thought of those creased layers floating in a pristine white milk bath sends shivers down Jin Feiyao's spine, causing her to retch involuntarily. Nevertheless, a sly smile creeps across her face. Before adding the milk, she had poured a generous amount of longling sheep urine into the bath. The idea of that old fool unknowingly soaking in urine, perhaps even sipping a few mouthfuls, makes her chuckle wickedly. As another inner sect disciple descends from the mountain, she quickly conceals her mischievous grin, adopting a facade of innocence and humility as she hurries along her path. Senior Sister Xiaomon, such menial tasks should be entrusted to others. How can you deign to do it yourself? Jin Feiyao sweetly remarks upon reaching the entrance of Yunni Palace, addressing a woman clad in a beige maid's dress, her gaze tinged with indifference, who is sweeping the ground. The woman, referred to as Senior Sister by Jin Feiyao, merely casts a fleeting glance at her, accompanied by a dismissive hum, clearly uninterested in engaging her. Unfazed by the snub, Jin Feiyao continues her way inside, fully aware that Lu Xiumon, a close attendant to Yunfeng Jinren, is sweeping the entrance as a result of her mischievous act of secretly tossing the droppings of her ever-present white-winged phoenix bird into Yunfeng Jinren's exquisite teacup the previous day. Lu Zuman's daily responsibilities primarily involved caring for the white-winged phoenix. Naturally, it was assumed that her negligence led to the bird's indiscretions, resulting in her punishment. The bird droppings had taken Jin Feiyao a month to acquire from various sources, having been discarded 4 or 5 times, and at last some effect had been achieved. Between the outer disciples and the inner disciples, there exists a class of attendants, comprised of pure spiritual root youths and maidens. Their cultivation levels remain modest, confined to the Qi refinement stage, and they're specifically summoned to serve the foundation-building masters or elders. These attendants assist with various tasks, and if the masters are in good spirits, they may reward them with spiritual elixirs or magical artifacts and occasionally offer guidance, which proves far more beneficial than solitary cultivation. Once they attain the foundation-building stage, they may ascend to become inner disciples. If fortune smiles upon them, and they earn the favor of the masters they serve, they may directly become true disciples, a remarkable advancement. However, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Those who become outer disciples or attendants typically possess mixed spiritual roots. Only those with earth spiritual roots or higher may directly join the inner disciples, while true disciples usually hail from extraordinary or heavenly spiritual roots. Lu Xiumon is among these attendants. Although she serves others, she had to exert considerable effort and expend many spiritual stones to secure her position. Having spent ample time alongside the esteemed Yunfeng Jinren, her aspirations and outlook have elevated significantly, rendering the outer disciples unworthy of her regard. Had it not been for her evident disdain towards Jin Feiyao, the latter would not have sought to make an example of her. However, for merely sweeping the entrance, the punishment seemed rather lenient. Jin Feiyao walked into the Yunny Palace with a sense of disappointment. If only she were stronger, she could have sought out that person and dealt her a proper blow. Unfortunately, her cultivation was virtually non-existent. She had yet to enter the Qi refining stage, possessing only a meager foundation at the 3rd level of body refinement. Moreover, she had no martial arts manuals at her disposal. She had been on the verge of saving enough spirit stones to purchase a beginner's manual, the Little Spirit Technique. Regrettably, the esteemed Master Yunfeng had monopolized 2/3 of her daily milk supply, drastically reducing her income. Now, she could barely manage to save enough spirit stones to meet the daily contributions required by her sect, leaving her with no means to acquire the Little Spirit Technique. The gathering strength technique she possessed was merely an introductory practice for body refinement, a manual so common that even snot-nosed toddlers in open-crotch pants had a copy. Chapter 2. The Shameless Elder. At last, you have arrived. You are half a stick of incense late today. You haven't tumbled down from the Yudao, have you? A somewhat desolate voice of a young boy echoed, causing Jin Feiyao to furrow her brow slightly. Before her stood a boy of about 7 or 8 years, possessing the rudimentary cultivation of Qi refinement. He was clad in a dark blue servant's attire, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of disdain typical of a young master from a noble family. Unfortunately, his appearance lacked charm, and instead of the imposing aura of wealth, he bore a rather grotesque demeanor reminiscent of a cruel servant. This boy was named Dingdio, sent from the family of the esteemed Yunfeng Jinren. It was said he was a distant descendant of the Jinren's 8th aunt, making him a somewhat peripheral member of the family. Despite his tender age, he displayed a penchant for mischief, akin to that Lu Zuman, proving that like master, like apprentice. Jin Feiyao smiled apologetically. Junior brother, I was delayed for a moment due to a scuffle between 2 long-spirited sheep. However, it should not be time yet. If we do not prepare soon, the Jinren will be left waiting. Let us hurry. Dingdio glanced at her with impatience and, with a flick of his wrist, strode inside. Jin Feiyao hurriedly followed, carrying a wooden tub. The Yunny Palace was built against the cliffs of Luoxikai Peak, divided into a front hall and a rear hall. The front hall served as the administrative area and quarters for the servants, while the rear hall was the residence of Yunfeng Jinren, connected by a jade bridge that spanned the expanse. The bathing pool was constructed outside the rear hall, a pond over 10 feet wide, crafted from white jade. It was not enclosed, but rather tastefully surrounded by bamboo on one side, allowing for a leisurely soak while enjoying the picturesque scenery of Luoxikai Peak. Goldfly Yao gazed enviously at the bath, imagining the delight of soaking in the warm water beneath a starry sky while sipping on a fine drink. She contemplated that if she were to possess her own abode in the future, she would certainly construct an open-air bath. Yet, she momentarily overlooked her own femininity. A secluded bath would obscure the view, while an exposed one would invite the gaze of others. The Longling goat's milk from the previous day had already been cleared away, and Goldfly Yao carefully placed a wooden bucket down, retrieving a split piece of green bamboo. She positioned one end of the bamboo at the outlet of the bucket and the other over the bath. With a swift motion, she removed the cork from the outlet, and the milky liquid began to flow, cascading gently down the bamboo into the bath. At that moment, Ding Dio approached, carrying a beautifully adorned porcelain vase, and filled it with goat's milk at the bucket's outlet, setting it on a nearby stone table. Goldfly Yao cast a discreet glance. This milk was reserved specifically for Master Yunfeng, while the remainder was to be shared among the other attendants. After placing the vase, Ding Dio stood with his arms crossed, seemingly watching her, as if concerned she might pilfer something. As the Longling goat's milk quickly diminished and the water in the knee-deep bath neared fullness, Goldfly Yao felt a twinge of anxiety. Where was Master Yunfeng? It had been several months since their last encounter. Surely he wasn't avoiding her. Just then, sounds emanated from the inner hall, and a group of individuals approached. Goldfly Yao sighed in relief. He had finally arrived. Master Yunfeng donned a loose bagua robe, the hem revealing his bare calves. Despite his age, the hair on his legs remained remarkably thick. Behind him followed two maidservants. One carried a tray laden with garments and substantial cloths for drying, while the other bore fruits and a wine jug. Then Ding Dio spoke. Please bring her a bunch of amethyst grapes. It is quite a task for her to come here every day. Ding Dio complied, taking the smallest bunch of grapes from the tray and presenting it to Jin Feiyao. Upon receiving the crystalline grapes, Jin Feiyao was rendered speechless. Despite her mental preparation prior to her arrival, the situation exceeded her expectations as a foundation-stage cultivator. She was astonished that someone would attempt to settle a debt of half a year's worth of nurturing fees with merely a bunch of grapes. Reflecting on her deliberate delay of half an incense stick's worth of time to thwart his request for spirit stones, she could hardly believe that a mere bunch of grapes could suffice. With a cheerful tone, she remarked, "Thank you, esteemed one. This bunch of amethyst grapes is worth 4 low-grade spirit stones per pound, and I have longed to taste them but could never afford them." Ignoring Ding Dio's disapproving gaze, she sat cross-legged by the bath and began to devour the grapes, showing no intention of leaving, even disregarding the wooden bucket cast aside at the pool's edge. Observing her audacity in overstaying her welcome, Yunfeng Jinren felt a twinge of displeasure. "With my status, granting you gifts is a privilege for you. How dare you ask for money? I cannot fathom what you were thinking." Though he felt a sense of dissatisfaction, the thought of dismissing her without compensation was too humiliating to consider. However, the notion of paying Jin Feiyao with spirit stones had never crossed his mind. He felt a stir in his heart, reaching out to draw the jade bowl closer. With a gentle demeanor, he addressed Jin Feiyao, saying, "This jade bowl is a cherished possession of mine. When filled with the milk of the Chongling sheep, it can enhance the spiritual energy within one's body. As you are a practitioner of body cultivation, it is particularly suited for you. Consider it a gift." Jin Feiyao gazed skeptically at the white jade bowl, which bore a missing piece along its rim, feeling that it lacked any spiritual essence and was unlike typical magical artifacts. However, she reasoned that someone of his caliber, a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage, would not possess something mundane. This bowl had been consistently placed upon that stone table during her visits, and the chip was a recent development. Perhaps this was the reason for his gesture. Noticing Jin Feiyao's momentary daze, Ding Dio furrowed his brow and said with an air of superiority, "What are you dawdling for? This is a valuable treasure. Receiving it from a real person is quite a boon." After a moment's hesitation, Jin Feiyao accepted the bowl, yet before she could examine it closely, she saw Master Yunfeng wave his hand dismissively, urging her to leave. "All right, you may take your leave now." Reluctantly, Jin Feiyao tucked the jade bowl into her bosom and gathered her wooden bucket before departing from the Yunni palace. Having spent considerable time within, she realized the Chongling sheep had been eagerly bleating in their pen due to hunger. She placed the wooden bucket outside, quickly unlatched the gate, and retrieved a green jade token from her pocket, waving it before the Chongling sheep as she made her way to the grazing grounds. 50 or so Chongling sheep emerged in an orderly fashion from the pen, following closely behind her. In her hand, Jin Feiyao held a cyan jade token known as the Beast Control Talisman, adorned with red mystical patterns. This rudimentary artifact allowed her to influence the behavior of docile magical beasts, such as limiting their distance from the talisman or compelling them to follow its lead. Each individual had designated grazing grounds, so Jin Feiyao guided her longling sheep to a gentle slope. After hanging the talisman on a wooden post that had long been embedded in the earth, she settled down in a comfortable spot. The longing sheep dispersed, grazing contentedly nearby. Seizing the moment, Jin Feiyao retrieved a jade bowl from her bosom, scrutinizing it closely. After much contemplation, she concluded that it was merely an ordinary bowl with a missing rim. Had she been deceived? With this troubling thought, she channeled her spiritual energy into the bowl. Although she practiced body cultivation, it did not preclude her from wielding spiritual energy. After all, Jin Feiyao possessed a mixed spiritual root, not a mere false one. After a brief interval, she stood abruptly, smashing the jade bowl onto the ground. Leaping up, she began to stomp furiously upon it, simultaneously releasing a cry of indignation that attracted the attention of several longling sheep, who paused their grazing to curiously observe her. I have been duped. What a worthless treasure. It is nothing more than a common jade bowl, she lamented, incensed that someone of her stature would be swindled for a mere dozen spirit stones. I shall crush you, you old scoundrel, Jin Feiyao shouted, venting her frustration. Once she had sufficiently expressed her ire, she reconsidered the situation, realizing the futility of her actions. She crouched down to retrieve the jade bowl, now soiled from the earth. Even if it is not a magical artifact, it is still a jade bowl that can be exchanged for some money in the city. Although the cultivators in the surrounding towns trade with spirit stones, the ordinary citizens in the city still engage in transactions with gold and silver. Only items related to cultivation are traded with spirit stones. Reflecting on the patches on her trousers, she thought it would be wise to craft a matching skirt, thus avoiding the need to receive a new one from the sect while incurring additional spirit stone expenses. When could she finally discard these unseemly garments? The sight of her gray outer sect disciple uniform filled Jin Feiyao with displeasure. Though gray, the other female disciples adorned themselves with elegant long skirts, while she alone was given a set of men's clothing. A year had passed. Yet Jin Feiyao still could not comprehend why the overseeing disciple had provided her with male attire. After all, she had entered the mountain gate wearing a skirt. Surely the overseeing disciple could not have been blind. Was it because she was the only female physical cultivator that she was given trousers, purportedly for her convenience during daily practice? Scraping the mud off the jade bowl, Jin Feiyao carelessly stuffed it into the small cloth pouch at her waist. With nothing else to occupy her, she prepared to sit down and run through the well-memorized gathering energy technique, treating it as a means to solidify her cultivation. Chapter 3. Miss, come home with me. Just as she settled down, a slightly yellowed paper crane floated toward her. This was a communication crane used by disciples of the Hengzhen sect, due to its inexpensive materials. It was frequently employed by outer sect disciples and overseeing disciples to convey unimportant messages. Who could it be that sought her? Jin Feiyao, somewhat perplexed, caught the paper crane that had flown towards her. A gentle squeeze reduced the yellow crane to fragments, from which a steady voice emerged. Junior Sister Jean. Someone is seeking you outside the mountain gate. Please come quickly. This month, 8 inner disciples were stationed at the entrance, and she could not discern which senior brother had spoken merely by the voice. However, she found it peculiar. Aside from occasional trips to the nearby Lu Tai city for daily necessities, she was unfamiliar with anyone outside. Who could it be? Jin Feiyao pondered as she hastened down the mountain. The Changling sheep left behind would not wander off, as the outer disciples grazing nearby were well acquainted. And theft was unlikely. Furthermore, with the beast identification token in place, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to stealthily abscond with one. After all, they all resided on Xianxia Peak, and to steal dozens of Chongling sheep would be a rather foolish endeavor. Upon her arrival at the mountain gate, she noticed that, apart from the 8 guarding senior brothers, there were no others in sight. Jin Feiyao glanced around and inquired of one of the station brothers, "Senior brother, I am Jin Feiyao. I just received a message via paper crane stating someone is looking for me. May I ask if that person has already departed? One of the guarding senior brothers cast her a glance and pointed towards the stone steps beneath the mountain gate. The Hungjin sect's entrance was situated at the foot of Hungjin Mountain, while peaks such as Luoxixi Peak and Qingyue Peak were nestled within Hungjin Mountain itself. Although it was termed the foot of the mountain, one still needed to traverse nearly 3,000 stone steps to reach the true base. For every 1,000 stone steps constructed, a transitional platform about 2 zhang wide was built. The platform at the mountain gate was particularly expansive, as it represented the sect's prestige. Thus it was constructed to be exceptionally wide, measuring a full 10 zhang. Observing the gestures of the watchful senior, Jin Feiyao understood that it signified someone was on the platform below, prompting her to descend. Upon reaching the lower platform, she found it devoid of any presence. A surge of irritation coursing through her as she pondered who was toying with her. "Second miss, at last, I have located you." Just as she craned her neck to peer at the platform below, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Jin Feiyao's body stiffened, and cold sweat instantly trickled down her back. Slowly, she turned around, her expression rigid as she addressed the two figures behind her. "Uncle Dong, what brings you here?" Beside him stood a young man in his 20s, clad in a neatly tailored short shirt. A mere glance informed Jin Feiyao that he, like her, possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of body refinement. With a troubled countenance, she remarked, "Uncle Dong, this may not be appropriate. I still have dozens of spirit sheep to tend to. To abandon them would be utterly irresponsible." Uncle Dong offered a slight smile, replying, "Rest assured, second miss, we will consult the deacon hall to resolve this matter and ensure you face no difficulties." Without heeding Uncle Dong's objection, she hastily maneuvered past them and made her way towards the sect. Suddenly, she heard Uncle Dong's voice behind her, "Second miss, there's no need to pack those belongings. They are hardly of any value." As his words faded, Jin Feiyao sensed 2 streams of spiritual energy manifesting behind her, followed by a gust of wind. She gasped, "Uncle Dong, what do you intend to do?" Realizing her thoughts had been uncovered, Jin Feiyao cried out, "Uncle Dong, what are you saying? How could grandfather possibly assign such a task?" Recalling the moment she fled from her home last year, she pondered how Uncle Dong had remained trapped at the 5th level of cultivation for over a decade. Astonishingly, within just a year, he had ascended to the 6th level. Given his age, it was evident he had consumed some potent elixir to forcefully break through his limitations. With a determined exertion, her 4-inch-long, milky white nails abruptly materialized, and she leaped forward, lunging at the accompanying lackey. Jin Feiyao had long since retracted her smile, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she extended her claws, reminiscent of a wolf or tiger, aiming for the lackey's face. As she approached with her glimmering nails, the lackey was paralyzed by fear, forgetting to retreat or evade, standing frozen in place. Despite possessing a 3rd level of cultivation himself, his prior sparring had been merely playful exchanges within the confines of the estate. He had never encountered such a ferocious and incisive aura. Without a trace of hesitation, Jin Feiyao's claws lunged toward the lackey's eyes. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact, Uncle Dong's fist came crashing in. Jin Feiyao deftly altered her trajectory, seizing the lackey by the shoulder and forcefully propelling him towards Uncle Dong's incoming punch. Seizing the opportunity, she gracefully leaped backward, skidding to a halt a distance of over 2 zhang. A dull thud echoed, accompanied by the lackey's anguished cry. Though Uncle Dong had tempered his strength, he still landed a heavy blow to the lackey's abdomen. The lackey was sent flying, tumbling down the stone steps, while Uncle Dong shouted in alarm, "Dongzi, Dongzi, could it be Uncle Dong's son?" Yet, his son was rotund and jowly, not like this. Was he perhaps an illegitimate child? Jin Feiyao exhaled deeply, her mind racing with conjecture. Then, she noticed that Uncle Dong did not pursue Dongzi, but instead fixed his furious gaze upon her. She hurriedly exclaimed, "This is not my concern. He is the one you struck down. Why do you continue to glare at me? You should hasten to save him. Your blow must have damaged his internal organs." "Unlike you," Jin Feiyao continued, standing tall and coldly addressing him, "I do not serve a small clan as a mere servant. My cultivation alone ensures my family's prosperity for generations. You are well aware of my predicament. Why must you press me so relentlessly?" Uncle Dong snorted. The trace of respect he once held for her vanished, his face darkening as he replied, "Why must the second young lady behave in such a manner? What woman does not marry? Where is this relentless pressure you speak of? It is rather the second young lady who resorts to such rebellious acts to refuse marriage." Very well, let us speak with strength then. Recognizing there was no room for negotiation, Jin Feiyao leaped into action, her hands creating white afterimages as she launched an attack on Uncle Dong. With a fierce shout, Uncle Dong released his spiritual power through his pores, his muscles bulging as he met her assault with his own. The two collided, their movements as swift as lightning, creating a cacophony of strikes. Uncle Dong, with his superior cultivation, held the advantage, while Jin Feiyao, relying on her agility, evaded most of his attacks and even managed to inflict wounds upon him. The area around the platform was left in ruins, with debris flying as they battled fiercely, the ground pockmarked with numerous craters, and the stone steps destroyed in excess of 100. Jin Feiyao's nails were extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through iron, as she effortlessly shattered the surrounding stones as if they were mere tofu. Although Uncle Dong's cultivation surpassed hers, he had only reached the 6th level, and his body was not yet as resilient as iron. His entire body was marked with wounds inflicted by Jin Feiyao's attacks, while shallow, their sheer number rendered him a fearsome sight, drenched in blood. Jin Feiyao, however, was far less fortunate, having taken a few solid punches. Although her vital meridians were protected by spiritual energy, the impact caused her to spit blood, suffering internal injuries. She expelled the blood from her mouth, splattering it onto Uncle Dong's face, momentarily blinding him. Seizing the opportunity while he wiped his eyes, Jin Feiyao executed a backward flip to the ground, channeling all her spiritual energy into her 10 fingers. A crimson glow emerged, transforming her milky white nails into a vivid red, which then detached and floated in the air. 10 4-inch-long crimson nails hovered ominously. With fierce determination in her eyes, Jin Feiyao waved her right hand toward Uncle Dong, shouting, "Go!" The blood-red nails shimmered with a crimson light as they hurtled toward him. Uncle Dong, having wiped the blood from his eyes, charged at Jin Feiyao. Observing the nails flying toward him, he swiftly produced a talisman from his person and hurled it. Boom! A fireball erupted from the talisman, colliding with the red nails, incinerating the majority of them, leaving only 3 to pierce through the flames. One grazed Uncle Dong's shoulder, while he deftly dodged the other 2. Chapter 4. The grandfather's fury. Jin Feiyao bit her lip in disbelief. She had not anticipated Uncle Dong would deploy a second-tier fire talisman. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to evade most of the attack, though she sustained a burn on her leg. A second-tier fire talisman was worth no less than 10 low-grade spirit stones, and Uncle Dong's extravagant expenditure left Jin Feiyao both astonished and apprehensive. It appears that grandfather is quite infuriated. How could he possibly part with such an item? 2 years ago, my younger cousin, possessing a rare spiritual root, joined the Ling Kong sect as an inner disciple. Despite grandfather's usual indulgence towards him, he only provided a meager 200 low-grade spiritual stones for his journey. Jin Feiyao was perplexed. Given grandfather's mercenary nature, such extravagant behavior seemed out of character. Could it be that her actions had truly provoked him to such ire? Before she could ponder further, Uncle Dong charged forward, propelled by the dissipating flames, his fist slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Jin Feiyao, unable to evade, braced herself, crossing her arms defensively to withstand the impending blow. "Stop!" A sudden, thunderous voice interrupted, and 3 icy spikes hurtled through the air, embedding themselves deep into the ground between the 2 combatants, effectively halting Uncle Dong's assault. Observing the ice shards sunk 6 inches into the stone, Uncle Dong clutched his frozen fist, his expression darkening as he glared at the newcomer. Jin Feiyao, exhaling in relief, called out excitedly to the arrival, "Senior Sister Lin." On the stone steps above stood a woman clad in white, her complexion smooth and radiant, exuding an ethereal glow. Her flowing white dress fluttered without a breeze, and the delicate ribbons danced gracefully around her. A spirit butterfly, shimmering with light, flitted around her, ascending and descending in a mesmerizing display. Her demeanor was aloof as she gazed down upon them, embodying the essence of a celestial being. Uncle Dong, being merely a pseudo-spiritual root, could not discern her cultivation level at that moment, although he recognized that she was not garbed as an inner disciple. Her enigmatic aura rendered him momentarily hesitant to act recklessly. Sister Lin furrowed her brows slightly and coldly exclaimed, "Who are you to openly harm the disciples of our sect and to desecrate our mountain gate? Your audacity is remarkable." With just a casual utterance, an aura of chill spread around her, and beneath her feet, a layer of frost crept along the stone steps, extending outward. "Come to your lady?" Sister Lin glanced skeptically at him and Jin Feiyao, remarking, "In such a state, can you truly claim to be family? It appears to me that you are here to cause trouble. Do not try to argue otherwise." At this moment, Jin Feiyao had already rushed to Sister Lin's side, pressing her hand against her pained chest, saying, "Sister, do not listen to his nonsense. I do not know him at all. He assaulted me without provocation upon our first meeting, and who has ever seen such a way of greeting? He clearly intends to bring about my demise." Seeing Jin Feiyao deny any acquaintance with him, while the woman evidently recognized her, Dong Shu's heart filled with trepidation. If this woman were to strike him down here, his family would likely not even dare to inquire about it. At that moment, Dong Shu found himself at a loss for words, and noticing the glint of cold light in the Lin woman's eyes, a murderous intent emerging, he could only inwardly lament his fate. Just then, a man's voice rang out from above, rebuking them. "Impudence! This sacred ground of the mountain gate is not a place for your reckless antics." Two senior brothers, who had been on guard, arrived tardily, pointing their purple-gold spears at them. Yet, Dong Shu, driven by selfish motives, had sought to retain some spiritual stones for himself, and thus had only bribed the guarding disciples, believing that his cultivation would effortlessly secure the affection of Jin Feiyao. He was utterly unprepared for the eventual outcome. Now, all he could do was hope that the disciples on duty would, out of respect for the spirit stones, refrain from making things excessively difficult for him. Meanwhile, the vigilant disciples gazed upon the devastated platform, their hearts filled with indignation. This imbecile, merely a girl who had yet to enter the refining chi stage, had caused such havoc. They had feigned ignorance while witnessing the ruckus, only to have their efforts thwarted, attracting the attention of others. The 10 inferior spirit stones they had collected were hardly worth the trouble. Who permitted such a brawl in this place? "You. Accompany us to the disciplinary hall to meet the steward." The disciple on duty pointed imperiously at Dong Shu, his purple-golden spear crackling ominously, tendrils of lightning coiling around its tip, suggesting that he was ready to strike down Dong Shu at any moment should he dare to resist. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he subtly signaled Dong Shu with his eyes. Understanding the unspoken cue, Dong Shu promptly lowered his hands, feigning trepidation as he stepped forward, stammering, "Please, esteemed master, spare me. I truly did not mean to cause this. Have mercy. Enough of your prattle, move swiftly." How this is dealt with is at the discretion of the steward. The disciple on duty glared at him menacingly, cursing with a fierce demeanor. Turning back to Jin Feiyao, he expressed concern. "You should take some healing medicine first. Then make your way to the disciplinary hall. This matter cannot proceed without your testimony." "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I shall be there shortly." After expressing her gratitude, Jin Feiyao gazed with a fluctuating expression at the disciple on duty who was escorting Uncle Dong to the Hall of Elders. While the unconscious Dongzi was moved aside, observing her troubled countenance, senior sister Lin retrieved a jade vial from her bosom, poured a green healing pill into her palm, and offered it to Jin Feiyao, suggesting, "Here, take this to treat your internal injuries." "Thank you, senior sister." Jin Feiyao accepted the medicine and unhesitatingly swallowed it. "Do not mention it. Consider it a debt of spirit stones I owe you." Jin Feiyao's immediate reaction was to expel the healing pill from her mouth, but alas, it had already descended into her stomach, rendering any attempt to regurgitate it futile. She could only manage a wry smile and replied, "Senior sister, you are truly too generous. You owe me 5 low-grade spirit stones, and this healing pill is hardly worth such a sum. I am well aware that you possess no healing medicine." Senior sister Lin insisted. "While this pill may not heal your injuries instantaneously, in your current predicament, regaining your mobility is of utmost importance. There are 3 more inside. Take them all, and let our debt be settled." With a touch of stubbornness, senior sister Lin forcefully pressed the jade vial into Jin Feiyao's embrace. Jin Feiyao felt a sense of helplessness. The medicine was indeed what she required at this moment. Although she recognized she had been taken advantage of, she reluctantly accepted it. Noticing her reluctant acceptance as she tucked the jade vial into her bosom, senior sister Lin inquired nonchalantly, "Aren't you leaving? Do you truly wish to confront them in the Hall of Elders?" Jin Feiyao shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, "You are merely trying to exploit my imminent departure by extorting my spirit stones. I shan't waste further words with you. I must take my leave. If the opportunity arises in the future, when we meet again, you must return to me the spiritual stones you owe. This insignificant item is worth merely 2 low-grade spiritual stones, yet you still owe me 3. Regardless of whether senior sister Lin has agreed, Jin Feiyao cast this remark and without carrying anything with her, hastily made her way down the mountain, taking advantage of the time when Uncle Dong was being extorted at the Deaconess Hall. She had already fled quite a distance. Uncle Dong had spent all the spiritual stones he brought to the Deaconess Hall, employing every persuasive word he could muster, and had even relinquished all items of value he possessed to settle the damages incurred from the destroyed stone steps. However, when he requested the release of Jin Feiyao, the managing elder declined with various excuses, ultimately hinting that if he could produce 600 low-grade spiritual stones, he would ensure that Jin Feiyao remained there. Yet, after Uncle Dong reluctantly recounted the events leading up to this situation, the managing elder concluded that even a demand of 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones would be met, as they would be willing to sell their possessions to secure her. It turned out that the Jin family was a cultivation family dependent on the Linkhong sect for their survival, albeit not particularly large in scale. The patriarch's cultivation level was merely at the late stage of qi refinement, and he had been severely injured in a conflict over a decade ago, never fully recovering his powers. Moreover, the younger generation possessing spiritual roots was rather scarce, which fueled his urgent desire to enhance the family's strength, leading him to attempt to win over the foundational elders of the Linkhong sect. He discreetly selected 3 neglected and low-aptitude girls from his household, ostensibly to provide them with exclusive teachings of superior techniques, while in reality, he merely disguised the Heiyang Heart Sutra and presented it as the Jade Su Heart method for their cultivation. This is an art of cultivation specifically designed for the furnace, which, upon reaching adulthood, can be bestowed upon the foundational elder of the Linkhong sect as a furnace, thereby providing a favorable path and care for talented juniors. This matter was unbeknownst to even the girl's parents, as the contents of the Heiyang Heart Sutra are not widely recognized. Generally, individuals without ulterior motives would not delve into such texts. Yet, Jin Feiyao, ever the unruly child, would stir up trouble behind the scenes, never content to remain still. Curiosity about the furnace led her to secretly seek out a copy of the Heiyang Heart Sutra, revealing that the jade-smooth techniques her grandfather had given them were, in fact, merely a recovered version of the Heiyang Heart Sutra. To her astonishment, she had thrown a slender-toothed fish into the clan leader's night pot, resulting in a piercing scream from the leader that night, causing him to faint. This slender-toothed fish, a first-tier magical beast, measured merely 2 fingers wide and a palm long, yet its mouth accounted for half its body, filled with sharp teeth laced with venom, clinging to anything it bit with an unyielding grip. Although its size rendered it less threatening, they usually traveled in swarms, making a solitary slender-toothed fish relatively harmless. In truth, with the clan leader's late-stage qi refining prowess, such a fish posed no significant danger. However, its concealment within the night pot rendered it an unforeseen threat, swiftly latching onto him. Later, when searching for Jin Feiyao, it became evident that she had already fled that very night, while the area where the leader had been bitten remained swollen like an arm even after more than a year, causing excruciating pain upon contact. Chapter 5. The Corpse of Magic and Nether Fire. Indeed, the elder in charge was truly asking for a king's ransom, demanding 1,000 low-grade coins for the delivery of Jin Feiyao. As an outer disciple, even if the higher-ups became aware of the situation, they would hardly place the blame on oneself. After bidding farewell to Uncle Dong, the elder steward contemplated and decided that it would be prudent to summon Jin Feiyao to keep her under watch. He instructed his disciples to fetch her, but to his dismay, she had already escaped over an hour prior, rendering her untraceable. Having departed from Hengzhen sect, Jin Feiyao hastened to Yuxing City without pausing. Upon entering the city, she hurriedly visited several shops, purchasing an assortment of items in various bundles before swiftly exiting. Once outside the city, she eschewed the main road, instead venturing into the woods, seeking a narrow path that led towards Luoxian City. With a large bundle slung across her back, she traversed the overgrown mountain trails, akin to a snail navigating through dense underbrush and thickets. Frequently, she encountered stretches where even a small path was absent, compelling her to draw the machete she carried at her waist to carve out a route. Although she had considered taking the main road in search of a carriage to ease her journey to Luoxian City, the fear of Uncle Dong and others pursuing her along the thoroughfare led her to opt for the mountain paths for her safety. The substantial burden she carried was filled with daily necessities purchased in Yuxing City, and traveling solely on foot to Luoxian City would require at least 2 to 3 months. Fortunately, no reports of high-level demonic beasts had reached her ears along the way, and with her own capabilities, she felt assured that, if adequately prepared, She could navigate the mountain trails without encountering significant danger. However, her cumbersome bundle frequently snagged on branches and shrubs, causing her considerable frustration. The memory of a first-grade storage bag, prominently displayed in the shop and priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones, deepened her sense of despair at her lack of funds. Although the storage bag was modest in size, it was sufficient to accommodate more than a dozen bags of rice. Yet the few belongings she possessed barely filled a third of it. It could easily be held close to her body or hung around her waist, its diminutive form rendering it lightweight. Regrettably, for Jin Feiyao, whose entire fortune consisted of merely 3 low-grade spirit stones, the price was prohibitively high, relegating her to mere daydreams. Suddenly, a colorful rooster burst forth from the grass, fluttering past her with its vibrant wings flashing in a kaleidoscope of hues. With remarkable speed, Jin Feiyao's right hand darted forward, seizing the rooster and swiftly snapping its neck with a decisive grip. Fortune favored her, as she had fortuitously acquired a chicken, ensuring her dinner was secured. Elated, Jin Feiyao hung the rooster on a nearby branch and, noting that dusk was approaching, sought a suitable spot to spend the night. After wandering for over half an hour, she discovered a small stream and found a relatively level area by its bank, where she set down her burden. As twilight deepened, she gathered dry twigs to ignite a fire. While the light still lingered, she hurriedly cleaned the rooster at the water's edge. Though the rooster held little monetary value and lacked any formidable offensive capabilities, its 2 10-inch-long colorful feathers were exquisite adornments, favored by male cultivators as a decorative crown. Carefully cleaning and stowing away the feathers, Jin Feiyao then placed the plucked and cleaned rooster by the fire, skewering it on a knife and positioning it over the flames. Only then did she rummage through her pack, retrieving a small jar filled with salt, discovering that her leather water pouch had long since been emptied, and finally, to her surprise, she produced a cotton quilt. In her haste to flee, she still managed to prepare meticulously. Spreading a cotton quilt on the ground, Jin Feiyao retrieved a broken jade bowl, filled it with water, and set it beside the fire, hoping to heat some water for a drink. As the roasted golden-crowned chicken neared completion, she picked up a cleaver and tore into the meat with her hands. Having been preoccupied with her journey, she had not eaten anything and was ravenous, her stomach pressing against her back. Even with just a sprinkling of salt, the meal was a delight. The water in the jade bowl, placed near the fire, had heated up and was now boiling vigorously. Suddenly, the water emitted a hissing sound, and within moments, the bowl was empty. With her mouth stuffed full of chicken, Jin Feiyao stared in astonishment at the bowl, shocked at how quickly the water had evaporated. Just as she was lost in thought, a loud explosion occurred, and the jade bowl shattered, sending her sprawling to the ground. Disgusted, Jin Feiyao climbed to her feet, spitting out the gritty chicken meat. As she looked up, the scene before her left her stunned. Fragments of the jade bowl floated around her, while tendrils of black light danced about, weaving through her hair. Not far away, a fist-sized flame hovered, glowing a spectral blue. Jin Feiyao gazed at the flame, her heart racing with realization it was ghost fire. As she contemplated whether to approach or keep her distance, the ghost fire suddenly lunged towards her, sending her into a panic. Despite her efforts to escape, the ghost fire was too swift. She had barely taken a few steps when it engulfed her entirely with a whoosh. There was no anticipated pain, nor the acrid stench of charred flesh. Only a chilling, bone-deep cold enveloped her. Jin Feiyao found herself immersed in a dimly lit crimson world, surrounded by countless demons locked in battle. Blood rained down like a torrential storm, and the ground was strewn with corpses. The scene before her dimmed, leaving only a multitude of demon bodies that swiftly crumbled to bones in her gaze. In this realm of darkness, where skeletal remains lay scattered, clusters of demonic corpses ignited with ghostly flames, gradually converging to form a colossal visage of a demon. The monstrous face gaped wide, lunging toward Jin Feiyao. With a startled cry, she felt an overwhelming surge of entities invading her mind, causing her head to throb violently before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Time lost its meaning as she lay in darkness, until she was finally roused by the biting cold. Sitting up, she discovered herself beside the extinguished campfire, the dawn casting a faint light across the landscape. The fire had long since died down, and the shattered jade bowl had vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants. The surroundings appeared unremarkable, yet her garments were thoroughly soaked with dew, and the blanket beside her felt cold and damp. Despite her robust physique, cultivated through rigorous training, the chill was intolerable. The wet fabric clung to her skin, and the morning breeze sent shivers coursing through her body. Quickly retrieving a flint, she set about rekindling the fire. The damp branches produced thick smoke, irritating her throat and prompting a fit of coughing. A surge of alarm coursed through Jin Feiyao as she realized her fortuitous encounter. Given the strange phenomena of the previous night, the incantation she had encountered must be extraordinary. She hastily began to examine the details of the spell within her mind. After what felt like an eternity, Jin Feiyao finally emerged from her astonishment, her senses gradually sharpening once more. In the tome titled The Secret of Celestial Annihilation, there is a record of a peculiar type of infernal flame generated by demonic corpses, a phenomenon of which she had never before heard. This ancient technique allows practitioners to assimilate the infernal flame of the demonic corpse into their own being, utilizing its power for their purposes. The text meticulously details the method of cultivation. It further elucidates that the higher the cultivation level of the demonic corpse, the superior the quality of the infernal flame produced, thereby amplifying the potency of the cultivated flame. Gold Feiyao scratched her head in profound disappointment. The demon race had not manifested in the realm of humanity for millennia. It was hardly feasible to venture into their territory in search of corpses. Who knew if she would be hunting for a demonic corpse or inadvertently delivering a human body to the demon race? With a resigned shake of her head, she lamented the fruitless night spent in vain, akin to drawing water with a basket. Reaching into her bosom to retrieve a handkerchief to wash her face by the stream, she prepared to continue her journey. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against something round and cool to the touch. Upon extracting the object, Gold Feiyao's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. In her grasp was a transparent orb the size of a longan, within which flickered a blue infernal flame the size of a soybean, gently burning in stillness. Was this the infernal flame of a demonic corpse? Her eyes sparkled with incredulity as she scrutinized the orb, hardly believing what lay before her. As she caressed the infernal flame orb, the technique she had previously encountered in her mind's eye revealed that this was a bone crystal orb for preserving infernal flames. With no other cultivation techniques at her disposal, and this secret of celestial annihilation appearing remarkably formidable, Gold Feiyao resolved to cultivate this method. Moreover, the technique demanded a high physical constitution, making it quite suitable for someone with her trained physique. The book contains several formulas specifically designed to enhance physical strength, providing her with a complete set of cultivation methods. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to experiment immediately. With ready-made techniques, she could formally begin her practice. Once she entered the qi refinement stage, she would no longer need to flee from the Eastern uncle. She added numerous branches to the fire, stoking it to a vibrant blaze, and seated herself cross-legged beside it. First, she meticulously read the incantations several times, committing them to memory. Before pondering the meanings of each word, the incantations comprised merely 5 straightforward phrases, yet she approached them with great caution. Only when she felt utterly confident did Jin Feiyao commence her cultivation as instructed. After practicing by the fire for an hour, despite her mediocre innate talent, she sensed the ethereal energies of the universe. She devoted an entire day to continuously absorbing these energies, guiding them to circulate within her body as outlined in the incantations. Whether it was merely a psychological effect or a genuine breakthrough, she felt as if a minuscule point of spiritual power, akin to a needle's tip, had formed in her dantian. Resolute, she decided to attempt merging it with the nether fire of the magic corpse. Following the instructions in the incantation, she directed her energies towards the bone crystal pearl. The pearl wobbled precariously into the air, unstable and at risk of falling at any moment. Her lack of proficiency and inadequate cultivation made it a challenge to even cast the incantation successfully. As she uttered another clumsy incantation, the bone crystal pearl receded halfway, revealing the blue nether fire within. An immediate chill enveloped the surroundings, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Jin Feiyao felt a twinge of anxiety as she licked her lips and took a deep breath before extending her hand towards the ghostly flames. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the forest. Chapter 6. A brief stay at Ming Lake. Surrounding Ming Lake, a few structures and inns had been erected by enterprising souls, forming a quaint little marketplace. The primary business revolved around the 2 seasons, harvesting lotus in winter and raising fish in spring, allowing the inhabitants to enjoy a modest yet fulfilling existence. Jin Feiyao spent an entire day traversing a mountain she could have normally scaled in half a day. The reason was simple. Her hands were tightly wrapped in layers of cloth. Whenever she attempted to grasp a branch or steady herself against a rock, sharp pains made her gasp. I have been exceedingly careless. I should never have thrust my hands in so recklessly, she lamented, sitting down to rest on a large slab of stone, gazing despondently at her injured hands. That evening, believing she had entered the chi refinement stage, she foolishly plunged her hands into the ghostly flames, hoping to subdue them. To her dismay, she had yet to break through to that stage, and her unprotected hands were instantly scorched, though the burns were not severe. The absence of any burn ointment forced her to apply a haphazard bandage. Navigating the rugged terrain proved arduous, in addition to wielding a machete to clear a path. She often needed both hands to pull herself up in many areas. Soon, her hands began to blister and fester, the condition worsening agonizingly. With no other recourse, she consulted the map she had purchased and resolved to find a nearby town to procure some burn treatment and possibly acquire a horse for travel. If she continued to wander in the wilderness, her hands might succumb to irreparable damage. There are still some solitary houses with courtyards, yet she could never afford one. Even if she possessed the funds, she would not be foolish enough to rent a residence suitable for 20 or 30 people, only to occupy it alone. Although there are communal sleeping quarters available for servants, she needed to cultivate her skills. It was impossible for her to share a bed with 7 or 8 others. The immediate priority was to treat her hands, leaving little time to search for accommodation. Jin Feiyao found the only apothecary in the town, the elderly physician. Possessing a degree of skill, removed the filthy bandages and cleansed her hands with a concoction of herbal remedies, subsequently applying his homemade ointment. As the semi-transparent green salve was applied, her hands were enveloped in a refreshing coolness, significantly alleviating her pain. Curiously, she inquired, "Doctor, this ointment is truly remarkable. The pain has diminished considerably upon application." "It is merely a temporary measure," he replied. "I lack the necessary supplies and knowledge to provide more comprehensive treatment." Jin Feiyao dismissed his concerns, stating, "As long as my hands remain intact, I am content with the healing." The old physician, feeling helpless, remarked, "If not treated properly, scarring may occur, complicating your future prospects of finding a suitor." Prospects of marriage. Jin Feiyao was momentarily at a loss for words. Although there were many individuals in Minghu this month, they were predominantly common folk. In the eyes of mortals, a girl of her age was already expected to seek a husband. "Doctor, I am a beggar. No one would wish to marry me. A minor injury is of little consequence. It might even elicit sympathy from others, allowing me to earn a few coins." The old doctor raised his head and cast a glance at Jin Feiyao, whose clothing was tattered and soiled, and her face bore a similar filth. Upon entering, her large bundle had revealed numerous rips, exposing a filthy quilt within. Upon closer inspection, she truly resembled a beggar. The old doctor's heart sank. He had been so focused on her grievous wound that he had hastily retrieved his precious medicinal ointment, composed of costly ingredients. It now seemed a futile expenditure, for by her appearance, it was evident she could not afford even a penny. With this thought, his hands grew heavier unconsciously, were it not for his medical ethics. He might have already ejected Jin Feiyao from his practice. Feeling a sharp pain in her hand, Jin Feiyao quickly exclaimed, "Doctor, please be gentle, I assure you. I will not default on the payment." Her words elicited a frown from the old doctor, who, no longer meticulous, swiftly applied the ointment and wrapped her wound with a piece of white cloth. He then handed her the remaining ointment and washed his hands, taking a seat nearby to await her payment. The total for the wound cleaning, bandaging, and half a box of ointment amounted to 2 taels and 5 coins of silver. Standing nearby, a young attendant who had been frowning since Jin Feiyao's entrance rattled off the price with a clatter. There were no spirit stones, but she still had a few taels of silver. Jin Feiyao rummaged through her garments, clumsily extracting a poorly embroidered pouch, from which she spilled a few pieces of broken silver. She counted out 2 taels and 5 coins for the attendant before hoisting her tattered bundle and exiting the apothecary. Though her belongings were somewhat filthy, with the journey to Luoxian City ahead, discarding them would leave her without even a cover. Jin Feiyao decided to seek a place to reside near Ming Lake, intending to cultivate her energy until she could refine the nether fire before venturing to Luoxian City. Given her current level of cultivation, her survival until reaching Luoxian City remained uncertain. After spending 20 coins on several bowls of noodle soup from a vendor, she began her search for suitable accommodation. It needed to be tranquil and isolated to facilitate her practice, ideally without any cost. Such a fortunate opportunity was unlikely to befall her. The town offered no such places, compelling her to venture beyond its borders in search of a suitable spot by the lake. Regrettably, Ming Lake was not situated in the mountains, leaving her without even a crevice in the rocks, and not a single dilapidated temple in sight. Ultimately, Jin Feiyao settled beside a patch of reeds. This location was not far from the town, surrounded by reeds taller than a person, providing some concealment. Moreover, she could fish in the lake, alleviating concerns about food. Fortunately, she was no delicate damsel confined within the walls of a mansion. With a few strokes of her knife, she severed a bundle of reeds. After half a day's labor, she constructed a rudimentary shelter. The hut stood just high enough for her to barely stand. A fully grown man would have to stoop. Although it was entirely made of reeds, as long as the rain was not heavy, she should remain dry inside. The assorted belongings in her pack were soon placed within the shelter, and standing at the entrance, she surveyed the shabby quilt neatly laid out inside, nodding in satisfaction. At last, she had a place to stay without spending a single coin, and the surrounding area was infused with a moderate amount of spiritual energy, sufficient for a novice like her. With her residence secured, she could now focus entirely on her cultivation. In the days that followed, she devoted herself to her cultivation within the confines of her humble dwelling. As her hands began to heal, she would stealthily immerse herself in the luminous lake, skillfully catching fish and shrimp. Unlike others who relied on boats for fishing, she adeptly captured her quarry with her bare hands, consistently returning with a bountiful catch. 3 months later, in the stillness of midnight, Jin Feiyao sat cross-legged beneath the starlit sky, guiding the spiritual energy within her through 10 small circulations. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, a glimmer of clarity illuminating her gaze, feeling far more lucid than before. A wave of joy washed over her. She had finally entered the chi refinement stage. After inspecting her body, she noted that her vision had improved and her mind felt remarkably clearer, though there seemed to be little else that had changed. The minuscule sphere of spiritual energy in her dantian, which had once deceived her into burning herself, had now grown to the size of a mung bean. The energy, once reminiscent of wispy smoke, had thickened to the consistency of a rich broth. Jin Feiyao felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have torn a few pages from her cousin's minor spiritual technique, sparing herself the current predicament of lacking magical artifacts and spells. The memory of that accursed demonic corpse's hellfire ignited her desire to refine it further. Upon reflection, Jin Feiyao realized her situation was quite precarious. Having just entered the chi refinement stage, she possessed no magical artifacts and merely 3 low-grade spirit stones, with no spells or allies to rely upon. The vicinity of the lake yielded no valuable low-tier demonic beasts, and even if they existed, she lacked the capability to hunt them. The creatures she could have slain during her physical training were of little use to a cultivator, serving only as sustenance. If she were to depend on capturing the elusive Jingguan chicken to exchange for spirit stones, she would need to catch 500 just to obtain a single low-grade spirit stone. At this rate, she feared she might become the most impoverished cultivator in the entire realm. However, if one were to venture directly to Luoxian City, the multitude of people and the complexity of their nature, not to mention the prevalence of malefactors, render it a perilous endeavor. For a novice cultivator like her, devoid of the ability to protect oneself, the threat of being forcibly abducted and sold to the furnace building looms ominously. As Jin Feiyao recalled the ominous tales of the furnace building, she felt an acute sense of danger associated with such a journey. Previously, she had overheard her senior brothers from the Hengzhen sect discussing the furnace building, a unique establishment within the realm of cultivation, predominantly controlled by powerful sections. They procure female cultivators, confining them within to cater to the desires of male practitioners. For a price of spirit stones, one could easily acquire the services of a female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. All the women involved are either deceived or outright abducted, most being rogue cultivators. After all, female cultivators affiliated with sects are regarded as treasures, far too valuable to be trafficked to the furnace building. Yet, there are exceptions. Some sects have been annihilated, leaving behind female disciples who were unable to escape in time, ultimately captured. Those of exceptional talent may be retained, while the less gifted are sold to the furnace building, fetching a considerable sum of spirit stones. Jin Feiyao was resolutely opposed to the idea of being ensnared in such a place. After much contemplation, she decided to refine the corpse's nether fire instead. Observing her surroundings for any signs of life, she slipped into a makeshift shelter. Once the nether fire was summoned, The air around her would grow intensely frigid, making the dead of night the most opportune time for her endeavor. However, prior to this, it was imperative to master the necessary incantations to avert the risk of self-inflicted burns. Chapter 7. Refining the nether fire. After practicing the incantations numerous times, she finally overcame her initial clumsiness. Jin Feiyao summoned the nether fire, reciting incantations with great care as she meticulously executed the spell. The size of a mung bean. A flicker of dark flame emerged, causing the temperature within the shelter to plummet rapidly, and to her astonishment, white frost had formed upon the dry reeds. Jin Feiyao found it perplexing that such a chilling phenomenon could inflict burns upon a person. It was truly bizarre. She first enveloped her hands with spiritual energy, then directed a spell toward the emerging dark flame, which gradually floated forth. Subsequently, she infused the flame with 5 incantations before extending her hands toward it. Cautiously, she approached the dark flame, maintaining the distance that had previously resulted in her injury. This time, due to the ample spiritual energy within her, she remained unharmed. Delighted, she boldly thrust both hands forward, allowing her energy to surge forth and envelop the dark flame. From the mung bean-sized flame, she extracted a slender tendril akin to a hair and began to refine it, encased in her spiritual energy. Brotherly, the scenery of Ming Lake is quite delightful, particularly this expanse of reeds, which possesses a unique charm, she mused. Indeed, her journey had not been in vain. Just as Brother Ma had said, the landscape was picturesque, and the beauty of the women was abundant. Brotherly, Brother Ma, there will be a poetry gathering this evening, attended by many refined young ladies. A feast for the eyes awaits us. Ha ha, Brother Zhang, none of these women can compare to your cousin, came the playful retort. Forgive my lack of modesty. At present, I seek only fame and fortune, wishing to remain unencumbered by romantic entanglements. Let us speak no more of my cousin. Beauty is but fleeting, and a man's ambition lies beyond the confines of gentle affection. Brother Zhang, look. Over there, on that boat, there is a renowned beauty. Where? Where? Laughter echoed through the air as a group of scholarly figures emerged amidst the reeds, with a boat anchored in the distance. They recited poetry while admiring the surrounding scenery, gradually approaching the modest hut of Jin Feiyao nestled among the reeds. What an eyesore, one of the scholars remarked, spotting the humble dwelling. As he walked ahead, he covered his nose with a folding fan, casting a disdainful glance at the hut. A foul odor assaulted his senses, rendering the fan ineffective, nearly causing him to faint. Nevertheless, displaying remarkable courage, he suppressed his disgust and cautiously leaned in to peer inside. To his astonishment, he beheld a solitary figure lying motionless within the hut. A frail hand extended limply at the entrance, the body emaciated and the skin exhibiting an unsettling pallor tinged with blue, marred by filth. Stunned, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, discarding the fan in shock and letting out a loud cry. Ah, there's a corpse here. What is the matter? The other scholars, drawn by his exclamation, hastily gathered around, each one overwhelmed by the noxious stench emanating from the hut, their stomachs churning with nausea. Upon inspection, they confirmed the presence of a lifeless body within, discernible as that of a young woman by her attire and physique. In broad daylight, the discovery of a corpse sent a wave of trepidation mixed with a strange exhilaration among the group, prompting them to engage in a fervent discussion. Meanwhile, the servant, who had been carrying a food box, handed it to another individual before retrieving a branch and cautiously approaching the entrance of the hut. He pinched his nose and prodded the hand of the corpse inside with a branch, crouching down to observe more closely, intending to report back to his master. Just as he was fixated on the body, trying to discern the face lurking beneath, the corpse suddenly jerked its head up, revealing a pair of bloodshot, ferocious eyes that locked onto him. It was a resurrection. The servant felt a jolt of fear, his heart racing as he sprang to his feet, running and shouting in a high-pitched voice filled with terror. The scholars, bewildered, were also taken aback, particularly his master, who clutched his chest and scolded. What are you shouting for? You nearly scared me to death. What a ridiculous thing to do in broad daylight. Before he could finish speaking, a figure burst forth from the shack, kicking the fleeing servant several yards away. This figure was none other than the corpse that had previously lain within the shelter. The master's eyes widened in shock, just as a fist appeared before him, sending him spinning through the air in a dizzying arc before crashing heavily into a patch of reeds. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the scholars scattered like headless flies. dropping their fans, jade pendants, and shoes all over the ground. After a flurry of blows, around 10 individuals lay strewn across the ground in disarray. Both scholars and servants bore swollen faces like pigs, their teeth scattered, with many rendered unconscious. A few remained conscious, groaning in agony as they clutched their bruised bodies. Jin Feiyao squatted on the ground, clutching a pilfered food box, stuffing her mouth with food, indifferent to the plight of those around her. The 5 food boxes brought by the scholars left her thoroughly satisfied, even consuming the tea leaves, while only a few bottles of fine wine were discarded after a mere whiff. After satiating her hunger, she drank copiously from the lake. Washing down the food that had lodged in her throat, patting her belly, she burped contentedly and muttered, "I nearly starved to death." Reckless cultivation can be fatal. Jin Feiyao felt a profound enmity with this infernal fire, as if they were destined adversaries from a previous life. The first attempt at refinement nearly left her crippled, and although the second seemed to progress smoothly, what she thought would take merely a few hours unexpectedly consumed over 10 days. When she considered halting, she realized it was impossible. The refined infernal fire threatened to self-destruct if she ceased her efforts. Should the fire within her self-destruct, she would be incinerated alive, instilling fear that kept her from stopping. Fortunately, she possessed 3 low-grade spirit stones, which she utilized to replenish her spiritual energy. After successfully refining a strand of infernal fire, there was a brief moment to pause, during which she could control the fire for an hour. She quickly employed her cultivation techniques to restore her spiritual power. However, she could not manage the same for eating and drinking. Thankfully, her body, having been tempered through prior training, was stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Relying solely on the remnants of food within her shelter and the energy expended by her body, she persevered, though her weight had undoubtedly dropped by at least a third, rendering her seemingly frail. With that, she left without taking anything from her shelter, waving her hand as she swiftly departed. Only the remaining scholars stood agape, watching her receding figure, even the broken bones appearing stunned into silence by her audacity. In a hurried rush, she dashed to the opposite bank of Ming Lake, feeling certain that the group of scholars would not pursue her any longer. Observing that the surroundings were deserted, Jin Feiyao stripped off her garments and plunged into the water for a much-needed bath. The relentless refining of the nether fire over the past several days had left her drenched in a foul sweat, and the successful refinement had expelled numerous impurities from her body, resulting in a truly astonishing stench. Her clothes, equally soiled and odorous, were the only ones she had, having been purchased cheaply in town. Thus, she brought them into the water to wash while bathing. The contents of her makeshift dwelling were not untended due to a lack of time. Rather, the blankets and tattered spice jars she had used for 3 months were now in a state of utter disrepair. Anyone who beheld them would assume that a beggar had once resided there, for there was nothing of value to salvage. The upper deck of the boat had been thoroughly cleaned, and Jin Feiyao stealthily ascended to this level, seeking a spot where sunlight would warm her wet garments without drawing prying eyes. Those searching for her by the lakeside were only aware that the assailant was a woman, and due to her filthy appearance, they could not ascertain her features. As dusk descended, they hastily abandoned their search. Meanwhile, Jin Feiyao had already dried her clothes on the boat and blended into the tea house within the town, sipping tea with a sense of tranquility. With the nether fire successfully cultivated, she had acquired a means of self-protection and no longer intended to dwell at Ming Lake. This place lacked cultivators and demonic beasts, offering no opportunity for exchanging cultivation experiences or earning spirit stones. Remaining here would yield no benefits. Now, her attention was drawn to a magnificent black steed tethered at the entrance of the Welai and across the way, a creature clearly endowed with remarkable strength. As the sun began to set and darkness enveloped the land, Jin Feiyao, having pilfered a horse, envisioned her imminent journey to Luoxian City. With the last remnants of her funds spent, she strode confidently out of the tea house and, seizing a moment of distraction, stealthily climbed the grand tree beside the Yulian. As the evening deepened and the streets grew desolate, even the tea house shuttered its doors. She leapt down from the tree, a distance of 3 zhang, landing deftly upon the horse's back. With swift precision, she severed the reins that bound her steed to a post, and with a firm grip of her legs, urged the horse forward. The animal galloped fiercely, carrying Jin Feiyao away into the night. Chapter 8. The beauty encounters peril. After a frenzied hour of galloping, the horse began to tire. Jin Feiyao tugged at the severed reins, coaxing the horse to slow its pace for a moment's respite. Under the silver glow of the moonlight, She noticed a small stream not far from the roadside. Guiding her horse to the water's edge to drink and rest, she took the opportunity to refresh her face. Wiping the water from her visage with her sleeve, she then retrieved her water pouch, intending to fill it for the journey ahead. Suddenly, she perceived flickers of light emanating from a thicket across the stream, accompanied by faint sounds that suggested a struggle. It seemed as though a confrontation was underway. Intrigued by the prospect of bandits wreaking havoc in this desolate wilderness, Jin Feiyao tethered her horse to a small tree by the creek and quietly waded across, stealthily approaching the source of the illumination. As she neared the edge of the thicket, she concealed herself and crept closer to the light, only to discover 3 cultivators engaged in a fierce duel. The ground where they stood was littered with fallen trees, creating a sizable clearing. 2 middle-aged men donned in black robes were relentlessly assaulting a young girl. The young maiden styled the hair of a young man, adorning it with a jade hairpin, while donning a white outfit embroidered with silver floral patterns. Despite her male attire, she could not conceal her sparkling eyes, skin as fair as jade, and petite figure. In her hand, she grasped an elegant white sword, with a beautifully embroidered silken handkerchief floating beside her, breathless and glistening with fragrant sweat. Confronted by the fierce assaults of 2 attackers, she continuously hurled talismans from her grasp. Even Jin Feiyao could discern that the magical artifacts wielded by her assailants were decidedly inferior. One attacker brandished a large sword, its blade radiating a murky glow, clearly a substandard magical weapon. Although he incessantly unleashed light blades towards the maiden, which appeared formidable, they were effortlessly countered by the silken handkerchief. The other assailant wielded a black rope, also an inferior magical artifact, yet its manipulation was commendable, causing it to whip about like a swarm of serpents, dazzling the onlookers and forcing the maiden into a flustered state. The white sword in the maiden's possession was at least a mid-grade magical weapon, while the handkerchief was undoubtedly a superior artifact. It was unfathomable how she could squander so many valuable items while still being overwhelmed by her opponents. Jin Feiyao observed the magical artifacts adorning the maiden with envy. As she watched the 3 individuals, she contemplated whether to intervene and assist the maiden or perhaps seize an opportunity for herself. Lacking the skill to discern the true capabilities of the 3, she understood the need for caution in her actions. Jin Feiyao silently calculated. It seemed that aiding the maiden would not be an easy endeavor given the formidable nature of the 2 assailants. If the young girl were to be left to her fate, there would be no chance for her to triumph over the 2 adversaries. Jin Feiyao's heart still leaned towards the girl, as she discerned that the girl must belong to a prominent family or sect, and her panicked demeanor indicated that this was likely her first encounter with such peril. Such an individual would be easily deceived. Having long been destitute and hearing that entry to Luoxian City required a fee, she contemplated that if she could ensnare this girl, perhaps in gratitude for saving her life, the girl could escort her to the city. At the very least, a few spirit stones would suffice. Just as she was deliberating, a sudden cry from the girl pierced the air. Jin Feiyao turned to see that the girl had inadvertently been struck by the black whip, her arm instantly drenched in blood, and her white sword clattering to the ground. The girl's face turned pale as she emitted a pained groan. The man wielding the black rope approached her with a sinister grin, while the girl gazed at him in terror, her spiritual energy faltering, her silk scarf suspended in midair, no longer agile. This was dire. If she perished, there would be no advantage to be gained. Without further contemplation, Jin Feiyao flipped her right hand, conjuring a ball of azure flame that enveloped her palm. She leaped from her hiding place and directed a powerful strike at the man with the black rope. The man, taken aback by her sudden appearance, hastily evaded, swinging the black rope towards Jin Feiyao. The sinister rope, resembling a dark serpent, lunged at her, but she swiftly transformed her left hand into blue flames, grasping the aggressive black rope with both hands. Holding it firmly, Jin Feiyao shouted at the stunned girl, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly deal with the one wielding the large blade." The girl, jolted by her command, found a semblance of calm. In a hurry, she swiftly retrieved a fire talisman from the storage pouch at her waist and hurled it towards the man charging at her with a large blade. This talisman, at the very least, contained a dozen sheets, which instantaneously transformed into a massive fireball, spanning more than 2 yards in width, striking the man with the sword directly. The man screamed in agony, wildly swinging his blade in all directions, while the girl, having picked up a white sword, circled around him in a frenzy. Uncertain of what to do, Jin Feiyao was locked in a stalemate with the man holding the black rope. both of them straining against the ends of the rope with all their might. Observing the girl with the sword, appearing at a loss, she felt an overwhelming urge to vent her frustration, exclaiming, "Stab him with the sword, you fool." With gritted teeth, the girl closed her eyes and thrust the sword towards the man engulfed in flames. The white blade sliced sharply into his body, causing her to drop it in terror as she watched him collapse to the ground, convulsing briefly before lying still. Witnessing the demise of his companion, the man with the black rope seethed with rage, declaring, "How dare you meddle in our affairs? Are you tired of living? Just look at our prowess. You, a mere novice in chi refinement, dare to intervene." Jin Feiyao shot him a disdainful glance, replying, "I apologize, but I have not studied spirit observation techniques, so I cannot discern your level of cultivation." She continued, "Moreover, one of you has already fallen, so what grandiose claims can you make? Stop pretending to be a formidable wolf." With a surge of determination, she channeled her spiritual energy, commanding the ghostly flames to blaze along the black rope towards the man. Upon witnessing the eerie blue flames advancing along the rope, he hesitated to touch it, ultimately discarding the black rope in a panic. Who among us is unfamiliar with basic spells? The man, now without his black cord, relentlessly hurled fireballs at Jin Feiyao, channeling his spiritual energy with fervor. His mastery of this technique was indeed impressive, as he conjured fireballs the size of cabbages with remarkable speed. Fireball technique, a mere foundational spell, typically necessitates a brief pause of approximately 10 breaths while the spiritual energy is transformed into flames. With diligent practice, one could certainly reduce this pause. Yet such fundamental spells were commonly known, and few would invest the time required for such endeavors. To everyone's surprise, this man had honed his fireball technique to the point where his pause lasted only 3 or 4 breaths, sending fireballs hurtling toward Jin Feiyao in rapid succession. Jin Feiyao, having emerged from a family of cultivators, recognized the skill involved and could not help but commend. "I never imagined that this elder would be such a diligent practitioner, perfecting the fireball technique to this extent." The man, however, was infuriated, his face flushed with rage. If he had the resources, he would never have spent years practicing such a rudimentary spell. Today, he had finally encountered a prime target, only to have his efforts thwarted by this brash newcomer. To him, her praise felt like mockery, a reminder of his inability to afford superior techniques, forcing him to resort to this most elementary of spells. Enraged, he hurled the fireballs at Jin Feiyao with reckless abandon. Perplexed by his furious reaction, Jin Feiyao pondered how her words of admiration had elicited such ire. As fireballs rained down upon her, she tightened her grip on the remaining black cord. The dark strands crackled as the hellfire licked at them, yet they managed to endure for a time longer. Jin Feiyao let out a soft snort, her spiritual energy surging as the ghostly flames darted forth, transforming the entire black rope into a string of infernal fire. With swift motions, she wielded the rope, and upon contact with the ghostly flames, any fireball was extinguished by the frigid blaze. Ordinary flames, unless they were true fire from the foundation establishment stage, stood no chance against this demonic corpse's ghostly fire. The man sensed the abnormality of the blue fire, realizing its overwhelming ferocity. As he watched Jin Feiyao approach, swinging the rope with each deliberate step, he instinctively retreated. Gritting his teeth, he halted, reaching into his storage bag to retrieve a jade box. With a swift motion, he removed the lid and produced a radiant golden talisman. Holding the talisman with both hands, he fervently infused it with his spiritual energy, the talisman glowing brilliantly, poised to unleash its power. "Do not let him activate it. That is a pill talisman," cried the girl, who was slumped on the ground, panic evident in her voice. Jin Feiyao remained silent, aware of the talisman's formidable potential if activated. However, the man was drenched in sweat, his pallor indicating a depletion of spiritual energy. Though the talisman radiated golden light, it remained still, suggesting an insufficient influx of energy. After expending so much energy on fire spells, he surely lacked the strength to activate it now. Jin Feiyao, too, was low on spiritual energy. A decisive strike was imperative. The man, recognizing his inability to activate the talisman, fumbled for a smooth white pill, intending to toss it into his mouth. Attempting to consume a spirit-restoring pill would not be so simple. With a flick of her wrist, Jin Feiyao snapped the ghostly fire rope towards the man. The black cord could no longer withstand the torment of the nether flames, disintegrating into ashes in the air. While the flames, bereft of their tether, persisted unextinguished, Jin Feiyao, Summoning every ounce of her spiritual energy, wielded the nether flames like a whip, aiming it at the man. The elixir had already been tossed into the man's mouth, and before he could swallow, he witnessed the flames erupting from the fiery whip. A deluge of nether flames rained down upon him, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Once the flames enveloped him, they surged high, consuming him in an instant. Unlike ordinary fire, the nether flames, though frigid, possessed the capacity to incinerate a life. The ferocity of the nether flames was unparalleled, unlike his companion. The man had no chance to struggle. Clutching the talisman, he stood there, only to be reduced to charred remains. Aside from the talisman that fell to the ground, everything else upon him was entirely consumed, leaving behind nothing but blackened residue. The young girl gazed wide-eyed at Jin Feiyao. Having exhausted her spiritual energy and feeling physically unwell, sat down heavily on the ground and murmured, "Such formidable flames." Chapter 9. Caged Bird. The girl fared somewhat better than Jin Feiyao. Her spiritual energy was not depleted, though her arm bore some injury. However, paralyzed by shock. Her legs felt weak. Now seated on the ground, she babbled incoherently. "I've killed someone. I just killed someone with my own hands." Jin Feiyao, though drained of her spiritual energy, was not physically affected. She rose and approached the girl, inquiring, "Are you exhilarated or terrified?" The young girl gently caressed her chest. Her voice tinged with shyness as she confessed, "This is my first time taking a life. I am truly frightened. However, as a cultivator, such encounters are inevitable." She then lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable excitement as she looked at Jin Feiyao. "Yet my heart races intensely. Perhaps this is the thrill you spoke of. How could I feel this way? Would it make others perceive me as a cold-blooded killer? What if malevolent thoughts arise within me, leading to inner demons during my advancement?" A fleeting thought crossed Jin Feiyao's mind, questioning the girl's sanity. Noticing that she remained seated on the ground, Jin Feiyao approached the charred corpse of the knife-wielding man and withdrew the girl's white sword. It was indeed a fine weapon, its body a lustrous milky hue, crafted from some unknown beast's bone, while the hilt bore the same exquisite material. Upon closer inspection, she noted that there was no seam between the hilt and blade, indicating it was forged from a single piece. Suddenly, she spotted a storage bag lying beside the corpse of the knife-wielding man. The fire talisman was merely an ordinary flame, hence the storage bag remained unscathed. This was precisely what she desired, for who knew what valuable treasures it might contain. Jin Feiyao hastily opened the storage bag, eager to uncover its contents. "I have 3 spirit recovery pills here. I presume you have exhausted your spiritual energy," the girl said sincerely, presenting a jade vial to Jin Feiyao. Without hesitation, Jin Feiyao graciously accepted the vial. Meanwhile, the girl consumed a healing potion and settled into a cross-legged position to begin her recuperation. Jin Feiyao did not consume the spirit-nourishing pill. Instead, she merely tucked the jade vial into her bosom and seated herself beside the girl. Scrutinizing the contents of the storage bag, she returned the white sword to the maiden, wishing to accompany her to Luoxian City. This individual appeared exceedingly impoverished. Was it possible that all the treasures lay within another's possession? However, that person's storage bag had been incinerated by the nether fire, and surely anything consumed by such flames could not have been of notable value. As Jin Feiyao rummaged through the storage bag, she discovered nothing of merit, save for 2 inferior spirit stones and remnants of 2 subpar magical artifacts, alongside an assortment of mundane items. With no benefits gleaned from this individual, Jin Feiyao shifted her focus to the girl beside her. Noticing that the maiden had completed her meditation, she inquired with a beaming smile, "What brings you here alone? Pursued by 2 assailants? From your earlier demeanor, it seems this is your maiden venture into the world beyond." The girl flushed slightly, nodding as she replied, "I sneaked out without permission. My seniors often warn me of the many evildoers outside, yet I never anticipated encountering such nefarious individuals so soon after my departure. They feigned companionship while plotting my demise. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear I would have met my end at their hands." Upon hearing her words, Jin Feiyao couldn't help but think the girl must possess some folly. What kind of girl would travel with 2 unfamiliar men and not end up sold to a furnace? The girl's eyes brightened with excitement as she declared, "I too wish to journey to Luoxian City. Why not allow me to accompany you?" Fearing Jin Feiyao might abandon her, the girl hastily reassured, "You needn't worry. I brought spirit stones sufficient for both of us to reach Luoxian City with ease." Jin Feiyao hesitated momentarily, before reluctantly agreeing to accompany her. Observing the girl's exuberance, Jin Feiyao felt a secret delight. She was truly an innocent soul. Since they were to embark on this journey together, it was only fitting to share their names. Jin Feiyao turned to the girl and said, "I am Jin Feiyao, nearly 14 years old, a solitary cultivator without sect or affiliation. And you?" The girl beamed, revealing her pearly white teeth, and replied, "I am Xianxia, a disciple of the Yunshan sect, 16 years of age, a tad older than you. Xianxia, your parents must have wished for a son, bestowing upon you a name so masculine," Jin Feiyao remarked, amused by the incongruity of such a delicate girl bearing such a name. Xianxia's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, "I am, in fact, a male." The surroundings fell into an awkward silence as Xianxia found himself under the incredulous gaze of Jin Feiyao, who stared at him in astonishment, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Although he possessed a certain delicacy, it was hardly sufficient to cause anyone to mistake him for a girl. Moreover, none of his fellow disciples had ever suggested he resembled a female. Suddenly, Jin Feiyao approached with a stern expression, and before he could react, she tugged at the collar of his garment to glance at his chest. Swiftly, she adjusted his attire, a smile illuminating her face as she declared, "Brother Xiong, I believe it is best we set off without delay. Other matters can be discussed along the way. I have a horse. May I inquire how you have been traveling?" Xianxia was suddenly overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation, akin to being inappropriately handled, leaving him on the verge of tears. Gazing into Jin Feiyao's innocent eyes, he pondered whether to question his recent actions. Could it be, Brother Xiong, that you walked here? Or perhaps you possess the ability to fly with your sword? Jin Feiyao looked at him with eager anticipation. Xianxia, feeling awkward about dwelling on the matter, recalled that he had arrived by cart, which had now vanished without a trace. With a hint of difficulty, he replied, "I came by carriage, but with the commotion caused by the two of them, it has long since disappeared." His voice still carried a youthful timbre, which explained Jin Feiyao's earlier confusion regarding his gender. Observing that there was only one horse left, it seemed they would have to ride together. Upon hearing Jin Feiyao's suggestion, Xianxia shook his head vigorously, steadfast in his refusal to share a mount with her. After all, he was a man. How could he possibly ride closely with a woman? Why must you be so old-fashioned? We are on a difficult path of cultivation. You surely notice the trivial distinctions between genders. Is your understanding of the grand path so limited? Once we reach the town ahead, we can switch to another carriage. I assure you, I won't devour you." After being sternly admonished by Jin Feiyao, the Navi Xianxia felt enlightened and learned a great deal. Clumsily following her, they arrived at the riverbank. Fortunately, both were small in stature, and the horse hardly seemed burdened. Throughout their journey, they urged the black horse to trot, allowing Jin Feiyao to glean much information about Xianxia. It turned out he was not as simple-minded as he appeared. His father was a peak master of the Yunshan sect, wielding a cultivation level that Jin Feiyao had never encountered, Golden Core stage. Inyang, a practitioner in the latter stages of foundation establishment, holds a respectable position within the Yunshan sect and is preparing to break through to the Golden Core stage. Xianxia, being a late-born child and endowed with exceptional spiritual roots, has brought immense joy to the peak master. From a young age, he has been showered with affection and granted every good thing, and despite his resemblance to his mother, lacking in masculine vigor, no one in the sect dares to mock him. During martial arts competitions, others merely engage with him lightly, for no one would dare to strike him seriously. Given the formidable reputation of his parents for their protective nature, he has never undertaken any tasks assigned by the sect. On one occasion, he quietly followed a group of senior brothers to hunt a few first-tier demonic beasts, an endeavor that posed little danger. Yet, from a distance, he did not even lay a finger on the beasts, as the others swiftly dealt with them. Consequently, those senior brothers faced his mother's wrath and nearly faced expulsion from the Yunshan sect. Ultimately, it was only due to their affiliation with other peak masters that they were spared, albeit suffering a private beating that left them bedridden for over half a year. In the end, his mother even assigned 2 disciples in the late stages of chi refinement to accompany him, fearful that he might encounter some mishap. Such an overprotective approach has rendered the inherently timid Xianxia even more fragile. Lacking even basic knowledge, he possesses mid-stage chi refinement capabilities, yet has zero practical experience. Moreover, the incident involving the injured disciples spread throughout the sect, causing all disciples to avoid him. wary that even a slight proximity might provoke peak Master Xiong into thinking they were leading his son astray. The unfortunate result is that the gentle and kind-hearted Xiong Tianquan finds himself without a single friend with whom he can converse. This time, he stealthily ventured out. Prompted by an unintentional eavesdrop on a conversation between the only two senior disciples who would speak to him, those assigned to protect him. They mocked him behind his back, deriding him as a useless individual, while they themselves were esteemed cultivators, yet spent their days trailing after a mere child. Their disdain not only hampered their usual cultivation practices, but any minor mistake would result in the indiscriminate punishment from Master Bear, leaving them to harbor their grievances solely against Xiong Tianquan. Although they dared not confront him openly, they could only curse him in secrecy. This plight brought immense suffering to Xiong Tianquan, yet he felt utterly powerless. In a bid to escape this cage-like existence, and to prove that he was not a worthless being, he seized the opportunity to slip away from the Yunshan sect while his protectors attended the monthly sect assembly. He discreetly took along some spirit stones and commonly used magical tools, and quietly descended the mountain. Shortly after his descent, he encountered two fellow cultivators, both at the mid-stage of qi refinement, in a nearby town. Sensing that Xiong Tianquan appeared freshly descended and was laden with valuable items, they approached him with opportunistic intent. Having spent years in the sect with no one willing to engage him, Xiong Tianquan, upon meeting these two seemingly amiable individuals, dropped his guard and swiftly forged a friendship with them. Encouraged by their enthusiasm, he foolishly accompanied them to Luoxian City, thus leaving the protective influence of the Yunshan sect, only to be ambushed by them in a secluded grove. Chapter 10. Taking advantage. Jin Feiyao found herself at a loss for words. To call him pitiful seemed inappropriate. He led a life of luxury, wanting for nothing, effortlessly advancing in cultivation without facing any peril. Yet, to declare him not pitiful seemed equally unjust, for he lacked even the freedom to relieve himself without supervision. What a wretched existence that must be. Observing his innocence, Jin Feiyao refrained from tormenting him further and instead shared various pieces of common knowledge to prevent him from being deceived in the future. In a nearby town, Xiong Tianquan used his funds to procure a carriage, which Jin Feiyao then led him to a tavern, where they purchased a considerable amount of food to take away. Alas, the outside world is so chaotic, it is disheartening to witness how the sight of others possessing valuable items can ignite malicious intent. Xiong Tianquan shook his head, unable to suppress a sigh as he listened to Jin Feiyao incessantly lament the degradation of society. He felt that human nature was indeed profoundly dark. Jin Feiyao shot him a glance. Do you think everyone is like you, having everything at their disposal? If those two individuals possessed superior artifacts, do you truly believe you could dispatch them as easily as cutting grass? Strength and wealth determine one's survival. However, for someone like you, carefully protected, as long as you refrain from reckless wandering and your sect remains intact, life will generally be quite comfortable, and establishing a solid foundation will be a mere formality. Xiong Tianquan refrained from responding, merely letting out a soft sigh as he gazed at Jin Feiyao. He envied the girl before him. She was so lively, bold, knowledgeable, and daring enough to defy her family's plans. The memory of her animated recounting of how she dealt with her grandfather, her pride shining through as she spoke of her lingering injuries, left him feeling a slight flush on his cheeks. If only I could resist the arrangements made by my parents and pursue the endeavors that other cultivators undertake, how wonderful that would be. He involuntarily thought of himself, only to be startled by this notion. The idea of defying his parents, who were of superior cultivation, had never crossed his mind. Sister Feiyao, if someone possesses far greater abilities than you and seeks to exert absolute control over you, disregarding your feelings, albeit for your own good, what would you do? Xiong Tianquan cast his gaze towards Jin Feiyao, who was heartily devouring a meat pie wrapped in oil paper, her mouth stuffed to the brim. She waved her hand at him and pointed to her mouth. Xiong Tianquan looked at her in exasperation. Throughout their journey, he had only seen Jin Feiyao incessantly eating, leaving him puzzled as to where all that food was going. Meanwhile, he himself was satisfied with just a few bites each day, enduring her constant reproaches for consuming too little, which, she claimed, made him appear somewhat effeminate. Brother Xiong, life belongs to oneself, not to others. Whether you choose to accept another's goodwill control is not determined by their superior cultivation, but by your own willingness. Jin Feiyao swallowed the morsel and picked up another to stuff into her mouth. If you are unhappy, what use is there in accepting such goodwill? The path of immortality is long. If one cannot follow their heart, what purpose does the cultivation of immortality serve? What is your reason for pursuing the path of cultivation? Jin Feiyao retorted. What? Xiong Tianquan lowered his head in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his gaze, his expression somewhat vacant as he spoke. I was born with a celestial root, and even before I could cultivate, I consumed elixirs to cleanse my marrow and eliminate impurities daily. I am uncertain as to why I must cultivate. It is merely my parents' desire that compels me to do so, and thus I engage in it naturally. She lacks the leisure to impart any profound life philosophies, yet she feels a pressing need for him to alter his demeanor. For his perpetual air of a sheltered young lady renders her somewhat uncomfortable in their shared carriage. Observing that the horse pulling their cart has halted to graze by the roadside, Jin Feiyao gently flicks the whip, prompting the reluctant steed to resume its journey. One glance away, and it grows lazy, she mutters in mild reproach, transitioning from the carriage to the doorway, savoring a meat pie while urging the horse onward. This inquiry has left Xiong Tianquan in a state of sleepless contemplation for several days. Witnessing his furrowed brow and his tendency to huddle in the corner of the carriage. Consumed by his turmoil, he has lost all appetite for food and drink, obsessively pondering without resolution. What a predicament this is, Jin Feiyao reflects silently, her patience waning as she drives the vehicle, indifferent to Xiong Tianquan's plight. I yearn for freedom. I wish to act according to my own desires. Although I currently possess no particular ambitions, when the moment arises, I shall pursue my wishes regardless of any obstacles. Suddenly, Xiong Ziquan, bearing dark circles under his eyes, bursts forth. Though his demeanor appears weary, his eyes shine with an unusual clarity, as if he has finally reached an understanding. His abrupt appearance startles Jin Feiyao. But upon reflection, his words echo her own sentiments from days prior. After days of deliberation, this is the conclusion he has arrived at. Meeting his hopeful gaze, Jin Feiyao solemnly replies, I comprehend. You must remember the words you spoke today. Regardless of how the world perceives you, pursue your desires without restraint, for no one can obstruct your path. Should anyone impede your quest for fulfillment, one must eradicate that hindrance. With the affirmation from Jin Feiyao, Xiong Tianquan resolutely nodded, etching her words into his memory, particularly the final sentiment. Upon discovering his life's purpose, Xiong Tianquan finally found the appetite to eat. While Jin Feiyao unfolded a map for inspection, Luoxian City stands as a bastion of pure cultivation, accessible only with the guidance of practitioners. Mere mortals would be utterly lost. Aerial navigation would reveal the city with ease, yet traversing by land presents a more intricate challenge. The map depicts a winding path that necessitates crossing through a dense forest before any road materializes. Following that route, they would need several days to reach Luoxian City. The forest teems with first-tier beasts, a realm too perilous for ordinary humans to venture deeply. Even for practitioners wielding spells, poor fortune could lead them into a throng of these creatures, demanding considerable effort to escape. Upon arriving at the forest's edge, the duo found the terrain impassable for their carriage, forcing them to abandon it outside and proceed on foot. As they entered the woods, Jin Feiyao remained composed, while Xiong Tianquan gripped his white sword tightly, his face etched with anxiety. The forest was inhabited solely by first-tier beasts, and as long as they steered clear of the beastly hordes, they would be safe. Noticing his palpable tension, Jin Feiyao took the lead, deliberately guiding him toward areas populated by the creatures. With righteous fervor, she instructed Xiong Tianquan on the necessity of acquiring adept combat experience as a practitioner. His inexperience was indeed a grave liability. Thus, she seized this opportunity for him to gain practical skills against first-tier beasts. Xiong Tianquan was moved to tears, feeling immensely grateful for Jin Feiyao's kindness towards him. To facilitate his training, she was willing to squander time lingering in the forest, suppressing the turmoil and anxiety within. He tightened his grip on the white sword, took out a silk handkerchief for protection, and trembled as he followed closely behind Jin Feiyao. Behind a towering tree, a seven-colored deer appeared, a gentle first-tier beast, perfect for practice. Go ahead. Be steady in your steps, control your spiritual energy, stay calm, and avoid its hooves. Jin Feiyao instructed, waving her hand. Xiong Tianquan charged forward with the white sword. In a flurry of slashes, the seven-colored deer fell to the ground. Jin Feiyao, satisfied, swiftly extracted her dagger and skillfully skinned the deer for its hide and antlers. Though the materials were not of great quality, Accumulating them little by little could still yield a modest profit. After finishing, she stood up and gestured to Xiong Tianquan, who was watching her intently. Let us go. There are more beasts ahead. Next time, aim to be steadier. While others would hasten down this path, eager to complete their journey, Jin Feiyao led Xiong Tianquan on a winding route, tirelessly searching for solitary beasts. A journey that should have taken 10 days stretched into over 2 months for the two of them. Like a flock of wild geese passing through, they left no beast unpracticed for Xiong Tianquan. The storage bag obtained from the large man had already been filled to the brim by Jin Feiyao. Even Xiong Tianquan's own storage bag was stuffed with numerous hides and bones. Uncertain about the purchasing conditions in Luoxian City, Jin Feiyao contemplated how many spirit stones they might earn from this venture. Without expending any effort, she had acquired a laborer for free and had gained the reputation of a mentor. Xiong Tianquan, following closely behind Jin Feiyao, has acquired a wealth of knowledge, particularly in the art of social conduct. If he remains oblivious to the fact that Jin Feiyao regards him as little more than a laborer, he would truly be a fool. Yet, even if Xiong Tianquan is aware of his exploitation by this girl, who is several years his junior, he finds himself in high spirits. She is his first friend, and aside from her trivial gains, she has indirectly enhanced his practical skills significantly. Observing Jin Feiyao merrily darting through the forest, even uprooting worthless spiritual herbs, he has come to grasp the depths of poverty that scattered cultivators endure. It is inconsequential how much those worthless herbs could fetch in spirit stones. She lacks even a jade box to preserve their freshness, and by the time they reach Luoxian City, they will have long turned into dried goods, of which few would show interest in acquiring. Jin Feiyao, however, remains unfazed by such matters. Among the alchemical formulas recorded in the Heavenly Silence technique, there exists a basic recipe for a medicinal broth. This involves boiling numerous spiritual herbs in water, subsequently infusing it into the body. Even dried herbs, when simmered, retain some medicinal properties, and she intends to gather as many as possible. Contemplating that Xiong Tianquan has long depleted his spiritual talismans and consumed his restorative pills during their encounters with beast hordes. While his storage bag is nearing its limit, Jin Feiyao devises a plan to exit the forest. With a clear sense of direction, the pair successfully navigates their way out of the woods and onto the main road leading to Luoxian City. After a moment's thought, Xiong Tianquan unexpectedly produces 10 first-grade movement talismans, handing 5 of them to Jin Feiyao. By affixing these talismans to their bodies, they can run with remarkable speed, far surpassing that of ordinary steeds. It was merely a talisman that could sustain its power for a single hour. However, 5 such talismans sufficed for the two of them to reach the city of Luoxian. Clutching the speed talisman, Jin Feiyao felt a surge of irritation. This fellow possessed such a remarkable item, yet failed to produce it sooner. Instead, he chose to take a horse-drawn carriage, dragging their journey along interminably. Xiong Tianquan, embarking on his first excursion, naturally yearned to revel in the scenic beauty along the way, thus refraining from disclosing his possession of the speed talisman. When Jin Feiyao cast several fierce glares in his direction, he could only feign ignorance with a sheepish smile. Chapter 11. The grand city of Luoxian. Having utilized 4 speed talismans, the pair finally arrived at Luoxian City. What a breathtaking sight it was. Jin Feiyao stood by the roadside, gazing at the distant city of Luoxian. 5 floating islands hovered above a bustling metropolis, interconnected by white jade bridges. Yet they were not anchored to the city below. The islands varied little in size, yet each boasted a distinct landscape. One island was densely populated with verdant bamboo, where one could faintly discern bamboo houses nestled within. Adjacent to it, another island elicited a gasp of astonishment from Jin Feiyao, as it shimmered with water. It was nothing but water, devoid of any barrier to contain it. The island resembled a mirror, reflecting the azure sky and cottony clouds, its surface brimming yet never overflowing, adorned with a myriad of lotus flowers. Rising from the water was a magnificent white jade edifice, as if it had sprouted from the depths, glistening under the sun's embrace. The remaining 2 islands were equally enchanting, one resembling a picturesque mountain peak, its beauty enhanced by pavilions and towers concealed amidst the foliage and floral shadows. Moreover, upon another floating island, there existed 7 smaller islands ascending into the sky, interconnected by vines. Upon these vines, blossoms flourished, and with the gentle caress of the breeze, a cascade of petals danced through the air. The final island, however, left Jin Feiyao profoundly astonished. In stark contrast to the other 4 islands, it was a dreadful eyesore. The entire floating isle was adorned with resplendent, opulent edifices, densely packed with gaudy buildings that, while undoubtedly costly, exuded an air of vulgarity. It was unclear which affluent individual had commissioned such a construction, leaving one utterly speechless. The town below appeared relatively normal. From a distance, one could see countless pavilions and towers, signifying an extraordinary prosperity, sufficient to accommodate over 1 million inhabitants. Observing the multitude of cultivators buzzing about like flies outside the city, Jin Feiyao felt utterly bewildered. There seemed to be an overwhelming number of practitioners. Previously, she resided in a small town at the foot of the ethereal sect, where ordinary folk predominated. Similarly, the Yuxing city of the Hengzhen sect was mostly inhabited by mortals, with only a few tens of thousands residing there. This was her first encounter with such a vast city teeming with cultivators, seemingly housing 1 million souls. Clearing his throat, he explained to Jin Feiyao, "Sister Feiyao, there are no fewer than 100 cultivation families within Luoxian City, and major sects have established branches here, while solitary cultivators abound like the stars in the sky. Moreover, all affairs are jointly managed by the 5 great organizations on the floating islands, collectively known as the Luoxian Hall." "How do you know this so well?" Jin Feiyao, regaining her composure, inquired casually. Unfazed, she quickly tugged him towards Luoxian City. In each cardinal direction, there stands a grand city gate, adorned above with an enormous talisman, roughly a yard in width, its characters shimmering with vitality and exuding an aura of spiritual energy. Flanking the entrance, 2 rows of guards, numbering 10 in total, maintain their vigilant watch. Having learned the art of spirit observation from Xiong Tianquan, Jin Feiyao discreetly assessed the cultivation levels of the guards. Except for one who was at the late stage of qi refinement, the remaining 9 were at the mid-stage of qi refinement. It was evident that the solitary late-stage practitioner was their captain. Even in the vast expanse of Luoxian City, only practitioners of the qi refinement stage were assigned as regular guards, while those at the foundation establishment stage, though numerous within the city, were certainly not called upon for such duties. Upon entering the city, they were charged a fee of 2 low-grade spirit stones, naturally covered by Xiong Tianquan. Observing the throngs of people at the gate, Jin Feiyao calculated that merely from the entrance fees, Luoxian City must amass a considerable fortune in spirit stones daily. No sooner had they stepped into the city than they were halted by a commoner who began to peddle maps of Luoxian City. "Esteemed cultivators, may I have a moment of your time? We offer exquisite maps of Luoxian City. If you are new here, having a map is essential, otherwise, you may easily lose your way." The young vendor spoke rapidly, seizing the opportunity as they paused to listen. Curiously, Xiong Tianquan inquired, "How did you know we just arrived? You are quite the smooth talker. How much do you sell these maps for?" Jin Feiyao remarked with a smile, recognizing the flattery in his words. The young man promptly led them to a small stall beside the city gate, where he presented a scroll, explaining that maps of Luoxian City were not to be sold privately, but were exclusively distributed by the Luoxian Palace. The prices throughout the city are uniform. A mere 2 inferior spirit stones for 1 map. 2 inferior spirit stones. What a robbery. It's just a broken map. I could traverse it myself and create one for personal use. Jin Feiyao was taken aback. What outrageous pricing. How exorbitant. The young man chuckled, slowly unfurling the map in his hands. "Our map is rather extraordinary. Please take a look." Jin Feiyao leaned in, and, indeed, the map was exceptional. The entire city of Luoxian was intricately illustrated, crafted from an unknown material that exuded a translucent quality. The young man tapped a spot on the map, and the area he indicated suddenly magnified, revealing a clear street. Then, with a flick of his hand across the map, he manipulated the streets, allowing one to navigate to any desired location effortlessly. Furthermore, as the map expanded, every shop and establishment was marked in bold lettering. Some significant locations even had annotations detailing their purposes, providing remarkable clarity. With this map in hand, one could accomplish anything in Luoxian City without the need to inquire or seek assistance. Recognizing its exceptional nature, Xiong Tianquan decided to purchase a copy. As he paid with spirit stones, he noticed Jin Feiyao gazing at him with longing, clearly wishing for such a map herself. Suppressing a chuckle, he accepted the map from the young man and handed it over to Jin Feiyao. Overjoyed, she eagerly began to peruse the map. After a while, Xiong Tianquan noticed Jin Feiyao pointing at a location, proposing, "Brother Xiong, Let us first rent a room at the residence hall. I intend to stay here long-term. What about you? Would you prefer to lodge at an inn? She did not initially suggest selling the items in the storage bag. Rather, she sought to ascertain whether Xiong Tianquan would be interested in renting together, which would alleviate the burden of rent. I have no desire to stay in an inn. Instead, it would be preferable for us to lease a larger courtyard, with each of us having our own room for mutual support. Xiong Tianquan felt somewhat embarrassed, as it was not entirely appropriate for a man to cohabit with a girl. This sentiment aligned perfectly with Jin Feiyao's thoughts, and she smiled brightly, nodding in agreement, adding that they could even venture together to hunt demonic beasts. After reaching a consensus, the two followed the map's directions to seek out the residence hall. Indeed, Luoxian City was not an ordinary place. After searching for half an hour according to the map, they finally located the residence hall at a bustling intersection. The hall appeared to be only 2 stories from the outside, constructed of wood and adorned with numerous emblems of the 5-petal flower of Luoxian City. The entrance was lively, filled with people coming and going. Upon entering the residence hall, they were warmly greeted by a female cultivator at the initial stage of qi refinement. Upon learning that they were there to rent a property, she ushered them toward the shimmering barrier inside. The area in front of the barrier was teeming with individuals, all seeking to rent accommodations. Although leasing could also be processed on the 2nd floor, it was exclusively for cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above. Those below the Foundation establishment stage were confined to the 1st floor, even if they were to share a room. There was a notable distinction between those at the Foundation establishment and qi refinement stages. The Foundation establishment cultivators occupied the prime central positions, with ample space between them, while the numerous qi refinement practitioners were squeezed into the sides, leaving no room for even a breath between them, packed together like sardines. Could they not arrange for a more spacious setting? It was utterly suffocating. Jin Feiyao pressed closely beside the leading female cultivator, while Xiong Tianquan blushed profusely, squeezed against her back by the cultivators behind him, almost as if he were embracing her. Such fortunate circumstances. Observing his awkward demeanor, Jin Feiyao could hardly contain her amusement. Dear companions, we must select our lodging here, hence the slight crowding. I beg your understanding, the female cultivator stated, already accustomed to such close quarters, showing no discontent towards the young man pressed against her. Having a youth of such beauty beside her was certainly preferable to the lecherous old men. It was of little consequence. As long as they could secure an affordable and comfortable abode, a bit of crowding was acceptable. Jin Feiyao wiped the sweat from her brow, hoping to finalize their accommodations swiftly. Yet, given the current situation, securing a prime location amidst hundreds of others would likely prove challenging. Before them, a luminous screen displayed a map of the entire Luoxian City and its surrounding regions, dotted with points of light, some white, some green, and others golden. According to the female cultivator's explanation, these represented residences categorized by the quality of spiritual energy, white for the faintest and gold for the richest. Naturally, there were even better locations available, but those required ascending to the 2nd floor. However, even if they managed to reach such heights, they lacked the funds to rent the extraordinary residences brimming with spiritual energy. After inquiring about the prices, Jin Feiyao learned that the white light points indicated residences with a courtyard, including a cultivation room and an empty space for personal arrangement. All were situated in the bustling Luoxian City, where the more cacophonous areas were ill-suited for cultivation, costing merely 50 low-grade spirit stones for a year's lease. The minimum rental period for these houses was 1 year. For shorter stays, one could opt for the numerous inns lining the streets. These dwellings lack kitchens, as the cultivators are often too indolent to spend time on culinary endeavors. Occasionally, some may take pleasure in preparing their own meals, and they can do so in the courtyard. However, Jin Feiyao is solely interested in the act of eating, showing no inclination towards the preparation of food, which is of little consequence to her. Chapter 12. A great misfortune descends. I want that one, the one adjacent to the large mansion, Jin Feiyao declared, pointing to a specific location on the luminous screen, her face alight with joy. The small courtyard is nestled beside a grand residence, which from the screen appears lush with trees, adorned with a picturesque lotus pond and tranquil pathways. Living there would allow her to bask in its splendor. The female cultivator produced a jade slip, poised to select the vast luminous screen, when a beam of white light darted towards it, extinguishing the light point that Jin Feiyao had chosen. Dear friend, this courtyard has already been selected by someone else. Please choose another, the female cultivator said, momentarily taken aback. then casting an apologetic glance at Jin Feiyao. With a clenched fist, Jin Feiyao seethed inwardly. Who has dared to seize my residence? Anger notwithstanding, she still needed to make a selection and resumed her search on the luminous screen. After a brief while, she discovered another relatively serene location. But just as she was about to choose, she witnessed yet another light point vanish. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Jin Feiyao continued her pursuit for a satisfactory dwelling. It remains unclear whether this was a deliberate act or merely the shared preferences of others for courtyards adjacent to the large mansion. Beams of white light flickered before the screen, swiftly claiming the light points she coveted. The options she favored dwindled, leaving only those congested around the bustling shops, where noise reigned supreme. Jin Feiyao grasped the hand of the female practitioner, pointing at a specific area on the luminous screen, and exclaimed, "Quickly seize that spot for me." The female practitioner promptly moved her fingers, directing a beam of white light toward the indicated location, extinguishing the white dot on the screen. The jade slip in her hand glimmered, signifying her successful claim of that area. As the female practitioner squeezed through the crowd, Jin Feiyao cast a triumphant glance at Xiong Tianquan, only to notice his somewhat stiff gait. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "What is the matter with you?" Xiong Tianquan's face flushed as he managed a wry smile, shaking his head. How could he confess that it was due to being closely pressed against the female practitioner, while being incessantly jostled and rubbed by other practitioners behind him, leading to an uncomfortable sensation in certain parts of his body? Terrified, he dared not move, straining his body against the encroaching practitioners, desperately attempting to maintain a distance from the female practitioner in front of him, resulting in an overall soreness and stiffness that made walking cumbersome. Perhaps it's just that you've been standing too long, causing your legs to go numb? Your physique truly leaves much to be desired. You ought to train diligently, Jin Feiyao remarked, shaking her head. After all, he was at the mid-stage of qi refinement, yet behaved like an ordinary scholar. She approached him to offer her support, for the 50 low-grade spirit stones required for their rental abode would have to be covered by him. Against the wall, there stood a row of desks for processing formalities. After handing over 50 low-grade spirit stones, the two joyfully received their jade slips. Their rented courtyard was located in the western part of the city, surrounded by numerous grand residences, all of which were branches of various small to mid-sized sections. In the corners of these large estates, many small courtyards had been constructed, showcasing an impressive utilization of land. The courtyard chosen by Jin Feiyao is situated beside a branch of a martial sect. They approached from an alternate direction, bypassing the main entrance, and thus remained oblivious to the nature of the sect. From its exterior, however, it appeared to be of moderate stature, neither too grand nor insignificant. The small courtyard consisted of a row of 9 chambers aligned against the opposing wall, with theirs positioned at the far end. The whitewashed walls and azure-tiled roof were adorned with patches of grass sprouting atop, and the slightly worn entrance bore no lock. The cultivators relied on jade talismans, which were imbued with inherent restrictions rendering traditional locks utterly useless. Naturally, the restrictions on the jade talismans were rudimentary. More advanced ones required a monetary investment or the arrangement of formations by oneself. "Let us proceed," Jin Feiyao declared, pulling Xiong Tianquan as they advanced towards the small courtyard. Suddenly, a chilling snort pierced the air, causing Jin Feiyao to feel a surge of vitality rush through her veins, overwhelming her senses. A flash of crimson light shot through her left shoulder. Had it not been for Xiong Tianquan's timely grasp, she would have likely succumbed on the spot. Clutching her bleeding shoulder, she lifted her gaze, intent on identifying her assailant, only to be enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. A foundational-level cultivator. Just as she was about to exclaim in alarm, a jade ring appeared above her head. With a flicker of green light, the jade ring constricted around her form, rendering her helpless on the ground. The more it tightened, the more blood gushed from her shoulder wound. What offense have I committed against my senior? Why must they seek to take my life? Jin Feiyao lamented, her thoughts racing as she unleashed a tirade of curses. She had yet to even catch a glimpse of her adversary before being ensnared in an instant. Her heart was burdened by a singular question. Had her grandfather truly summoned a Foundation establishment cultivator to capture her? Such an exaggeration seemed implausible. That fellow could hardly articulate a coherent thought in the presence of a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could he possibly orchestrate such a scheme? Recalling the earlier encounter with Xiong Tianquan, she hastily raised her head despite the pain, only to be consumed by fury. Xiong Tianquan stood and scathed nearby, staring vacantly at the ground behind him, his face pale and limbs trembling. This fool was beyond redemption, having recklessly slain so many demon beasts for mere practice. In such dire circumstances, one would either draw their sword to assist or flee post-haste. Yet he merely remained there, as if he were a mere stump. Why tremble? Were you frying beans? Jin Feiyao seethed with indignation, lowering her head in despair. Do as you will. Kill or maim, I care not. If you dare utter a word, I shall consider myself your grandson. From the distance, footsteps approached, and the sound suggested a considerable number of individuals. Suddenly, Xiong Tianquan, who had been standing motionless, brandished a white sword, stepping across Jin Feiyao to shield her from behind. Could he not have circled around instead of vaulting over her? Such a lack of awareness. Seeing Xiong Tianquan leap over her, Jin Feiyao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, considering that he was mustering the courage to confront a Foundation establishment cultivator, she felt reluctant to voice her grievances. With a heart full of gratitude, she twisted her body to turn and discern the identity of the scoundrel who had injured her. A woman? After enduring the pain to pivot her body, Jin Feiyao beheld a strikingly beautiful woman standing 5 paces away, accompanied by a group of individuals. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Moreover, Jin Feiyao felt an increasing sense of familiarity with her features, as if she had encountered them before. Xiong Tianquan. No wonder she seemed so recognizable. This person bore a striking resemblance to Xiong Tianquan. It seemed she had come in search of her son. Jin Feiyao felt a sense of relief, realizing the woman was merely seeking her child. However, she likely suspected her to be a fraud, and it was imperative to clarify the misunderstanding. Otherwise, her savior might meet an untimely demise. Elder, you are mistaken. I am not a villain, Jin Feiyao called out, lifting her head with determination to address the woman she believed to be Xiong Tianquan's mother. Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of white light appeared, and something heavy struck her face with great force. Instantly, her visage was splattered with hues resembling a painter's palette. Bah! You wretched hag, are you out of your mind? Do not vent your ire upon me, because your man keeps concubines and plays with fire. Were it not for me, your son would have long been kidnapped and slain. As a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, could you exhibit a modicum of composure? Have you not lived long enough to know better? Jin Feiyao's fury surged as she felt her kindness had been met with disdain. Spitting out blood from her mouth and allowing the crimson liquid to flow from her nose, she unleashed a torrent of invective upon the woman. Humph! If it were not for your seduction of my son, he would not have stealthily departed from the sect, evading us while I searched for him. If I do not slay you today, how can I alleviate the anguish of missing my son? The woman's eyes glinted with murderous intent, her brow furrowed in malice. Upon witnessing Jin Feiyao grasping her son's hand, intending to drag him into that courtyard, she felt an intense hatred, her teeth grinding in fury. Jin Feiyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What kind of mindset was this, making communication so difficult? If she had known that the other party was convinced she intended to drag Xiong Tianquan into the courtyard for some unspeakable purpose, she would likely have been so enraged that she might have spat blood and perished without any need for the other party's intervention. Mother, you have misunderstood. I left on my own accord, and it has nothing to do with Sister Feiyao. Moreover, I encountered a villain, and it was her timely rescue that saved me. Otherwise, you would not be seeing me today. Suddenly, Xiong Tianquan, who had remained silent, stepped forward, his gaze resolutely fixed on his mother. Mrs. Xiong, driven by maternal affection, failed to notice that her usually timid son dared to speak to her in such a manner. The disciples of the Yunshan sect behind her, however, were taken aback by this astonishing turn of events, exchanging incredulous glances. Only Jin Feiyao understood the immense difficulty Xiong Tianquan faced in making such a stand. His trembling legs, the whiteness of his clenched hands, and the quivering tone of his voice all attested to the struggle he waged against the fear within him, resisting his mother's pressure and engaging in a fierce battle with his own cowardice. Facing Xiong Tianquan, Mrs. Xiong's eyes softened with maternal love. She extended her hand gently, saying, "Kuaner, come here quickly. Be careful not to let that filthy blood splatter on you. Look at you, you've lost weight." Xiong Tianquan remained unmoved, his tone steadier now, and his hands and feet ceased their trembling. He gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists and spoke coldly, "Mother, let her go." Kuaner, confronted by her unfamiliar son, Madame Xiong appeared quite astonished and somewhat at a loss. She was deceiving you. You remain unaware of the malice harbored by the outside world. If you do not eliminate her, what will happen if someone brazenly attempts to seduce you in the future? And, even if someone were to entice your son, it would undoubtedly be another man. Jin Feiyao could no longer endure the situation. Not only had she been injured, but she also had to bear the incessant ramblings of a lunatic who incessantly uttered the words seduce and entice. With audacity, a woman clad in yellow, standing beside Madame Xiong, hurled an object, causing the white light that had previously harmed Jin Feiyao to rush towards her once more. In an instant, Xiong Tianquan sprang into action, witnessing the white shadow before him blossom like a flower as he severed the white light with a single stroke of his sword. A round pearl was bisected, falling at his feet. My Tianling pearl, the woman exclaimed, her voice filled with anguish. Upon witnessing Xiong Tianquan daring to defy her command and even strike down the magical artifact of his fellow disciple, Madame Xiong could not help but attribute all of this misfortune to Jin Feiyao. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Madame Xiong's gaze, which swept over her incessantly, Jin Feiyao lay flat on the ground, gazing up at the sky, silently murmuring to herself, "They should be arriving soon. If they do not come, I fear for my life." Chapter 13. Xiong Tianquan's resolve. A crimson light flickered as a blood-red sword materialized in Madame Xiong's hand. The blade was suffused with a deep red hue, resembling blood, and appeared to flow slowly. "Kuiner, come here," Madame Xiong commanded, her expression devoid of maternal affection. Xiong Tianquan's body trembled slightly as he stubbornly bit his lip. "Mother, if you intend to kill, then do so and take me with you. She is my only friend, and I shall not allow you to harm her. My friend, your loyalty is commendable." Just as Jin Feiyao was about to feel touched, she suddenly recalled that it was her meddling that had led to this predicament. Ultimately, it was this individual who instigated the trouble, and she had become an unwarranted victim. "Very well. I have always cherished you dearly, yet you have committed such an unfilial act. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Seize your junior brother and remove him from my sight. I shall slay this woman before him." Madame Xiong was exceedingly furious, her anger palpable. The disciples behind her rushed forward, intent on pulling Xiong Tianquan away. With a swift motion, Xiong Tianquan turned his white sword, positioning it against his own throat. "Do not approach. If you do, I shall take my own life." In his desperate bid to protect his soul friend, Xiong Tianquan was willing to risk it all. He now harbored a deep-seated resentment toward himself, lamenting his lack of diligence and training, which had left him incapable of safeguarding his friend in such dire circumstances. As both sides prepared for a standoff, Jin Feiyao anxiously glanced skyward, her expression suddenly brightening. One of the disciples behind Madame Xiong also looked up, his face tightening in alarm as he hastily reported, "Master, the guards of Luoxian have arrived. We must cease hostilities at once. What is there to fear from a mere group of guards? Remove him from my presence." Madame Xiong was oblivious to anything but her intent to eliminate Jin Feiyao. Dismissing the significance of the Luoxian guards, she had seen similar gatherings at the city gates before. A band of Qi refinement stage youths posed no threat. The disciple, frantic with urgency, realized that his master had long resided at Yinshan's sect and had never visited Luoxian city, mistakenly believing she held dominion here. In the city of Luoxian, engaging in combat could lead to severe consequences if caught by the Luoxian guards. Minor offenses would result in heavy penalties, while grave infractions could end in immediate execution. Although a sect had been established here, no leniency would be afforded. Currently, Master Uncle was in a foul mood, and offending the Luoxian guards could result in expulsion from the city, leaving one vulnerable to the wrath of the Hall Master. The few disciples who charged forward were brought by Madame Xiong in search of her son, displaying no reservations as they surged towards Xiong Tianquan, attempting to drag him away. Xiong Tianquan, however, was not inclined to be courteous. He brandished his sword and struck at them. The disciples, fearing for his safety, hesitated to retaliate forcefully, and soon Xiong Tianquan was using both his fists and feet, leaving them scattered and rolling on the ground in disarray. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the air as a bolt of golden lightning descended from the heavens, scattering the entangled crowd. "Elder, help me," cried Jin Feiyao, who had just approached her residence when she was inexplicably assaulted. "They disregard the rules of Luoxian City and are ambushing cultivators within." Jin Feiyao had recently acquired a map and noticed a stipulation stating that no cultivators were permitted to engage in combat within the city, with severe penalties for violations. It was understandable. With so many cultivators in one place, many with peculiar temperaments, constant brawls could render the city unmanageable. The guards were likely numerous and formidable. Thus, after finding herself trapped, she had been on the lookout for the guards to emerge. The incidents of fighting here were unlikely to mirror those at Hengzhen's sect, where corruption might have influenced the outcome. Upon witnessing Jin Feiyao shouting at the three descending Foundation establishment guards, the disciple from the Yunshan sect broke into a cold sweat. Ignoring the imposing figure of Madame Xiong standing before him, he hastily stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, addressing the trio, "Esteemed sirs, we are disciples of the Yunshan sect, and our branch is located here. There has merely been a misunderstanding with this young cultivator. We had no intention to harm her." "Yunshan sect, you say? Do you take us for blind fools? That half-dead individual sprawled on the ground is merely a misunderstanding, is it?" One of the men scoffed, while another joined in the derision. The three men, all clad in individual attire rather than a uniform, adorned their waists with belts emblazoned with the emblem of the five-petaled flower of Luoxian. Two of them appeared relatively youthful, perhaps in their 30s, with the mocking voice belonging to a man in black. The third, displaying an indifferent demeanor, barely lifted his eyelids to regard the disciples. The one who had previously unleashed a golden lightning bolt upon them was an elderly man, his hair and beard streaked with gray, betraying the passage of time. He held a square mirror, intricately carved with the five-petaled flower motif, from which the golden lightning had emanated. Just as the disciple attempted to speak, he was interrupted by Madame Xiong. "This is a private matter of ours. We kindly ask you to refrain from interfering," she asserted, fully aware that the three were at the Foundation establishment stage and that engaging them would only lead to their disadvantage. Her tone softened somewhat. The old man remained impassive, unyielding to her request. "Since you have entered Luoxian City, you must adhere to its rules, regardless of the circumstances, as long as she has paid the entrance fee. No harm may come to her within the city. If you can eliminate her in a single strike, we shall proceed with the customary punishment. However, as she still draws breath, you must refrain from laying a finger on her. Esteemed gentlemen, could you not extend a modicum of courtesy to the Yunshan sect?" Lady Xiong, feeling the weight of indignation, adopted a more assertive tone. She believed that with the branch of the Yunshan sect present, should a confrontation arise, her side would not emerge unscathed. "Master Uncle, please do not act in such a manner. The Hall Master will hold us accountable," she implored. "Stand aside. How can the esteemed Yunshan sect be so openly scorned? How do you manage to navigate the affairs of Luoxian City?" Citing the name of the Yunshan sect, Lady Xiong was taken aback by the disdainful expressions of the three individuals before her. The humiliation she endured that day was greater than that accumulated over the past century, inciting her to shove aside her frightened disciple who stood in her way. With a surge of anger, she summoned her blood-red sword, from which vibrant crimson blossoms of blood encircled the blade, as the scarlet sword soared toward the guards of Luoxian City. The elder, with a blank expression, lifted the five-petaled flower mirror in his hand, its surface shimmering with golden light, as electric patterns flickered to life. The man in black, with a derisive laugh, declared, "Let me show you the might of the Jinlei mirror of Luoxian town. How dare a nameless minor sect behave with such insolence within Luoxian City?" The white-striped tiger transformed into a small, ethereal form, settling into the hands of a hasty cultivator. "Brother Wang, their arrogance knows no bounds," the newcomer chided, leaving Lady Xiong feeling somewhat aggrieved, yet eager to retort. In a rush, Jin Feiyao hastily consumed a healing elixir, seating herself cross-legged to expedite her recovery. She knew that if she did not staunch her wounds promptly, she might succumb to excessive blood loss. Beside her stood Xiong Tianquan, vigilant against any potential ambush. "Chen Daoyu, my junior sister has remained within the gates, unaware of the customs of Luoxian City. I hope you will be understanding. The Yunshan sect will certainly accept any punishment for this matter." My junior sister, driven by a momentary desperation to find her child, spoke disrespectfully to the three of you. "I kindly ask that you do not hold this against her." The speaker was Wang Qingya, the head of the Yunshan sect's branch in Luoxian City, who had resided there for no less than 70 years, having painstakingly established the branch from the ground up. In Luoxian City, all disciples of the Yunshan sect fell under his jurisdiction. "Junior sister, you must quickly take Tianquan away. Your altercation in Luoxian City has already violated the local customs. You cannot remain here any longer. You must not lay a hand on this girl again. If our branch is expelled from Luoxian City, Can you bear the wrath of our esteemed sect leader? Wang Qingye stepped forward to Xiong Foreign, whispering his directives. Under Wang Qingye's mixture of persuasion and veiled threats, Xiong Foreign, with a heavy heart, cast a resentful glance at Jin Feiyao, only to see her son steadfastly remaining by Jin Feiyao's side, refusing to approach. Reluctantly, she exchanged a few more words with her senior brother. Master uncle, am I not allowed to pursue my own desires? Why must I be coerced? Xiong Tianquan's complexion paled, his heart tormented. Wang Qingye smiled softly, as if unfazed, and remarked, a wandering cultivator must venture beyond the city to hunt for demonic beasts. Otherwise, one cannot even afford a place to stay. You cannot possibly remain in Luoxian City indefinitely, can you? Are you threatening me? Jin Feiyao also smiled, for she had a year-long lease on her abode. At worst, she could seek employment at a local establishment, as long as she remained within the confines of Luoxian City. She doubted they would dare lay a hand on her. She could not believe they would forego their cultivation, spending their days tracking her movements. Chapter 14. Farewell, however. You must not trouble her, otherwise, I shall ensure you come to regret it. Xiong Tianquan appeared transformed, his demeanor icy and his tone unkind. If one had not witnessed him firsthand, one might suspect he had been possessed by another. Wang Qingye could hardly wait to be rid of these harbingers of misfortune. This incident had compelled him to part with 500 mid-grade spirit stones to appease the situation, a substantial loss indeed. Moreover, he could not rely on Madame Xiong to cover this expense, given that her husband was a golden core cultivator. Should he choose to intervene personally, Wang would find himself in a most precarious position. Disregarding Xiong Tianquan's exceedingly rude demeanor, he hastily assured, rest assured, we, as the esteemed Yinshan sect, would never stoop to harassing a mere novice cultivator. He added, this is Luoxian City. If you do not trust us, surely you can trust the guards here? Xiong Tianquan cast a glance at them before approaching Jin Feiyao. He knelt beside her, retrieving his storage bag and placing the white sword and silk handkerchief into her hands. I am departing. I shall remember your words, and one day I will attain my freedom. She had completely forgotten the encouraging words she had uttered during their carriage ride, spoken in an attempt to deter Xiong Tianquan from appearing overly sentimental. Yet, Xiong Tianquan had taken her words to heart, while Jin Feiyao had forgotten them entirely by the following day. Perhaps it was because Jin Feiyao was merely an inconspicuous junior at the initial stage of qi refinement that the guards of Luoxian City chose to overlook her, having received numerous benefits for doing so. Moreover, they were willing to accept punishment, allowing the matter to be resolved amicably as they nonchalantly departed. Meanwhile, the members of the Yinshan sect, led by Madame Xiong in a flurry, hurriedly took her son Xiong Tianquan, seemingly anxious that he might stray from their path. Jin Feiyao stood bewildered, observing her surroundings as this incident concluded so abruptly. Having performed a good deed, she received not only no reward but also endured an unwarranted beating. With no compensation forthcoming, everyone had vanished in an instant. To make matters worse, it turned out that the branch of the Yinshan sect was situated right next to the small courtyard Jin Feiyao had rented, separated by merely a wall. It appeared that as soon as they arrived, they had coincidentally encountered the irate Madame Xiong, who was frantically searching for her son. Misfortune truly has a way of manifesting, as even a sip of cool water can cause one to choke. Such coincidences are indeed uncanny. Jin Feiyao, feeling helpless, moved slightly, only to have her left shoulder wound throb painfully. Though the bleeding had ceased, the agony would not dissipate so swiftly. Due to excessive blood loss, her complexion turned pale, and dizziness enveloped her. Noticing that no one paid her any heed, Jin Feiyao struggled to rise, trembling as she retrieved a jade slip, deactivating the courtyard's barrier before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Without a clear view of the courtyard scene, she burst into one of the side rooms, collapsing onto the barren, luminous bed board, and succumbed to unconsciousness. The morning in Luoxian City remained as cacophonous as ever. The timelessness of the cultivators persisted, each living according to their whims. Some had risen early, others were just settling in for rest, while a few had not stepped outside their residences for years. On one side of the Yinshan sect's temple in the western part of the city, there are 9 interconnected small courtyards. The innermost courtyard receives 3 meals a day from the renowned Pinwei residents. The presence of these meals indicates that the owner of the courtyard is not in seclusion. Yet no sign of the practitioner has been seen emerging. Such laziness is indeed rare. A plump crow, resembling a clumsy creature with its bulky form, flew in from the distance, clutching a food box tightly in its talons. Despite its seemingly awkward appearance, the crow soared gracefully, the food box steady in its grasp, instilling a sense of reassurance. After all, no one wishes to be struck on the head by a descending food box early in the morning. The crow, familiar with its route, navigated effortlessly towards the outermost courtyard, passing through the courtyard's protective wards without disturbance. It placed the food box upon a stone table in the yard, and then flapped its wings, taking flight once more. The courtyard, modest in size at merely 2 zhang wide, contains 2 small wooden rooms, a single well, and a ground paved with smooth bluestone slabs. In the center, a thriving green poplar tree stands, with the food box from Pinway residence resting atop the stone table beneath its shade. After the crow departed, the door to one of the rooms creaked open. Jin Feiyao emerged, approaching the stone table to unveil the 2-tiered food box. Today's offerings were distinct from yesterday's. Pinway residence indeed excels in culinary craftsmanship. With a satisfied smile, she retrieved her breakfast from the box, a generous bowl of clear porridge, 2 plates of pickled vegetables, and 4 fragrant meat buns filled with delicious fillings. Seated at the stone table, Jin Feiyao eagerly picked up a meat bun and began to enjoy her meal. Savoring the unique flavors of the demon beast meat, even the vegetarian options imbued with spiritual essence, which are unattainable in the mundane world. She had been hiding in the small courtyard to recuperate for nearly 2 months. Her left shoulder had been pierced by the blood sword of Madame Bear, and the wound was far more severe than she had anticipated. A persistent layer of red sword energy surrounded the injury, hindering its healing process. Had it not been for the pharmacist dispersing it with spiritual power, the wound might not have healed even after a year. Indeed, the prowess of Foundation establishment cultivators was formidable. Reflecting on her own injury, Jin Feiyao couldn't help but shake her head. It was clear that she needed to elevate her strength as soon as possible. During these 2 months, she had resorted to having meals delivered by the Taste Pavilion, not out of laziness, but because there was a month when she was confined to her bed and unable to rise. Fortunately, understanding that most cultivators were exceedingly busy with their affairs, Luoxian City had appointed special aides to assist them with mundane tasks. Whenever someone took residence, an aide would come to inquire if there was anything they could assist with. Upon awakening from her stupor, Jin Feiyao discovered that an aide had already been waiting at her door for 2 days. These aides performed a myriad of tasks: washing clothes, delivering meals, finding servants to clean the house, caring for spirit pets, and cultivating and processing spiritual herbs. Whatever one could conceive, they could accomplish. Even the procurement of a few concubines was an effortless task. Given her injury, even her physician had been arranged for by the aides. They also recommended the meal service from the Taste Pavilion and took care of purchasing her daily necessities, though they did charge a service fee. Thankfully, there remained over 30 low-grade spirit stones in the storage bag left behind by Xiong Tianquan, which she used to pay the service fees and 3 months' worth of meal subscriptions. The remainder was swiftly taken by the physician, seeing the physician reluctantly take back the spirit stones, with the only cost being the erasure of the flying sword's spiritual energy. Jin Feiyao felt a pang of regret. She even entertained the notion of apprenticing in the physician's arts, for that profession undoubtedly proved lucrative. Yet, such musings were fleeting, for to study medicine, one must first serve as an apprentice, laboring under a physician for several years without pay, before one could hope to learn the spells. She was acutely aware of her own temperament. If she were to become an apprentice, she would likely end up smashing someone else's alchemical furnace in frustration. After 2 months of rest, her injuries had nearly healed, and the Yunshan sect had not troubled her, indicating it was time to plan for her cultivation. During these 2 months, she had not been idle. Whenever possible, she practiced the heaven and earth annihilation technique, making some progress in her cultivation. Yet she remained in the initial stage of qi refinement. The pressing matter now was to procure some qi-restoring pills to accelerate her training. Relying solely on the meager spiritual energy in her surroundings would render her aspirations of Foundation establishment hopeless. To cultivate the demonic corpse inferno and strengthen her physical prowess was imperative. She also needed to acquire the herbal concoction from the heaven and earth annihilation technique. Otherwise, without strength, she would earn no spirit stones, leading to a vicious cycle of powerlessness and poverty, one that could ensnare her for a lifetime. Swiftly finishing her breakfast, she returned the dishes to the food container, which would be taken away by Tsang Ke at lunchtime. Now, she prepared to venture out in search of opportunities to earn spirit stones, so she could purchase chi-restoring pills. Additionally, she needed to find a place to sell the level 1 demon beast skins and bones stored in her 2 storage bags. As she was about to leave, she took with her the white sword left by Xiong Tianquan, and the silk handkerchief, an excellent defensive tool, had long been concealed on her person. To sell the materials from the magical beasts, she needed to head to Tonglian Street, a bustling hub for small shops. If such materials were brought to a high-end store, it was likely they would simply be dismissed by the staff. The map of Luoxian City was already familiar to her, having explored it during her idle time. Without needing to consult the map, she effortlessly made her way to Tonglian Street. On either side of the street stood a row of neatly arranged 2-story shops. The thoroughfare was alive with foot traffic, predominantly comprised of chi refinement practitioners, though there were also numerous mortals, all hurrying along to various establishments. With the abundance of cultivation families in Luoxian City, it was impossible for everyone to be practitioners, and the mortals, unwilling to venture into the mundane world, found themselves engaging in the most menial of tasks. These shops offered a diverse array of goods, in addition to talismans, magical tools, spiritual herbs, and magical pets meant for practitioners. There were also clothing stores, taverns, and eateries, as well as household items akin to those found in the secular world. Jin Feiyao refrained from entering the refining shops that displayed signs for purchasing materials, as those establishments primarily sold pre-crafted magical tools and offered meager prices for the materials they bought. Their value lay in their indiscriminate purchasing policy, accepting all types of materials and allowing direct exchanges for magical tools, which attracted many practitioners to trade there. After visiting several shops specializing in the buying and selling of various materials, she inquired about the prices. To maintain market stability, the purchasing prices for ordinary materials were generally comparable, leaving little room for selection. Given the uniformity in pricing, Jin Feiyao chose a shop named Juzat Tang, where she promptly handed over the contents of 2 storage bags. Truly, this establishment is renowned for its expertise in acquisitions. The apprentice in the early stages of chi refinement scrutinized Jin Feiyao's merchandise, incessantly pointing out flaws: damaged furs, scratches on beast bones, careless extraction of horns, and rough edges on hard shells. Overwhelmed and agitated, she felt dizzy from the barrage of criticisms. Eventually, the price was negotiated to a somewhat acceptable level, culminating in the sale of 16 inferior spirit stones. Such worthless goods yielded meager profits, necessitating the pursuit of alternative ventures, as the proceeds barely covered the cost of medicinal pills. Jin Feiyao tucked the spirit stones into her storage pouch and proceeded into a shop specializing in magical artifacts. Chapter 15. All additions. The shop was divided into 2 levels, with the ground floor displaying a myriad of magical artifacts. An apprentice in the initial stages of chi refinement was diligently polishing the counter. As Jin Feiyao cast her eyes around, she noted that the establishment was stocked exclusively with magical artifacts, devoid of any treasured magical tools. Although such small shops might occasionally house a few inferior magical treasures, they were seldom displayed prominently, serving instead as the shop's prized possessions. Practitioners in the chi refinement stage frequented these quaint establishments, yet they could not utilize magical treasures, merely hoping to secure a fair price when foundational stage cultivators came to browse. At that moment, 3 other chi refinement customers were perusing the magical artifacts. The shop had arranged its wares into categories, facilitating the selection process for patrons who could simply seek out their desired items and summon an apprentice when ready to purchase. Jin Feiyao had no intention of acquiring offensive artifacts at this time. She lacked the financial means to invest in items that would not suit her needs. Instead, she gravitated towards the display of defensive artifacts, pondering their merits with great care. Defensive artifacts were scarce and expensive, and this particular shop had limited stock. Jin Feiyao gazed upon the 5 defensive artifacts displayed before her, a mere handful in stark contrast to the 20 or so sword-shaped artifacts arranged nearby. The scarcity of defensive items was indeed striking. Among them lay a jade pendant intricately carved with lotus flowers, a leather belt, a pair of bracelets, and lastly, a men's outer garment. It appeared that the shop was understaffed, as the proprietor had inscribed the prices on small tags placed beside each artifact, thus eliminating the need for inquiries. The jade pendant was priced at 800 spirit stones, the leather belt at 550, the bracelets at 600, while the men's outer garment commanded a staggering 900 spirit stones. Such exorbitant prices seemed excessive, especially when the efficacy of these items remained unclear. Who would purchase them outright? Upon closer inspection, Jin Feiyao noticed a line of smaller text beneath the price tags, indicating that the effects of the artifacts could be found on the reverse side. Turning the price tag over, she discovered descriptions of the artifact's capabilities. The jade pendant, when faced with a magical attack, would automatically generate a blue defensive shield to thwart such assaults. The descriptions for the other items were similarly informative. The leather belt could also produce a defensive shield, albeit limited to 3 uses per day, rendering its efficiency rather lackluster. As for the men's outer garment, it lacked a defensive shield but possessed a retaliatory spell that would unleash a slicing wind blade upon receiving a magical attack. This wind blade, striking with remarkable speed, could only be fully mastered in the later stages of chi refinement, and to be caught off guard by it could prove fatal. In truth, Jin Feiyao found herself particularly drawn to the pair of bracelets, as each could emit a defensive shield once daily, allowing for alternating or even simultaneous usage. What captivated Jin Feiyao the most was its binding function, which allowed it to ensnare an opponent, akin to the jade ring. This low-grade magical artifact, capable of both offense and defense, was reasonably priced at 600 spirit stones. The reason for such a price, however, was its unsightly appearance. Gazing at the bracelet, marred by rust and resembling something gnawed by insects, with its pitted, blackish-yellow surface, Jin Feiyao could hardly contain her disdain. The shop assistant, a lad of around 17 or 18, exuded an air of nonchalance, suggesting that this establishment was likely a family-owned venture. He glanced at the bracelet and chuckled, declaring, "The Golden Dragon's auspicious bracelet is indeed a fine item. It serves both offensive and defensive purposes, and at a mere 600 spirit stones. It would be a shame to pass it up." Jin Feiyao's eye twitched at the mention of the Golden Dragon's auspicious bracelet. Had he mistaken the item? When it was first forged, it featured a vivid golden dragon, resplendent and striking, exuding an aura of opulence that was undeniably enchanting. As he rambled on, his gaze flitted about, likely seeking someone to accompany Jin Feiyao. Despite her shrewd demeanor, she was merely in her early teens, and to most cultivators, she appeared to belong to a generation much younger than themselves. It was rare for someone of her age to be engaged in solitary cultivation, and the assistant seemed uncertain whether deceiving her might provoke her elders. As his words grew increasingly absurd, Jin Feiyao swiftly interjected, "Wait, please get to the point. How did it come to be in such a state?" "Well," he began, "the golden dragon was deemed too gaudy, and the girl found it unappealing. So she had it altered. Just look at it now. This bracelet, with its black and yellow tones and the naturally occurring patterns on its surface, is truly one of a kind." The attendant delicately retrieved the bracelet, caressing it as though it were a treasure of the world. The impudent lad, seemingly idle, was sent to the backyard to sort materials, his ramblings echoing throughout the day. A robust man in his 30s emerged from the rear, overhearing the attendant's words, and he approached, delivering a hearty pat on his shoulder. With a disgruntled expression, the attendant mumbled, "Brother, I merely wish to sell this item." The sturdy man gave him a gentle shove, instructing him, "There are customers wishing to inspect the dual butterfly knives. Please attend to them while I handle matters here." Turning to the newcomer, he cheerfully declared, "Esteemed young friend, I am the proprietor of this establishment. My brother may have inadvertently offended you. I hope you will not take it to heart." Jin Feiyao smiled and shook her head, remarking that it was no grave matter and not worthy of anger. Noticing her lack of ire, the proprietor pointed to the bracelet, which bore marks of insect damage and gnawing, and explained, "Young friend, this artifact was originally of decent quality, but during the final stages of its crafting, I regrettably mismanaged the heat, resulting in its current appearance. Despite its unsightly exterior, it remains fully functional. Surely you can offer a discount. Who would wear something so unattractive?" Jin Feiyao remarked, her demeanor reflecting reluctance. "Then perhaps you might consider purchasing the blue jade pendant," he suggested. "I lack the funds," she replied. Observing the proprietor's troubled expression, it seemed that 600 spirit stones was indeed the lowest price he could offer. Jin Feiyao had never crafted a magical artifact and was uncertain about the costs associated with refining one. The mere appearance of such an item made it clear that it could not be obtained cheaply. Beside her lay a long sword, one of inferior quality priced at merely 300 spirit stones, while a medium quality blade commanded a steeper cost of over 500 spirit stones. Jin Feiyao produced the white sword left behind by Xiong Tianquan. "Shopkeeper, let me trade this for something," she said. The sword was of exceptional quality, its craftsmanship exquisite. evidently forged by a cultivator at the gold core stage. It could easily fetch 600 spirit stones. She mused whether this sword was crafted by Xiong Tianquan's esteemed father, for it certainly appeared to be of superior quality. She allowed herself to embellish a little. The shopkeeper examined the white sword closely. Indeed, its craftsmanship was remarkable, clearly the work of a master artisan in the art of artifact creation. In comparison, the medium-quality artifacts he had forged himself seemed like child's play, not worthy of scrutiny. After a moment's reflection, he realized that the appearance of the bracelet he possessed was rather lackluster. It would be wiser to exchange it for this sword. Upon calculating the trade, he recognized that he would still come out ahead. Given your earnestness, I shall accept this exchange, he replied with satisfaction, pleased with the white sword and planning to reserve it for a brother. Well, let us consider these additional items as a bonus. Jin Feiyao cradled several artifacts in her arms, her eyes wandering in search of something appealing. The shopkeeper, feeling a sense of urgency, swiftly extended his hand to seize the items, placing them upon the counter. Only then did he realize that she had gathered 4 additional items, prompting him to chuckle. My dear young friend, how can you expect such a generous bonus? Are you attempting to close my shop? If you are hesitant, I can offer you a few fire talismans as an addition. Jin Feiyao shook her head, picked up a silver stone crescent blade from the assortment, and pitifully implored, Shopkeeper, if I give you my white sword, I will have no weapon left. Surely, you must provide me with a small knife for self-defense. I do not require anything extravagant. Merely this inferior item will suffice. The crescent blade, though not particularly remarkable, was worth a little over 200 spirit stones. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, considering the exceptional quality of the white sword, this arrangement was not too disadvantageous. Seeing the shopkeeper's acquiescence, Jin Feiyao swiftly placed the crescent blade into her storage bag and adorned herself with the ludicrous golden dragon wish bracelet. With a satisfied smile, she then picked up a dagger from the assortment and remarked, You are truly kind, shopkeeper. I have decided to sell all the materials I procure to you from now on. I shall keep this dagger for harvesting materials, as the crescent blade is cumbersome and would render the leather unusable if I were to accidentally cut it. Before the shopkeeper could respond, she deftly stowed the dagger away, her gaze fixating on the remaining 2 items. Enough. I cannot give you more. If you insist on taking more, I shall forego the exchange altogether. The shopkeeper, sensing her intent, quickly obstructed Jin Feiyao's ravenous gaze toward the magical artifacts. Pouting in dissatisfaction, Jin Feiyao retorted, Shopkeeper, you are being overly cautious. How could I possibly be the sort to deceive you? I merely wish to inquire about the fire talismans you mentioned earlier. Do those still stand? Before the shopkeeper could interject, she continued, I truly am foolish for asking such a question. You are a seasoned cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. How could you possibly renege on your word concerning my fire talismans? The shopkeeper felt an overwhelming surge of indignation, having taken so many items. They still demanded the fire charm. Other patrons in the store were casting curious glances in their direction. Unable to contain himself, a servant rushed over, exclaiming, How can you be so unreasonable? You've already taken so much, yet you still want the charm. Brother, return the sword to her. We no longer wish to exchange it. It appears we are the ones begging her for a trade. Jin Feiyao, resembling a frightened little rabbit, shrank back with tear-filled eyes, timidly murmuring, I can't do it anymore. I don't want it. Please don't hurt me. She then pleaded loudly, I don't want the charm anymore. Whatever you say is fine. I dare not ask for it. I implore you, spare me. I would be content with nothing at all. The other customers in the shop looked on in astonishment at the shopkeeper. This establishment, it seemed, would take advantage of those with lesser cultivation levels, demanding exchanges without offering what was promised, revealing itself to be a black market. The shopkeeper, still in the early stages of foundation establishment, was engaged in such disgraceful conduct. The shopkeeper and the servant were taken aback by Jin Feiyao's audacity. She had exploited her youth and lower cultivation to bully them. Now, however, the tables had turned, and they found themselves accused of oppression. Yet, it was indeed difficult for the shopkeeper to strike a young girl who had only just entered the chi refining stage, especially in a city where fighting was prohibited. The young servant glared furiously at Jin Feiyao, yet he too found himself unable to act. Meanwhile, Jin Feiyao inwardly chuckled, thinking how her low cultivation and youth rendered them hesitant to retaliate against her. Chapter 16. Valley of 1,000 Insects. As Jin Feiyao joyfully stepped out of the shop, her storage bag now contained 5 additional fire charms. Remember, Do not let me see you outside the city. Otherwise, I shall strike you each time we meet." The young man stood at the door, raising his fist towards her. "Humph, miser," she retorted, turning around to make a face at him, casting aside the irate young man. Jin Feiyao's laughter rang like silver bells as she joyfully dashed away. With a defensive artifact now in her possession, it was time to devise a plan to earn spirit stones. Each breath-holding pill cost 20 spirit stones, and transitioning from the initial to the mid-stage of chi refinement would require at least 100 pills, amounting to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The thought of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones felt overwhelmingly distant. Perhaps it was wiser to first concoct the medicinal soup for the heaven and earth annihilation technique. Resolute in her decision, she headed towards the pharmacy. Jin Feiyao placed the bundled spiritual herbs into her storage bag and meandered into the bustling peace square. Numerous large signs stood in the square, adorned with an array of papers. Jin Feiyao squeezed her way to one of the signs, scrutinizing the contents. The Tianshan residence was purchasing mountain monkeys young at 50 low-grade spirit stones each. The Mo Feng sect sought to acquire breath-holding pills at 30 low-grade spirit stones per pill. The treasure hall offered high prices for materials from third-tier or higher demon beasts, with negotiations upon sight. Jin Feiyao counted on her fingers, realizing that mountain monkeys were second-tier beasts, known for their communal nature. Venturing there would surely spell doom. As for the treasure hall, that was even more daunting. Third-tier beasts were the domain of Foundation establishment cultivators. Selling pills was an option, but what did a pill furnace even look like? In such an expansive peace square, there were no tasks available for those in the chi refinement stage. Was she to starve to death? Jin Feiyao searched the notice board thoroughly, only to discover her complete lack of utility, which incited her to stand in front of the board and berate it. "You child, you've sought in the wrong place. The tasks for the chi refining stage are located to the southeast." A nearby woman, in the Foundation establishment stage, gently covered her mouth with a smile, kindly offering her a hint. Realizing she had indeed gone astray, Jin Feiyao surveyed her surroundings, and it became apparent that she was conspicuously out of place among the Foundation establishment cultivators. "Thank you, senior." She quickly expressed her gratitude to the woman before diving into the crowd. In the southeast corner of the square, there were indeed abundant tasks suitable for chi refining cultivators. Several large signs announced an array of tasks. Above the signs, in bold characters, were the words task board, and below, a throng of cultivators jostled for attention. The tasks listed included sweeping the courtyard for 5 low-grade spirit stones a month, caring for spirit beasts for 20 low-grade spirit stones a month, and planting spiritual herbs for 20 low-grade spirit stones a month. There was also a position for a personal maid, offering 50 low-grade spirit stones a month, including food and lodging. It turned out this was a task board dedicated to the agents of Luoxian City, where cultivators commissioned them to find workers. Earning a mere 20 low-grade spirit stones for a month of arduous labor would only allow one to purchase a single spirit resting pill. However, these agents seemed rather tedious. It was acceptable to require cultivation for tasks like caring for spirit beasts and planting spiritual herbs. Yet, to demand cultivation for simple tasks such as sweeping courtyards and serving as maids seemed excessive. Who would even take such jobs? While Jin Feiyao pondered this, someone behind her forcefully squeezed through the crowd, rushing to the front of the board and shouting at the agent stationed there, "I'll take all the sweeping jobs." All of them? Jin Feiyao quickly scanned the board and noted that there were at least a dozen sweeping tasks available. In a moment of perplexity, she gazed at the individual, wondering when all these courtyards would ever be swept clean. Daoistly, your wind-sweeping technique has reached a level of unparalleled mastery. A single spell can suffice to tidy up an entire courtyard. At this rate, the sweeping duties of all of Luoxian City may fall into your hands. The liaison chuckled as he removed all the sweeping assignments and handed them to the individual. He then received a small cloth pouch in return, opened it briefly, and, upon satisfaction, tucked it away into his bosom. Jin Feiyao was astonished. The notion of using spells for sweeping was indeed a revelation. When one finds themselves in dire straits, it seems ingenuity knows no bounds. She stood there for a while, observing that anyone accepting a task would invariably present the liaison with a small pouch or slip a few spirit stones into his hand. After inquiring with a nearby cultivator, she learned that taking on a task also required a fee for the liaison. These individuals profited from the patrons while simultaneously enriching themselves at the expense of the hired help. It was utterly unscrupulous. This line of work was not for her. Spotting more signs in the distance, she squeezed her way through, only to find a plethora of sects and shops eager to procure various items. Some tasks were simply beyond the capability of a single person, prompting certain cultivators to gather others beneath the signs to collaborate. However, given her significantly low cultivation level, no one approached her to join in their endeavors. She first visited the auspicious artifact shop to verify the existence of such a task, and learned from the attendant that the iron centipedes in the 100 Insect Valley were most abundant. She should encounter one within a month or so. A couple of months have passed, with only 11 inferior spirit stones remaining. She reluctantly decided to spend 5 of them on a precious pill for fasting, carefully stored in an empty jade vial. This was a lifesaver. Should she find herself trapped again, succumbing to starvation would indeed be a disgrace. With this in her possession, she could survive a month without food or water. Gazing at the myriad of jade vials lining the shelves, Jin Feiyao could only swallow hard, harboring a deep resentment towards the alchemist. The exorbitant prices of the elixirs were truly unreasonable. Recalling the myriad of creatures in the 100 Insect Valley, most of which were venomous, she purchased 2 vials of detoxifying green water pills. Fortunately, these weren't for enhancing cultivation and could be acquired for merely 1 spirit stone per vial. Once I establish my foundation, I shall learn alchemy myself, and then I shall treat elixirs like mere candies, she grumbled discontentedly as she exited the apothecary. Remembering the talisman she had picked up, she wandered into the talisman shop, curious about the prices for similar items. To her astonishment, she discovered that the talismans, crafted by golden core cultivators, typically contained only a single spell, vanishing after 1 use. Each talisman commanded a price of 1,000 inferior spirit stones, and those used for defense or escape were even more exorbitant. Jin Feiyao suddenly realized why those 2 individuals were so impoverished. Their meager possessions were of such poor quality. It was foolish to squander their wealth on talismans, perhaps indicative of a lack of foresight. With such disposable income, they could have each acquired several superior artifacts, thus preserving their lives. The 100 Insect Valley lies to the northwest of Luoxian City, reachable by foot within a single day. Enclosed by mountains on all sides, it features a central grove permeated with damp, putrid air. The forest was shrouded in a dense mist, which lingered year-round, only dissipating slightly for a brief hour and a half during the peak of the sun's intensity. This wretched place was infested with venomous insects. Apart from those on a specific mission or those seeking to capture bugs for spiritual pets, most cultivators shunned this area. A thick layer of decaying leaves covered the ground, and as Jin Feiyao stepped in, she sank to her ankles. The air was laden with a musty, damp odor, raising grave concerns that inhaling too much of this atmosphere might cause fungi to sprout within her body. Regardless of whether this putrid air was toxic, she prudently swallowed a green water pill, for one could never predict when danger might strike. After merely an hour of travel, she encountered numerous unsettling insects. However, they were all minor pests, hardly qualifying as even first-tier demon beasts. Before she could approach, they burrowed into the decaying foliage to escape. A substantial patch of blackened wood-ear mushrooms caught her eye. Venturing deeper into the valley for another 2 hours, she came upon a fallen, desiccated tree, its trunk adorned with moss and a plethora of putrid black wood-ear mushrooms clinging to its surface. Drawing forth her storage bag, she cautiously harvested the mushrooms, placing them inside. The stench of the wood ears was truly reminiscent of decay, overpowering enough that Jin Feiyao buried her face in the fabric of her clothing, inhaling deeply, only to hold her breath until she could no longer endure it, then exhaling and repeating the process. She found herself regretting her decision to collect such things. The odor was indeed akin to a hellish nightmare. While reluctantly gathering the wood ears, an unexpected rustling sound from behind her made Jin Feiyao turn her head to investigate. A colossal centipede, towering to the height of a person, loomed behind her, its segmented body partially elevated from the ground. A multitude of slender legs quivered restlessly, while a pair of formidable mandibles, each 2 feet in length, glistened ominously as they opened and closed rhythmically. The iron centipede lunged, but missed, swiftly raising its head from the wood shavings and charging once more at Jin Feiyao. With a swift motion, she drew forth her crescent blade and aimed a decisive strike at its head. Infused with spiritual energy, the blade gleamed brilliantly as it struck the iron centipede's hardened carapace. A crisp sound resonated through the air as the centipede's massive mandibles clamped tightly onto the blade, instantly fracturing it with numerous cracks. Jin Feiyao exerted force to pull the handle, and to her astonishment, the blade shattered, leaving her with only the hilt in hand. Yet, the centipede's head bore no mark of damage. It tilted slightly to evade the descending hilt, and its enormous mandibles began to move with alarming speed, promising a gruesome fate for any unfortunate soul who fell victim to their grasp. Chapter 17. A misfortune befalls Jin Feiyao retrieved the silk handkerchief gifted by xianxia, infused it with spiritual energy, and hurled it at the iron centipede. The handkerchief collided with the oncoming mandibles, producing a cacophony of sounds as it valiantly absorbed the assault. Seizing the moment, Jin Feiyao twirled her hands, igniting azure ghostly flames that danced from her palms. "Taste my ghostly fire, foul centipede," she exclaimed, directing a powerful punch to the centipede's abdomen. The hardened shell buckled under the force of her strike, while the ghostly flames charred the impacted area black. A creature that would typically require considerable effort from a chi-refining practitioner to subdue was rendered vulnerable beneath Jin Feiyao's relentless barrage of punches, the most perilous mandibles swinging wildly as it struggled to regain control. The exoskeleton of the iron centipede is remarkably robust during the crafting of magical artifacts. Practitioners often cast in several fragments to enhance the resilience of their creations, while the hard shell on its abdomen is somewhat inferior to that on its back. Even low-grade magical instruments find it challenging to penetrate. The most formidable section is the head, and it is rare for any cultivator to strike it directly and slay the iron centipede. After enduring a flurry of powerful punches and the searing flames of the underworld, the creature became disoriented. Its head and upper abdomen were scorched and pockmarked, with several patches of its exoskeleton also charred. With a mighty roar, Jin Feiyao concentrated the flames of the underworld and her spiritual energy into her right fist, delivering a devastating blow to the charred area of the centipede's abdomen. At last, the hard shell succumbed to her onslaught, shattering under the force. The flames, seizing the opportunity, swiftly infiltrated the fissures of the exoskeleton, burrowing into the creature's interior. Jin Feiyao leapt back a distance of 5 paces, observing as the iron centipede writhed violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The flames of the underworld, having penetrated its body, swiftly incinerated all its internal organs without compromising the integrity of the exoskeleton, effortlessly dispatching the creature. This was astonishingly simple. Jin Feiyao felt a surge of elation, lamenting only that the iron centipede was elusive, for otherwise, it would take merely the span of 2 teacups to bring one down. Once the damaged exoskeleton was removed, this centipede could yield at least 20 spirit stones, not including the formidable pair of mandibles. Given their razor-sharp nests, they would be perfect for crafting offensive magical artifacts. As she drew her small dagger to sever the hard shell, she suddenly sensed a tremor beneath her feet, accompanied by the clamor of footsteps approaching her direction, the sound suggesting no fewer than 100 individuals. She was utterly bewildered, halting her actions to stand and gaze toward the source of the sound. The footsteps grew ever closer, the vibrations intensifying. Through the midday mist, Jin Feiyao caught sight of a young man, seemingly in his 20s, emerging from the thicket ahead. Before she could discern the man's cultivation level, she was startled by what followed him. "Oh my goodness, what is that?" Jin Feiyao barely had time to stow the iron centipede into her storage bag before she turned and fled in a panic. The young man who had burst forth quickly caught up with her, perspiration glistening on his forehead as he apologized. "My friend, I am truly sorry. Are you out of your mind? You've attracted a horde of jade-faced mantises. Do you wish to see me perish?" She shouted in exasperation, desperately pushing forward. A glance behind revealed over 30 jade-faced mantises, each towering over a person, converging upon the spot where the iron centipede lay. In a flash of cold light, the iron centipede was kicked into the air and instantaneously reduced to fragments. "Ah, my iron centipede! You wretch, compensate me for my spirit stones," Jin Feiyao lamented, her heart aching with loss, directing all her fury toward the young man. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he urged her with resignation, "Friend, now is not the time to discuss spirit stones. The jade-faced mantises are on our heels. We must flee. What have you done to provoke their relentless pursuit?" Jin Feiyao seethed, her hatred for the man who had summoned these creatures surging. The young man tossed a pill into his mouth, offering an apologetic smile as he explained. "I merely captured a female jade-faced mantis. The ones chasing us are all males. You seem unwell. Are you implying that the female one is with you? Then, do hasten to distance yourself from me. Depart, retreat far away." I have no desire to compensate for the centipede. Swiftly take your jade-faced mantis and flee. Jin Feiyao, realizing the situation, hastily urged the man to leave. The man, with a resigned smile, replied, "My friend, I have been fleeing all day. This place is the closest to the valley's entrance. I am nearly out of elixirs. I truly cannot escape with them to another location. Do you possess a swift travel talisman? If you grant me one, I shall not require compensation for the centipede. If you do not leave, then I shall take my leave." Observing the insignia resembling a sect on his attire, Jin Feiyao surmised that he must be a disciple of a certain sect from Luoxian City, likely in possession of a swift travel talisman. A swift travel talisman? The man paused, suddenly filled with joy. How could I have forgotten? I still have one. He laughed heartily. Let us see if you can catch up to me now. Jin Feiyao gazed at this bewildered man, feeling an unsettling anxiety arise within her. Indeed, the man retrieved a swift travel talisman from his storage pouch and, with a guilty expression, said to Jin Feiyao, "Dear friend, I have only this one talisman left. Since you do not carry the female mantis, they should not pursue you incessantly. Should we meet again, I will certainly compensate you with a spirit companion. Take care, friend. Consider yourself fortunate." After Jin Feiyao managed to squeeze out these words through gritted teeth, the man activated the talisman, moving as swiftly as a shadow, vanishing ahead of her. The jade-faced mantis, having lost track of its mother, grew even more agitated, now fixating solely on Jin Feiyao, continuing to flee towards the valley's entrance. It was only a matter of time before the jade-faced mantis would catch up. Perhaps it would be wiser to find a place to conceal herself. Regardless of the absence of the scent characteristic of a female mantis, as long as her form remains unseen by the mantids, she should remain undetected. Ahead, a cluster of fallen trees caught her attention. The abundant moss adorning them indicated they had stood for quite some time. Resolute, Jin Feiyao suddenly veered off the path and leaped over the heap of timber. The sound of the jade-faced mantis scraping its sickles echoed in her ears, resembling a form of conversation among them. Concealed beneath a decaying log cloaked in moss, which was precariously balanced on another, she discovered a small space just large enough for her to press her body against the earth. She had also wrapped herself in layers of decomposing leaves, scattering the withered wood-ear mushrooms about, creating a haphazard pile that bore no resemblance to natural growth due to the constraints of time. Peering through the interstices of the decayed leaves, she caught sight of the jade-faced mantis's white claws oscillating before her, suppressing the overwhelming stench that assailed her nostrils. She remained utterly still, lying in silence until she resolved to begin her meditation. After confirming that the jade-faced mantis truly posed no threat and was not lying in wait for her to reveal herself, Jin Feiyao cautiously emerged from her refuge beneath the log. As she surfaced, she swiftly shook off the decaying leaves clinging to her, inhaling deeply. The foul odor of the wood-ear mushrooms had intensified, an unwelcome companion for several days to come. The night in the Valley of Insects enveloped her in a thick mist, far denser than during the day. The darkness was profound, with the fog so dense that even the moonlight struggled to penetrate. Seeking another campsite was rendered impossible under such circumstances. Jin Feiyao had no choice but to camp here for the night. As she took out her flint and prepared to kindle a fire, she was startled by a rustling sound behind her. What extraordinary luck! She had stumbled upon an iron centipede. Amused, Jin Feiyao hastily ignited the fire and, with her dagger in hand, meticulously peeled away the intact shell. She also severed the formidable head, placing it into her storage bag. After she had thoroughly disassembled the iron centipede, she suddenly realized how ravenously hungry she was. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she retrieved some provisions and took a few bites, accompanied by sips from her water pouch. To her astonishment, another rustling sound emerged from the thick fog, and yet another iron centipede crawled towards her. Jin Feiyao was taken aback. Could this pile of dead trees be the nesting ground for iron centipedes? With no time to ponder, she could not allow it to escape. Casting aside her food and water pouch, she charged at the iron centipede. With a flurry of strikes from her infernal fire fist, she swiftly dispatched the creature once more. However, each of these was worth something. She had no time to reflect on the reasons behind this phenomenon. With a fierce shout, she lunged towards these moving spirit stones. Chapter 18. Fortuitous gains 100. 120, 150. Jin Feiyao sat atop a withered tree, counting the iron centipede shells in her storage bag, her eyes narrowing into joyful slits. Beneath her, a heap of useless fragments and small legs lay scattered, their quantity quite considerable. Overnight, she had amassed an impressive income of 230 spirit stones, not including the centipede heads. Her fortune was indeed remarkable. Carefully tucking the storage bag into her embrace, she glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. After she vanquished the 9th iron centipede, until dawn broke, no further iron centipedes emerged. Jin Feiyao exhaled a sigh of relief. If she continued this relentless slaughter, her spiritual energy would soon dwindle. Aside from a single fasting pill and 2 vials of green water pills, her only other resource was a restorative pill obtained from her encounter with xianxia. A mere 3 restorative pills were meant for urgent needs and could not be squandered in this manner. Seizing the opportunity, with no iron centipedes or other venomous creatures in sight, Jin Feiyao pondered the underlying cause that had drawn the iron centipedes to her. After contemplating for quite some time, she could not arrive at a satisfactory explanation and ultimately attributed the phenomenon to the territory itself. Thus, she resolved to refrain from searching elsewhere for iron centipedes and instead remain there for another night, curious to observe if they would re-emerge after dark. During the day, she practiced her cultivation and recuperated her strength, and when night fell, she heightened her vigilance, anticipating the arrival of the iron centipedes. However, she waited from dusk until dawn without encountering even a single centipede. Confounded, Jin Feiyao wondered if she had eradicated all the iron centipedes in the vicinity. Remaining there was not a viable strategy, so she decided to return to the location where she had first encountered the iron centipede. If one could appear, surely others lurked nearby. The fungus known as rotten wood ear emits a foul odor from the moment it sprouts until it reaches maturity, a brief span of merely 7 days. Its mature phase lasts only 3 days, after which the rotten wood ear wilts and falls away. The rotten wood ear that Jin Feiyao had harvested, stored in her spatial pouch, was only half-dried, yet the stench remained undiminished. Jin Feiyao covered her nose and mouth with a strip of fabric torn from her clothing. The putrid stench of decayed wood ear mushrooms clinging to her person made her feel nauseous. She sat down, absorbing the spiritual energy around her while awaiting the arrival of the iron centipedes. Her perseverance bore fruit. 2 hours later, she indeed heard the rustling sound of movement, and to her astonishment, 2 iron centipedes appeared at her doorstep. With fierce determination, Jin Feiyao struck at the iron centipedes, contemplating the reason for their unexpected visit. It seemed improbable that such a multitude of iron centipedes would appear merely due to an intrusion. These creatures were not inherently social. Each possessed its own territory based on strength, and unless it was mating season, any encounter between 2 of them would typically result in conflict and inherent enmity. Could it be that she had a natural affinity for attracting iron centipedes? Upon reflection, this notion seemed unlikely. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She indeed possessed a unique trait that set her apart from others: her overwhelming stench. The odor of decayed wood ear mushrooms. It was certainly the foul aroma that had drawn the iron centipedes to her. Jin Feiyao slapped her forehead in enlightenment, recognizing that her 2-day-long stench had clouded her judgment. It was likely that iron centipedes were particularly fond of mature decayed wood ear mushrooms, which only reach maturity within 3 days and emit an incredibly foul odor, causing cultivators to avoid them altogether. Thus, no one had noticed this peculiar circumstance. Standing triumphantly atop the corpses of the 2 iron centipedes, Jin Feiyao felt an exhilarating rush. Now that she understood that the stench of decayed wood ears could attract iron centipedes, she was confident that with her skills in using ghostly flames and powerful strikes, the spirit stones would be an inexhaustible source of income. Yesterday, it seemed that all the iron centipedes in the vicinity had been lured away and eliminated, which is why not a single one was encountered during the second night. Now, armed with the decayed wood fungus in her storage bag, she planned to strategically attract the iron centipedes throughout the 100-insect valley, confident that she would soon gather enough low-grade spirit stones, approximately 2,000. The odor of the decayed wood fungus, lingering for about 3 days, was not as potent as that of fresh specimens. If the scent was insufficient, its range would be limited, failing to maximize the attraction of the iron centipedes. The optimal solution would be to preserve the decayed wood fungus in a jade box designed for spirit herbs, allowing her to draw out a few pieces at a time to entice the centipedes. Regrettably, she currently possessed no such box. Had she known, she would have procured one to carry with her. However, lamenting her oversight proved futile, she resolved to utilize the decayed wood fungus she had on hand. Once she had successfully lured and eliminated the iron centipedes in one location, she would shift to another area, noting that some places harbored more centipedes than others. Yet, these creatures typically concealed themselves, resulting in a surprisingly substantial population. The shopkeeper gently lifted the storage bag with 2 fingers and, using his spiritual energy, scanned its contents. Momentarily taken aback, upon careful counting, he discovered over 600 iron centipede shells within the bag, an amount equivalent to half a year's worth of acquisitions for the shop. Such a bounty of iron centipede shells could lead to the re-refinement of many magical artifacts in the shop, enhancing their durability and potentially increasing their market value. Young friend, your harvest is quite impressive. How did you manage to acquire so many iron centipedes? The shopkeeper inquired with a cheerful smile, unfazed by the lingering odor. This scenario was not uncommon, as many cultivators tended to hoard their gathered materials, often selling them collectively when time permitted. The shopkeeper refrained from further inquiries and turned his thoughts to the head of the iron centipede. Young friend, do you have the head of the iron centipede severed? I offer 25 spirit stones for each. Previously, Jin Feiyao had calculated that with over 600 hard shells, 28 heads would suffice. She possessed more than 900 hard shells and 34 heads, yet she did not intend to sell them all to this particular establishment, as even a collection amassed over 2 years could arouse suspicion if too substantial. Indeed, a few heads were damaged beyond use, so presently there are only 28. Jin Feiyao produced another storage bag, but refrained from handing it directly to the shopkeeper. With only 2 storage bags at her disposal, it was impossible to separate all her items, thus she awaited the shopkeeper's return of her own bag. Moreover, with only 28 heads, she simply dropped them onto the ground, as they occupied little space. The total, combining the hard shells and heads, amounted to 1,347 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper placed the heads of the iron centipede directly into the storage bag containing the hard shells. He retrieved another storage bag and returned the spirit stones to Jin Feiyao. These shops typically prepared numerous empty storage bags for the purpose of accommodating large quantities of spirit stones, allowing for the exchange of goods seamlessly. This practice not only facilitated transactions, but also catered to many cultivators who preferred to conceal their earnings, as the principle of not flaunting wealth is widely acknowledged. With this substantial sum secured, Jin Feiyao exited the auspicious shop, meandering through the streets for a considerable time to ensure she was not being followed. She then sought out 2 other reasonably sized material shops, disposing of the iron centipede hard shells and heads in 2 separate transactions. She exuberantly dashed into the elixir shop, where 2,563 spirit stones awaited her. This sum was sufficient for her to acquire 100 chi restoration pills, propelling her cultivation to the mid-stage of chi refinement. She had long coveted the spells contained within the heavenly silence annihilation technique, but in the early stage of chi refinement, she could only learn the mysterious fire hand. Once her cultivation ascended to the mid-stage, she would have 2 additional spells to study, rendering even the minor techniques affordable now unworthy of her attention. She also remembered to purchase some fasting pills, for during her seclusion, abstaining from food would be prudent. Jin Feiyao's retreat lasted over 6 months, and the inn had yet to receive any notice from her, meaning her remaining meal fees went unrefunded. With no one to clean, the small courtyard became cluttered with dust and fallen leaves, awaiting her emergence to restore order. At the back mountain of Yinshan's sect, on the solitary immortal peak, a disciple named Xianxia observed a fellow inner disciple, battered and bruised, with fragments of magical tools strewn about. The latter, weeping profusely, implored for mercy from Xianxia. The latter, with an impassive expression, regarded the kneeling figure as if he were already a lifeless object. You are the 4th to dare heed my mother's command to venture to Luoxian City. You shall join the 3 preceding brothers on their journey. Xianxia, did you believe you could privately eliminate your fellow disciples without anyone uncovering the truth? Gazing into Xianxia's emotionless eyes, the disciple could only place his hopes on the pressure from their sect. No sooner had the words left his lips than a yellow flying sword shimmered in his hand, its blade radiating a brilliant light, conjuring an illusion of a massive sword-shaped chrysanthemum before him. With a delicate flick of the flying sword, the ethereal silhouette of a chrysanthemum danced through the air, followed by a piercing scream echoing through the mountains, startling several birds into flight. Shortly thereafter, a figure soared through the vast sky, exhibiting the skill of airwalking, indicative of one in the late stage of chi refinement. Chapter 19. The entire Immortals sect in the Residence Management Hall of Luoxian City. It is customary to notify cultivators whose rent has expired and who have neglected to renew their payment of spirit stones. Should they fail to respond within 10 days of receiving the communication talisman, the hall shall send representatives to reclaim the property. Often, the delay in payment is not due to intentional negligence on the part of the cultivators. Rather, it sometimes transpires that they have simply vanished during their travels or have forgotten the duration of their seclusion. Without reminders, these ancient beings may struggle to recall their own ages. The stewards of the residence management hall glide through the skies above Luoxian City on specially crafted magical artifacts. As the city is beset by flight restrictions, only these unique artifacts, designed specifically for Luoxian Palace, can navigate the skies unimpeded. Upon reaching the courtyard of a delinquent tenant, they cast down a communication talisman, scattering it like celestial blossoms in the air, showering the vicinity with yellow talismans. A talisman was also cast into the courtyard of Jin Feiyao, where it nestled within the protective barrier, emitting a sound akin to a silver bell. The residence management hall demonstrates a thoughtful consideration, employing a more melodious tone to avoid excessive noise. Before long, the door of the adjoining room creaked open, and Jin Feiyao emerged, her hair disheveled. In just over half a year, she had grown significantly taller and more robust. Her attire now seemed ill-fitting, with sleeves that were either too short or a waist that had expanded considerably. During her period of seclusion, not a single soul had come to visit her. The bewildered expression on her face indicated that she had completely overlooked the expiration of her rent. Crushing a communication talisman, the sweet voice of the female steward from the residence of journeying echoed back to her, merely urging her to pay her dues of spirit stones. Jin Feiyao raised her gaze to the sky over Luoxian City, realizing that she had been in seclusion for half a month, during which she had not stepped outside even once. When she finally opened the door just now, it emitted an unpleasant sound due to its prolonged disuse. 3 months prior, she had successfully cultivated to the initial completion of the qi refinement stage, spending a month consuming qi restoration pills, which ultimately allowed her to break through to the mid-qi refinement stage. The remaining 2 months were entirely devoted to studying the spells of the celestial annihilation technique. The spell known as Darkfire Escape allowed her to transform her entire body into flames, enabling her to traverse 100 feet in an instant, making it an excellent means of escape. However, 2 drawbacks left Jin Feiyao quite dissatisfied, one being the significant consumption of spiritual energy, and the other, more troubling, was her inability to control the dark flames during the use of Darkfire Escape at her current mid-qi refinement cultivation level. The consequences of its use could be quite vexing. Her favorite spell, however, was the one called Dark Snowflake, which could condense the dark flames into a small sphere surrounding her, floating like snowflakes in the air, serving superbly for defense. Should anyone or any artifact approach her, contact with the dark snowflakes would result in being scorched. Yet, this spell too had its shortcomings, as it was uncontrollable, drifting aimlessly around her without obeying her commands. Fortunately, there is one advantage. Even if Jin Feiyao scurries about, Ming Xuehua will steadfastly follow, ensuring she does not remain motionless and helpless. With over 400 spirit stones still in her possession, Jin Feiyao has no intention of changing her residence. She continues to brew her spirit herb soup, striving to conserve resources where possible. Additionally, beyond the mid-stage of qi refinement, the efficacy of the breath-quenching pill diminishes, necessitating the use of the qi-gathering pill to enhance cultivation efficiency, which is rather costly. The spirit herb soup derived from the heavenly silence technique is remarkably effective, and with her advancement to the mid-stage of qi refinement, Jin Feiyao's physical prowess has significantly improved. Where she once could shatter a stone half a zhang in size with a single punch, she can now effortlessly break apart boulders of a zhang in size. Noticing the lively commotion, and with time to spare, Jin Feiyao made her way over to discover the source of the ruckus. Upon arriving at the front, she beheld a late-stage qi refinement female cultivator swaying her hips and rallying the crowd. Esteemed fellow cultivators, she began. To navigate the path of cultivation alone in this realm is unwise. Without a formidable backing, one may easily become a target for bullying even when stepping outside. She continued. While entering major sects can be challenging and smaller sects offer little benefit, all of you possess varying levels of cultivation. Even if you manage to enter a sect, the restrictions are numerous. Instead, why not join the Sentient Alliance, one of the 5 factions of our Luoxian Palace? We welcome all wandering cultivators and offer free accommodation in Luoxian City. along with abundant benefits and minimal restrictions. Concluding her extensive speech, she alluringly gestured towards one of the 5 islands above her head, exclaiming, "Behold, the resplendent Golden Island, the grand headquarters of our Sentient Alliance, a sight of magnificent splendor. This is incomparable to other sections. If anyone wishes to join our illustrious All-Immortals sect, please approach the right side where we will elucidate the numerous and extraordinary benefits that await you." Adjacent to the platform, a plethora of exquisitely carved tables and chairs adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs were set up, occupied by charming and lovely female cultivators who sat behind the tables, smiling warmly at the gathered disciples. Numerous wandering cultivators approached to inquire about the details, while the female cultivators softly extolled the virtues of joining the All-Immortals sect. It was, in fact, a recruitment effort. Jin Feiyao felt a bit disinterested and squeezed her way out of the crowd. Just as she turned, a piece of paper was thrust into her hand by a strikingly handsome youth who flashed her a smile, urging her to take a closer look and warmly welcoming her to join the All-Immortals sect. Jin Feiyao was momentarily taken aback, only to see the youth already turning away, distributing flyers to other female cultivators. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the All-Immortals sect had a unique approach. The handsome male cultivators exclusively handed out flyers to female cultivators, while the beautiful female cultivators eagerly engaged with the male disciples, fervently attempting to entice them. In the entire Luoxian city, only the All-Immortals sect operated in such a manner, indiscriminately recruiting individuals regardless of their cultivation level or aptitude. This was because they were fundamentally an alliance of wandering cultivators, rumored to comprise numerous smaller groups of itinerant disciples. The age and character diversity among the wandering cultivators were vast, leading to significant fluctuations in their numbers. Thus, there was a constant need to recruit new members to compensate for those who departed. Initially, Jin Feiyao had little interest in such sects. Yet after perusing the flyer in her hand, she felt a burgeoning inclination to join the All-Immortals sect. The conditions offered to wandering cultivators were undeniably enticing, even stirring the heart of someone like her, who had long aspired to be a lone wolf. The provision of accommodation and meals is merely the beginning. Each month, a foundational stage cultivator is assigned to impart knowledge to those at the Qi refinement stage. Additionally, foundational stage loose cultivators are granted the opportunity to receive guidance from an alchemical golden core cultivator once a year. This is not all. Upon joining the All-Immortals sect, members benefit from a 10% adjustment on both buying and selling prices for the sect's enterprises located in the city of Luoxian. The All-Immortals sect boasts several artifact and material shops, as well as a notably large pharmacy. Furthermore, there are numerous high-paying tasks that are directly entrusted to the sect. And with a multitude of cultivators within the sect, collaborating on missions is far safer than seeking assistance from random individuals outside. What captivates Jin Feiyao the most is the aforementioned opportunity. After 5 years of membership in the All-Immortals sect, one can participate in the annual competition for foundational elixirs. 10 foundational elixirs are awarded to the top 10 competitors, with foundational stage cultivators supervising the event, thus minimizing the risk of fatalities. The foundational elixirs are rare due to the scarcity of materials, and only golden core alchemists can concoct them. Therefore, loose cultivators without a sect can only hope to encounter 1 or 2 elixirs at auctions, typically remnants from sections. While some individuals manage to break through to the foundational stage directly from peak Qi refinement without relying on foundational elixirs, they are invariably those with extraordinary spiritual roots. With such exceptional potential, it is unlikely they would remain as loose cultivators. They would have long been accepted as core disciples in major sections. Without foundational elixirs, cultivators are doomed to languish in the Qi refinement stage, ultimately succumbing to the sands of time. Contemplating these matters, Jin Feiyao resolved to venture to the 100 Insect Valley to amass some capital before joining the All-Immortals sect. After all, the sect imposes no restrictions on the comings and goings of loose cultivators. Should she find her experience unsatisfactory, she is free to depart. The water sources within the 100 Insect Valley are perilous, necessitating the purchase of a specialized artifact for water storage. Fortunately, such items are generally affordable. For merely a few spirit stones, one can acquire a water gourd capable of holding an entire pond's worth of pristine water. This would suffice not only for half a year's drinking, but also for daily bathing amidst the myriad of insects in the valley. Additionally, an ample supply of provisions must be secured. During her previous venture, she had only brought along some flatbreads, which, after a prolonged period, became rather monotonous. Moreover, the taste of the fasting pill leaves much to be desired, and excessive consumption does not benefit cultivators in the qi refining stage. Even many foundational cultivators who can abstain from food continue to eat, albeit with reduced frequency and enhanced quality of sustenance. Thus, in order to avoid the necessity of feasting on large insects within the 100 Insect Valley, it is imperative to bring sufficient food supplies. At dawn the following day, she prepared her belongings and once again delved into the depths of the 100 Insect Valley, embarking on her quest for rotten wood mushrooms and the entrapment of iron centipedes as a means to wealth. Chapter 20. The 44th Courtyard. Taoist Jin, please follow me. I shall familiarize you with the surroundings. Clad in a beautifully embroidered robe and adorned with exquisite jade ornaments, she moved with an elegance that seemed to summon ethereal orchids, their delicate fragrance lingering in the air, rendering her as enchanting as a celestial being. Jin Feiyao trailed behind such a vision of beauty, feeling as though her own presence had dissipated in the brilliance of the other's radiance. Taoist Jin, this is your residence, the 44th Courtyard. Do not be deterred by the seemingly unappealing name. It is merely a matter of organization due to the multitude of courtyards. If it were not arranged thus, it would be challenging to locate any particular one. I reside in the 16th Courtyard. Do visit me often when you have the time. Simply count along, and you shall find the 16th Courtyard with ease. The beauty smiled graciously, halting before a courtyard door. Upon hearing her words, Jin Feiyao felt somewhat at a loss. The prospect of easily locating the 16th Courtyard seemed utterly implausible to her. With only the jade slip in her possession, she stepped through the grand entrance adorned with golden and silver trimmings, flanked by colossal sculptures of ethereal beasts, and surrounded by an array of exquisite flora. In such a vast sect, there was not a single guard in sight, and none of the disciples passing through seemed inclined to inquire about her presence. Upon entering, she realized that the area allocated for the qi refinement stage disciples was astonishingly expansive. The entrance opened into a garden of considerable dimensions. The garden was a riot of blooming flowers, fluttering butterflies, and featured a dozen or so archways, leaving Jin Feiyao uncertain of her direction. With no signs to guide her, she chose the 4th archway, reasoning that it corresponded to her allocation of the 44th Courtyard. Although the designation might sound unrefined, it was simply the 4th arch encountered upon entry. To her surprise, the archway led to yet another substantial garden, which also contained several more archways. After casually selecting one, she found herself at a lotus pond. She wandered repeatedly through the courtyard, managing to locate several courtyards, yet none were the one she sought, the 44th. Just as Jin Feiyao began to suspect she had entered an illusionary array, the enchanting Lu Qibua appeared like a celestial being. Unlike the other disciples who hurriedly left without offering assistance, Lu Qibua approached her upon noticing her bewildered demeanor and kindly inquired about her predicament. Upon learning that Jin Feiyao was lost, Lu Qibua graciously guided her to the 44th Courtyard, providing her with ample explanations regarding the vast estate of the sect. The extensive grounds, with their large gardens interspersed with smaller ones, were designed purely for the privacy and comfort of the disciples. The disciples are all solitary practitioners, each harboring their own secrets. Thus, despite residing in the same courtyard, they remain disconnected from one another. Consequently, upon her initial arrival, it was inevitable for Jin Feiyao to become somewhat disoriented. Subsequently, Lu Qibua informed her that the number 44 not only designated her residence, but also represented the identification of her squad. Each year, the celestial sect enrolls countless individuals, and while the number of scattered immortals may not reach 10,000, it certainly comprises several thousand. Without the division into squads, management would be utterly unfeasible, with each squad led by a captain, to whom daily matters could be directly addressed. As Lu Qibua gracefully departed, Jin Feiyao gazed at the courtyard she was to inhabit. The arched entrance lacking a grand door yet obscured by a luminous barrier, rendering the interior invisible. She understood this to be a well-crafted enchantment, significantly more effective than the rudimentary barrier of her previous abode. Activating the barrier with the jade slip in her possession, Jin Feiyao stepped into the courtyard. The courtyard of number 44 sprawled over approximately 5 acres, featuring 20 small arched gates, suggesting that a squad would comprise a maximum of 20 individuals. At its center lay a pond, spanning over an acre, adorned with several water lilies. 3 grand willow trees flanked the pond, providing shade over 2 stone tables, upon which rested an unfinished game of Go. In one corner, vibrant flowers bloomed amidst an array of ornamental stones and miniature mountains, creating a tranquil atmosphere as the courtyard remained empty. Of the 20 small arched gates, only 11 bore luminous barriers, the rest stood unoccupied. After standing in the courtyard for a while, with no one emerging from the barriers, Jin Feiyao had no choice but to seek out a chamber without a barrier and ventured inside. The small courtyard, covering approximately 2 acres, features 3 rooms at the front, one designated as a cultivation chamber, while the other 2 serve as an alchemy room and a pet care room, respectively. The 3 rooms on the ground floor are constructed entirely of stone, presumably to facilitate both cultivation and the maintenance of beasts. Above, there lies a modest wooden chamber, intended for daily living. Within the courtyard, aside from a small area paved with blue stone slabs in front of the house, a narrow stone path links it to the entrance. The remainder of the area is devoted to fields suitable for planting spiritual herbs. Jin Feiyao examined all the rooms and felt quite content. They were far superior to the previous courtyard that cost 50 spirit stones a year, and she did not have to spend a single spirit stone here. Moreover, the spiritual energy has reached a level conducive to cultivation, akin to that found in the greenhouse of the residence hall. However, she did not locate any prohibitions, indicating that she must purchase a formation array herself. Additionally, although the upstairs chamber was furnished, it lacked daily necessities, necessitating another trip outside. Greetings, fellow cultivators. I am Jin Feiyao, a newcomer. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Jin Feiyao smiled graciously at the 2 individuals. One of the cultivators appeared to be over 100 years old, exuding a friendly demeanor, while the other remained somewhat aloof, though he nodded in acknowledgement of Jin Feiyao. The elder stroked his grizzled beard and beckoned Jin Feiyao closer. Little friend, come here and sit. Do taste this fine tea I have just brewed. Jin Feiyao approached with a smile, intending to foster good relations with her fellow residents and, coincidentally, to inquire about the circumstances of Team 44. I did not expect such a young friend to appreciate the nuances of this tea, remarked the elder, nodding gently as he stroked his beard. From the oiled paper bag she produced, she retrieved some pink peach blossom cakes, carefully arranging them on a plate, complemented by the elder's exquisite tea, rendering the scene particularly enticing. Elder Wang, Elder Liu, Jin Feiyao rose and cupped her hands in greeting to the 2. Both were practitioners in the later stages of qi refining and significantly older than she. Addressing them as elders was hardly a loss on her part. Indeed, if that is the case, I shall refrain from calling you elders, lest I cause any discomfort, she added with a smile. However, Lu Daoyu maintained a demeanor of indifference, as though he were entirely detached from the tea gathering. Personalities vary, and although his attitude was cool, Jin Feiyao sensed no air of disdain emanating from him. Thus she remained unperturbed. After an extended conversation with Elder Wang, she gleaned ample information regarding the situation of Team 44. Aside from herself, there was another female cultivator within the team who was already married and had formed a couple's partnership with another cultivator. It was no wonder Jin Feiyao had found it peculiar that, although there were 12 members, only 11 courtyards bore restrictions. It turned out that one couple shared a courtyard. The team leader was a practitioner who had achieved the peak of the later stage of qi refining. He was reputed to be amiable and would not reprimand his team without cause. This revelation brought Jin Feiyao a sense of relief, for she dreaded encountering a temperamental leader who might create an atmosphere of constant tension. After engaging in pleasant conversation for some time and quenching her thirst with tea, Jin Feiyao felt it was time to take her leave. Old Wang and Lu Gaoi had yet to finish their game of chess, and it would be inappropriate to disregard her presence. Thus, she rose to take her leave, mentioning that she had just arrived and that the courtyard still required tidying. Old Wang chuckled warmly, urging her to proceed, claiming that it was his insistence on having her for tea that wasted her time. He informed her that meals would be delivered daily and that she could request any dish she desired. The meal boxes would be brought to the outer garden, requiring only her to step out and retrieve them. Most importantly, she needed to activate the formation she had procured at a considerable expense, having spent 500 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a mediocre 6-element, 5-absolute formation. Though the name sounded impressive, within the realm of formations, it was merely of average quality. In the future, Jin Feiyao realized she must dedicate time to studying formations, as mere purchase would not suffice. The finest formations were exorbitantly priced and rare. Following the instructions in the Jade Tablet, She placed the 24 small flags of 6 colors in the designated positions and activated the formation flags. A yellow light curtain emerged in the courtyard, effectively sealing off the vacant entrance, finally granting her this space as her own sanctuary. After tidying the house, Jin Feiyao felt it prudent to acquire a small spiritual manual to learn the spells contained within. Those fundamental spells appeared to be quite useful in daily life. For instance, the fire ignition spell could provide light, start a fire, or even destroy evidence. The water control spell would prove beneficial for washing clothes or cleaning floors. And in the future, it could be employed for watering spirit herbs. As for the wind sweep spell, she could learn it from that particular cultivator, using it to sweep the courtyard, swiftly and effectively eliminating dust. Now that she has wealth and a place to reside for an extended period, she shall no longer subject herself to self-imposed hardships. Jin Feiyao has acquired 10 sets of exquisite garments, along with bronze mirrors and jade combs, meticulously selecting only the finest for her embroidered canopies and quilts. The materials of these items, typically reserved for royalty and nobility, have become commonplace in Luoxian City, where even a single spiritual stone can purchase several pieces. Indeed, the benefits of cultivating immortality are plentiful. The 3 rooms downstairs, aside from the cultivation chamber, hold some utility. Yet the other 2 are of little significance to Jin Feiyao for the time being. As she gazed at the vacant alchemy room, she pondered what other unestablished cultivators might use in place of true fire for refining elixirs, a subject in which she possesses no knowledge. She intends to procure a few introductory texts on alchemy in the days to come. Meanwhile, the equally stark beast chamber sparked her interest in raising a spiritual beast. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage are unable to fly with artifacts, making travel cumbersome. Some foundational stage cultivators, however, opt to keep spiritual beasts as modes of transportation instead of relying on flying artifacts, thus conserving their spiritual energy. Just days prior, she had witnessed a female cultivator riding a snow-white bird as she soared to the gates of Luoxian City, despite the rider being merely at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. The convenience of having a flying spiritual beast is undeniable. Even those who do not possess flying beasts often choose to ride peculiar creatures known for their endurance. There are also those like her who ride horses, yet not just any horse, but rather the Qing treading spirit horse, capable of traveling 1,000 miles with ease. It would be foolish to follow her example and walk at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. She adorned her cultivation chamber with the paintings she had purchased and arranged several pots of fresh flowers and bonsais within, breathing a touch of vitality into the previously cold atmosphere of the room. Finally, Jin Feiyao placed the purchased meditation mat on the sitting platform in her cultivation room, transforming it into a beautiful sanctuary. While others typically select mats made from high-quality materials that aid in the absorption of spiritual energy, she initially intended to pursue this route as well. However, upon entering the mat shop, she was taken aback by the exorbitant prices. A mere ordinary mat crafted from lake heart grass cost a staggering 800 spirit stones, let alone those made from spirit-absorbing stones or 100 immortal grass. Such is the reality of the cultivation world. Anything associated with the absorption of spiritual energy commands a price that can be disheartening, even if it offers only a slight increase in energy intake. Jin Feiyao found herself unable to justify the expense. The meager benefit of the 800 spirit stone mat hardly seemed worth it. She realized that these spirit stones would be better spent on purchasing elixirs. Initially contemplating foregoing the purchase altogether and opting to fashion a simple mat from reeds, as long as it provided comfort and alleviated any discomfort. She soon discovered second-hand mats available for sale. These pre-owned mats were remarkably affordable, with severely worn options available for just a few dozen spirit stones. While those in better condition were priced around 200 to 300, Jin Feiyao chose the least expensive option, one that was in a rather pitiful state. For the modest sum of 23 spirit stones, she cared little for its appearance and proceeded to a tailor's shop, where she selected an exquisite yet elegantly simple silk fabric, commissioning a cover for the mat. Given the abundance of affordable pearls and gemstones in the area, she spent merely 1 spirit stone to create a beautifully refined mat adorned with pearl embroidery. However, when faced with the medicinal fields in her courtyard, Jin Feiyao found herself at a loss regarding how to proceed. The growth cycle of spiritual herbs is exceedingly prolonged, not to mention those that take centuries. Even the more common varieties require at least a decade or 2 of maturation before they can be utilized for alchemical purposes. I cannot ascertain whether I will be able to reside here for several decades, Should I find myself unable to stay for even a few years, I would have no choice but to depart, as these precious herbs cannot be carried away. I have heard of a particular realm known as the mustard seed domain, which possesses the ability to transcend space and create an independent locale. In such a place, one could cultivate spiritual herbs, nurture spirit beasts, and construct dwellings, all while being conveniently portable. However, it is likely a mere fantasy, as such realms are only whispered of in tales, while not exceedingly rare. Each instance of such a domain is crafted through esoteric methods by cultivators in the god transformation stage, requiring hundreds of years to establish, leaving insufficient resources for personal use or for their most trusted disciples, let alone for public dissemination. Though I have yet to encounter a smaller mustard seed domain, I have witnessed a grand one in Luoxian City. However, it remains dormant most of the time, revealing only 8 colossal crystal stones floating in the air, each spaced apart by dozens of yards, with the entrance to the secret realm nestled between them. The multitude of sects and families establishing branches in Luoxian City can be attributed not only to the concentration of resources but also, and perhaps most significantly, to the Luoxian secret realm, this vast mustard seed domain serving as a medicinal garden. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, 5 cultivators stumbled upon this ancestral mustard seed domain, discovering an abundance of spiritual herbs and spirit beasts within. Due to the rich spiritual energy and ample space, they chose to remain and divide the treasures among themselves. These 5 individuals are the progenitors of the Luoxian Palace. In a bid to suppress one another, they each founded their own sect and began to accept disciples. As the population grew, the once humble marketplace flourished beyond measure. Scattered cultivators are also permitted entry, albeit at a higher cost. Each sect can send 10,000 to allow 20 disciples, while a scattered cultivator must pay 5,000 spirit stones to gain access for just one individual. Moreover, the entrance to the Luoxian secret realm is restricted to those with foundational cultivation, and such affluent foundational scattered cultivators are indeed a rarity within the realm of cultivation, thereby indirectly limiting their access. The willingness of the 5 sects of Luoxian Palace to accept such conditions does not stem from fear, but rather from other underlying motives. This revelation came to Jin Feiyao during a casual conversation among other cultivators. It turns out that the world is replete with various realms of cultivation, which are classified into tiers based on their strength. The apex is the celestial realm, followed by the immortal realm, the spiritual realm, and the lowest, the earth realm. The higher the tier of the cultivation realm, the greater the power and the more abundant the rewards. The benefits enjoyed by those in the upper echelons are beyond the comprehension of mere qi refinement novices. Yet it is widely acknowledged that competition among these realms is exceedingly fierce. The southern 3 realms, where Jin Feiyao resides, is currently merely an earth-level cultivation realm. Every 500 years, a contest between realms takes place, where the losing realm is obligated to cede certain spirit stone mines, blessed lands, or territories to the victorious realm. Numerous realms have faced annexation from the cultivation world due to persistent losses. It is said that during the last contest, incessant disputes led to the defeat of the Nanshan realm, resulting in significant territorial losses for the major sections. Beyond the reduction in their realm, the sects that lost their blessed lands and mining regions suffered even greater setbacks. In order to safeguard their current realm and pursue greater interests, a collective decision was made to share this secret realm. Upon reflection, the Luoxian Hall does not find itself at a disadvantage. The immense wealth amassed from the spirit stones received from various sects every decade is substantial. This is precisely why the Quanxian sect, one of the 5 factions of Luoxian Hall, can command such a vast territory within Luoxian City, solely to accommodate the disciples in their qi refinement stage. In essence, they merely provide lodging and 3 meals a day, without the burdens of additional learning that other sects impose. Furthermore, they supply their disciples with medicinal pills and spirit stones. Independent cultivators, on the other hand, can undertake tasks to earn spirit stones for personal use, with a portion of these tasks, typically 1/10, directly allocated to Quanxian sect, making it a business that profits without losses. Moreover, the competition for foundation establishment pills organized by Quanxian sect aims to nurture 10 foundation establishment cultivators each year, enticing them to join the inner circle of the sect. The living conditions for these independent cultivators are harsh. They possess numerous trump cards, and their chaotic spells can be overwhelming, rendering those nurtured within sects less formidable by comparison. After much contemplation, Jin Feiyao resolved to purchase some spirit herb seeds. It would be a waste to leave the medicinal fields barren. Even if she were to vacate in the future, she could sell them to other cultivators. The shops in Luoxian City remained open day and night, never closing. Jin Feiyao contemplated sneaking out to procure some spirit herbs and to see if any suitable spirit beasts were available. Upon exiting the courtyard, she spotted Elder Wang and Lu Gaoi preparing to dine. 2 food boxes had already been opened, with an unopened box resting beside them. "Little friend, come over. Your meal has arrived. Let us dine together," Elder Wang called out, eager to invite her over upon noticing Jin Feiyao's presence. Jin Feiyao was taken aback by the efficiency of Quanxian's sect. Having just arrived without speaking to anyone, they already knew to send her a meal. With a beaming smile, she approached and noticed that Elder Wang and his companion had already arranged the dishes. 6 plates of various dishes and 2 distinct soups adorned the table, evidently reflecting the individual preferences of the 2 men. Jin Feiyao also opened her remaining 3-tiered food box, revealing 3 plates of dishes and 1 soup of her own. There was a vegetable dish, a generous serving of meat, a plate of stir-fried delicacies, and a bowl of richly prepared stew, accompanied by a small bucket of white rice. Gazing at the 2-palm-high bucket, she began to suspect that the entire sect had swiftly inquired about her circumstances. After all, who would send a female cultivator an entire bucket of rice? Although the bucket was not very tall, even Elder Wang's portion was merely a bowl. After placing her dishes on the table, she set the small bowl of soup before herself and sat down to dine with everyone. Among Elder Wang's offerings was a bottle of wine, from which he poured her a small cup. She took a sip, only to find it exceedingly spicy, causing her to shake her head in surprise. Once the meal was concluded, Jin Feiyao slipped out, as the lanterns began to glow, illuminating the bustling streets filled with people. She first visited the seed shop, purchasing an array of inexpensive spiritual herb seeds. Then, she made her way to the North H Street, known for its concentration of spiritual beast shops. Upon entering North H Street, she was greeted by a plethora of shops, each displaying a variety of spiritual beasts as their signs. The docile and adorable ones were simply tied with a rope at the entrance, while the more ferocious beasts were housed in exquisite cages. Rare spiritual beasts attracted crowds of onlookers. Intrigued, Jin Feiyao approached, eager to see what kinds of spiritual beasts these vendors showcased as their attractions. Chapter 22. Pay up the delightful sky cat, the nimble golden-eyed monkey, the pea-sized rainbow sand mosquito, along with the formidable young Tianshan white tiger and the translucent crystal jellyfish. All these enchanting spirit beasts dazzled Jin Feiyao, nearly causing her to drool. She squatted at the entrance of a shop, playfully teasing a sky cat. Its pure white fur adorned with red patterns on its 4 paws and tail, coupled with its large, watery green eyes, rendered it irresistibly adorable. This sky cat was still quite young, lacking wings that would only sprout upon reaching the 2nd tier, and it could fly with a rider once it attained the 3rd tier. Currently, it was no larger than an ordinary kitten, stretching its tiny paws from within the cage, incessantly batting at the stalk of grass in Jin Feiyao's hand. After lingering for a while, she reluctantly rose to her feet under the watchful gaze of the shopkeeper, whose eyes glinted with a predatory intensity. Jin Feiyao felt a profound affection for the sky cat. Yet the exorbitant price of 2,800 spirit stones was beyond her means. With a heavy heart, she discarded the grass stalk and ambled onto the street. Her spirits dampened. Suddenly, she noticed a familiar man ahead, though she could not recall where she had encountered him before. The man appeared to be in his 20s, exuding an aura of honesty and integrity, with an admirable countenance. He was clad in a modest beige long robe, conversing amiably with 2 female cultivators while playfully engaging with a golden dragon python. Jin Feiyao approached the trio gradually, straining to hear their conversation in hopes of recalling the man's identity. One of the female cultivators seemed younger, dressed in a light yellow dress, animatedly chatting with the male cultivator. The other, more composed in a white gown adorned with colorful embroidery, added a touch of elegance to the gathering. Perhaps believing that white attire exudes an ethereal charm, the white-based dresses enjoy immense popularity among the female cultivators. Fearing that everyone in white would appear indistinguishable and also wary of resembling someone in mourning, the intricacies of various embroidery techniques become exceedingly complex. At present, however, Jin Feiyao found herself rather conventionally adorned in a white dress embroidered with blue flowers. Nearby, a younger female cultivator tugged at a gentleman, playfully pouting as she chided. "Brother Hua, Why not simply indulge me? She continued, I desire this golden dragon python. For the upcoming sect competition, I lack a suitable spirit beast. Junior sister Ishan. Although this golden dragon python is indeed a third-tier demon beast, it is still a juvenile. It will require several years of nurturing. And the sect competition in 3 months is simply too soon. The gentleman addressed, as Brother Hua responded, visibly troubled. Ishan furrowed her brows in displeasure, pouting as she released Brother Hua's hand. I knew it. Brother Hua only has affection for senior sister Yuantong. Last year, you captured a female jade-faced mantis for her, which laid 5 eggs, all of which she claimed. Now, a mere golden dragon python worth only 1,200 spirit stones, and you refuse to purchase it for me? Only 1,200 spirit stones, she scoffed, astonished at his reluctance, seemingly perceiving him as a fool. Jin Feiyao stuck out her tongue. Noticing that the male cultivator's attire was rather unimpressive, yet he possessed sufficient spirit stones to procure spirit beasts for women. Suddenly, a realization struck her, the jade-faced mantis. The female one. She sprang up and dashed toward the male cultivator, exclaiming, Ah, no wonder you seem familiar. It's you. You have been quite elusive, my dear friend. The female mantis. Jin Feiyao rushed forward, lifting her small face in disdain, her expression replete with cold sarcasm. The 3 individuals stared at the suddenly appearing Jin Feiyao, utterly bewildered by her unexpected intrusion. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating their unfamiliarity with this sudden arrival. The female cultivator, named Ishan, after a moment of astonishment, glared at Jin Feiyao with evident displeasure. Who are you to eavesdrop on our conversation? Who are you calling a mantis mother? Ishan, do not be so hasty. This fellow may have mistaken us for someone else, interjected the white-clad cultivator, Yuantong, gently tugging at Ishan's sleeve. The other 2 women, though indifferent, also expressed their lack of recognition towards the man. Jin Feiyao, fueled by a surge of anger, pointed vehemently at the man, exclaiming, Stop pretending. Last year, you captured that wretched jade-faced mantis, choosing not to flee elsewhere, but instead coming to my domain. Not only did you destroy my iron centipede, but you also escaped using a teleportation talisman, nearly costing me my life. Observing the man's exaggerated agitation, one might have thought he had reunited with a long-lost relative. Even the 2 female cultivators beside him regarded him with confusion, pondering whether this girl was indeed an acquaintance of his. The man's lips twitched as he helplessly spread his hands. Fellow cultivator, it was indeed my actions that led you into danger back then. However, you are well now. And as for the spiritual stones you demand, I am unable to provide such an amount. Get lost. I am not speaking to you, so mind your own business. Jin Feiyao had little patience for such women, having encountered several like them in her family, irritating to no end. You have never been scolded in such a manner. And in her fury, Ishan pointed an accusing finger at Jin Feiyao, momentarily rendered speechless. Fellow cultivator, it is unseemly to discuss matters here with so many people present. Let us converse in the tea house ahead. Observing the escalating tension between the 2, the man hastily intervened, pulling Ishan aside and directing her towards Yuantong. Offering a few words of instruction before allowing Yuantong to escort the increasingly agitated Ishan away. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, Jin Feiyao decided to follow him to the tea house. The man ordered tea and snacks, pouring a cup for her with great attentiveness. Then, with an air of embarrassment, he said, Fellow cultivator, I sincerely apologize for last year's incident. By the way, I am a disciple of the Qingshou sect, named Huaxi. May I inquire about your esteemed surname? Jin Feiyao, currently residing in the All-Immortal sect. You mentioned you are a disciple of the Qingshou sect? How is it that such a peculiar name exists, referring to oneself as beasts? Was your abandonment of me a mere adherence to sect rules? Jin Feiyao exclaimed, astonished, finding the sect's name rather unsettling, suspecting it to be a sinister cult. Huaxi nearly spluttered his tea, never having encountered a cultivator who misinterpreted a sect's name in such a manner. While some cultivators might jest privately, none had ever dared to do so in person, which was rather disrespectful. Fellow cultivator Jin, you have misunderstood. It is Qingshou sect, not Qingshou. Our sect's guardian beast is a Qing scale dragon, and thus, our esteemed ancestor named the sect after it. Huaxi smiled, offering a clarification, for this was a matter of great significance regarding the sect's reputation that could not go unexplained. Upon hearing the mention of the azure scale dragon, Jin Feiyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Very well, you shall provide me with 10 scales of the azure scale dragon. and I shall consider the debts you owe me in spirit stones as settled. All right, I shall concede a little. You may give me 2,000 spirit stones. Huashi replied, opening his palms and shaking his sleeves. Jin, my friend, do you truly believe I appear to possess 2,000 spirit stones? Cease this pretense of poverty. Just moments ago, you were willing to spend 1,200 spirit stones on a spirit beast for your younger sister. Now, you feign destitution. Moreover, from your conversation, it appears the jade mantis you captured last year was also intended as a gift for a woman, suggesting you are quite generous. Jin Feiyao delicately sipped her tea, a playful smile gracing her lips as she gazed at him. Should this individual fail to compensate her for her losses, Jin Feiyao would not hesitate to pursue him privately. Should their cultivation levels be comparable? Conveniently, there was an insufferable woman by his side, a clear favorite with the demeanor of a pampered young lady, undoubtedly adorned with valuable possessions. Jin Feiyao was unperturbed by the prospect of his escape. The sects surrounding Luoxian city were well documented on the map. If he remained within the city, she could simply wait at the entrance, following him outside the city to exact her vengeance. Should he reside beyond its borders, the task would be even simpler, as long as no one was around. Any location would suffice for her to take action. Observing Jin Feiyao's enigmatic smile, Huashi felt a twinge of apprehension. Among the ranks of the Immortal sect, there were many scattered Immortals, each capable of ruthless cunning. If one were to strike from the shadows, employing underhanded tactics, it would not bode well for him. However, should he be compelled to reimburse her, it would typically matter little. He regarded wealth as trifling, easily acquired as he wished. Yet now, the situation had grown rather troublesome. What is it? Do you not wish to compensate for my losses? Jin Feiyao inquired, swallowing a piece of pastry and licking her fingers. Huashi pondered for a moment before responding candidly. Friend Jin, it is not that I refuse to compensate your losses, but rather that I currently possess no spirit stones. This year, I bestowed upon my fellow sisters in the sect no fewer than 13 spirit beasts, each of which was of the second or third tier, depleting all my resources. Now, I am left with only a few spirit stones. If you are willing, you may take them. Is your father the sect master of the Qing Beast sect? Jin Feiyao asked, her eyes blinking with curiosity. Huashi shook his head in confusion. I am merely an ordinary inner disciple. I have no elder in a prominent position within the sect. Why do you say such things, friend Jin? If your father is not the sect master, what sort of cultivator would engage in such extravagant behavior? To spend all his wealth on spirit beasts merely to curry favor with the female disciples of the sect. And not just one, but many? Jin Feiyao scrutinized him, unsure whether to laugh or scold him. Huashi was taken aback by Jin Feiyao's remarks and felt somewhat displeased. He retorted with earnest conviction, my mother once said that women are to be cherished. The sisters in the sect have needs, and I am simply offering this small assistance. What is wrong with that? Upon hearing this, it was Jin Feiyao's turn to be displeased. She forcefully set her teacup down upon the table and, with a frosty expression, inquired, are you implying that I am not a woman? Is that why you abandoned me to face the calamity brought by the demon beasts alone? Chapter 23. Twin Tower Mountain. No, I never thought that. At that moment, I was filled with anxiety, my thoughts consumed by the impending oviposition of the female mantis. As my esteemed senior, Yuan Tong, yearned for the delicate jade-faced mantis offspring. In a fit of impulsive folly, I abandoned you and left. Huashi vehemently denied any wrongdoing. His sincerity palpable, and with his honest demeanor, one could not help but feel a sense of trust. However, I could not shake the feeling that his apparent honesty was disingenuous, akin to the sensation of deceit I experienced myself. Furrowing my brow, I voiced my discontent, demanding to know what he truly meant. Was this matter to be dismissed so easily? After a moment of hesitation, Huashi finally spoke, albeit with reluctance. How about I compensate you with an egg of a sky cat? Unfortunately, I do not have one at present and must exchange another spiritual beast with my senior. In a few days, I intend to capture a jade water lion. I can trade a young one for the sky cat to give to you. However, I am short-handed at the moment, so if you are willing, would you accompany me? Are you trying to deceive me into doing menial labor? Jin Feiyao shot him a displeased glance, incredulous at his presumption. Huashi waved his hands in protest, clarifying, no. You misunderstand. What I mean is, if you lend me a hand, I will later share a young jade water lion with you, and then exchange it for a sky cat. Seeing Jin Feiyao's resolute stance, he began to elaborate. While the sky cat is indeed beautiful and serves as a mount, it lacks offensive capabilities. In contrast, a jade water lion is worth thousands of spirit stones, far more advantageous than any task you might undertake for spirit stones. Consider it merely an additional assignment. I refuse. Do you take me for a fool? The jade water lion is indeed a third-tier demon beast, which can only be hunted in the late stages of cultivation. Should we venture to feed it? Although 1,000 spirit stones may sound substantial, it would be folly to fall for such a trap. One's life is far more precious than mere stones. Suddenly, Huashi beamed with a radiant smile, reassuring. Rest assured, we are merely going to capture its cubs, without necessarily confronting the mother directly. I am aware of a jade water lion that is likely to give birth within the next few days. At that time, we can divert the mother's attention and safely take the cubs, who will lure away the jade water lion. This question needed clarification. As Jin Feiyao narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him, I will go with another senior brother. You need only remain vigilant of your surroundings while others enter the cave to collect the cubs. Since I am the only one who knows the precise location of the jade water lion, I can secure 2 cubs for us. Typically, a jade water lion gives birth to at least 2 cubs, with some litters containing 5 or 6. Our success will depend on luck. Even if only 1 cub is secured, I shall ensure it is given to you. As for the celestial cat you seek, grant me a little time. I am devising a plan. Huashi spoke earnestly, willing to share all his gains with Jin Feiyao. Jin Feiyao gently tapped her fingers on the table. Deep in thought, Huashi did not rush her, patiently awaiting her response. Unable to resist the allure of the jade water lion and the celestial cat, Jin Feiyao ultimately decided to take the risk and investigate. If the situation turned dire, she could always rely on her netherfire to escape. Very well, I shall accompany you. When do we set off? I need to prepare. Upon hearing Jin Feiyao's agreement, Huashi's face lit up with joy as he produced a jade talisman from his robes. Jin, this is my communication talisman. I will notify you in advance when we depart. It should not be long, just a few days. Jin Feiyao readily accepted the jade talisman, gently swept it with her spiritual energy, and discovered it bore no consciousness, so she tucked it away. The two enjoyed a pleasant atmosphere, engaging in idle conversation for a while before parting ways. As she watched Huashi move farther away, Jin Feiyao entered a nearby information hall and produced 2 spirit stones, inquiring about the Qing Beast Hall. Half an hour later, when she exited the hall, she had gathered a considerable amount of information regarding the Qing Beast Hall. According to the information center, this sect, much like Huashi's appearance, was known for its upright demeanor and principled dealings, earning a commendable reputation. Furthermore, aside from the basic public spells, the entire sect relied solely on beast-controlling techniques, with each member possessing no fewer than 10 types of demon beasts. In the following days, she remained in her small courtyard, diligently studying the spells from the minor spirit technique. Once she grasped the fundamentals sufficiently to employ the spells, she planted all the spirit herb seeds she had purchased. Just as she wiped the sweat from her forehead with her soiled hands, a message talisman flew towards her. Trembling as it hovered within the barrier, she retrieved the talisman and crushed it in her hand. As it turned to ashes, Huashi's voice echoed forth. 3 days later, Jin Feiyao, simply attired, stood at the designated meeting spot, observing the cultivators in the distance forming a queue to utilize the teleportation array. Growing bored, she scrutinized the attire and magical artifacts of these cultivators. Soon, Huashi approached with a group, and upon silently counting, she noted there were 11 individuals, including Huashi. Among them, 4 were at the late stage of qi refinement, while the remaining 7 were at the mid-stage. Moreover, 2 of them were none other than Yuantong and Yishan, whom she had encountered a few days prior. Yuantong was indifferent, yet the arrival of Yishan unsettled her somewhat. It was unclear whether it was due to their incompatible zodiac signs or simply a natural antagonism, but Jin Feiyao had an unwavering disdain for Yishan. The feeling was mutual. Upon spotting Jin Feiyao from a distance, Yishan's previously radiant smile faded into a shadow of displeasure. The two locked eyes, their mutual animosity palpable and unmasked. Unable to bear the tension, Yuantong gently tugged at Yishan, prompting a heavy huff as she turned away, deliberately ignoring Jin Feiyao. Jin Feiyao felt a surge of hostility rising within her. However, considering the presence of numerous peers, she momentarily suppressed her murderous intent. Adopting a facade of innocence, she approached Huashi and his companions. Amidst the skeptical gazes of her peers, Huashi provided an explanation. Esteemed friends, this is my acquaintance, the illustrious Jin Feiyao of the entire celestial sect. We are one person short for our mission, hence I have invited her assistance. He then turned to Jin Feiyao and began introducing his fellow disciples. These 11 are my comrades. You have already met these two a few days ago, and the rest are my closest friends. This is senior brother Xiao, and this is senior sister Zhao, and this one is. Jin Feiyao patiently listened to his introductions, smiling as she acknowledged each new name with a nod. Yet the names of these individuals slipped from her mind, for there was little connection to warrant remembering them. After exchanging some perfunctory pleasantries, Huashi led everyone to the teleportation array, handing 10 spirit stones to the guard stationed there. He requested, "Please transport us to Xianxia Mountain." Xianxia Mountain. Jin Feiyao had encountered this name on a map. She knew only that it possessed a mountain with 2 peaks, separated by a significant drop, making it appear as though 2 towering structures graced the landscape, hence its name. This area was notorious for the presence of second-tier demon beasts, and it was unclear how Huashi had learned that a third-tier jade water lion resided there. However, this was not a matter for her concern. So she followed the group as they stepped onto the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, they were transported away. The teleportation array was not situated close to Xianxia Mountain. From a distance, the 2 peaks resembling towers could be faintly seen, surrounded by a vast expanse of dense forest. Upon exiting the teleportation array, they witnessed a flurry of activity as various mounts were summoned, and the group mounted their majestic steeds. Huashi chose to ride an exceedingly unattractive giant-nosed bull, while Yuan Tong perched upon a snow-white crystal deer, adorned with a pair of translucent blue antlers. Jin Feiyao's most detested rival, Yishan, arrogantly sat astride a red-patterned bird, its body covered in striking crimson markings, trailing 3 elongated tail feathers as it let out a triumphant cry. Other disciples of the Qing beast sect also mounted an array of steeds, some flying, others galloping, their gazes fixed intently on Jin Feiyao, who stood aside. "I will use a swift movement talisman. You lead the way," Jin Feiyao remarked, producing a talisman with a casual air. Huashi smiled faintly, no longer feeling the need for pleasantries, and led the group towards Xianxia Mountain. As the mounts galloped forward, they stirred up clouds of dust, leaving those trailing behind to contend with the inevitable grime. Jin Feiyao deftly maneuvered to the side, maintaining a distance that allowed her to keep pace without being enveloped in dust. After traversing for half an hour, the group arrived at the edge of the forest at the foot of Xianxia Mountain. To avoid disturbing the demonic beasts within, they dismounted their steeds and proceeded on foot. Truly, this sect was renowned for nurturing spirit beasts. One of the brothers, surnamed Xiao, produced a spirit beast pouch and, with a swift motion, released a large gray butterfly that measured about a foot in length. The butterfly fluttered around the vicinity before settling above the group, its purpose unclear. As it flew, distant roars of beasts could occasionally be heard, suggesting that the gray butterfly possessed the ability to sense the presence of demonic creatures ahead. In the wild, having such a butterfly would significantly reduce the likelihood of encountering beasts, ensuring a greater measure of safety. However, Jin Feiyao pondered an alternative perspective. If such a butterfly existed, it would save considerable time when hunting demonic beasts. With this thought in mind, she approached Brother Xiao and in a hushed tone inquired, "Brother Xiao, is this butterfly for sale?" Observing her cautious demeanor, Brother Xiao chuckled softly. "Are you interested in this butterfly, Jin?" "Indeed, I noticed it can evade demonic beasts. Having such a capable companion while venturing outdoors would mitigate dangers," she replied. "If you are reluctant to part with it, I would even be willing to consider a larva or something similar, not just the adult." Fearing he might hesitate to sell, Jin Feiyao quickly explained that even a larval form would suffice. "Step aside. This is Brother Zhao's cherished spirit beast. He would never sell it to an outsider like you." Yishan, who had been observing Jin Feiyao's intentions to acquire the butterfly, rushed over and pulled Brother Xiao aside, displaying a possessive stance as if to assert, "He is mine, and you shall not take him from me." Jin Feiyao scoffed with a smile, remarking how unexpected it was that Yishan, with such an admirable rapport, would lead one to believe that the two were companions in dual cultivation. Yishan shot her a fierce glare, just as Brother Xiao interjected from the side. "Jin Daoyu, I have only this one gray butterfly. Not all gray butterflies possess such abilities. However, there are numerous spiritual beasts capable of sensing demon beasts in advance. If you seek one, you may find them in the spiritual beast shop in Luoxian City. Though they are scarce, you should be able to locate a few." Brother Xiao, why explain so much to her? "We are not well acquainted," Jin Feiyao thought silently, feeling unappreciated as Yishan, dissatisfied, pulled Brother Xiao aside and shot a significant eye roll at her. Fool, Jin Feiyao mentally cursed, choosing to quietly follow the group deeper into the towering Twin Towers mountain. After winding through the forest for nearly 2 hours, they approached a rocky cliff. Huaxi made a gesture for everyone to halt, leading them to conceal themselves among the bushes. He pointed to a cave in the cliffside, stating, "The Yushui lion resides within that cave. Shortly, Brother Xiao and I will distract the mother lion, while Sister Zhao and Brother Hong will enter the cave to capture the cubs. The remaining members will follow the previously established plan, pairing up to keep watch for any approaching demon beasts or humans that could thwart our endeavor." As they organized their teams, Jin Feiyao was not included, so she stood quietly to the side, observing. Nearby, someone expressed discontent, calling out, "Brother Hua, what about me? With whom shall I partner? You cannot leave me alone. I wish to be with Sister Yuantong." "Sister Yuantong is already occupied, and it was you who insisted on accompanying us this time. Coincidentally, there is a location that requires an additional team for protection. Therefore, Brother Hua specifically invited Taoist Jin to join, placing you in the same group as her." Brother Xiao, standing in for Huaxi, conveyed the arrangements, which immediately sparked discontent from Yishan. She stamped her foot, expressing her dissatisfaction, adamantly refusing to work alongside Jin Feiyao in vigilance. Meanwhile, Jin Feiyao displayed no outward displeasure. Yet a glint of sharpness flickered in her eyes as she cast a meaningful glance at Huaxi. As Huaxi was explaining the precautions to the group, she seemed to sense Jin Feiyao's gaze and abruptly looked up, offering her a radiant smile. Among the group were 4 cultivators at the late Qi refinement stage. And after Ishan's protests yielded no results, she was chastised by her senior peers for her immaturity. Ultimately, she pouted and reluctantly agreed to team up with Jin Feiyao. However, upon approaching Jin Feiyao, she lifted her chin and imperiously declared, "You better be sharp later and not hold me back. Even if you are now part of the entire sect, you are merely a loose immortal by origin. Humph, if you don't heed my words. You know what that means." "Understood," Jin Feiyao responded, surprisingly refraining from retorting. Once the arrangements were finalized, the 5 teams hastily made their way to the designated location. When the time was ripe, Huaxi and Brother Xiao soared into the rocky cave on the mountainside. Moments later, a furious roar of the Jade Water Lion erupted from within the cave, followed swiftly by the emergence of 2 figures. Subsequently, a towering Jade Water Lion, standing 2 zhang tall, charged out of the cave, roaring as it pursued the fleeing figures. As the Jade Water Lion departed from the stone cave, Sister Zhao swiftly led Brother Hong into the cavern to capture the offspring of the Jade Water Lion. Jin Feiyao surveyed her surroundings, sensing that both she and Yishan had been deliberately placed here by Huaxi. The terrain formed a concave shape, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, while the exit remained concealed by a thicket of bamboo. Such a gourd-like landscape offered little in the way of vigilance. Should any disturbances arise within, it would be nearly impossible for outsiders to discern them, rendering it an excellent locale for malevolence. She cast a sidelong glance at Yishan, who appeared utterly oblivious to the peculiarities of their environment. Instead, she summoned a black python, measuring approximately 2 zhang, to coil around her as a sentinel. Meanwhile, Yishan idly perched on a large stone, lethargically tapping a small bamboo stick against the wild grass beneath her. The black python beside her remained motionless, incessantly flicking its tongue. Observing the python, which was thicker than her thigh, Jin Feiyao felt a pang of unease. She pondered the number of magical beasts Yishan possessed. If her demeanor were merely a fade, she could have already dispatched smaller spirit creatures to scout the area. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her brow furrowed. A flash of blue light enveloped Jin Feiyao, and within a span of 1 zhang, blue snowflakes began to scatter around her. Yishan, noticing her movements, gazed at the azure specks with a hint of disbelief, her eyes flickering with discontent. Rising from her seat, she pointed the bamboo stick at Jin Feiyao and inquired, "What spell is this? Isn't it beautiful?" Jin Feiyao replied with a tilt of her head, taking pride in her display, deliberately seeking to provoke Yishan. "What is so admirable about it? It pales in comparison. I have witnessed cultivators whose every step blossoms into lotus flowers, far more exquisite than your display." With a huff of indignation, Yishan expressed her displeasure. Jin Feiyao twirled gracefully, and Ming Shuehua followed suit, swirling charmingly in the air. With a tone of provocation, she declared, "You cannot perform the lotus steps, yet I am capable of this enchanting snow dance." She deliberately bestowed a more exquisite name upon Ming Shuehua, gazing at Ishan with a sense of pride. He Bao sees her. Ishan, seething with rage, pointed accusatorily at Jin Feiyao. In an instant, the black python darted forward like a flash of lightning, lunging towards Jin Feiyao. Suddenly, a fierce glint ignited in Jin Feiyao's eyes, her earlier smugness vanishing as she summoned ethereal flames with both hands, lowering her stance. Ignoring the approaching black python, she charged towards Ishan's position. As the black python leapt over her head, its tail coiling to ensnare her, the ethereal snowflakes surrounding Jin Feiyao surged forward. What appeared to be harmless Ming Shuihua ignited upon contact with the python's body. The black python emitted a ghastly shriek, engulfed in the fiery embrace of the ethereal flames, crashing to the ground and writhing in agony. Though it was a second-tier beast, it did not succumb immediately to the flames. However, the chilling fire relentlessly tormented its body, inflicting severe pain that left it thrashing helplessly on the ground. In mere moments, the black python had failed to even graze a hair on Jin Feiyao before it was toppled. Ishan, taken aback, witnessed Jin Feiyao charging towards her and quickly summoned her spirit beasts, releasing a swarm of black-winged bees, each the size of a palm. The bees' tails transformed into sharp stingers, launching towards Jin Feiyao. Jin Feiyao did not evade. The golden dragon bracelets on her wrists shimmered with light, conjuring a circular protective shield. Spiritual energy spikes struck the shield with a cacophony of noise. In the blink of an eye, Ming Shuihua, who stood beside Jin Feiyao, had already closed in on Ishan, and their hastily released spiritual light shield collided. The gentle Ming Shuihua, upon meeting the light shield, emitted a hissing sound, sparkling like fireworks. "Ah!" Ishan exclaimed, hastily retreating, her gaze fixed on the myriad of blue lights crackling on the shield. In her panic, she unleashed several fire spells, but the errant fireballs inadvertently struck her own black-winged bees, resulting in a few of her minions being incinerated due to their unanticipated misfortune. At that moment, Jin Feiyao surged forward, a multitude of Ming Shuihua enveloping the light shield, dazzling Ishan with a flurry of brilliance. Then, she perceived a blue light rushing towards her, delivering a heavy blow to her face, propelling her backward. As she was sent flying, Jin Feiyao swiftly darted beneath her, delivering a barrage of powerful punches to the airborne Ishan. In mere moments, Ishan endured over 20 strikes from Jin Feiyao, culminating in a swift turn and a forceful kick to her face. Ishan was sent hurtling away, crashing against the rocky wall of a ravine with a thunderous sound, shattering the stone upon impact. Meanwhile, Jin Feiyao effortlessly incinerated all the black-winged bees with her dark fire, while Ishan, shielded by her light barrier, remained unscathed, having merely suffered a brutal beating. Jin Feiyao sighed, acknowledging her still insufficient cultivation level. Her elixir-infused brews had yet to reach their full potential. Although the spiritual shield was severely deformed by her strikes, and her fists were indeed landing directly on Ishan through the barrier, it still failed to shatter the protective barrier, leaving her quite dissatisfied. Despite her strength surpassing that of an ordinary Qi refinement stage cultivator, she was still incapable of directly killing a fellow practitioner of the same realm. Upon seeing Ishan lying motionless beneath the fallen rubble, Jin Feiyao cautiously approached, her defensive shield activated. She halted a few steps away from the pile of debris, hesitating momentarily before casting a wind whirlwind technique, which summoned a small tornado to sweep away the stones, revealing Ishan beneath. Observing her stillness, Jin Feiyao summoned a golden dragon Rui bracelet, which emitted a murky yellow light that enveloped Ishan. The slender bracelet expanded to over 2 palms in width, binding her hands and body tightly together. Seeing Ishan remain unresponsive, Jin Feiyao felt perplexed. Could it be that Ishan's constitution was so frail that such an assault could render her lifeless? Jin Feiyao understood that, although other cultivators lacked the body refinement pill formula from the heaven and earth annihilation technique, their physiques were still beyond the ordinary. A mere fist should not suffice to end a cultivator's life. With no alternative, she dispelled the mysterious snow blossom technique and stepped forward, delivering a kick that overturned Ishan. Chapter 25. The soul-nourishing beast. With a chuckle, Jin Feiyao couldn't help but laugh. Ishan's face was bruised and battered, resembling a pig's head, and even after being kicked by Jin Feiyao, she remained unresponsive. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that she had simply fainted. Determining that she was not feigning, Jin Feiyao confidently approached, thoroughly examining her from head to toe, leaving no part uninspected. With Ishan's storage bag and 8 spirit beast bags in hand, Jin Feiyao retreated to a safe distance. It was prudent to maintain some space. Who could predict whether she would unleash any hidden tricks upon regaining consciousness? Finding a stone to sit upon, she began to scrutinize Ishan's storage bag, wary of the spirit beast bags, as most contained beasts that had undergone blood sacrifices with their owners. Accidentally releasing one could spell trouble for her. The storage bag was filled to the brim with a hodgepodge of items, and a cursory glance suggested it was worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. As Jin Feiyao examined her spoils, Ishan stirred awake. A wave of pain coursed through her body, particularly in her face, which felt heavy. She struggled to open her eyes, her mouth tingling with a peculiar numbness. As she attempted to move, she abruptly realized she was bound. Panic set in as she scanned her surroundings, spotting Jin Feiyao not far away, rummaging through her embroidered storage bag. "What are you doing? Release me at once," Ishan exclaimed. Having lived a life of luxury until now, she had never endured such indignity, and her anger flared as she shouted at Jin Feiyao. Casting a disdainful glance her way, Jin Feiyao replied, "Are you foolish? Why would I let you go just to have you bite me? What do you intend to do? I must inform you. My father is the leader of the Qing Beast sect. If you dare to harm me, you will meet your demise." At this moment, Ishan began to regain her composure. Struggling against her restraints, her hands tightly bound, leaving only her wrists capable of movement, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Desperately trying to reach the spirit beast pouch at her waist, yet after a prolonged effort, her hands found nothing. "You have quite the reputation. So why does your senior brother Hua still act in this manner? Does he not fear your sect leader?" Jin Feiyao inquired curiously, stuffing both her storage and spirit beast pouches into her bosom. "Senior brother Hua? What senior brother Hua? What have you done to him?" At this moment, Ishan realized that her spirit beast pouch was being hidden away by Jin Feiyao, and hearing the mention of senior brother Hua made her increasingly anxious. "What could I have possibly done to him? It is he who has done something to us," she exclaimed. "Are you truly that dim-witted? Can't you see the terrain here? Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with but a single exit, it's a trap waiting to ensnare us. Even a blind person could tell that we both find each other disagreeable, yet here we are, isolated in this secluded spot, an ideal locale for treachery." Jin Feiyao picked up a small bamboo stick from the ground and poked at Ishan's face. "I wouldn't believe you if you were the last person on earth. Just so you know, I carry a forbidden technique from my father. If I were to perish, he would be informed, and your visage would be transmitted to him through that very technique. With your current cultivation level, you could never evade it," Ishan hissed, gritting her teeth in a fierce grimace. Jin Feiyao chuckled lightly. "Believe it or not, your senior brother Hua is not after your life. Rather, he may very well be seeking mine. However, I am not a member of your sect, so if he wished to eliminate me, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. I suspect he intends to use me to dispose of you, and I refuse to fall for such a ploy. Then release me at once." "Absolutely not." Jin Feiyao shook her head, stating, "Your father is the head of a prestigious sect. If I were to release you, you would undoubtedly seek to have me killed. However, should I take your life myself, it would only bring me a torrent of trouble. What to do? Oh, I know. I shall bind you and summon a beast to consume you slowly. Then your father would only have to contend with that creature." A sweet smile blossomed on Jin Feiyao's face, her eyes shimmering as they fixated on Ishan. The intensity of her gaze sent a shiver down Ishan's spine, prompting her to suddenly scream for help with all her might. No shouting. Jin Feiyao retaliated with a sharp punch to Ishan's face, causing several bloodied teeth to fly out and scatter upon the ground. It took Ishan a moment to recover from the blow, and fearing further violence from Jin Feiyao, she ceased her cries, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at her captor. "What do you truly intend to do? If I vow not to seek revenge, will you spare me?" "I am willing to swear a blood oath. Whether I spare you or not is a question you should pose to him," Jin Feiyao replied, lifting her gaze to reveal Hua Xi's figure emerging from the bamboo grove. "Hua Xixiang, please save me." Upon seeing Hua Xi, Ishan's eyes lit up with joy, and she called out urgently, "Ishan Shimmy, how did you end up looking like a pig's head?" Hua Xi inquired, shaking his head in disbelief before casting a concerned glance at Jin Feiyao. "Jin Daoyu, why have you spared her life? I assumed you would have dealt with her by now." Jin Feiyao took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance. "How could I dare to kill the daughter of the Qing Beast sect's leader? You, my friend, have plotted against me time and again. I refuse to shoulder that burden. I wish to remain uninvolved in your affairs. Please lift the restriction and allow me to exit." "How did you discern that I had set a barrier here?" Hua Xi, filled with curiosity, pondered how Jin Feiyao had discovered the protective enchantment she had established at the exit. At that moment, she had meticulously concealed the array flags in the earth, covering them with a layer of dried bamboo leaves, and had conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring that nothing seemed amiss. "I merely surmised," Jin Feiyao remarked with a composed demeanor, scratching her face. Her conjecture was not baseless. From the moment she entered this secluded gorge, she sensed something was amiss. Apart from the peculiar terrain that did not require vigilance, the unsettling silence was striking. The only sound was the rustling of bamboo leaves at the gorge's mouth. Otherwise, there was an eerie quietude. Initially, she had assumed the remoteness accounted for the absence of the enraged Yushui lion's roar. However, when a pair of chattering sparrows flew past the gorge, their incessant chatter from dawn till dusk was conspicuously absent. Such a realization rendered it improbable for her to dismiss the notion that a barrier had been imposed on the gorge. Had there been no restriction, she would have long since made her escape and would not have remained there, apprehensive for Ishan's safety. Who could fathom whether this barrier possessed other functions beyond mere soundproofing? Even her own 6 lines and 5 absolute array contained lethal capabilities, and she dared not experiment recklessly. Hua Shixiang, why waste words with her? Hurry and rescue me. Ishan, seeing Hua she had merely teased her once and then disregarded her, resorted to shouting in desperation. Ishan, must you not temper your temperament? Your noise is unbearable, Huashi replied, casting her an exasperated glance before gently tapping his spirit beast pouch, summoning forth a long-haired tiger-like spirit creature. The mystical beast descended and, within mere moments, grew to a towering height of 30 feet. Its long fur extended over 20 feet, exuding a lustrous sheen of deep black. Its eyes were as large as basins, and its snout resembled that of a tiger, with 2 formidable fangs, each half a foot long, protruding menacingly from its upper jaw. With its head raised to the heavens, it let out a resounding roar. The sheer size of this creature left Jin Feiyao astounded, and she swiftly summoned the Mingwewa. She activated the final defense shield of the Golden Dragon Rui bracelet and hurled the silk handkerchief belonging to Xiong Tiankuan, preparing herself for the impending confrontation with unwavering vigilance. After its thunderous roar, the beast cast a sweeping gaze over the 3 individuals present. It seemed indifferent to Jin Feiyao, giving her but a fleeting glance before turning its attention to the visibly terrified Ishan, whose complexion had turned ashen. A soul-breeding beast. You actually nurture such a creature. That person is, you intend to resurrect her. Ishan trembled uncontrollably, her eyes fixated on the top of the soul-breeding beast's head, engulfed in terror. Following her gaze, Jin Feiyao discovered a pale figure embedded in the beast's back, resembling a human. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a woman's body was indeed embedded there, facing upwards. Her limbs ensconced within the beast's fur, revealing only her alabaster torso. Her head was perfectly nestled atop the beast's head, her long, dark hair cascading down, intertwining with the beast's own black fur. Before Jin Feiyao could discern the woman's features, the soul-breeding beast opened its cavernous maw and seized Ishan within its jaws. Though no magical artifact restrained her, escape was futile. A shriek escaped her lips, and then silence ensued. The soul beast chewed voraciously, blood streaming down its maw and pooling on the ground. Seeking death, Huashi observed the array of golden light emanating from the talisman, a clear indication of impending peril. With a swift motion, she summoned from her spirit beast pouch a massive, 3-tiered gray wolf king, its stature towering at 10 feet. As its coarse gray fur bristled, it transformed into sharp spikes, releasing a thunderous roar that conjured a tornado from thin air. This whirlwind, infused with the Wolf King's unique spell, the Frostblade Spear, launched an array of varied spikes towards Jin Feiyao, making it exceedingly challenging for one of Qi refinement stage to completely withstand the onslaught. The tornado ensnared Jin Feiyao, the myriad spikes crashing down upon her. A silken veil floated gracefully in the wind, unceasingly intercepting the spikes that pierced through the gaps created by the mysterious snowflower. Amidst the tempestuous tornado, the mysterious snowflower appeared delicate, yet remained impervious, steadfast against the ferocity of the winds. The larger spikes disintegrated into ash upon contact with the mysterious snowflower, while the finer spikes, though breaching her defenses, were mitigated by the silken veil and ultimately shielded by a protective barrier of the golden dragon's auspicious bracelet. Despite this, many of the smaller spikes still found their mark upon the barrier, which now flickered with instability, its radiance fluctuating perilously. Huaxi was taken aback by Jin Feiyao's resilience against the Wolf King's relentless assault. This formidable beast was already on par with a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, yet they remained locked in a fierce stalemate. He was utterly unaware that had it not been for the presence of the Ming Shuahua, which had dissolved most of the sharp spikes, Jin Feiyao would have already transformed into a formidable hedgehog. The Ming Shuahua was exceptionally potent in resisting both magical and physical assaults. Anything within the control of a qi refinement practitioner would simply vanish upon encountering it. Chapter 26. Deception. As Huaxi grew increasingly anxious, unable to breach Jin Feiyao's defensive barrier, he realized that he could not afford any mistakes at this juncture. The fellow disciples were not far away, and it was uncertain when they might draw near. Moreover, he was particularly concerned about the talisman in Jin Feiyao's possession, obscured by the cyclone. He could not ascertain how much time remained before it would activate. Urging the Great Wolf King to expedite its assault, he felt the pressing urgency of the situation. Meanwhile, Jin Feiyao, enveloped in the cyclone, was overwhelmed with anxiety. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the sheer amount of spiritual energy required to activate the talisman was indeed staggering. The spiritual energy surged into the talisman like a torrent, leaving her feeling almost drained. To unleash the talisman with her mid-qi refinement cultivation was perilous in the extreme. As her spiritual energy rapidly diminished, the silk scarf, relying on her energy, began to respond sluggishly. After the Ming Shuahua incinerated the spikes, the replenishment of its numbers also dwindled. Fortunately, the protective shield of the Golden Dragon Rui bracelet did not require spiritual energy to sustain itself. Otherwise, she could not fathom whether she could survive long enough to activate the talisman. Suddenly, two spikes pierced through the protective barrier. One lodged itself in the ground, while the other grazed her skin. Although the barrier quickly sealed the breach, its defensive capability had significantly weakened, allowing more spikes to penetrate. Faster, faster, Jin Feiyao thought, her complexion pale as she fixated on the blinding golden talisman in her hand, her anxiety mounting to an unbearable level. Suddenly, her complexion changed dramatically as she recklessly hurled the talisman in her hand. Just as Huaxi had retrieved a vial of poison from her storage bag, intending to mix it with the spikes to strike Jin Feiyao, she noticed a golden light emanating from the tornado. A deafening explosion ensued, shattering the barrier with a powerful shockwave. The force of the detonation was so immense that it caused the entire xianxia mountain to tremble, sending the beasts into a frenzy of panic. Several beams of light rushed towards the valley where the explosion had occurred, and the remaining disciples of the Qing beast sect were startled by the blast, only to discover a massive crater of 100 feet deep in the valley, littered with debris and chaos. "Senior brother, look, there's a strange beast over there," exclaimed the first to arrive, Disciple Wu, along with the solitary senior brother Xiao. Upon their arrival, they were bewildered by the scene before them. Disciple Wu, with keen eyes, spotted a great beast half buried in rubble. "Let us approach with caution," suggested senior brother Xiao, stepping forward and shielding the less experienced Disciple Wu behind him as they advanced slowly. As they drew closer to the beast, senior brother Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. "It's a soul-cultivating beast. How dare anyone raise such a formidable creature? A soul-cultivating beast. Senior brother, doesn't it consume humans?" Wu stammered, his voice trembling at the revelation. "What shall we do now?" Upon hearing the name of the beast, Disciple Wu became so frightened that he began to stutter. "Senior brother, what if it is a young soul?" His fear was palpable as he clutched the sleeve of senior brother Xiao. Abandoning Wushidi to guard the surroundings, brother Xiao cautiously approached the soul-taming beast. Just as he was about to cast the beast-trapping net, he heard a sudden crash of falling stones from a distance, and a figure emerged from the rubble. "Wonderful! Brother Xiao, you have arrived." The one who sat up was none other than Huaxi. Upon seeing the disciples from the gate, he joyfully called out to brother Xiao, while his hand discreetly concealed within the stones subtly executed a spell. "Keep your voice down," brother Xiao urgently whispered, and before his words faded, the soul-taming beast suddenly rose to its feet. Ignoring its injuries and the stones clinging to it, it let out a deafening roar directed at brother Xiao, causing a round object to roll down from its mouth. The spherical object tumbled to brother Xiao's feet, coming to a halt, revealing a bloodied eye that stared blankly up at him. "This is xianxia." Brother Xiao's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the gruesome sight before him, which was none other than the half of Yishan's head that the soul-taming beast had left behind. At that moment, the soul-taming beast leaped high into the air, enveloped in a cloud of black mist as it darted away, colliding with several approaching disciples of the Qing shaman, before they could summon their spirit beasts and magical artifacts. The black mist bewildered them, causing them to collapse to the ground, while the soul-taming beast vanished into the depths of the forest. Years of meticulous planning within the Qing shaman could not be jeopardized by this unforeseen incident. His face darkened as he pondered how to explain the situation. The group gathered around the half of Yishan's had exchanged glances, their attention ultimately shifting to the battered and disheveled figure of Huaxi. Huaxi released his tightly clenched hands, about to speak when a sudden crash from the pile of rubble in the pit drew his attention. Jin Feiyao emerged from the debris, and his heart leaped into his throat, prompting him to grip his hands tightly once more. As Jin Feiyao crawled out of the stones, she collapsed upon them, utterly immobilized, her body racked with pain, and at least 5 or 6 bones broken. With a sidelong glance, she noticed that the talisman had created a massive crater, rendering the surroundings unrecognizable. The disciples of the Qing beast sect stood together, all eyes fixed upon her. And she spotted Huaxi not far away. That lucky fellow was still on his feet. Jin Feiyao could not help but curse him inwardly. If it weren't for him, she would not be in such a predicament now. However, she resolved that in the future, any mysterious item she acquired would be sold without hesitation. After all her calculations, she had never anticipated that the talisman would self-detonate. No wonder the shopkeeper at the spirit talisman store could not identify its nature after a prolonged examination. Who was the scoundrel responsible for such a trivial matter, causing chaos even at the golden core stage? What folly it was to concoct self-destructing talismans. Jin, what transpired just now? Why has Yishan ended up like this? Little did they expect Jin Feiyao to still be alive and unscathed by the soul-hunting beast. Brother Xiao began to suspect that the soul-hunting beast was under her care. Jin Feiyao glanced at Huaxi, who stood behind Brother Xiao, his gaze piercing like a knife. With a face full of trepidation, she spoke, "I accompanied Taoist Yishan here for vigilance and heard the cries of demon beasts nearby. Taoist Yishan insisted on investigating. I tried to dissuade her, but she claimed to be a beast trainer and feared nothing. As we entered, we were confronted by a peculiar beast, and to our astonishment, Yishan Taoist suddenly turned to flee. I could not discern whether her intention was to protect me, drawing the creature's attention away. Observing Huaxi's gaze, sharp as a blade, I felt a chill. Jin Feiyao feigned terror as she recounted. The beast seized Yishan Taoist in a single bite. Just as Hua Taoist appeared and unleashed the Great Wolf King in an attempt to rescue her. Yet, they were no match for the creature. I happened to possess a talisman and instructed Hua Taoist to hold off the beast while I sought to activate it. The talisman was indeed triggered, but I was rendered unconscious by the explosion, awakening to find you all standing here. Indeed, Brother Xiao, after parting ways with you to lure the Jade Water Lion, I arrived here just in time to witness the soul-feeding beast ensnaring junior sister Yishan. My Great Wolf King could not withstand it, and I was ultimately incapacitated by Jin Taoist's talisman." Huaxi also stepped forward, corroborating Jin Feiyao's account. Although he was puzzled as to why Jin Feiyao would fabricate a lie on her behalf, he recognized it to be advantageous for himself and thus chose to side with her. In an effort to enhance the authenticity of the tale, he hastily dragged his injured form towards the rubble, intent on locating his Great Wolf King. His fellow disciples quickly supported him, while Brother Wu volunteered to search. Indeed, beneath a pile of debris, he discovered the nearly lifeless Great Wolf King. "Brother Xiao, this soul-feeding beast must have an owner. We stumbled upon it inadvertently. This is an extraordinarily perilous creature, and with the predicament facing junior sister Yishan, we must report this to the sect master. Moreover, within our sect lies a treasured artifact capable of discerning those who harbor the malevolent beast that consumes human souls. It stands to reason that the keeper of such a soul-devouring creature could also be identified. Perhaps we could request our esteemed elders to employ this artifact for an examination, thereby absolving everyone of suspicion and preventing any misunderstandings regarding fellow Taoist Jin." Observing the skeptical expression of Brother Xiao, Huaxi boldly proposed this course of action. Jin Feiyao cast a curious glance at him. After all, the demon beast in question was indeed his own. Was he perhaps concealing some means to elude scrutiny? Though he had not encountered a soul beast himself, apprehension lingered, prompting him to voice, "We have battled against it. Surely some traces of beastly essence cling to me. Let them assume it is mine." At that moment, Jin Feiyao was gravely injured, and even if he wished to object, it was beyond his capacity. He could only nod in agreement with a gracious demeanor. With Huaxi unperturbed, why should he harbor fear? After all, He was also a member of the entire sect. Given that their sect was one of the esteemed Loxian Palace, as long as he remained unconnected to the issue, the Qing Beast sect would likely not trouble him. Chapter 27. The Keeper of the Soul Beast Swiftly. They fashioned a rudimentary stretcher from branches and carefully lifted Jin Feiyao onto it. Concerned for her well-being, they administered a second-grade flesh regeneration pill, ensuring she did not lose consciousness en route, and proceeded toward the Qing Beast sect. To avoid suspicion, Huashi refrained from any particular contact with Jin Feiyao during their journey, maintaining a respectful distance. Jin Feiyao felt no anxiety. Based on her earlier assertions, Huashi should be capable of managing the situation. If any discrepancies arose, they would simply attribute them to the chaotic circumstances at that time, compounded by her own fear of forgetting details. The Qing Beast sect is situated on the Xianxia mountain, located to the east of Luoxian City. This majestic mountain boasts a total of 32 peaks, each of which has been leased to a different sect. Thus, 32 distinct sects reside upon this singular mountain. Among them, the Qing Beast sect occupies the Chutan Peak. The journey from the teleportation array at the foot of the mountain to the Qing Beast sect on Chutan Peak took an exhausting 2 hours. In an effort to expedite their travel, Jin Feiyao was helped down from her stretcher and squeezed onto a mount alongside a disciple, causing her already fractured bones to shift perilously. Ultimately, 2 disciples rode spirit beasts while each carried one side of the stretcher, thus slowing their pace to transport her to Chutan Peak. Upon their arrival, twilight had descended. The Chutan Peak, bathed in the hues of dusk, appeared resplendent, with a large lake nestled mid-mountain. Numerous female disciples of the Qing Beast sect frolicked by the water's edge, accompanied by their spirit beasts. On one side of the lake stood the mountain itself, from which a magnificent waterfall cascaded down into the lake below. Above the waterfall, an imposing grand hall had been constructed, with a spacious wooden platform extending outward, where many male cultivators leaned over the railing, stealing glances at the female disciples in the lake beneath. Observing the urgency of their situation, the gatekeeper disciple, noticing that senior brother Xiao seemed to be in a genuine hurry while bearing an injured individual, hurried inside to report the matter. The group, bustling with concern for Jin Feiyao, hastened within, prompting several disciples to notice their frantic demeanor, leading to whispered speculations about the unfolding events. Jin Feiyao, not particularly at ease upon the stretcher, scanned her surroundings in search of the sect's revered guardian beast, the Qinglin dragon, but to no avail. She had initially presumed that the azure-scaled dragon would reside in the water, perhaps within this very lake. However, despite encountering a myriad of mystical beasts, the azure-scaled dragon remained elusive. Beside the stone steps, there loomed a massive 6th-tier thunder beast, standing approximately 10 zhang tall, its golden fur glistening as it leisurely dozed with closed eyes. As they passed by, it did not even flutter its eyelids. Although the absence of the azure-scaled dragon was disappointing, the sight of the thunder beast was still a consolation. Observing its resplendent golden mane, Jin Feiyao recalled a popular tale claiming that a single strand of the thunder beast's golden fur could be transformed into gold. Gazing at the beast, which resembled a small mountain, she inwardly lamented that if this were true, the emperors of the mundane world would all be impoverished. To possess a thunder beast would mean an inexhaustible supply of gold. Alas, there were no spiritual stone-bearing beasts in sight, which was indeed a pity. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, Jin Feiyao was carried to the entrance of the grand hall situated above the waterfall, awaiting the summons of the sect leader. Some familiar disciples approached, engaging in casual conversation. Upon learning the circumstances, their expressions shifted dramatically. Junior brother Xiao, the sect leader has summoned you all. After an extended wait, a disciple finally emerged from the hall, granting them entry. Jin Feiyao couldn't help but think uncharitably of the leisurely demeanor of this individual, who took his time before calling them in. She wondered what expression he would wear upon discovering that his daughter had been devoured by a beast, leaving behind only half a head. Upon receiving the summons, they carried Jin Feiyao into the grand hall. The interior was exceptionally spacious, with sturdy wooden flooring and dozens of thick red-painted pillars supporting the lofty ceiling. At the innermost part lies a colossal wall intricately carved from spirit wood, depicting a dragon that appears remarkably lifelike and imposing. Beneath this dragon wall rests a couch adorned with carvings of myriad beasts, draped in a tapestry of vibrant colors. Both the dragon wall and the beast-carved couch, along with the exquisite cushions, exude an aura of vitality, clearly crafted from superior materials. Seated cross-legged upon the beast couch is an individual who seems to be in his 40s, possessing a robust physique and a face graced with a bushy beard. He is clad in a brocade robe embroidered with a blue dragon, emanating an aura of authority without uttering a word. Beside the blue dragon couch stand 4 of his esteemed disciples, exuding a commanding presence on either side. Disciple Xiaoxia pays respects to the esteemed master. Xiaoxia, along with his fellow disciples, bows respectfully before the master, then lowers his head in anticipation of the master's inquiries. Why have you come directly to me instead of seeking your own master? Do you not understand the proper decorum? As he speaks, Jin Feiyao feels a wave of disappointment. Such is the nature of a small sect, where one might expect the disciples to step forward and address the master, thus lending the discussion a certain gravitas. Master, this matter is of great significance. We could not afford the time to consult our master, and thus sought you directly. With a sudden motion, Xiaoxia kneels, prompting his fellow disciples to follow suit, leaving the master momentarily taken aback. Speak, what is it? His voice is deep, imbued with a sense of authority. Master, something has happened to junior sister Ishan. Ishan, what trouble has she found herself in this time? The master's expression shifts to one of displeasure. As a cultivator with over 30 offspring, the eldest nearing 2 centuries in age, he had seldom paid heed to Ishan, a daughter of lesser talent who was not particularly favored. It is truly perplexing that they would come seeking me for such trivial matters. How could these disciples lack even a modicum of discernment? What calamity could possibly have transpired? Surely, it is nothing more than yet another instance of bullying a junior disciple or perhaps squabbling over some inconsequential spirit beast. Such a nuisance. Master, as for junior sister Ishan, she has encountered a soul-nurturing beast, and now we are left with little more than this. Xiaoxia respectfully presented a jade box, typically used for housing large spirit herbs, and then bowed his head in silence. In that fleeting moment, everyone noticed a glimmer of surprise in the master's eyes. For those children who are not favored, a soul-nurturing beast holds a far greater allure. She had been attentively observing the expression of the leader of the Qing beast sect when the disciple mentioned the soul-nurturing beast. His eyes sparkled with excitement and desire. However, when it was mentioned that Ishan had been devoured, he did not even furrow his brow, as if the creature that had been slain was but a mere beast. Jin Feiyao then resolved to weave an elaborate tale. She casually mentioned how one might enter the valley, and then began to elaborate extravagantly on the formidable nature of the soul-nurturing beast, detailing how it had consumed Ishan. She embellished the story, recounting how the great wolf king of Huaxi had attempted to confront the soul-nurturing beast, only to be sent flying with a few casual swipes, painting the beast as immensely powerful and fearsome. The others remained somewhat oblivious to the actual events that had transpired, while Huaxi, being directly involved, could only listen in bemusement, breaking into a cold sweat, utterly bewildered by Jin Feiyao's exaggerated fabrications. Once Jin Feiyao concluded her tale, a profound silence enveloped the hall, as if they were engrossed in an enthralling narrative, left yearning for more. Master Uncle, what exactly has transpired? Xiaoxia questioned. You truly lack understanding. How could you bring your junior disciples directly to trouble the master? At that moment, Xiaoxia's master received word that his disciple had brought a group of individuals to seek out the sect leader. It remained unclear what had transpired, as they hastily bypassed him, the mentor, to rush over. Upon entering, he noticed an unusual expression on the face of the sect elder, which was difficult to define as either anger or joy. Guangji, do not chastise them. They discovered the soul-nourishing beast, and Ishan has been devoured, which is why they came directly to me. Even a blind person could discern that the leader was in remarkably high spirits. It seemed that the soul-nourishing beast was an exceedingly rare creature. Otherwise, how could they disregard Ishan's demise and express such excitement solely over the news of the beast? Jin Feiyao couldn't help but steal a glance at Huaxi, who stood with his head bowed, his expression devoid of any suspicion. The artifact capable of revealing the beast's master was merely an unremarkable mirror, less ornate than those used by the daughters of affluent families, its appearance quite inconspicuous. No one offered Jin Feiyao an introduction to the name of this artifact, as he watched Li Guangji take the mirror from the sect leader's hands. Calling forth each disciple in turn, Li Guangji held the mirror before them, but there was no reaction whatsoever. When it was Huaxi's turn, Jin Feiyao felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, eager to see if the beast's master could evade the artifact's scrutiny. In contrast to Jin Feiyao's anticipation, Huaxi remained composed, confidently stepping forward to face Li Guangji. In truth, Xiaosa and the others understood that the most likely candidates for the soul-nourishing beast master were Huaxi, Jin Feiyao, and Yishan. With Yishan now deceased, she was immediately ruled out, leaving only these two. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Li Guangji directed the mirror towards Huaxi, and a plume of black smoke rose from his form. What? Could it be that he was so easily discovered? Jin Feiyao was taken aback. Chapter 28. Private transactions yet. Before the sect leader could take action, the black smoke surrounding Huaxi dissipated, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Huaxi wore an expression of utter confusion, gazing at the sect leader with a hint of trepidation. The presence of black smoke, albeit fleeting, indicated an encounter with a soul-breeding beast, but it was clear that he was not the beast's keeper, merely touched by some residual soul energy. The sect leader, with a hint of disappointment, provided this explanation. Indeed, the disciples who had been rendered unconscious by the black smoke when the soul-breeding beast fled also exhibited the same ephemeral smoke, which vanished almost immediately. The sect leader had pinned his hopes on Jin Feiyao, but unfortunately, when the magical artifact illuminated her, not even a trace of black smoke emerged. Jin Feiyao had previously recounted the events, clarifying that she had not come into close contact with the soul-breeding beast. It was Huaxi who had been engaged in battle, while she merely activated the elixir talisman. Therefore, it was only natural that she bore no trace of black smoke. Should she have, it would have spelled disaster. Since the soul-breeding beast was not nurtured by their own disciples, it was imperative that it not escape. The sect leader promptly dispatched Li Guangji to lead 800 disciples to Xianxia Mountain in search of the elusive beast. He specifically instructed that female disciples be included in each search team, emphasizing that they should serve as bait to lure the soul-breeding creature. Even if it required the sacrifice of numerous disciples, capturing the soul-breeding beast would ultimately be worth the cost. It is uncertain whether Huaxi has felt compelled to assist Jin Feiyao due to the discomfort of her accommodations, leading her to bring Jin to her own quaint courtyard. Each day, she served tea and water, even procuring a box of miraculous healing ointment, a third-grade EG ointment, truly deserving of its rank. This potent remedy allowed Jin Feiyao to rise and walk a few steps, supported by the railing, within a mere 5 to 6 days. During this time, Huaxi dedicated herself to healing the giant wolf king in the adjacent training chamber, while Jin Feiyao waited in the courtyard for her return. Taoist Jin, it appears your health has improved remarkably, and you are now able to move about, Huaxi remarked upon exiting the training room. Noticing Jin Feiyao seated on a stone chair, leaning against the railing, gazing into the distance, a sense of unease washed over her, accompanied by a deep-seated guilt. This predicament is partly my fault. Had I not invited you, you would not have sustained such grievous injuries, nearly costing you your life. Seeing that the surroundings were deserted, and with protective wards in place, Jin Feiyao cautiously broached the subject of that fateful day. There is no need for such distress, Taoist Hua. Encountering you has seldom brought me fortune. Perhaps it is our destiny to be at odds. However, I would like to inquire about the Yushui lion and the flying cat you promised earlier. Might I take them with me down the mountain? Pausing for a moment, Jin Feiyao continued, as you are aware, I come from a humble background, and resources are always scarce. I have risked everything for the Yushui lion and the flying cat. I trust you have anticipated my need and have prepared them accordingly. At last, Huaxi grasped the true motivation behind Jin Feiyao's initial assistance, merely a desire for items valued at less than 4,000 spirit stones. Should the fact that he is the keeper of the soul beast be discovered, Jin Feiyao would naturally be unable to procure the jade water lion and the sky cat from him. Thus, she resorted to a casual fabrication, aiming for mutual benefit. Jin Feiyao nodded, observing as Huaxi mounted a freely roaming celestial crane in the courtyard, setting off to find his senior brother. Watching the crane leisurely take flight, Jin Feiyao felt a twinge of envy. The Qing Beast sect raised a considerable number of celestial cranes, specifically for the convenience of their qi refining disciples. These cranes were kept in the courtyard, requiring only fresh water and beast feed, rendering the arrangement both efficient and effortless. Although their flight may be somewhat slow, they came at no cost, with each disciple afforded one. From Huaxi, she learned that these celestial cranes had been cultivated over several centuries through meticulous breeding by the elders, allowing each disciple to have one for transportation within the sect. If one were to sell a celestial crane egg outside, it would fetch a price exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. Consequently, to safeguard these cranes, they were prohibited from being taken beyond the sect. They could only be ridden within its confines. Should one wish to venture beyond the sect, they would need to ride their own spirit beasts, which were strictly forbidden from leaving. This situation truly incited Jin Feiyao's envy, especially recalling her time at Hengzhen's sect, where no spirit beasts were available for transport. Disciples in the Qi refining stage were unable to ride swords, leaving them to traverse on foot. Only the direct disciples received a meager allocation of 10 teleportation talismans each year, a rather stingy offering that left much to be desired. Huaxi's absence stretched into the better part of the day, and Jin Feiyao's impatience grew until she finally spotted Huaxi returning, accompanied by Brother Xiao, albeit rather tardily. Could it be that they came specifically to see her off? Surely, they could not be that benevolent. Jin Feiyao propped herself up against the railing, curiously observing the two. Jin Daoyu, Xiaoza descended from the celestial crane and first greeted Jin Feiyao with a respectful gesture, wearing a cheerful smile. Jin Feiyao reciprocated the greeting with a smile of her own, teasingly inquiring, "Are you here to bid me farewell, Daoyu Xiao?" At that moment, Huaxi hesitated before addressing Jin Feiyao. "Jin Daoyu, Brother Xiao has come to discuss a matter with you." "What matter?" Jin Feiyao asked. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at the two. Xiaoza, feeling a bit bashful, explained, "It is this. Jin Daoyu, I wish to purchase the jade water lion that junior brother Hua intends to gift you. This time, there are a total of 3 cubs, although I have already received one. However, I have given that one to a junior sister. Is it customary for the Qing Shou sect to gift items to junior sisters?" Jin Feiyao blurted out, bemused by their behavior. Huaxi quickly pulled Jin Feiyao aside and whispered, "That junior sister is the daughter of our master and is already betrothed to Brother Xiao, so she is not an outsider. Please refrain from speaking carelessly." "Understood." Jin Feiyao nodded, though inwardly she mused. While he flatters his junior sister to win favor with his future wife, you flatter your junior sister to please a soul-raising beast. How amusing. I wonder, though, what price Daoyu Xiao is willing to offer. Jin Feiyao was confident that if she did not inquire generously about the price, they might present her with some worthless trinkets, and Huaxi would then say something about their acquaintance, making it troublesome if she refused to sell. "Rest assured, Jin Daoyu, we will not let you suffer any losses. Brother Xiao intends to offer 1,400 spirit stones for the jade water lion, a price comparable to that on Beichi Street." Huaxi quietly remarked, "The egg of that flying cat was also borrowed from senior brother Xiao. As you know, I currently lack the capital to acquire a flying cat, so I hope you can do me a favor." Huaxi whispered to Jin Feiyao, while Xiaosa pretended to observe whether the crane had gained weight. The price seemed reasonable, and Jin Feiyao agreed, but she had another matter to raise. "Daoist Hua, you are aware that I possess several spirit beasts, but they have already been claimed by their masters. I wish to dispose of them discreetly, without revealing their origins. In exchange, could you assist me in eliminating the marks left by the previous owners?" Huaxi understood that she was referring to Yishan's spirit beasts, which could indeed cause trouble if carelessly exposed. Huaxi nodded and replied, "All right, give them to me shortly. If we can directly exchange them for spirit stones, I shall assist you in erasing those marks. With your expertise, I am reassured." Jin Feiyao smiled and nodded. After finalizing their discussion, Jin Feiyao didn't even glance at the young jade water lion. She simply received a storage bag containing 1,400 spirit stones from Xiaosa. Given their intention to acquire the jade water lion without any thought of bringing it along, Jin Feiyao found no reason to dwell on it. Once the transaction was complete, Xiaosa departed on the crane, conveniently facilitating the exchange between Jin Feiyao and Huaxi. Jin Feiyao stealthily handed over 6 spirit beast bags to Huaxi, requesting his assistance in their disposal. Additionally, 2 other spirit beast bags, originally containing black-winged bees and black pythons, were now empty and reserved for her future use. "What about the egg of the flying cat?" Once everything was arranged, Jin Feiyao inquired. "I have brought it here," Huaxi replied, producing a spirit beast pouch from which she extracted an egg. The egg, resembling a sky cat, stood about 3 fists high, its milky white shell adorned with delicate blue patterns reminiscent of flowing clouds. Jin Feiyao cautiously accepted the egg, her excitement palpable as she asked, "How should one care for this?" "It requires nurturing with spirit stones, and it can be hatched after 3 months. For the first 3 months, it must be fed with the milk of a sky cat, which is available in larger spirit beast shops. 1 spirit stone will purchase a jar, sufficient for a day's consumption. After 3 months, it can be weaned, at which point you can feed it demon beast meat or specially formulated spirit beast food. In truth, it is relatively easy to raise." "Easy to raise?" Jin Feiyao nearly spat blood. How many spirit stones will that cost me? The investment seemed excessively large. Huashi remained silent, merely chuckling awkwardly. Chapter 29. A group of eccentrics accompanying Jin Feiyao down the mountain were other disciples of the Qing beast sect. Huashi, due to her responsibilities in raising the soul beast, was temporarily unable to leave the sect. Since her injuries had not yet fully healed, 2 celestial cranes were specially dispatched, guided by a disciple to escort her to the teleportation array. Everything will be fine, Taoist Jin. Allow me to introduce you. This is the captain of our Team 44. Elder Wing introduced the man beside Jin Feiyao. I am Wu Haokong, temporarily in charge of Team 44. From now on, we shall be companions, supporting and assisting one another. Wu Haokong's hearty laughter was refreshing, instilling a sense of comfort. Jin Feiyao smiled and gave a slight bow, for she had now attained the peak of qi refinement, qualifying her for the coveted foundation establishment pill. She would need to flatter others more in the future, as he appeared to be quite amiable, though one could not tell if he was the type to recklessly send his subordinates into peril. After introducing the captain, Elder Wang proceeded to present the rest of the group. Seated closely beside Wu Haokong were 2 individuals who exuded a quiet demeanor reminiscent of scholars from the mundane world, both possessing mid-stage qi refinement prowess. What was unsettling, however, was that they sat hand in hand, their expressions akin to those of dual cultivation partners. These 2 were Fan Kaiping and Fan Chuanping, a pair of brothers. The one named Fan Kaiping raised his head slightly and nodded towards Jin Feiyao, only to shyly lower it again, leaning into his elder brother's side. In contrast, Fan Chuanping was somewhat more open, offering Jin Feiyao a smile while firmly grasping his brother's hand, the 2 exchanging a deeply affectionate glance. Jin Feiyao struggled to suppress her astonishment, disgust, and myriad questions, awkwardly chuckling in an attempt to greet them. Elder Wang, why do you only introduce them and not me? A man squeezed in beside her, his enchanting peach blossom eyes appraising Jin Feiyao with an insidious gaze. He held a white, jade-boned peach blossom fan, occasionally striking a pose of roguish charm. My dear Taoist Jin, he said, I am Ding Wei, and we shall be comrades henceforth. It would be prudent for us to foster a good rapport. There is an elegant tavern in Luoxian City. Shall we indulge in a drink later? Ding Rui graciously bowed to Jin Feiyao, and with a swift motion, he unfurled the peach blossom fan, feigning elegance as a wave of fragrance enveloped the air. Jin Feiyao, repulsed by his lascivious demeanor, found herself overwhelmed by the scent and instinctively stepped back. Yet, Ding Rui, undeterred, leaned in, fanning himself while attempting to engage her in conversation. Suddenly, with a loud sneeze, Jin Feiyao erupted, catching Ding Rui off guard and showering him with droplets. I apologize, esteemed Taoist Ding. Since childhood, I have been unable to tolerate strong fragrances. They invariably provoke sneezing, she exclaimed, her voice laced with regret. Observing Ding Rui's bewildered expression, she hastily retrieved a cloth from her garment, apologizing profusely while vigorously wiping his face. After several strokes, dark smudges appeared on his fair complexion, glistening ominously. Jin Feiyao, noticing the cloth in her hand, blushed and stammered. Taoist Ding, I am truly sorry. In my haste, I mistakenly grabbed a cleaning rag. Perhaps you should wash up? The onlookers erupted in laughter. Even Fan Kaiping stifled her giggles behind her hand. Jin Feiyao, feeling unjustly maligned, shouted in defense, Taoist Ding, I assure you, this is not a filthy rag. It was merely used for cleaning my knife while grilling meat in the wild. The grease is clean, and the dark marks are merely soot from the firewood. Alas, Ding Rui had already dashed into the courtyard, oblivious to her explanation. Such was his nature. Had he devoted his energy to cultivation, he would not have languished in the mid-stage of qi refinement. Sister, pay him no mind, keep your distance. He becomes utterly transfixed by the sight of women. A delicate, fair arm draped over Jin Feiyao's shoulder, accompanied by a wave of intoxicating fragrance. Yet, she did not immediately succumb to a sneeze. Who would believe such nonsense about being sensitive to foul odors? Turning her head, she beheld a woman in her 30s, her decolletage partially revealed, skin as white as cream, and her lustrous black hair thick and radiant. The woman's alluring attire, opulent jewelry, and voluptuous figure distinctly marked her as a captivating presence. A practitioner at the later stage of qi refinement. This must be the Blood Lady. I have long heard old ones speak of you, describing you as vivacious, cheerful, and forthright. Jin Feiyao surmised that this individual was indeed one half of the couple mentioned. The young lady's sweet words brought forth a hearty laugh from the blood lady. What brings such joy, my dear? A burly man emerged from a courtyard, his face rugged, voice booming and resonating painfully in the ears. Darling, this is our new teammate. She just arrived and spat a mouthful of saliva at Ding Fei. The blood lady's laughter echoed like a melodious chime, her ample bosom responding in kind. Jin Feiyao chuckled, observing him with amusement, recalling old Wang's remarks about this man, known for his fiery temper in the 44th courtyard, Fei Qianlong, the blood lady's husband. His cultivation was a tier below his wife's, which left him feeling somewhat humiliated, further aggravating his temperament as he fretted over other men vying for his wife's attention. Blood lady, I have matters to discuss with Taoist Jin, so please refrain from monopolizing her for the time being, Wu Haokong interjected with a smile. The blood lady grasped Jin Feiyao's hand firmly, her chest thrust forward as she nonchalantly declared, I have no intention of leaving. I have endured this place for several years. Surrounded by you gentlemen for 365 days a year, it's utterly tiresome. Now that a fresh young lady has arrived, I shan't relinquish her to you. Her ample bosom pressed against Jin Feiyao's face. Though soft, it ignited a profound annoyance within her. What sort of situation is this? Suddenly, a chill brushed against her skin, prompting her to sense something amiss. Her brows knitted together as her spiritual energy, laced with an aura of menace, surged forth. Dear little friend, are you unwilling to be amiable with your older sister? The blood lady pouted, reluctantly releasing Jin Feiyao. Once she stepped away, the chill dissipated. Jin Feiyao smiled and replied, I would indeed like to grow closer to you, blood lady, but your aura is far too frigid for my liking. I have always been sensitive to the cold and must admire you from a distance. Uncertain of the blood lady's earlier intentions, she was unfazed by the discovery of her subtle actions and breezily dismissed the matter. With an unperturbed smile, she remarked, since you are unwilling, I shall not press the issue. The captain has matters to discuss with you, so I shall not intrude further. We can converse another time. With that, she swayed her hips gracefully and departed. Jin Feiyao discreetly employed her spiritual senses to scan herself, finding no abnormalities, and her previously taut nerves began to relax. The others, being well acquainted with the blood lady, were aware of her earlier intentions but chose to remain silent about it. As the blood lady departed, Wu Haokong produced a dark-hued jade tablet, addressing Jin Feiyao. Fellow Taoist Jin, this is the task jade slip for the entire sect. It encompasses all assignments suitable for those in the Qi refinement stage. Essentially, new tasks are recorded daily, and the slips are categorized by teams. Each team is mandated to undertake at least one compulsory task without rewards each year, and notifications will be issued through this jade slip in advance. Jin Feiyao received the palm-sized tablet, considerably larger than the typical jade slip, which was merely the length of a finger. She refrained from examining the slip for the moment, choosing instead to stow it away as she awaited further discourse from Wu Haokong. Subsequently, there was little more to discuss. He merely reminded everyone to refrain from fighting amongst themselves and briefly mentioned the upcoming competition for Foundation Establishment pills next year. Given her mid-Qi refinement cultivation level, Jin Feiyao was ineligible to register, and Wu Haokong was simply adhering to protocol by informing her. She resolved that, barring compulsory tasks, she would strive to avoid undertaking assignments with individuals of questionable behavior. However, upon reflection, aside from Elder Wang, the captain, and Lu Gaoi, she truly wished to limit her interactions with the others. Chapter 30. The Hunt for the Iron-Shelled Tortoise. I say, Mu Daoist, what are you rummaging about for? If you don't hurry, you will miss the captain and the others. Jin Feiyao frowned deeply, casting an irritable glance at the man squatting in the nearby bushes, searching for something. Here it comes, here it comes. Fellow Taoist Jin, look. The man, in his 30s with thick brows and large eyes, appeared reasonably presentable as he scampered over, clutching a handful of something white and fluffy. Who said we were kindred spirits? I have no interest in such things. Jin Feiyao clenched her fists, unable to contain her exasperation as she shouted. Had it not been for Jin Feiyao's unbearable frustration, leading her to incinerate the corpse upon sight, he might have truly ended up in a dire predicament. Observing him, reminiscent of a destitute refugee, adorned with over a dozen storage bags containing nothing but worthless debris, Jin Feiyao couldn't suppress the urge to strike him. Regret washed over her. Had she known he was of such character, she should have allied with the lecherous Ding Yu from the outset. Being taken advantage of by a scoundrel was preferable to sharing company with him. It's no wonder that when others witnessed her indecision between Ding Yu and Mu Shaoshi, Their expressions were a mix of bemusement and sorrow upon seeing her choose Mu Xiaoshi. A sudden roar echoed from the mountain, indicating that others had already located their target. Jin Feiyao urged, "Hurry. The captain and the others have commenced their hunt. If we delay and arrive too late, we shall receive not a single spirit stone. At that point, you'll have to barter your large white maggot for spirit stones." With that, she pivoted and dashed toward the source of the roar, leaving Mu Xiaoshi in a flurry, hastily stuffing the insects into his storage bag, anxiously calling out, "Wait for me. I'll be right there." The two made their way to the designated location, where they beheld a colossal iron-shelled turtle, towering over them at over 10 zhang, being restrained by the captain and his team. This third-tier terrestrial turtle, immense in stature, subsisted on a diet of vegetation, its shell a dark green, as sturdy as iron. Despite being a third-tier beast, its gentle nature and slow movements meant that even cultivators at the qi refining stage could, with sufficient numbers, overpower it, as ants might take down a bull. Gazing up at the turtle, which resembled a small mountain, Jin Feiyao couldn't help but click her tongue, pondering the sheer volume of plants such a creature must consume. Before she could fully express her astonishment, a massive tree trunk, as thick as a basin, plummeted from the heavens, prompting her to roll swiftly to the ground to evade it. Unfortunately, Mu Xiaoshi was not as fortunate. The trunk crashed onto the earth and rebounded, striking him squarely in the face, eliciting a pained scream from him. Jin Feiyao caught the radiant light, revealing 2 flags of different colors, and tossed one of the flags to Mu Xiaoshi, glaring at him fiercely. Mu Xiaoshi wiped the blood from his nose, seemingly accustomed to such reproach, and without uttering a word, grasped the flag and dashed ahead with remarkable speed, even faster than Jin Feiyao. She was determined not to be outdone on her first mission by a slothful parasite and hurried to follow suit. Moreover, upon flicking its elongated neck, it could launch countless tree trunks from its maw, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. It was also cunning. The trunks were laced with highly corrosive gastric fluid, a mere touch of which could spell disaster. They needed to set up a formation quickly, for such a direct assault would prove futile. Wu Haokong, seasoned and astute, recognized the ineffectiveness of their current strategy and instructed everyone to establish a killing formation. Wu Haokong, aside from his cultivation, dedicated his time to the study of formations, earning a modest reputation within the celestial sect for his expertise. Many sought his services for tailored restrictive formations at a more reasonable price than elsewhere, and today, he had directed his comrades to deploy the most commonly utilized annihilation formation. This formation not only ensnared the prey, but also unleashed formidable attacks, making it ideal for hunting powerful and resilient beasts. On ordinary days, there were merely 12 individuals present, and Wu Haokong, apart from his role as commander, had to personally maintain the formation, often feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Now, with the addition of Jin Feiyao, he could entirely focus on directing the others from the air, and the efficacy of the formation became immediately apparent. Following Wu Haokong's instructions, everyone positioned themselves in 12 designated spots, each wielding a flag of a distinct color. Jin Feiyao received the red flag, which, upon infusing it with her spiritual energy, expanded to a height of a person. She planted the flag into the ground and began reciting the incantation that Wu Haokong had taught her in advance. As the incantation reached completion, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from her body, all of which was drawn into the flag. 12 beams of various colors shot into the sky, converging to form a protective dome around the armored tortoise. The chaotic rain of tree branches and gastric fluid was also contained within the confines of the formation, allowing the practitioners to concentrate on arranging the formation without the distraction of the debris. The armored tortoise, now trapped, appeared exceedingly enraged and began to batter against the dome of the formation. Wu Haokong floated above the formation, observing the scene unfold, and silently recited another incantation, directing a beam of light towards the white flag held by Elder Wang. The beam penetrated the flag, causing it to emit a cacophony of sounds and radiate a brilliant light. Within the transparent formation, a dense white mist suddenly emerged, quickly filling the entire space. From outside the formation, one could only perceive a vast expanse of white fog, as the armored tortoise succumbed to the illusion and ceased its assault on the formation. The formation remained tranquil for a moment, with the flags fully unfurled, before erupting into a symphony of chaotic sounds. Within the white mist, lightning flashed and thunder resonated continuously. Before long, Jin Feiyao, stationed by the array flag, sensed the iron-armored turtle relentlessly colliding against the magic formation, causing the protective barrier to tremble continuously. This scenario persisted for a full half an hour, apart from the captain, Wu Haokong, who appeared somewhat at ease. The other 12 members exerted all their strength to sustain the spiritual energy required for the formation. Those in the later stages of qi refinement fared slightly better, their complexions remaining relatively stable, while Jin Feiyao and her companions, in the mid-stages of qi refinement, had already turned pale, their hands and feet trembling. Finally, just as half of the group was on the verge of collapse, a gradual calm enveloped the formation. Observing that the time was ripe, Wu Haokong ascended once more into the air and began to dismantle the spells of the array flags. As each flag was withdrawn, the corresponding individual felt a wave of relief wash over them. Once Elder Wang's white flag's spell was lifted, the white mist receded, revealing the iron-armored turtle within. Its head lay weakly against the ground, its shell riddled with numerous dents, a testament to the fierce assault it had endured. The once dark green shell had turned gray in death. Wu Haokong, wielding an ornate array flag, effortlessly entered the formation, grasping a broad blade. He made a swift cut in the air towards the turtle's head. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and the once impervious turtle shell, now devoid of spiritual energy, yielded easily to his strike, creating a deep gash. With a single hand, he inhaled, and a demon core the size of a plum soared from the turtle's head, landing in his palm. It was astonishing that such a large iron-armored turtle possessed a demon core of such modest dimensions. He had expected it to be at least the size of a basin. Jin Feiyao pouted, gazing at the demon core, which appeared no larger than a peanut due to the distance, expressing her dissatisfaction. Indeed, there are demon cores as large as a basin, but they are found on the backs of turtles. Would you care to hunt one? Chuckled a simple-minded, stout fellow standing beside Jin Feiyao. His name was Li Urjing, one of the inhabitants of the 44th courtyard. He embodied the essence of rural charm. If one were to find him standing in a field, he would resemble a kind-hearted farmer. Until the age of 18, he had toiled in a remote mountain village, completely oblivious to the realms of cultivation and martial arts. Had it not been for his family's dire poverty, he would have long settled down, married, and raised several snot-nosed children while continuing his agricultural life. Fate, however, had other plans. He fortuitously encountered an aging loose cultivator on the brink of death, who, upon discovering his spiritual roots, forcibly took him away. That old cultivator had since turned to dust, and Li Urjing arrived in Luoxian City bearing the legacy of that long-gone mentor, only to be lured into the celestial sect by a stunningly beautiful female cultivator. During his years with the old loose cultivator, he had remained in desolate areas, knowing little beyond the art of cultivation. His arrival in Luoxian City was sheer luck. He had wandered aimlessly to this place, rendering him exceedingly naive compared to the scheming loose cultivators who constantly calculated their gains. Chapter 31. The Beauty Tower. Li Urjin chuckled innocently, proclaiming, "I have heard tales of a creature known as the wave-pushing turtle, whose demon core is as large as a basin. Utilizing it for cultivation could significantly enhance one's abilities. Friend Jin, why not embark on a hunt for one of these turtles? You would acquire a magnificent demon core." Li Daoyu, Jin Feiyao interjected, observing his naive and earnest demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "The wave-pushing turtle is a 7th-tier demon beast. Even a gold core cultivator would find it a formidable opponent. Even if its demon core were the size of a house, I lack the capability to capture it. It would be better if you attempted it instead." "Very well. Once I have honed my skills further, I shall certainly assist you, friend Jin." Li Urjin nodded solemnly in response. Jin Feiyao, forced to accept his gratitude, cursed herself inwardly for having entertained his words. She worried whether this fool would indeed insist on dragging her into a perilous situation should he uncover the whereabouts of a wave-pushing turtle. Unexpectedly, upon the completion of their task, when Li Urjin led the group to a carefully chosen safe haven, the cultivator they had encountered was utterly no more. Instead, nestled upon the grassy mound where the slumbering cultivator had lain, 2 exceedingly affectionate 3rd-tier fiery beasts lay, contentedly burping. The group hastily fled the cave, voicing their accusations towards Li Urjin, who stood bewildered, completely unaware of the reasons behind their blame. When questioned about the pile of beast and human bones in the cave's corner, he innocently replied, "In our village, places where people have perished are avoided by all. Thus they are safe. Now, whenever anyone hears that he wishes to offer assistance, they hastily flee to avoid attracting misfortune, making him a veritable harbinger of calamity. Subsequently, Jin Feiyao feigned a diligent observation of the armored tortoise, refraining from further conversation with Li Urjin. Meanwhile, Li Urjin, observing Wu Haokong as he procured the demon core, felt an insatiable itch in his heart, yearning to assist. Yet, in the past, whenever he sought to lend a hand, Wu Haokong had concocted a myriad of excuses to refuse him, even expressing anger on several occasions, accusing him of disregarding orders. Thus, he was left in a state of anxiety, akin to a cat scratching at its own skin, yet he dared not approach. After Wu Haokong had successfully obtained the demon core, he exited the slaughter formation and produced a violet thunder sound talisman from his robe. This fourth-tier communication talisman held considerable value. Jin Feiyao's eyes sparkled with envy as she gazed at the talisman. Although it functioned similarly as a communication device, its effects were wholly distinct. It not only transmitted messages at remarkable speed, but also had the capacity to transport items. Even those in the nascent soul stage could not intercept it to seize the goods it contained. Wu Haokong infused the talisman with spiritual energy, causing it to transform into a sphere of violet light the size of a head. He placed the jade box containing the inner core within the violet radiance and uttered an incantation. With a crack of thunder, the violet light flickered and vanished, reappearing at its destination. The armored tortoise, being of considerable size, possessed a shell that was excellent material for crafting large magical artifacts, rendering it indivisible for transport. Moreover, they lacked a mustard seed space. Even the largest storage bags could not accommodate a creature spanning several dozen feet. Hence, they could only send the thunder sound talisman to the task givers, instructing them to come here to collect the spoils. As long as the armored tortoise remained in situ before the task givers arrived, there would be no need to concern themselves with how the tortoise was subsequently handled after the task was completed. At long last, the dawn of the following day brought forth a celestial vessel, approximately 10 zhang in length, gliding gracefully towards us. The entire ship was crafted from pristine white materials, and its hull was adorned with a magnificent golden array, radiating a resplendent golden light as it activated. At the stern, a charming three-tiered pavilion stood, embellished with a similar golden array, while atop it fluttered a grand banner, intricately embroidered with a striking gilded character for beauty. Such extravagance seemed almost excessive. The spiritual stones required to propel this airborne ship could have purchased 2 armored turtles. As Jin Feiyao beheld the vessel soaring through the heavens, she lamented the prodigality of the affluent. To her astonishment, it was the ship of the renowned Beauty Pavilion, though she was left to ponder who might be aboard. Her fortune felt overwhelming. Suddenly, Ding Ji became animated, jostling to the forefront, his gaze fixed upon the celestial ship, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The vessel hovered above the armored turtle, and several figures appeared at its bow, all adorned in flowing white gowns. Due to the considerable distance, only the shimmering silver glow of their garments was visible, dazzling the onlookers. These ineffectual wandering cultivators had rendered the armored turtle shells into such a state. How was I to forge them into a ship? There was no need to provide them with spiritual stones. They could sell the turtle meat themselves. A young girl, no more than 15 or 16, stood at the forefront of the celestial ship, her countenance obscured by a white veil, indignantly reprimanding those around her. Behind her stood 10 young maidens, all at the chi refining stage, heads bowed in respectful unison. Only an elderly woman, of mid-foundation establishment stage, stood beside her, her demeanor respectful yet devoid of servility. The young maiden furrowed her brows as she gazed at the pitifully battered turtle shell beneath the boat, her dissatisfaction palpable. Humph. Were it not for my mother's prohibition against using the jade-boned turtle as material, I would not have to resort to this wretched iron-armored turtle. Its dull, ashen hue is far from exquisite. For one such as I, the most beautiful maiden of the southern mountain realm, to embark on such a vessel is utterly embarrassing. Fear not, young mistress, the elderly woman replied, her voice flowing like a river. I have already conferred with the artisans. By incorporating black essence stone during the crafting process, the vessel shall transform into a striking black hue, with the crystalline powder of the black essence stone creating a starry effect. Furthermore, instead of using the blood of the golden lizard for the vessel's magic array, we shall employ the far more precious blood of the unicorn beetle. Once completed, it will undoubtedly outshine the flying ship crafted from your jade-boned turtle shell, becoming even more dazzling and beautiful. The elderly woman was relentless in her persuasion. knowing well that the mistress had commanded the use of only third-tier materials for the flying ship. The jade-boned turtle shell was indeed commendable, yet it belonged to a sixth-tier beast acquired at a steep price in the past. Now, although the young mistress would be using the third-tier iron-armored turtle shell, the expense of the abundant black essence stone and the precious unicorn beetle blood would not be significantly less than that of the current flying vessel. Will it truly be beautiful enough to match my beauty? The maiden inquired, her skepticism evident, primarily because the iron-armored turtle shell before her was exceedingly unappealing. She found it difficult to envision what the final creation would resemble. The elderly women, accustomed to the young maiden's near-manic confidence in her appearance, bowed their heads in silence, allowing her to chatter on without interruption. Having admired her own beauty for a moment, the young girl finally addressed the matter at hand, saying to Aunt Bai, "Please send down the spirit stones. I shall reluctantly accept this iron-armored turtle." The dozen or so individuals present had been captivated by her beauty, remaining transfixed for quite some time, utterly motionless. "Let us depart. It is not a source of joy for these onlookers to behold my true form." Aunt Bai, the elderly woman, summoned a low-grade Ru-E magical artifact, leaping into the air and descending gracefully upon her flying treasure. The girl spoke truly. The 13 below had been fixated on her since her appearance, their gazes riveted on her and the flying vessel beneath her. Apart from Dingy, who could only fantasize about her beauty behind the veil, the others were unable to discern her features, thus lacking interest in her visage. Wu Haokong was primarily concerned with whether the remuneration would be secured. The task at the beautiful maiden pavilion was no easy endeavor, and the iron-armored turtle had taken over a month to locate, causing considerable hardship for all involved. Meanwhile, Mu Shaoshi fixated on her because he was crouched by the turtle's leg, stealthily attempting to clip its claws, fearful of being discovered, and thus acting with utmost caution. His deftness and vigilant awareness of his surroundings betrayed his experience in such underhanded pursuits. The remainder of the group, like Jin Feiyao, were captivated by the opulent flying vessel. Their emotions oscillated between envy and resentment towards the wealthy. "This ship is enormous, far larger than the cart of the local landlord in my village. If it were employed for transporting manure, the fields of our village would remain fertile for years without the need for external sources," remarked Lier, smacking his lips in awe. The others, upon hearing this, nearly choked in disbelief. To so audaciously describe the celestial vessel of the Latina woman incensed Ding Bei, who with a sharp clap of his peach blossom fan struck his palm fiercely and directed his ire towards Li Urjin, exclaiming, "You uncouth ruffian! If you dare to insult my beauty again, I shall ensure that you receive a severe lesson, regardless of our shared residence. You shall not speak of the inhabitants of the beauty pavilion in such a manner. Do you presume that everyone is as wretched as you, you vile woman?" Ding Bei retorted defiantly, "Enough. Silence yourselves, for our esteemed guests have arrived to undertake their mission. I do not wish for our precious spirit stones to go to waste due to your incessant prattle." Wu Haokong finally erupted in anger, his voice lowered but resonating with authority as he commanded silence upon witnessing the approach of Aunt Bai, a Foundation establishment practitioner, gliding through the air with her magical artifact. Aunt Bai, from a distance, overheard their exchange. Such a volume could hardly evade the keen ears of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, as they belonged to the entire immortal sect, she felt it necessary to extend a semblance of grace. With a resonant sound akin to metal slicing through the heavens, she flicked her finger lightly, sending forth several beams of white light towards the members of the immortal sect. The onlookers were caught unawares, and Ding Bei, along with Xuan Yangzi and Li Urjin, were struck with a resounding impact, left bewildered by the nature of Aunt Bai's assault. The trio felt an unsettling sensation coursing through their bodies, a searing pain accompanying it. In an instant, they tasted a briny, metallic flavor, and blood erupted from their mouths. "The beauty pavilion is not a place for you to slander at will. Today, I shall spare your lives for the sake of the immortal sect. Should I encounter your foolishness again, I shall claim your lives," Aunt Bai warned, her expression as frigid as frost, her voice sharp as a blade, as an overwhelming pressure emanated from her, leaving those present gasping for breath. Wu Haokong remained silent, quietly standing to the side, unwilling to sacrifice his life for these thoughtless individuals. As the leader, he bore no paternal obligations. His sole responsibility lay in guiding them through their tasks. The other team members also bowed their heads in silence, each reluctant to attract misfortune upon themselves. Only Fei Tianlong, cradling xianxia, glared furiously at Aunt Bai, yet dared not make a rash move. Aunt Bai cast a sweeping glance, discarding a storage pouch onto the ground, and coldly remarked, "We shall inform the higher-ups of the entire Immortals sect about this matter. The sect ought to exercise better governance over its disciples, as they display no semblance of decorum." As she departed, the oppressive aura weighing upon the group dissipated, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Although xianxia and her companions had endured some hardships, they had at least preserved their lives. Despite their resentment, their strength paled in comparison, leaving them no choice but to swallow their grievances. It was uncertain what thoughts occupied the minds of the others, but Jin Feiyao could not have been mistaken. This Foundation establishment cultivator was relegated to a subordinate role. The fact that an arrogant Foundation establishment cultivator could be subservient to others piqued her curiosity about the extent of the Beauty Pavilion's influence. After the payment of spirit stones, the personnel from the Beauty Pavilion began preparations to transport the iron-armored tortoise. A multitude of long ropes, all of inferior magical quality, were tossed down from the celestial ship, dangling downwards. Several white-clad female cultivators descended, securing the iron-armored tortoise firmly to the ropes. When faced with an immovable tortoise shell, a few utilized control techniques to lift it before threading the ropes through. How I long for such a flying magical artifact, Jin Feiyao thought, her eyes sparkling with envy. Throughout the journey, she calculated how many spirit stones she might receive from this endeavor. Initially, the promised remuneration was 20,000 spirit stones, from which the captain would take 1/3, leaving the remainder to be distributed among the others. Calculating this, each individual would receive merely around 1,100 spirit stones, while the captain would pocket 6 times that amount. This seems rather exploitative. Acquiring spirit stones is no easy feat. During the last excursion to Twin Tower Mountain with Tong Huaxi, we earned significantly more, accumulating nearly 4,000 spirit stones in just a few days. Reflecting on the celestial cat egg she had left at home, she felt a pang of regret, uncertain of how long this outing would last. Beside the egg, she placed 100 spirit stones. Recalling her previous state of poverty, Jin Feiyao could not help but perceive her present self as a complete prodigal. Within the confines of the 44th courtyard, Wu Haokong distributed the spirit stones among everyone, despite the common knowledge that the captain would invariably deduct 1/3 beforehand. A few individuals still expressed dissatisfaction. However, as this was a regulation of the entire sect, they felt compelled to remain silent. Yet one person did not share this sentiment. Upon receiving his spirit stones, he scoffed, remarking on the captain's undue advantage in appropriating 1/3 of the total, while they too had exerted effort, only to receive such a meager share. Just as the group was about to disperse, his words halted them, drawing their attention like spectators at a performance. Jin Feiyao had yet to converse with the individual named xianxia. Although she had encountered him a few times, she was reluctant to engage. Not for any particular reason, but simply due to the treacherous aura he exuded. xianxia, in his early 20s, had disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders, obscuring much of his face and making it difficult to discern his features clearly. It remains uncertain whether it is an innate quality or the result of some esoteric practice. Yet his complexion is alarmingly pale, and his eyes, narrow and piercing, perpetually cast a gloomy gaze upon others. Such a presence is undeniably disconcerting. And among the residents of the 44th courtyard, none are inclined to seek his friendship. Wu Haokong regarded him with a light chuckle, inquiring about the intentions of his fellow mountain dweller. This is a mandate of the entire sect. Should you find it unsatisfactory, you may, of course, apply for a captaincy competition in December. As a practitioner in the late stage of qi refinement, you undoubtedly possess the qualification for such an endeavor, and I shall await your arrival. Subsequently, he directed his attention to another cultivator at the same stage, saying, "Mu, if you too aspire to become captain, you are welcome to join." To this, xianxia retorted with a dismissive remark, "Hypocrite," before exiting the courtyard. With the excitement dissipated, everyone else dispersed, returning to their respective pursuits. Upon opening her jade talisman, Huaxi had arranged to meet her the next morning at the tea house they frequented. Jin Feiyao muttered to herself, questioning the wisdom of drinking tea so early in the day, suggesting instead a gathering at an eatery for a proper meal. The following day, she casually prepared herself and arrived at the appointed tea house. Ascending to the second floor, she found Huaxi seated by the window in a private room, gazing into the distance with a melancholic expression, lost in thought. so much so that she did not even notice Jin Feiyao's entrance. Jin Feiyao approached and plopped down opposite him, playfully asking, "What occupies your mind? Are you once again devising schemes to harm others? If you were truly a good person, then there would be no bad people in this world." Pouring herself a cup of tea, she leisurely sipped before inquiring, "What is it that you wish to discuss? Have you managed to deal with those spirit beasts?" Huashi casually tossed a cloth bag onto the table and inquired with genuine concern, "How is your celestial cat faring?" Upon opening the bag, she discovered merely a handful of spirit stones within. Puzzled, she looked up and asked, "Why did you sell the spirit beast pouch? Shouldn't you keep it for yourself?" Huashi shifted her gaze to the window and softly replied, "These are the proceeds from trading those monstrous beasts. I have taken not a single piece for myself. That is preposterous. I refuse to believe that all the beasts you possess are mere rubbish. With these few spirit stones, what can you possibly buy? Not even a first-tier beast." Jin Feiyao's voice rose in indignation. Huashi sipped her tea, casting a knowing glance at her, and then spoke slowly. "Spirit beasts are simply the designation given to monstrous beasts that have been tamed by cultivators. They remain beasts at their core. The spirit beasts that Ishan possesses were all recognized by their masters in their youth. If someone else buys them, they cannot recognize a new master, rendering them mere ordinary beasts for sale. Furthermore, you are aware that many of these beasts have dubious origins, and there are numerous spirit beast shops affiliated with the Green Beast sect. If it were discovered that I was selling Ishan's spirit beasts, it would be tantamount to revealing my own identity, would it not? Hence, I sought out a reputable spirit beast shop known for its discretion regarding origins. This ensures safety, albeit at a lower price. Within the soundproof confines of the private chamber, Jin Feiyao, unperturbed by the possibility of eavesdroppers, directly asserted, "But you can't have sold them for just a handful of spirit stones. Given your astuteness, how could you engage in such folly? Surely, you haven't gone so far as to slaughter all the spirit beasts and sell them off as mere materials, have you? From my calculations, the materials alone should amount to several hundred spirit stones. Could it be that you've pocketed the difference? How is that possible? We are all in the same boat. I would never betray you for personal gain. If my identity were to be exposed, the Qing Beast sect would undoubtedly know of your deceit and would come after you. At present, we can be considered friends, bound by life and death," Huashi quickly explained. "Who said we were friends bound by life and death? The man-eating beast is not mine. To receive the reward I rightfully deserve, I have to cooperate with you. What a world we live in." Jin Feiyao pouted in discontent. "Then tell me, why is it only this meager amount of spirit stones?" Huashi set down his teacup and spoke earnestly. "I grew up in the Qing Beast sect, having acquired my first spirit beast at the tender age of 4. Any spirit beast that has recognized its master will inevitably awaken some degree of intelligence. Having grown up alongside spirit beasts, how could I bear to kill them for money?" Such eloquent words. Yet, when you killed your childhood friend's junior sister, was that not done with ease? Is she worth less than a few spirit beasts? Jin Feiyao scoffed, not believing his hollow words. Chapter 33, "My friend, what are you doing?" Jin Feiyao was taken aback. Had this person truly lost his mind over raising spirit beasts? However, in the realm of cultivation, there is no shortage of eccentrics. Such a madman, who values spirit beasts over humans, is not particularly surprising. Jin Feiyao chose not to dwell on this matter any longer, and instead inquired about something she had long wished to ask. "Why did that soul beast ignore me and go straight for Ishan? Have you been scheming all along? Why the sudden generosity in offering me such a precious item?" The conversation took an unexpected turn, and Jin Feiyao's attention was now entirely captivated by the beauty-enhancing pill. She picked up the small jade box and opened it, revealing a single white elixir that emanated a sweet fragrance. Such a treasure is worth hundreds of spirit stones in the alchemy shop. Before Jin Feiyao could thoroughly admire it, she heard Huashi continue, "In the past few years, I have freely concocted many of these beauty-enhancing pills for my fellow sisters at the Qing Beast sect. The more a woman consumes, the more her soul beast craves it." With a swift motion, Jin Feiyao flung the jade box away, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Are you trying to ensnare me? Is this truly a beauty-enhancing pill?" She furrowed her brows and leaned back, attempting to distance herself from him. "Of course it is genuine. I merely added a few extra ingredients." Huashi chuckled as he noticed her retreating demeanor. "I do not wish to pry into your affairs, for I certainly do not desire to become a victim of your silence. Since there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave. I prefer not to have further dealings with you." Jin Feiyao hastily tucked away her cloth bag, bidding him farewell in a flurry, not allowing Huaxi to utter another word before she dashed off. Observing her hasty departure, Huaxi merely smiled and murmured to himself, "In a few months, you will undoubtedly seek me out." Upon exiting the tea house, Jin Feiyao meandered aimlessly through the streets. Passing by an alchemy shop, she recalled her desire to concoct a body-enhancing pill known as the purging pill, part of the heaven and earth annihilation technique. Deciding to step inside, she intended to purchase some alchemical materials. Beyond brewing spirit medicine, she could also consume the purging pill, a remedy that expels impurities from the body during the qi refinement stage. Although one cannot alter their spiritual roots, it is possible to diminish the impurities within the body, thereby enhancing the quantity of spiritual energy absorbed during cultivation. Such remedies cannot be sought from alchemists, as they are reluctant to have their secret formulas disclosed. Alchemists, upon encountering an unfamiliar recipe, resemble famished wolves, eager to claim it as their own. In the absence of an alchemist, one must resort to self-labor. For most cultivators have dabbled in alchemy to some extent. The expenditure on elixirs is the greatest among cultivators. Thus, by learning the art of alchemy, one can save a substantial amount of spirit stones once they attain proficiency. Regarding the vacant alchemical chamber, Jin Feiyao had inquired and discovered that it was situated above the earth fire summoned by the entire sect. However, she must pay spirit stones to the steward to access the earth fire below, otherwise she would be unable to utilize it. It is said that nearly every cultivator activates this earth fire, but should one perish or withdraw from the sect, the steward will seal it once more, waiting for new cultivators wishing to access the fire to generate additional profit. Jin Feiyao's alchemical chamber had previously harnessed the earth fire, but it had since been sealed again. She found it rather untroublesome. The constant sealing and unsealing seemed trivial, as it did not cost them anything significant. With this thought in mind, she entered the apothecary. The establishment was quite spacious, and upon entering, one would immediately notice a grand counter straight ahead, behind which stood 3 lovely female attendants. On the shelves behind the counter were numerous jade vials filled with spiritual elixirs, while the side displayed many jade slips inscribed with alchemical recipes. In one corner, an array of various sized alchemical furnaces was showcased. The smallest is merely the size of a palm, while the largest spans a full yard in width, ample enough for the refining of demon beasts. These alchemical furnaces vary in material. Some are as smooth as jade, while others, crafted from copper and iron, shimmer resplendently. A myriad of styles is available, even those fashioned from wood. After some contemplation, she resolved to first peruse the alchemical formulas, seeking the most economical materials to practice her skills. After searching extensively among the shelves selling formulas, she ultimately discovered that the least expensive ingredients comprised her very own purification pills. Consequently, Jin Feiyao decided against purchasing any formulas, opting instead to acquire just a furnace. Having never refined elixirs before, she was uncertain of what type of furnace to choose, and thus spent considerable time deliberating. She found the larger options rather foolish and feared that the smaller ones would be inconvenient to operate. In the end, she settled on a purple gold furnace, roughly the size of a basin. Priced at 400 spirit stones, it was reasonably affordable for a novice. The recipe for the purification pills required over 20 different ingredients, and purchasing 10 portions of spirit herbs depleted a significant amount of her spirit stones. With the need to care for her celestial cat and purchase gathering pills, she refrained from excessive spending. Her total never exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. While this may seem substantial, it is, in fact, quite fleeting, as even a few purchases could diminish her funds. In a smaller cultivation city, 10,000 spirit stones would afford one a comfortable living, perhaps even the means to establish a small sect in more remote areas. Alas, in the city of Luoxian, such an amount barely suffices for basic sustenance and the most conservative cultivation expenses. It was revealed that within the alchemical chamber lay an invisible formation. Without the steward wielding the formation's activation token, no one could discern its location. The incantation talisman held by the steward emitted a faint hissing sound, and a circular magical array materialized in the center of the alchemy chamber. The array shimmered, causing the ground to recede, revealing a pit of earth fire. Surrounding the pit were 6 fist-sized openings, each exuding flames. The greater the number of openings, the more adept one could be with the fire during the alchemical process. For a cultivator like her, at the qi refinement stage, 6 openings sufficed for creating lower-tier elixirs. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the earth fire was fully prepared. The steward collected the spirit stones and departed without a word. Jin Feiyao, uncertain of how to use it and reluctant to waste precious herbs, decided it best to consult the kind-hearted Elder Wang. Most of the defensive wards set to guard the premises were designed so that the outside could not see in, while those inside could observe the exterior. Standing at her courtyard entrance, Jin Feiyao immediately spotted Ding Yu's suspicious demeanor and chose not to venture out. Even without his furtive behavior, she intended to wait until he had left before emerging. Otherwise, she would find herself entangled once more. She noticed two women, clad in revealing yet elegant attire, with dangerously low necklines that suggested their modesty was on the brink of collapse. They followed Ding Yu into his courtyard, and after a brief wait, without seeing him emerge, Jin Feiyao cautiously stepped out of her own yard. As she reflected further, she questioned the need for such concern, given her lack of favorable impressions of Ding Yu. Her priority was to seek out Elder Wang to inquire about controlling the earth fire, only to discover that he was not at home. Turning her attention to Lu Gaoi, she was met with the same disappointment. He too was absent, likely having gone out with Elder Wang. Upon arriving outside Ding Yu's courtyard, Jin Feiyao called out to him, standing at the entrance, unwilling to squander a sound transmission talisman. Generally, barriers do not obstruct sound from outside, so a simple shout would suffice for those inside to hear. She soon caught sight of him, his upper body partially exposed, a faint blush adorning his face as he squinted and smiled at Jin Feiyao, inquiring, "Taoist Jin, do you seek my assistance?" "Indeed, Taoist Ding. I have a matter to discuss with you regarding the utilization of earth fire." Jin Feiyao, knowing she needed his help, was aware of his predilections. Although she found Ding Jing's attire rather indecorous, she reasoned that under the bright light of day, he would not dare to act inappropriately. Thus she sweetly inquired. However, upon glancing into the courtyard, her smile faltered, and after a moment of awkwardness, she remarked, "I didn't realize that you were in such an inconvenient situation. My apologies for the intrusion. I shall return to seek your guidance later." "Not at all, not at all. I am not busy at the moment, and I can certainly explain it to you. Are you not still awaiting your alchemy session?" Ding Yu found her predicament quite amusing and insisted on teaching her. Caught in a dilemma, Jin Feiyao felt compelled to maintain her composure, resolutely ignoring the circumstances within the courtyard while attentively listening to his explanation. She stifled her laughter and, after sincerely expressing her gratitude for his insights, departed as though nothing had transpired. Ding Yu, having initially intended to tease her, found that aside from her momentary embarrassment, she maintained her composure, absorbing all of his teachings without a hint of fluster. After much effort, he stood at the door with his bare belly for a considerable time. Yet there was no sign of progress. With a sense of ennui, he reluctantly closed the barrier and sought out the two lovely female cultivators once more. Chapter 34. The lecture hall. The two female cultivators appeared to be those who had meticulously honed dual cultivation techniques, relying on accompanying male cultivators to earn spirit stones for their own cultivation. Although this method of earning was both effortless and devoid of danger, and even served to enhance their own cultivation during the process, the majority of female cultivators were still reluctant to pursue such a path. However, Jin Feiyao harbored no disdain for them. Each individual possesses their own way of life, and no one is inherently more noble than another. As long as their actions do not impede her own, the endeavors of others bear no consequence on her. In truth, the utilization of the earth fire is remarkably straightforward. In an attempt to witness her embarrassment, Ding Fei shared some of his experiences from his alchemical practices with her. Although these insights were rather rudimentary, they were still far superior to Jin Feiyao's complete lack of understanding. With everything prepared, she first recited an incantation, concentrating her spiritual energy into a small orb of light upon her fingertip, which she then flicked towards one of the fire outlets in the earth fire pit. Upon being stimulated by her spiritual energy, the outlet erupted with a surge of searing flames. Following this method, she activated all 6 outlets, and the alchemical chamber was soon engulfed in a wave of intense heat, causing her to break into a sweat. Jin Feiyao rolled up her sleeves, retrieving the purple gold alchemical furnace and placing it into the earth fire to preheat. She then settled into a cross-legged position, closed her eyes, and meticulously reviewed the sequence for concocting the purging pill in her mind. Once the purple gold furnace glowed a fiery red inside and out, she opened her eyes, ready to commence the alchemical process. First, she utilized her spiritual energy to open the lid of the alchemical furnace. Then, in a measured sequence. She placed 10 primary medicinal herbs, including starry grass, lulu fruit, and yellow earth ginseng, into the furnace. After securing the lid, she allowed them to gradually refine within. Subsequently, at intervals of half an hour, she added one more spiritual herb into the furnace, continuing until all the herbs had been incorporated. Jin Feiyao then awaited the moment when the furnace would fully amalgamate these ingredients. She retrieved her water gourd, filled with well water, and anxiously fixed her gaze upon the furnace, prepared to quench the elixir at the instant of its completion. Ideally, one would employ water from a spiritual spring. Yet as a humble cultivator, she could only make do with ordinary well water. For higher-tier elixirs, it was often necessary to use the blood of advanced demonic beasts during the quenching process. Suddenly, the furnace began to tremble, its lid quaking as if something were colliding against it. This phenomenon indicated that the elixir was on the verge of formation, necessitating the final step of quenching. Jin Feiyao quickly raised her finger, causing the lid of the furnace to soar open. With a swift motion of her hand, she directed the well water from the gourd into the furnace. A hissing sound erupted as a plume of steam billowed forth, the lid sealing once more. And tranquility returned to the furnace. It appeared that the refining was successful. Jin Feiyao extinguished the ground fire and, employing her telekinesis, removed the furnace. Upon lifting the lid to inspect the contents, she was met with a heap of black residue. After sifting through it for an extended period, she found no formed elixir. It seemed she had failed. Jin Feiyao scratched her head, perplexed about where she had erred, and disposed of the residue, washing the furnace anew with water. She refrained from continuing with her second batch of alchemy, realizing that such haphazard attempts were futile. It was essential to seek advice from others with more experience in the craft, as Dingzhi's knowledge proved to be of little value. Suddenly, it dawned on her that the following day marked the occasion of lectures for foundation-building practitioners. On the previous occasion, she had been out hunting armored turtles with her team leader and had missed the session. She had heard from others that the last lecture focused on the creation of talisman paper. Although only a few basic points were mentioned, and the speaker hesitated to divulge all their insights, it still proved beneficial for those in the qi refining stage. With this in mind, Jin Feiyao resolved to attend the lecture the next day, hoping to catch a session on alchemy. If that were not the case, she could still exchange experiences with other practitioners. Relying solely on Dingzhi's half-baked knowledge would surely lead her to financial ruin. That evening, she prepared her usual spirit herb soup, having transformed a corner of her cultivation chamber into a makeshift bathing area. She placed a large wooden tub, spacious enough for a single person, and constructed a rack for her clean garments and towels. Over time, she had even brought in some food and drink, making her cultivation chamber resemble a cozy dwelling rather than a sterile workspace. At the break of dawn the next day, she hastily tidied up and made her way to the lecture hall. The number of qi refining disciples from the entire sect was overwhelming, and arriving late would mean losing a good spot. In a decidedly ungraceful manner, she hurried to the lecture hall, only to find a sizable crowd already gathered below the podium. The lecture hall was situated within the residence of the qi refining disciples of the entire sect, strategically placed in the center to signify the distinguished status of the lecturing practitioners, occupying the largest area within the premises. The entire courtyard, aside from the lush green lawn, features a platform standing half a meter high and 3 meters wide, adorned with meticulously crafted and smooth grass mats. Surrounding the platform are no railings, facilitating the discourse of the cultivators. The speakers are all at the foundation establishment stage, utilizing various amplification spells to ensure their words reach even the farthest listeners. A circle of cultivators has gathered close to the edge of the platform, with those in the front likely having arrived before dawn, demonstrating their earnest pursuit of knowledge. Jin Feiyao strolled around the platform, seeking a spot with more female cultivators and fewer men. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name from the crowd. Raising her gaze, she spotted an ethereal beauty waving at her from within the throng. It was none other than her acquaintance, Lu Qibua, who had arrived quite early. Noticing Lu's position near the front, where the area was not too crowded, Jin Feiyao approached her to greet her. As the surrounding individuals were seated, it felt rather awkward for the two of them to stand and converse, so they chose to sit side by side instead. Jin Dao friend, since we parted that day, I have not seen you again, not even at this lecture, Lu Qibua remarked gently, observing her. Do not worry, Jin Dao friend, regardless of the topic discussed. It is merely the insights of foundation establishment cultivators, which are beneficial for us all. It seems you have something specific in mind that you wish to learn. Lu Qibua elegantly placed her hand by her mouth, smiling softly. I am currently studying alchemy, though I have yet to succeed even once. I wish to hear the experiences and insights of other cultivators. My solitary efforts have led to painfully slow progress, Jin Feiyao confessed. Jin Feiyao had only attempted alchemy once, and she sought to glean insights from Lu Qibua, exaggerating her failures while pitifully shaking her head and lamenting her plight. I have scrimped and saved, accumulating spirit stones to purchase a few inexpensive spiritual herbs, only to have them reduced to charred remnants. Not a single half-formed elixir emerged from my efforts. Henceforth, I shall have to tighten my belt to make ends meet. Upon hearing this, Lu Qibua furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating something, while Jin Feiyao sat dejectedly beside her, her face a portrait of despair. After a moment, Lu Qibua appeared to have an epiphany, smiling as she addressed Jin Feiyao, my dear friend. The issue lies in your inability to control the amalgamation during the refining process. The heat was excessive. She then leaned closer to Jin Feiyao's ear and whispered, during the alchemical process, simply extend a thread of your consciousness into the cauldron, allowing you to observe the condition of the herbs. This way, when the moment is right, you can make an immediate judgment without relying solely on rigid formulas or the external state of the cauldron. Dear Lu, you are truly my savior for sharing this invaluable advice with me. Had I been left to ponder this alone, I would not know when I might have figured it out. I cannot express my gratitude sufficiently. Jin Feiyao had been waiting for Lu to take the initiative to enlighten her, and now that moment had arrived, prompting her to adopt an unexpectedly moved demeanor. Lu Qibua gently shook her head and smiled. You are too humble, my friend. This is merely a small insight from my alchemical practice, hardly worth mentioning. However, if I may impose upon you, there is indeed a matter I wish to discuss. Jin Feiyao was taken aback, realizing there was indeed a matter at hand. Upon witnessing her momentary stupor, Lu Qibua, with a graceful gesture reminiscent of an orchid, broke into a smile. Do not fret, Taoist Jin. This venture could prove advantageous for you as well. I have been tasked with gathering spiritual herbs for another, though it is not an assignment from the entirety of the Immortals sect. The remuneration is quite appealing. Each individual stands to gain 1,000 spirit stones. However, due to a shortage of hands, I would like to invite you to accompany me. Jin Feiyao shook her head in response. It seems rather peculiar that such a simple task as gathering spiritual herbs would yield such a generous reward. It must entail considerable danger. Lu Qibua nodded in tacit acknowledgement, explaining that the herb in question was a 600-year-old fire immortal lotus, fiercely guarded by a newly formed corpse spirit, which had only just attained the 3rd tier of existence and was yet to reach its full potential. Corpse spirits, Jin Feiyao mused. If they have merely entered the 3rd tier, a number of cultivators at the qi refining stage could likely subdue them. This creature is a result of the transformation of a cultivator's remains, and a 3rd-tier corpse spirit possesses only nascent intelligence. Aside from its grotesque appearance, immense strength, and potent toxins, it poses little threat. Yet, the true concern lay not with the corpse spirits, but rather with the location of the fire immortal lotus. Nestled within a cavern fraught with peril, the cave teemed with numerous 1st-tier ghost eye spiders and a handful of 2nd-tier leaders. Our mission was to eliminate the ghost eye spiders obstructing our path, and the materials harvested from them would be ours to keep. Lu Qibua's subsequent remarks left Jin Feiyao in contemplative silence. A single nest of ghost eye spiders could yield hundreds, and within the confines of a cavern, the sheer volume could be staggering. Although the spoils from slaying the ghost eye spiders could provide a modest profit, being cornered by a throng of 2nd-tier leaders in the narrow passages of the cave would make escape exceedingly difficult. After pondering her explanation, Jin Feiyao found the proposition increasingly feasible. With the foundation-building cultivators stationed and numerous qi refining practitioners in attendance, it seemed only prudent to lend a hand in such a favorable endeavor. Very well, I shall accompany my friend Lu on this excursion. Chapter 35. Our desire to argue the two engaged in idle chatter for a while, agreeing to set their departure for 7 days hence. The number of practitioners attending the lectures continued to swell, filling the area beneath the teaching platform with cultivators from the entire celestial sect. Some had joined the sect as young as 10 and now, in their 50s or 60s, remained ensnared in the qi refining stage without achieving foundation. These individuals were mostly familiar with one another, and what began as a relatively tranquil lecture hall transformed into a cacophony due to the interactions among acquaintances. Jin Feiyao learned from Lu Qibua that typically, After the lectures concluded, attendees would linger to exchange items and share insights on their cultivation experiences. The monthly gatherings were particularly boisterous, and those with specialized skills found themselves in high demand. For instance, practitioners skilled in alchemy, talisman crafting, array formation, and artifact construction often found themselves surrounded by eager individuals seeking to reserve or purchase items at more affordable prices than those available externally. Moreover, those who had accepted tasks from their sect and wished to avoid recruiting companions from their own courtyard would seek suitable teammates for their respective techniques during this time. The spells of cultivators directly influenced the tasks they could undertake. For instance, a practitioner specializing in water magic would find it advantageous to operate near coastal or riverine locales, while being assigned tasks in deserts or arid mountains would likely prove fatal and counterproductive. Jin Feiyao was uncertain of the elemental affinity of her own spells. The heaven and earth annihilation technique defied ordinary classification, and though she assigned it to a spectral category, she found the label unsatisfactory. When others inquired about her major, she would proudly declare that she specialized in the fire element, justifying her choice by asserting that underworld fire also constituted a form of fire, albeit tenuously. Last time, Lu Qibua had asked her about it, which prompted the current invitation to join, for the ghost-eyed spider was particularly vulnerable to fire spells. A single flame cast in its direction could swiftly eliminate several of them. As the group engaged in lively conversation, a resounding chime echoed from the heavens, silencing their voices. This was the grand celestial bell, a signal utilized throughout the sect to announce the arrival of a foundational elder, reminding everyone to maintain decorum and silence during lectures. The bell's melodic toll lingered in the air for an extended moment, and the previously bustling lecture hall fell into an eerie stillness, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In an unexpected turn, at that very moment, someone released a loud flatulence, causing a brief pause in the profound silence before erupting into a chorus of raucous laughter. Typically, such a sound would go unnoticed in a crowded setting, but in the eerie quiet that had enveloped the hall, it reverberated like a thunderclap. Jin Feiyao doubled over in laughter, tears streaming from her eyes. As she wiped them away, she glanced towards the source of the sound, exclaiming, "Who on earth would commit such an act during such a solemn occasion?" However, when she stood to identify the solitary figure encircled by a conspicuous gap, she was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Li Urjin, who sat obliviously amidst the retreating crowd, nonchalantly munching on roasted sweet potatoes, oblivious to the chaos he had caused, even offering his snacks to the surrounding cultivators. Jin Feiyao hastily plopped back down, turning her back to him and shielding her face with her hands. She wished to remain unrecognized by Li Urjin. The thought of him greeting her was intolerable. At that moment, the foundational cultivator who was to lecture appeared, majestically descending from the sky upon a flying sword. This was his inaugural lecture after achieving the foundational stage, and having previously inquired with familiar cultivators about the customary proceedings. He had chosen his most formidable sword to make a grand entrance. From a distance, he heard the resonant chimes of the broad celestial bell, deliberately slowing his flight to present himself with great dignity before the assembly of qi refining practitioners. However, upon reaching the lectern, he was met with the sight of these junior cultivators in uproarious laughter, causing a cacophony that starkly contrasted with the anticipated silence and reverence. When others lectured, these youngsters were typically respectful, fearing any offense. Yet here he was, subjected to such indignity, which ignited a fire of anger within him, prompting thoughts of leaving in a huff. Nevertheless, recalling that delivering this lecture was a mandated obligation, he resolved to endure for the required hour. In a fit of indignation, he unleashed a palpable aura of intimidation upon the gathered crowd. The raucous practitioners, jolted by his oppressive presence, quickly recognized the arrival of the lecturer, an unfamiliar face, and hastily settled into silence, too fearful to move. As the surroundings quieted, the foundational cultivator guided his flying sword to land on the platform, casting a frosty glare over the assembly before calmly seating himself in a meditative posture on the lectern. The monk had already attained the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and his oppressive aura wielded considerable power over those at the qi refinement stage. While he could not kill invisibly, his presence instilled profound fear, sending chills akin to a blade's cut down their spines. The overwhelming psychological pressure rendered them as if seated on needles, their sole desire to flee this place, yet paralyzed by fear. The assembled cultivators collectively exhaled in relief, but before they could fully regain their composure, the Foundation establishment monk coldly declared, "Today, I shall speak on the art of flying with instruments. Pay close attention." As his words fell, he summoned a resplendent flying sword, mounted it, and with a swift whoosh, soared into the void, leaving only his silhouette behind before vanishing into the sky. The onlookers were left speechless, sitting in place as they watched him disappear in mere moments. It was not that they lacked the desire to depart immediately, but the oppressive aura had sapped their strength for an entire hour, leaving their legs too weak to move, necessitating a brief respite. Thankfully, he had departed in such a manner. They could only blame the person who had caused the disturbance, who had truly inconvenienced everyone. Lu Chiboy gasped for breath. Her brow furrowed as she spoke. Jin Feiyao was not faring much better, yet refrained from mentioning her acquaintance with Li Urging, instead expressing her indignation. Honestly, at such an age, how could he engage in such triviality, foolishly sitting on the platform to bully others? What a so-called senior, utterly unacceptable. Taoist Jin, we must set off early in 7 days. Do not forget. I shall await you at the main gate, Lu Chiboy said as she rose, rubbing her sore legs. They had arrived early to attend the lecture but ended up enduring an inexplicable ordeal, all due to that troublesome, loud individual. When she intended to confront the portly fellow, she discovered that he had long since fled. Observing the irritable cultivator searching everywhere for Li Urgin and inquiring about the identity of the rotund man and his affiliation, Jin Feiyao swiftly slipped out along the wall. With the thought that her supply of gathering chi pills was nearly depleted, she resolved to purchase another 10. Additionally, she planned to buy 10 portions of the spiritual herbs required to refine the purging pills, intending to experiment with them once she completed the preparation of the herbs. As she strolled through the bustling streets, Jin Feiyao was suddenly startled by someone calling her name in a tone that resembled the anguished cry of a beast caught by the throat. Turning her head, she spotted a group of 5 or 6 individuals not far away. One woman was desperately tugging at a man beside her, gesturing towards Jin Feiyao and speaking frantically. What misfortune! How could she encounter them here? Recognizing them as acquaintances she wished to avoid, Jin Feiyao turned to flee. Unfortunately, her pursuers were unwilling to let her escape. Quickly surrounding her path, the girl scrutinized her for a moment before exclaiming, "It is indeed you, Jin Feiyao. So, you have fled here. You are the one who has escaped. Do you even know how to speak?" Jin Feiyao furrowed her brow and retorted coldly. Raising her chin and casting a disdainful glance at them, she remarked, "Shouldn't you two be addressing me as elder sister? How presumptuous. After merely a few days as cultivators, you have become so arrogant? What sort of education do you receive at Linkong's sect that you lack any sense of decorum?" Subsequently, she shook her head, sighing with deep regret. How could a renowned sect like Linkong have such disciples? I can only imagine the heartache your master must feel. Jin Feiyao, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever been arrogant? The girl's face flushed crimson. Upon encountering Jin Feiyao, she felt unjustly accused and could not help but raise her voice in protest. Jin Feiyao, nonchalantly digging at her ear, replied coldly, "Please step aside. Fighting is prohibited within the confines of Luoxian City. If you wish to avoid being expelled, then kindly move along. Cousin, it is truly a delight to see you here. You know Fian's lack of eloquence, so let us not hold her words against her." A young man, persistently tugged at by Jin Fian, stepped forward and smiled at Jin Feiyao. After scrutinizing him for a considerable time, Jin Feiyao finally appeared to have an epiphany. "Ah, it is you, Feiwen, my dear cousin. It has only been a few years, yet you have grown so tall. Did you not go to Linkong? What brings you to Luoxian City? To frighten me with grandfather's tales?" Jin Feiyao chuckled, recalling how Feiwen, despite his seemingly refined demeanor, was always scheming behind the scenes. In their family, the most formidable member was merely an elder at the later stage of chi refining, while his uncles and relatives were all at the same cultivation level. Underestimating her potential in Luoxian City. What of Jin Feiyao and Jin Feihua? Are they still practicing the Yusu heart method within the family? She abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring about the two. Upon hearing their names, Jin Fian's face suddenly turned crimson, as if she were somewhat embarrassed. Jin Feiwen smiled politely and remarked, "Cousin must be thinking of the other sisters. They have cultivated their fortunes in their previous lives and earned the affection of the Foundation establishment elder from the Linkong sect, thus securing their place within its ranks. If elder sister were here, she too would surely have garnered the elder's favor and would be living a prosperous life now." Jin Feiyao nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, It has been a challenge for grandfather, allowing them to toil for so many years to master the furnace techniques. Without currying favor with the elder of the Linkong sect, given your years of entry, one of you is merely at the mid-stage of chi refinement, while the other remains at the initial stage. You might still be sweeping the entrance of the sect. It is far better to have one's own kin, self-sustaining. And in the future, when you both bear offspring, you could learn the Hyang Heart Sutra and create even better furnace vessels to present to others. Cousin, grandfather acts for the prosperity of the family. As a member of this lineage, is it not reasonable to contribute a bit? Have you forgotten the deeds you have committed before? Disrespecting your elders, being unfilial and disloyal, has brought disgrace upon our family. With a shift in tone, Jin Feiyao began to reprimand. Yet, Jin Feiyao simply smiled, challenging, "Why should I sacrifice for you? The family has done nothing beneficial for me. Why should I barter my own future for your bright path? I am not foolish enough to be poisoned by the toxic plant. You ungrateful wretch." A thunderous roar erupted from behind. Jin Feiyao turned to find her uncle, accompanied by a group of guards, hastening to apprehend her after receiving Jin Feiwen's message. The messenger was a young lad of 13 or 14. Jin Feiyao observed him dutifully trailing behind her uncle, bowing and scraping with excessive enthusiasm, which incited her ire. With a swift motion, she approached and delivered a stinging slap across his face, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I have treated you with kindness, yet you betray me so effortlessly. Begone!" Raising her foot, she kicked him several times, her voice laced with disdain. "What kind of brother are you, to utter such words? If you wish to enter the inner sect, earn your place through your own merits. Is there no other sect aside from Linkong? I gained entrance to the entire Immortal sect through my own abilities. Why do you lack the resolve to forge your own path, resorting instead to selling out your sister for glory? Watch as I trample you into submission." With a fierce glint in her eyes, Jin Feiyao issued a chilling warning. Her fists clenched as she surged toward the advancing guardian. The guardian fell as though made of paper, each punch sending him sprawling several feet, incapacitated among the onlookers. Upon hearing his words, Jin Feiyao regarded him with a sardonic smile, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, Jin Feiyao hastily approached, grasping the enraged uncle firmly and murmuring, "Uncle, our master has expressly instructed that within Luoxian City, cultivators must not engage in combat. The consequences can be dire, death for minor infractions, or expulsion of the entire sect for more severe offenses. Please, remain calm." But she struck first. "Is she not afraid?" The uncle shouted, pointing at Jin Feiyao in agitation. Jin Feiyao, observing his uncle's reckless bravado, patiently clarified, "Uncle, as long as one does not employ spiritual power, physical confrontations between mortals and cultivators fall outside the jurisdiction. You have also observed that my cousin's strength has grown considerably. If we were to rely solely on our fists without utilizing spiritual power, we would scarcely endure a few blows from her. Did she not just declare herself the strongest within the entire sect?" Jin Feiyao remarked softly. "Ah, I see now." The realization dawned upon my uncle, prompting Jin Feiyao to exhale in relief. Lacking any spiritual roots, he obsessively yearns for immortality, employing every conceivable means to cultivate, nearly transforming into a demon in the process. Jin Feiyao approached, squatting before him, her voice cold as she articulated, "Last time, I spared you due to our shared upbringing. But to think you would repeat this behavior. Did I somehow offend you in a past life? It seems you are desperately attempting to exploit me for your own gain. Why not scheme against someone else? I am utterly exasperated with you. Were we not related by blood, I would have no hesitation in striking you down with a single blow." Having delivered her words, she stood upright, disregarding the company entirely as she strode away, leaving behind piercing gazes that felt like daggers against her back. Following such an encounter, Jin Feiyao's spirits were considerably dampened, leading her to the most bustling establishment in the city, the Shanghai Tower, seeking solace in a drink to ease her frustrations. This tavern is renowned for its light and delectable green plum wine, perfectly suited to her palate. The Shanghai Tower is favored for its variety of wines and exquisite dishes, making it quite popular among the masses. Upon reaching the third floor, she finally located an unoccupied table. She ordered several dishes along with a pot of green plum wine and began to indulge herself. The third floor was populated by numerous cultivators, their conversations drifting into her ears, discussing a myriad of topics, predominantly revolving around the current happenings in Luoxian City. Once again, they were heard discussing, I suspect it could be some high-ranking cultivator forcibly abducting female practitioners to practice sinister arts or to capture them as vessels, subsequently using a demonic beast as a decoy to divert everyone's attention. Indeed, this possibility was not entirely unfounded. However, it was rumored that numerous female practitioners from major sects had been devoured, leaving not a trace behind. This left the young ladies pale and anxious, too frightened to venture out of Luoxian City. Indeed, when attempting to find a female practitioner to accompany them on a hunt for demonic beasts, they resolutely refused to join. Every outing was filled with men, rendering it rather dull. It would be far more enjoyable to visit the beauty parlor and recruit a few lovely companions for their missions instead. Your thoughts are quite naive. The earnings won't even cover the expenses for a trip to the beauty parlor. Why must these vile demonic beasts feast upon women instead of simply preying upon men? Jin Feiyao felt a surge of exasperation. After all their chatter, it turned out to be merely because the female practitioners were too afraid to go out, resulting in their outings being exclusively male and lacking in excitement. If they were to encounter a beast that feasted solely on men, they would likely lament. Why not consume women instead? She shook her head, took a sip of the plum wine, and nibbled on a slice of meat as delicate as a cicada's wing. Just as she was about to savor the flavors, she overheard a hushed exclamation from a corner. 500 Foundation establishment pills. The bustling third floor fell into an abrupt silence, and all eyes turned toward the two figures in the corner. They were two men in the late stage of chi refinement, and upon noticing the collective gaze upon them, they shot back fiery looks. One of them, startled, exclaimed, "Daoist Wang, is what you said truly the case?" The upcoming event at the Luoxian Palace promises an opportunity for all to compete for 500 Foundation establishment pills. Another astute individual quickly interjected, affirming, "Indeed, I heard it from my master. Regardless of sect or cultivation level, anyone beneath the Foundation establishment stage may register to participate. The first 500 participants will be awarded the pills, and for those who are solitary cultivators, there is the added advantage of potentially joining various prominent sections. Such an opportunity is rare." The crowd, initially skeptical, regarded the two with a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Especially considering their modest cultivation levels, one could hardly expect them to possess even a single Foundation establishment pill. Nevertheless, the mere whiff of such news stirred excitement among the listeners, softening the previously palpable tension. They yearned for further details. Caught in a precarious situation, the one privy to the details stood up and addressed everyone on the third floor with fervor. After taking a sip of tea, he noticed lingering looks of confusion and continued, "Rest assured, news will undoubtedly arrive in a few days. Moreover, 500 Foundation establishment pills are not an excessive number. 5 centuries ago, due to the fierce rivalry between the Luoxian Palace and major sects, 800 pills were distributed, albeit with a loss in the end. As long as the Luoxian secret realm remains, it is relatively easy to refine such pills." With his words resonating, the crowd began to believe with a measure of conviction, realizing that there were no restrictions on age or cultivation level, and that individuals from any background, whether sect-affiliated or not, could vie for the Foundation establishment pills. Given the substantial quantity available, surely one could seize at least one. Was this not akin to a pie falling from the sky? The monks were all at the chi refinement stage, and the Foundation establishment pill was a matter of life and death for them. Who would not desire it? Especially the unfortunate loose cultivators, whose expressions darkened as they wished for the demise of all surrounding practitioners, hoping that only they would remain to partake. For a moment, the third floor of the Shanghai Tower was shrouded in an eerie silence. "Two esteemed immortals, please proceed to the upper floors." At that moment, an attendant from the Shanghai Tower led 2 cultivators upstairs, only to find the third floor enveloped in an unsettling stillness. Once bustling with activity, the floor was now nearly empty, save for Jin Feiyao and the 2 who had delivered the news. The remaining tables stood vacant. This left the attendant and the newly arrived cultivators utterly baffled. Chapter 37. 3 bowls of braised pork noodles indeed, within a few days. The Luoxian Palace took the initiative to announce this matter, with the date set for 2 years hence. The early announcement was intended to prepare cultivators, allowing them to be well-equipped for what lay ahead. This news rapidly disseminated through various communication talismans and word of mouth, spreading throughout the entire southern mountain realm. To ensure that even the most remote or long-secluded loose cultivators were informed, major sects were tasked with issuing notices in all cultivation towns. If any nearby loose cultivator had a cave dwelling, announcements were to be sent forth. If any secluded cultivators were overlooked and later discovered, their sect would lose a spot for one of their members. Consequently, countless qi refinement cultivators began to expend their life savings to purchase elixirs to elevate their cultivation. The prices of magical artifacts and talismans soared, and the competition for foundation establishment pills in Luoxian City intensified, as throngs of qi refinement cultivators flocked to the site, causing the number of disciples from all sects to swell rapidly, nearly reaching a state of overcrowding. The number of individuals joining the all-immortal sect is steadily increasing, including those who have reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Although they are currently unable to participate in the competition for foundation establishment pills within the sect, the captain has sensed the mounting pressure and has retreated into seclusion, leaving everyone to their own devices. Despite the arrival of new residents in the courtyard, those nearing the culmination of the qi refinement stage have also entered seclusion. Meanwhile, those in the early to mid stages of qi refinement are fervently preparing for the upcoming competition for 500 foundation establishment pills in 2 years, bustling about with relentless ambition, rendering the courtyard rather desolate. A year later, it is evident that Jin Feiyao will not attain the later stages of qi refinement. Even if she aspired to contend for the foundation establishment pills within the all-immortal sect, she would undoubtedly lack the qualifications. However, she is unwilling to miss out on the seemingly free 500 foundation establishment pills and believes she can still secure a position within the top 500. Calculating her available spirit stones, even with the addition of the 1,000 spirit stones from Lu Qibua, she finds it only sufficient for a modest seclusion. With prices soaring and the cost of elixirs having doubled, Jin Feiyao finds her determination to break through to the later stages of qi refinement waning. Financial constraints indeed stifle lofty aspirations. After much contemplation, she resolves to assist Lu Qibua in completing this endeavor before entering seclusion to strive for the later stages of qi refinement, intending to compete for a position among the 500 in 2 years. Yet, she feels a twinge of discomfort regarding the annual mandatory tasks. Overthinking serves no purpose, and she decides to wait for the notification before making further plans. At that time, everyone would likely be in seclusion, and it remains uncertain whether they would refrain from intruding upon one another. On the day agreed upon with Lu Qibua, Jin Feiyao arrives early at the entrance of the all-immortal sect, only to discover that Lu Qibua arrives even later than she does. After a considerable wait, she finally sees Lu Qibua emerging alongside a young man in his 20s who is also at the later stages of qi refinement. Perhaps due to the necessity of attending to serious matters, she adorned herself in a simpler fashion than usual, forgoing her signature illusionary orchid technique. Jin Daoyu, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, she said, introducing the gentleman beside her. This is my good friend from the 16th courtyard, Ding Tianqing. The man merely nodded indifferently, his gaze drifting away from her. Observing his aloof demeanor, Jin Feiyao could not help but recall a certain dashing libertine from her own courtyard, also bearing the surname Ding. The disparity in their character was indeed striking. Having exchanged greetings, Lu Qibua led the two of them toward their appointed meeting place. Typically, cultivators prefer to gather in tea houses or taverns, but this occasion seemed to take a different turn. Instead of leading them into a bustling establishment, Lu Qibua guided them to a humble noodle stall. A makeshift shelter stood by the roadside, shielding them from the elements, beneath which 3 weathered tables were arranged. To one side, a rudimentary kitchen was set up, tended to by an elderly couple with graying hair. The 3 tables sat empty, devoid of customers, rendering the noodle stall both shabby and forlorn. This is indeed where we agreed to meet. It appears our companions have yet to arrive. Let us have some noodles while we wait, Lu Qibua suggested, glancing at the desolate stall. Since we are here, and considering the plight of this elderly couple, a few bowls of noodles will not be a burden. Jin Feiyao took a seat at the table and called out to the elderly couple, Kind sir and madam, please bring me 3 bowls of noodles, with extra noodles and additional meat. She then turned to Lu Qibua and Ding Tianqing, inquiring, what would you two like to eat? Ding Tianqing shook his head and uttered a succinct, that's enough. Huh. Jin Feiyao, though perplexed, reflected that it was indeed he who had suggested they all enjoy noodles together. Why was it that she alone had ordered, while the others seemed disinterested in food? However, she considered that perhaps they had already dined or simply lacked appetite. And being the considerate person she was, she refrained from pressing them further. 3 bowls of braised pork noodles, as per this little fairy's request. I made sure to add a few extra slices of meat, the elderly vendor announced as he approached with 3 steaming bowls. The rich aroma of the broth wafted through the air, while the hearty noodles were topped with 6 neatly arranged pieces of braised pork and garnished with vibrant green scallions, instantly igniting one's appetite. Without hesitation, Jin Feiyao seized the chopsticks from the bamboo holder on the table and placed all 3 bowls before her. She mixed each bowl thoroughly before indulging with gusto, finishing one bowl in the blink of an eye. As she reached for her second bowl, she noticed Lu Qibua and Ding Tianqing, both gazing at her with wide eyes, clearly astonished by her voracity. Swallowing a mouthful of noodles, she remarked, "You two are quite something. When I asked if you wanted to eat, you both said no. Yet now, seeing me relish this meal, are you not tempted? If you are, then order some noodles. This round is on me. A few bowls are hardly costly. Why merely hold your chopsticks? What good does that do without noodles to enjoy? Surely, you don't wish to savor what I've already had." With that, she turned to the elderly vendor once more, exclaiming, "Good sir, your noodles are truly exceptional. Please bring me 2 more bowls. My 2 companions, who just claimed to be uninterested, now wish to join in on this delightful feast." Lu Qibua and Ding Tianqing had ordered some noodles for her, and she eagerly dug into the 2 bowls of noodles remaining before her. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qibua and Ding Tianqing grasped their chopsticks with a slight tremor, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. Lu Qibua could hardly fathom that the 3 bowls of noodles ordered by Jin Feiyao were intended solely for her. Both she and Ding Tianqing had presumed it would be 1 bowl each, so when questioned later, they simply replied in the affirmative. To their surprise, when the noodles were served, Jin Feiyao had already arranged all 3 bowls in front of herself and mixed them together. Given her diminutive stature, her appetite was astonishing. Before Lu Qibua and Ding Tianqing could fully comprehend the situation, Jin Feiyao had devoured an entire bowl. Ultimately, she found herself in the embarrassing position of being the one craving noodles at the table, holding chopsticks with no noodles left in sight. Stealing a glance at Ding Tianqing, she noted his own discomfort as he awkwardly fumbled with his chopsticks, unsure whether to pick them up or set them down. Fortunately, the elderly couple was swift in their service, and the noodles were soon brought out, alleviating the tension between the two. Due to the earlier incident, Lu Qibua felt somewhat self-conscious and took small bites of her noodles. Meanwhile, the ravenous Jin Feiyao had long finished all 3 bowls and, rubbing her belly, called out, "Elderly sir, bring me another bowl of noodles. It seems my stomach is still yearning for just a little more." "What an impressive appetite you have, Taoist Jin. Do you typically consume this much?" Lu Qibua nearly choked, and after retrieving a pristine white handkerchief to dab her mouth, she smiled and teased, "How could that be? Both Ding and I are at the late stage of qi refinement. We certainly do not possess an appetite like yours." Lu Qibua chuckled. In truth, she was well aware of her situation. Ever since she commenced her cultivation of the heaven and earth annihilation technique, her appetite, which was already greater than that of most women, had increased even further. A perpetual sense of hunger resided within her, necessitating an ample intake of sustenance to feel satisfied. After indulging in the herbal broth, she often felt as though her stomach was in a state of extreme emptiness. She had examined her body meticulously, from the core of her spiritual energy to her consciousness, yet found no issues. Eventually, she stumbled upon the realization that her physique, having been adjusted by the herbal concoction, was becoming stronger and more resilient, with her food consumption rising in tandem with her bodily transformations. The greater her strength, the more she needed to eat. She could only await the outcome of her foundational establishment, hoping that her appetite would return to normal once she ceased consuming the herbal broth. Otherwise, she harbored grave doubts that upon achieving foundational establishment, she might find herself in a perpetual state of needing to consume food. At that moment, a group of individuals approached. Lu Qibua gracefully finished her noodles and noticed that the leader of the gathering was Qian Feng, a cultivator at the early stage of foundational establishment who had issued the task. He was notably lean and dark-skinned, exuding an aura reminiscent of someone who had long endured hunger. Following him were 3 other cultivators, aside from one at the late stage of qi refining. The remaining 2 were also at the early stage of foundational establishment. The presence of senior cultivators at the foundational stage surprised Lu Qibua, with 3 foundational cultivators accompanying them. Their journey would undoubtedly be smoother. Jin Feiyao slurped the last noodle into her mouth, feeling a twinge of unease. Although the number of ghost-eyed spiders was substantial, as long as they had sufficient personnel and coordinated effectively, there would be little danger for the qi refining cultivators. regardless of how many Qi refinement stage practitioners arrived. She would not find it strange. However, the fact that they had summoned 2 Foundation Establishment seniors was noteworthy, as it amounted to 3 in total. 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators could effortlessly deal with any troublesome corpses or ghost-eyed spiders. Why then did they summon a group of inexperienced Qi refinement juniors, complicating matters and necessitating the division of spirit stones? There was certainly something amiss. She cast a glance at Lu Qibua, observing her already standing to pay her respects, and wondered if she had contemplated this issue. Meanwhile, Ding Tianqing rose in tandem with Lu Qibua, displaying no signs of peculiarity. Practitioners at the Qi refinement stage were unable to transmit messages across distances, leaving her unable to inquire of Lu Qibua. Thus, she reluctantly stood as well, bowing to the 3 Foundation Establishment seniors. Chapter 38. The Yellow Mudflat and the Violent Horse Chrysanthemum. After a brief wait, 7 more mid to late Qi refinement practitioners arrived, bringing the total to 14, filling the 3 tables at the noodle stall to capacity. Many passers-by, noticing the crowd, assumed the stall was thriving and gathered around, eager to join in and secure a spot for a bowl of noodles, leaving the elderly couple in a state of fluster. Observing the increasing number of people, Qianfeng felt somewhat helpless. He had specifically chosen this modest noodle stall to avoid drawing attention. Yet unexpectedly, these bystanders had congregated, with some squatting by the roadside merely to indulge in a bowl of noodles, with no opportunity to inform everyone of their destination. He had no choice but to lead the group away. Jin Feiyao was also taken aback by the sudden influx of patrons at the stall. She extracted a relatively large shard of spirit stone to settle the bill before rising to follow the others. However, she had a keen sense and, seizing the opportunity amidst the bustling crowd, quickly pulled Lu Qibua aside to whisper. The 3 of them were all members of the Immortals sect, and it was far more prudent to face danger together than rely on unfamiliar faces. Yet, her suspicions were unfounded, lacking any solid evidence. Lu Qibua merely nodded in response, assuring her that she would exercise caution. Jin Feiyao, on the other hand, could only hope that her concerns were unwarranted and that they could accomplish their mission smoothly. Due to fears of the location of the spiritual herbs being leaked, Qianfeng had refrained from informing anyone in advance of their destination. Such practices were commonplace among cultivators. Typically, those seeking assistance were after something of significant value, and giving prior notice could easily lead to it being snatched away. The others dared not inquire further and followed Qianfeng toward the teleportation array. After all, he was a senior in the Foundation Establishment stage, and his long-standing prowess instilled a sense of trepidation in those of the Qi refining stage when dealing with him. As they proceeded, a group of 7 followed, among whom was a late-stage Qi refining cultivator appearing to be in his 40s. He approached them with a grin and jokingly remarked, "You 2 truly possess remarkable courage, unafraid of the man-eating beasts, and still dare to venture outside the city." Without so much as a greeting, he leered at them, provoking Lu Qibua's displeasure. She responded coolly, asserting that it was merely a beast and that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Unperturbed, he continued to prattle on with a grin, "Rest assured, should we encounter one of those man-eating beasts, I shall protect you both. Such beautiful female cultivators as yourselves should not venture into such perilous places. There are numerous opportunities within the city that could provide you with easy earnings. I wonder if you might be interested. I could introduce you to some lucrative endeavors." "Leave," Lu Qibua exclaimed, her anger erupting at his words. The man, having failed to garner favor, was met with her wrath. Enraged and humiliated, he retorted viciously, "What are you pretending for, you wretched woman? Who knows what dubious dealings you engage in behind the scenes?" "Repeat that." Lu Qibua halted, glaring at him fiercely. Jin Feiyao observed the exchange, perplexed as to what warranted such a quarrel. Although the man had been impolite and somewhat frivolous in his speech, it seemed he had committed no grave offense to provoke Lu Qibua's ire. The others, taken aback by this unexpected altercation, also paused in their tracks. As the mission leader, Qianfeng found the scene distasteful. Before they had even commenced their descent into the cave, a dispute had already arisen, prompting him to chastise them. "What are you 2 doing? If this disrupts my mission, I shall extinguish your primordial spirits." Startled by Qianfeng's admonition, both Lu Qibua and the man reluctantly fell silent, though Lu Qibua pouted in dissatisfaction, clearly unwilling to relent. "Women are nothing but trouble. We could do without them," Qianfeng remarked, turning away to lead the group onward. Jin Feiyao, offended by his words, felt her anger rise. What was wrong with being a woman? Just because one possessed only the initial cultivation stage of foundation establishment. Was it necessary to be so arrogant? She now harbors some reluctance about going. Unease has settled within her, compounded by the disdain of others. Turning her gaze towards Lu Qibua, she observed her face flushed with indignation, her lips clenched in frustration as she glared at them. Lu, if you do not wish to go, you needn't. Let these men offer themselves to the ghost-eyed spider for nesting, she declared, fearing that Lu Qibua might refrain from expressing her own disinterest for her sake. Yet, Lu Qibua defiantly retorted, why should we not go? To abstain would merely affirm our ineptitude. We must demonstrate that we are not inferior to them. Furthermore, the 1,000 spirit stones hold value for me. Why forfeit them? Humph. That fellow speaks of this task as if it were trivial, merely sending us to accompany others in dual cultivation. Such individuals rely solely on commissions from referrals. Merely cursing him is too lenient, Lu Qibua spat vehemently. Upon realizing the nature of the task, even Jin Feiyao felt a surge of anger, spitting disdainfully towards the retreating figure. Meanwhile, Ding Tianxing had remained silent throughout, quietly trailing behind the two, refraining from voicing any opinions or offering assistance. As though they were not companions at all, Jin Feiyao cast him several inquisitive glances, puzzled by the relationship between him and Lu Qibua. Since Lu Qibua insisted on attending, the trio hastened to catch up with Qianfeng and the others. Qianfeng did not rush them away, merely responding with a cold grunt. The journey unfolded in silence as they silently transported from Luoxian City to Huangnatang. Huangnatang revealed itself as a vast expanse of yellow, muddy terrain, seemingly boundless from a distance. The muck was riddled with numerous puddles of varying sizes, some adorned with peculiar bubbles that erupted sporadically from the depths. On the edge of the city, numerous mortals from Luoxian City are found on the yellow mud flats, sifting through the soft mud for palm-sized yellow mud snails, a highly sought-after delicacy in the local taverns. They dare only to excavate these snails at the fringes, for venturing deeper reveals the presence of enormous mud clams. These clams, with their shells lined with razor-sharp teeth, lurk within the muck, ready to swallow a person whole, only to reduce them to a bloody pulp to consume. Furthermore, deeper within, one might encounter colossal earthworms, as thick as water buckets and several yards long. Though they do not intentionally harm, their incessant burrowing through the mud often leads to unfortunate individuals being ingested along with the mire. By the time they emerge, they have become one with the yellow mud flats. Not to mention the giant mud crabs, towering as tall as a 2-story building, which can effortlessly snip a person in half with their pincers, relishing human flesh as their preferred meal. Jin Feiyao has long speculated that humans, being devoid of shells or fur and regularly scrubbed to a pristine whiteness, must possess succulent, tender flesh, making them quite appealing to various demonic beasts. Qianfeng and the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators brought forth their magical artifacts upon reaching the yellow mud flats, maintaining a flight just 5 or 6 yards above the ground to accommodate Jin Feiyao and the other qi refining practitioners. As Jin Feiyao stood amidst the knee-deep muck, she gazed at the 3 predecessors soaring above her, pristine and clean. Her eyes then drifted forward to observe Lu Qibua and other late-stage qi refining practitioners gracefully gliding over the mud, occasionally touching down lightly like dragonflies upon the surface, before effortlessly soaring several yards into the air. A wave of melancholy washed over her heart. In the midst of the 5 cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement, one among them was notably foolish, finding himself mired in the thick mud as he summoned forth his cherished steed, the verdant spring spirit horse. Amidst the gathering, the horse's elongated limbs became ensnared in the mire, rendering it immobile. The other 4, standing amidst the muck, gazed at the young man clad in blue atop the horse, his face reddening as he urged the creature to hasten its pace. At last, the verdant spring spirit horse lifted its legs and leaped, only to plummet once more into the depths of the mud ahead, splashing the bystanders with muck due to the force of its descent. Jin Feiyao, rendered speechless, observed the scene and shook off the clinging filth from her attire. She bent down to retrieve a small stone from the mire, and with precision, flicked it towards the horse's tail. Her throw was no trifling matter. The stone soared like an arrow, embedding itself into the horse's rear. With a resounding neigh, the verdant spring spirit horse kicked its legs and forged a path through the mud, galloping away with its master in tow. Jin Feiyao clapped her hands, offering a bright smile to the 3 bewildered onlookers. She concentrated her spiritual energy beneath her feet, creating a barrier against the mud. As her spiritual force spread out, it resembled the wooden planks used by common folk digging for yellow snails, allowing her to traverse the mire without sinking. With a powerful push, she propelled herself forward, gliding across the surface of the mud. Witnessing her success, the three companions mimicked her technique, following her lead in pursuit of Qianfeng and the others. Make way. Do not obstruct the path. Jin Feiyao faced the gigantic mud crab that suddenly surged forth from the mire with a swift strike of her palm. The seemingly formidable creature was swiftly brought to the ground by her Minghua palm, instantly consumed by ethereal flames. She had already glided far across the muck, reaching the rear of the yellow clay marsh, where the silhouette of an unbroken range of mountains could be vaguely discerned in the distance. Throughout her journey, Jin Feiyao effortlessly dispatched numerous demon beasts that leapt from the sludge, seeking to devour her. Observing the remains of those creatures reduced to mere ash, she felt a twinge of concern. The Minghua was exceedingly effective against demon beasts of equal or lower rank, leaving no trace behind after the flames had done their work. If this continued, she would be unable to procure any materials from the demon beasts, leading to a significant reduction in her earnings. Even if she sought to hunt iron centipedes, it would be futile, having advanced to the mid-stage of chi refinement. The iron centipede had become nothing more than a feeble insect. Unexpectedly, the overwhelming power of her spells became a source of vexation. Should she resort to targeting cultivators in the wilderness, robbing them of their storage bags? The thought tantalized Jin Feiyao as she licked her lips. Such a venture would yield far greater rewards than hunting demon beasts. As a female cultivator of mid-stage chi refinement, her identity would arouse little suspicion. Lost in contemplation, she arrived at the edge of the yellow marsh, where Lu Qibua and the others had long awaited her. Suddenly, a mud clam leapt out before her, and with a swift kick, she sent the entire creature flying from the mire, spinning through the air before crashing into the firm earth on the bank with a resounding thud. Jin Feiyao gracefully landed on the shore, her gaze falling upon the blue-clad cultivator who had been riding moments ago, now wholly covered in muck, with only his eyes visible above the filth. The spirited green horse stood by, its body caked in mud, occasionally shaking itself to dislodge clumps of yellow earth. Chapter 39, The Labyrinth of Spiders. The mounted cultivator, in a state of disarray, busied himself behind the horse for some time, finally emerging with a bloodied small stone in hand. Aside from Jin Feiyao, the three others who had come with him were present, and he found it hard to believe that they were responsible for this. Casting a glance at Jin Feiyao, he saw her wide, glistening eyes filled with sympathy for the muddy green horse, which certainly did not suggest her involvement. With a sense of resignation, he hurled the stone away and summoned a water control spell to wash the filth off the spirited green horse. Truly a compassionate soul towards spirit beasts, he preferred to wallow in dirt himself rather than allow his cherished steed to remain unclean. The three cultivators who had followed closely behind soon caught up with Qianfeng, who had grown impatient, ready to depart as soon as everyone had gathered. Although the horse was now clean, the cultivator remained caked in mud. Yet Qianfeng had no intention of waiting for him, forcing him to trail behind the group, covered in muck. The three latecomers exchanged a few words with the muddy cultivator, whose expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Jin Feiyao. However, Jin Feiyao looked back at him, bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend why he was staring at her with such intensity. Frustrated and with nowhere to vent his anger, primarily out of fear of inciting Qianfeng's wrath, he silently vowed to remember this slight. Beyond the muddy expanse lay the Jinyaishan mountain range, characterized by its singular tree species known as shangdushing. Yet each tree towers to an impressive height of several dozen feet, with even the slenderest trunks requiring the embrace of 5 or 6 individuals. The entire mountain range, aside from these colossal trees, is riddled with numerous caves of varying sizes. Within this mountainous expanse resides a plethora of avian species, with most nests perched atop the giant trees. From diminutive mosquito-sized birds to those spanning 3 or 4 yards in length, the diversity is astonishing. The majority of these birds sustain themselves by feasting on the ghost-eyed spiders inhabiting the caves, while the ghost-eyed spiders, in turn, have a particular fondness for bird eggs. Thus, these two life forms exist in a delicate balance within the Jinya mountain range. Gazing down at the myriad of basin-sized holes beneath her feet, Jin Feiyao felt a shiver run down her spine, pondering the sheer number of ghost-eyed spiders lurking below. The entrances here, "We shall proceed within," Jin Feiyao declared. Standing at the mouth of the cave, he cast a fire spell of foundational level into the darkness. A fiery dragon surged into the cave, followed by the crackling of flames and the emergence of a pungent black smoke, indicating that the blaze was indeed vigorous. The group was puzzled. How could Senior Jin Feiyao have navigated into such a cave of merely human height and discovered the presence of fire fairy lotuses? As the sounds within began to fade, Jin Feiyao waved his sleeve, summoning a gust of wind that dispersed the smoke entirely. Then, leading the way, Jin Feiyao beckoned for everyone to stoop and enter the cave. Jin Feiyao followed closely behind Lu Qiyun, plunging into the abyss of darkness, where visibility was utterly obscured. Suddenly, with a crack, Jin Feiyao unleashed a small fireball that floated before him, illuminating the cavern. However, as Jin Feiyao trailed behind, the flickering light was obscured by those in front, allowing her only a vague glimpse of the lengthy passageway that lay ahead. Everyone took out their illuminating devices, like Jin Feiyao, who could control flames to float in the air for an extended period, a feat only achievable by those in the foundation establishment stage. Naturally, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage had their alternatives. Most individuals produced small pieces of luminous stones suspended from chains, and Jin Feiyao similarly retrieved a piece, fastening it to her waist. It was unclear how long they had walked when they heard Lu Qibua ahead cautioning, "Watch your step." By the dim glow of the flames, Jin Feiyao noticed the path ahead widening, revealing a small drop beneath her feet. With a determined stride, she leaped across it. In the shadows cast by the stalactites, a rustling sound echoed as the vastness of the cave obscured whatever lay hidden within. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened as if a great sun had risen behind them, illuminating the entire cave, which stood 6 or 7 zhang tall. Countless ghost-eyed spiders, exposed to the sudden light, frantically scuttled back into the dark recesses of the cave. The abrupt brightness startled Jin Feiyao, causing her eyes to blur. Shielding her gaze with her hand, she turned to see what had transpired. A cultivator clad entirely in yellow stood before them, wielding a long staff topped with a luminous stone the size of a human head. He resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, holding the divine stone aloft, radiating brilliance as he stood amidst the crowd. Everyone gazed at him in silence, observing his triumphant display of the luminous stone, while mud continuously dripped from his body. The luminous stone served as a substitute for candles among cultivators, having been cleverly transformed into various forms by shrewd merchants long ago. The luminous stone crafted by Lu Qibua is shaped like a butterfly, while Jin Feiyao possesses one resembling a Rui scepter. Although she has encountered quite large luminous stones in the shop, such as those carved into lifelike representations of nude figures, she has never witnessed anyone utilizing the luminous stone lanterns placed in the courtyard as torches. Observing the absurdity of the cultivator before him, Jin Feiyao took a deep breath and sternly commanded the crowd, "Why are you standing there idly? Go clear the path." As they gazed at the numerous openings within the cavern, the hired cultivators helplessly inquired, "Elder, which path should we clear among so many?" Jin Feiyao pointed to a passage wide enough for two to walk side by side and declared, "We shall take this route. You proceed ahead to clear the way." Everyone was there to earn their keep, so they remained silent and resolutely began their tasks. Meanwhile, Jin Feiyao unsheathed her crescent blade, which, despite its usage, remained in pristine condition, a testament to its infrequent use. The ghost-eyed spiders possessed only their blue eyes, which could be utilized for forging, and their value was minimal. Even small mosquitoes are still meat. Thus, Jin Feiyao, with her crescent blade in hand, cheerfully advanced to slay the ghost-eyed spiders. As spells relentlessly struck the ghost-eyed spiders, a sea of flames erupted before her, causing countless spiders, engulfed in fire, to scatter throughout the cavern. In no time, over 100 ghost-eyed spiders were reduced to charred remnants, and the stone entrance was finally cleared. Yet, amidst the chaos, a thought lingered. Everyone was using fire spells to incinerate the ghost-eyed spiders. How was she to collect their precious eyes now? Jin Feiyao, wielding a dagger, observed as they exerted themselves in casting fire spells, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Qibua, witnessing Jin Feiyao's predicament, offered a wry smile and joined the throng of those incinerating spiders. The cave entrance could scarcely accommodate a multitude, and to prevent anyone from shirking their duty, they took turns hurling fire spells into the abyss. Naturally, Jin Feiyao could not resort to her dagger for combat when her turn came. She casually unleashed a few fire spells, rendering her crescent blade utterly ineffective. This path was traversed collectively, progressing smoothly as they encountered only the first-tier ghost eye spiders. With no other beasts in sight, the naturally formed cavern would soon reveal branching paths, necessitating inquiries directed at Xianfeng regarding their direction. Xianfeng never employed any guiding tools. He would simply stand at the crossroads, seemingly sniffing the air, before selecting a pathway. Jin Feiyao mimicked his actions, inhaling deeply. Yet aside from the acrid scent of the charred ghost eye spiders, she detected nothing. Although the presence of Qianfeng alleviated the fear of losing their way in the labyrinthine cavern, the majority of the cultivators wore furrowed brows. The sensation of entrusting one's fate to another was far from comforting. While no outward signs of discontent were apparent, Jin Feiyao sensed that the others were discreetly marking their surroundings. She attempted to leave her own marks to remember the route, only to discover her incapacity to do so, forcing her to abandon the effort. Nevertheless, the pervasive odor of burnt ghost eye spiders lingered, which she resolved to regard as her navigational guide. It was as if fate conspired against her. The deeper they ventured, the scarcer the first-tier ghost eye spiders became. As they ventured deeper, not a single ghost eye spider made its appearance. The silence of the cave enveloped them, and an air of danger wafted through, causing their movements to involuntarily slow. Just then, it was Jin Feiyao's turn to lead the way. Gripping her inexpensive crescent blade, she bravely pressed onward. To her astonishment, the cave, which had been brightly illuminated moments before, was suddenly shrouded in darkness. After the yellow clay cultivator retrieved his luminous stone, everyone else had stowed away their own, deeming it unnecessary to carry such cumbersome items with a source of light so potent at hand. He had been dutifully holding his luminous stone aloft. But as soon as Jin Feiyao took the lead, he tucked it away. She injures my horse and expects me to illuminate her path? Such a bargain is not to be had, he muttered darkly in the dim light. Jin Feiyao scoffed. Who would covet your worthless stone? Only a fool would carry such a large luminous stone, pretending to be a human lamp. Qianfeng watched the two with hawkish intensity, ready to silence any quarrel with swift retribution. Jin Feiyao smiled, choosing not to engage, and instead used her own small luminous stone to guide their way. As the light dimmed, the once tranquil cave began to resonate with the faint rustling of the ghost eye, spiders moving in the shadows. Though concealed from sight, their presence was unmistakable. Chapter 40. What conspiracy? Regardless, the first-tier ghost eye spiders posed no significant threat, and the group did not press the yellow clay cultivator to produce his luminous stone. They followed closely behind Jin Feiyao, cautiously advancing forward. The rustling sound of the ghost-eyed spider echoed near their ears, yet it maintained a distance from them. Jin Feiyao navigated the path with remarkable ease. After traversing for nearly an hour, climbing high and low, leaping over pits several yards deep, and wading through the icy, dark waters, they finally arrived at a moderately sized cave. The cave's ceiling was adorned with stalactites of varying sizes, while the uneven ground was littered with stalagmites. In the center of the cave stood a towering stalagmite, from the top of which a basin-sized hollow brimmed with a dark liquid. A 3-foot-tall lotus, ablaze in fiery red, blossomed within the murky depths, accompanied by 2 equally crimson lotus leaves floating atop the viscous liquid, releasing a subtle fragrance that wafted through the cavern. You guard the exit. I shall retrieve the fire immortal lotus. Upon sighting the precious lotus, Qianfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, instructing everyone to secure the exit. Initially, Jin Feiyao was on high alert, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for the sudden emergence of a third-tier corpse spirit. However, within the cave, there was not a single third-tier corpse spirit, nor even a second-tier ghost-eyed spider in sight. Filled with bewilderment, she closely followed Lu Qibua to a nearby exit to stand guard. Qianfeng and the 2 foundation-building cultivators he had brought forth produced 3 jade bottles. Each wielding a spirit brush, they began to inscribe a formation along the edge of the black water stalagmite, dipping their brushes into the peculiar red liquid from the jade bottles. Observing their strange actions, the others could hardly focus on guarding the exit, their gazes flickering with curiosity. At last, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "Elder, what purpose does this formation serve?" Qianfeng did not lift his head, speaking coolly. The fire immortal lotus is not easy to harvest. Without inscribing a magical array, it will transform into a blazing inferno upon being picked. At that point, not only will we fail to obtain the medicinal herb, but we might also meet our demise by flames. You must diligently guard the exit and ensure that the ghost eye spiders do not seal it off. How could those ghost eye spiders possibly hinder us? Before his words could fully settle, a startled voice rang out. The exit is sealed. It was only then that everyone realized. While their attention was drawn to the magical array, the 6 exits within the cave had been ensnared by glistening white webs in a mere instant. No one had noticed when the ghost eye spiders had sealed the exits. Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl echoed through the cavern. The ground heaved, revealing 5 mounds of earth, from which several greenish-black hands emerged. 5 grotesque creatures, neither fully human nor truly ghostly, clawed their way out of the soil. 5 third-tier corpses. The crowd gasped at the sight. Initially, they had been warned of only 1 third-tier corpse, but now 5 had materialized. With the exits ensnared in webs, escape would be no simple task. However, the presence of 3 foundation-building cultivators in the cave offered them a modicum of comfort. As long as Jin Feiyao and his companions intervened, even 5 corpses would be doomed to destruction. Yet, Jin Feiyao and his companions showed no intention of halting their ink-laden brushes, remaining focused on the intricate designs of the magical array. As the vibrant red array expanded, its influence gradually spread outward, enveloping the surroundings. The corpse demon swayed its body and soon discovered the 3 individuals crouching in the center of the cave. With a roar, it charged towards them. As it approached the magical array and took a step forward, the crimson formation emitted a hissing sound and illuminated brilliantly. A strange red light flashed, and the corpse demon appeared as if scorched by flames, releasing a cloud of green smoke and retreating with a scream. After several reluctant attempts, the demons realized that they could not step into this red entity at all, gazing longingly at the delectable morsel just out of reach. They could only open their mouths wide and spit out green venom. Unfortunately, once the venom entered the array, it would immediately dissipate into a wisp of green smoke, rendering their attacks utterly futile. The remaining cultivators, pressed against the cave's edge, observed the corpse demons fixated on the 3 foundation-building practitioners, helplessly pacing about. Unable to breach the array, the corpse demons turned their attention to the other cultivators and began to lurch towards them. Despite their seemingly rigid limbs, the demons moved with surprising agility, bounding forward while advancing. Their elongated claws, glistening with a repulsive green hue, combined with the venom spewing from their mouths, initiated their assault from a considerable distance. The cultivators activated various protective light barriers and defensive shields to fend off the demon's venom, then unleashed a barrage of fire spells. In an instant, the cave was ablaze, alive with tumultuous energy. Like the ghostly-eyed spiders, the corpse demons harbored a fear of fire, albeit to varying degrees due to their differing levels of cultivation. While a basic fire spell proved effective against a first-tier ghost-eyed spider, it had no effect whatsoever on the third-tier corpse demon. It was initially a discussion about a single corpse demon. However, the number that emerged before them far exceeded expectations. Everyone brandished various magical artifacts to combat the onslaught of the corpse demons, a fiery wrath igniting within their hearts. Had they known so many would appear, they would not have come at all. The corpse demon showed no inclination to wait for negotiations in the presence of tantalizing human flesh. The intestines of the deceased began to writhe with a fervent desire to feast. The later-stage third-tier corpse demons possessed strength comparable to mid- to late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Even 3 late-stage chi refinement cultivators would find themselves merely enduring blows when facing a single corpse demon. In a corner stood Jin Feiyao and her companions, entangled with a mid-stage third-tier corpse demon. Lu Qibua held a golden bow in her left hand, while her right hand summoned golden spiritual arrows, which she shot into the body of the corpse demon. Meanwhile, Ding Tianxing employed an object manipulation technique to control a superior-grade spiritual sword, its brilliant light cleaving toward the demon. The ability to wield an ordinary spiritual sword as if mastering the sword manipulation technique, typically learned only by those at the foundation establishment stage, left Jin Feiyao in awe, her admiration for him swelling. Everyone exerted their utmost to resist the corpse demons. However, Jin Feiyao was somewhat reserved, refraining from using her signature nether fire and instead opting to wield a crescent moon blade, supplemented by a fire spell against the corpse demon. Just as they were barely holding their ground against the fiends, the rocks atop the cavern suddenly shifted, revealing half-foot-sized spiders that bore a resemblance to the stones themselves. Second-tier ghost eye spiders. At such a critical moment, The ghost eye spiders had the audacity to join the fray, igniting a sense of urgency and rage among the group. Jin Feiyao furrowed her brows tightly. The second-tier ghost eye spiders had cunningly disguised themselves as rocks to ambush them. Having barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the corpse ghosts, the emergence of over 30 second-tier ghost eye spiders posed a formidable challenge. The ghost eye spiders emitted a rustling sound as they swiftly maneuvered over the rocks, and soon a white substance was expelled from their mouths, hurtling rapidly towards the cultivators. Midway, the white substance transformed into a web, instantly creating a rain of nets within the cavern. Alas, a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator failed to evade in time. Becoming ensnared in the web, his entire body coated and glued to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, a corpse ghost lunged forward, seizing him and sinking its maw, dripping with green venom, into him. Inside the formation, however, Qian Feng remained unperturbed, meticulously inscribing the array, wholly indifferent to the myriad webs soaring through the air. As those webs entered the formation, they promptly dissipated into wisps of smoke, posing no threat whatsoever. Observing the sanctuary provided by the formation, several cultivators hastily leaped within it to evade the ferocious beast's assaults. Once they entered the formation, the ghost eye spiders and corpse ghosts were left outside, baring their fangs in frustration, powerless against the cultivators. Witnessing the formation's efficacy, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd as they began to counterattack the corpse ghosts from within the protective barrier. The cultivator who had been bitten was subsequently dragged into the formation, where an antidote pill was administered to him. Outside the formation, the ghost eye spiders and corpse ghosts could only endure the onslaught, while the mood among the cultivators transformed entirely. They laughed and bantered while casually targeting the moving adversaries beyond the protective confines. However, not everyone entered the formation. Apart from two late-stage chi refining cultivators who refrained from entering, only Jin Feiyao and her companions remained. Faced with the blocked exit and the swarm of second-tier ghost eye spiders filling the cave, along with the corpse demon glaring hungrily while spewing green liquid, Jin Feiyao helplessly remarked to Lu Qibua, "Given the circumstances, it seems as though we are being coerced into the formation. Remaining outside would only invite death." After shooting a spiritual arrow at one of the ghost eye spiders, Lu Qibua anxiously responded, "We absolutely must not enter. The current situation is far too suspicious. We need to create an exit and escape." Indeed, Jin Feiyao concurred, setting aside her reservations. With her hands ablaze with dark flames, she charged towards a second-tier ghost eye spider. "Finally, the formation is ready. You all may enter now to spare me the trouble of acting," Qian Feng declared, rising to stow his tools into his storage pouch, addressing the five who were valiantly fighting outside. Observing this scene, even a fool could discern that something was amiss. As the other cultivators within the formation were eager to flee, the Huangni cultivator made the first move. As he shifted, a stout foundation-building cultivator, who had been drawing the formation alongside Qian Feng, instantly appeared before him and delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Then, producing a black banner from his hand, he gave it a gentle shake. A plume of black smoke erupted from the banner, dividing into several tendrils that ensnared everyone. Faces emerged from the smoke, roaring incessantly at them. "Remain obedient if you wish to avoid death. Once the matter is resolved, I will allow you to leave," Qian Feng stated indifferently. Chapter 41. The Emaciated Demon. "They are of the sinister sect. We must hurry." Upon witnessing the billowing black smoke, the usually reticent Ding Tianqing suddenly shouted. He hurled his spells desperately at the surrounding demon beasts, urging Lu Qibua to flee towards the exit. "You shall not leave after coming here. Stay with me." Ding Tianqing forcefully pushed Lu Qibua aside, stepping forward to confront the encroaching black smoke. He summoned his spiritual sword, charging towards the smoke, but upon contact, the blade was instantly corroded, transformed into a mere ordinary and worthless weapon. Astonished, he hurriedly retreated. Yet the black smoke had already surged forth, threatening to ensnare him. Just then, Jin Feiyao rushed in, her fists ignited with underworld fire, striking at the smoke head-on. With a resounding crack, the corrosive cloud was dispersed by her punch, much to the astonishment of its master, a stout foundational cultivator. At that moment, a corpse demon lunged forward. Jin Feiyao, invigorated by a surge of spiritual energy, summoned the icy blossoms of the underworld, which swirled around her. The blue snowflakes collided with the corpse demon, producing a sound akin to popping beans. The flickering blue flames clung to the demon's body, unquenchable and relentless. Oblivious to the pain, the corpse demon disregarded the burning underworld fire and opened its decayed mouth to spew forth a vile green venom. However, Jin Feiyao would not permit it to unleash its toxic breath. She charged at the demon, delivering furious blows to its head. The corpse demon, engulfed in underworld fire, staggered backward, soon becoming entirely enveloped in flames. Its body began to melt away like a candle under the relentless blaze, eventually transforming into a repugnant pool of green sludge. To everyone's astonishment, she managed to incinerate a third-tier corpse demon, a feat equivalent to that of a foundational-level beast. It was difficult to comprehend how a cultivator in the mid-stage of qi refining could exhibit such dominance. Fortune favored Jin Feiyao. Had she faced a similarly skilled cultivator or another beast, she would not have been able to vanquish it so effortlessly. At that moment, another isolated cultivator was swept into the formation by the black smoke, leaving only Jin Feiyao and her two companions outside the array. The cavern space was largely consumed by the formation, leaving the remaining ghost-eyed spiders and corpse demons with nowhere to escape, all converging toward them. Suddenly, the cavern trembled, and with a resounding hum, a crimson light burst forth from the ceiling, revealing a blood-red formation overhead. The two formations worked in tandem, and a crimson light curtain descended, saturating the cavern with a pungent scent of blood. The ghost-eyed spiders, unable to flee in time, were reduced to wisps of smoke by the formation above, significantly alleviating the pressure on Jin Feiyao and her companions. "Quickly, support me. I'll open the exit," Jin Feiyao shouted, evading an attack from a corpse demon's venom. She sprinted toward the nearest exit, while Lu Qibua hurriedly took her place to fend off the demon's assault. Beads of sweat adorned her brow, her spiritual energy depleting rapidly, and she feared she could not hold out much longer. Jin Feiyao reached the exit and began to strike fiercely at the thick layers of spider silk above. The infernal fire sizzled as it made contact with the silk, which began to dissolve. However, the silk was exceptionally thick, and the melting process was excruciatingly slow. "Hurry," Lu Qibua urged anxiously. "It's done. Let us go." At the exit, the silken threads finally melted away, revealing an escape route. Jin Feiyao shouted in exhilaration and plunged into the opening, fleeing towards freedom. Lu Qibua and Ding Tianxing followed suit, desperately racing outside. "Don't let a single one escape." Qianfeng cackled menacingly, his face illuminated by a sinister red glow, creating a chilling visage. A stout foundational cultivator thrust a black banner into the formation and dashed out, accompanied by a tall, lean foundational cultivator, while Qianfeng approached the fire immortal lotus with an air of indifference. He felt no trepidation regarding Jin Feiyao and the others' potential escape. After all, they were being pursued by foundational cultivators, and navigating this labyrinthine underground was no simple task. "Be gentle." Jin Feiyao was bound tightly by a black rope, her eyes marred with bruises. After being tossed into the formation, she could not suppress a cry as her wounds struck the ground. Though she was already aware of the vast disparity in strength between foundational and qi refining stages, it was disheartening that the stout cultivator had caught up to her so swiftly after she had only recently separated from Lu Qibua. After witnessing Jin Feiyao disperse the black smoke emitted from his prized soul-binding banner, he developed a keen interest in her, contemplating the extraction of her soul and essence for the crafting of his banner. With a flick of his wrist, a black cord surged forth from his sleeve, darting menacingly towards Jin Feiyao. In a moment of desperation, Jin Feiyao halted her frantic flight, pivoted, and seized the black cord, hurling it violently to the ground as if it were a lifeless serpent. The stout cultivator momentarily froze, astonished. That cord had been forged from the hair of slain cultivators. Utilizing the hair of over 20 individuals, the black cord itself had attained the status of a superior magical artifact. Moreover, as it was crafted from materials derived directly from the bodies of cultivators, it possessed an innate sentience unlike that of ordinary superior artifacts. Its agility rivaled that of serpentine spiritual pets. Yet, astonishingly, it was now being hurled to the ground by Jin Feiyao, as if she had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Countless ghostly hands," he bellowed, summoning a colossal skeletal hand from the void before him, which clenched into a fist and lunged towards Jin Feiyao, who was fleeing down the corridor. "Has Ding Daoyu escaped?" Jin Feiyao inquired softly. "Indeed," Li Qibor replied, her expression grave as she nodded gently. "Today, it seems, is fraught with peril. Jin Daoyu, I sincerely apologize for having summoned you here. What good is it to speak of such matters now? We must devise a means of escape, she urged. As soon as her words fell, Jin Feiyao observed Qianfeng and the others springing into action. Junior brother, let us commence, Qianfeng instructed. Confirming that everyone had lost the capacity to resist, the three encircled the fire immortal lotus and began to chant incantations in hushed tones. Moments later, they produced 3 obsidian stones, infusing them with spiritual energy before casting them towards the fire immortal lotus. The stones soared above the lotus, dissolving into a dark liquid that cascaded down upon it. The vibrant red lotus absorbed the black liquid, gradually transforming into a shadowy bloom that soon withered away. Their actions were undeniably peculiar, yet the stakes concerning their lives rendered everyone anxiously fixated on them. As the mission objective morphed into a lifeless black form and subsequently withered entirely, the group exchanged glances, but none could fathom the rationale behind such a course of action. Suddenly, the pool of black water beneath the fire immortal lotus began to bubble vigorously, as if it were being heated. With a thunderous roar, the black water erupted, creating a deep pit in its wake. Qianfeng and his companions displayed expressions of delight, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed into the depths of the pit. A thick plume of black smoke billowed forth, and Jin Feiyao felt a surge of inexplicable anxiety wash over her, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. Within the swirling smoke, a shadowy figure began to materialize. Upon witnessing this apparition, Qianfeng's spirit soared. He cautiously retrieved a blood-red talisman from his bosom, struck his chest with great force, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the talisman. He then hurled the talisman into the smoke, affixing it to the figure's chest. With a piercing howl, the previously motionless figure erupted into frantic movement within the smoke, thrashing desperately as Qianfeng intoned incantations, fervently attempting to subdue the apparition. Gradually, the figure's struggles subsided, and the black smoke began to dissipate, revealing a form suspended in midair. As the figure emerged fully from the smoke, gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. It was a member of the demon clan. Suspended in the air was a grotesque, withered corpse, its dual horns and dark red hair unmistakably signifying its demonic lineage. The muscles clung tightly to the bones, devoid of decay, though the skin had lost all semblance of its original hue, now a shadowy black. The armor it once donned was in tatters, hanging in ragged remnants upon its form. In stark contrast to his earlier violent reactions amidst the swirling black smoke, he now floated serenely in the air, his eyes sunken and veiled beneath withered eyelids that lay quietly closed. Apart from the blood-stained red talisman pressed against his chest, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary desiccated corpse. Ha ha, I have finally succeeded. Gazing at the suspended cadaver, Qianfeng erupted into a fit of triumphant laughter. Indeed, soon enough, that brat Wang Chong will be left in utter despair. His ghostly spirit cannot possibly contend with my senior's demonic corpse. The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators stood before Qianfeng, beginning to flatter him in a rather obsequious manner. Listening to their sycophantic praise, Qianfeng proudly declared, "This demonic corpse was no easy feat to procure. If I hadn't fortuitously stumbled upon this fire immortal lotus, it would have slumbered undisturbed for millennia. Who would have thought that the black liquid beneath this fire immortal lotus was the very blood of a demonic corpse infused with malevolent energy? Truly, heaven has aided me." Subsequently, his gaze turned sinister as it swept across the array, landing on the cultivators ensnared by the soul-enticing banner, and he chuckled ominously. "It is time to replenish the demonic corpse. Everyone, perk up. Do not wear such gloomy expressions. We shall soon reach the conclusion." Regardless of his proclamations, no one would believe him now. Their faces were ashen, as though they had already lost half their lives. The malevolent sect's spells are nothing but insidious tricks designed for self-gain, employing artifacts crafted not from souls, but from the essence of one's spirit. Once in their grasp, all they could do was hope for a swift death, praying that their spirits would not be refined into instruments of torment for eternity. "Come here, Sun Shitty. Drag that fellow over," Qianfeng commanded nonchalantly, gesturing toward the half-dead cultivator lying on the ground, who was affecting his mood. If he dies, it would be a waste of a life. The unfortunate individual had recently ingested an antidote, thus, he would not perish immediately. Yet his body bore the gruesome marks of the corpse demon's gnawing, rendering him a pitiful sight as he feigned death on the ground. Upon seeing Qianfeng point at him, he suddenly sprang to life, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, and shouted hoarsely, "Esteemed seniors, spare me. I will give you everything I possess. I am afflicted with corpse poison, and my flesh is putrid. I will surely jeopardize your plans. They are untainted, healthy, and strong. Choose them instead." The crowd glared at him, their expressions filled with indignation. "How can one be so ungrateful?" Someone exclaimed in outrage. "Are you now terrified of death? Show your resolve and face it with courage." "I won't go, I won't go. Don't take me," he cried, struggling to crawl away from the formation. "Enough of this nonsense. Come here," the stout and short Sun Shidi asserted, striding forward to seize the man by his collar and drag him toward Qianfeng. Once the man was brought before Qianfeng, Sun Shidi attempted to lift him, but his legs were too weak, rendering him a pile of limp flesh. Thus, he resorted to hoisting him up like a piece of salted meat. Qianfeng then began to chant incantations, and dark smoke began to swirl around the magic corpse, coalescing behind it into two shadowy hands. "Open," Qianfeng commanded sharply, and the corpse's eyes abruptly snapped open, revealing hollow sockets devoid of life. The demonic corpse stirred slightly, its gaze wandering in a bewildered manner, perhaps realizing that it was enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, it began to thrash violently, limbs flailing and mouth agape in a chaotic roar. "Quickly, throw the person over," Qianfeng urged, straining to restrain the demonic corpse. Disciple Sun employed a manipulation technique, lifting the individual and presenting them before the creature. The terrified cultivator struggled in vain, unable to resist the overwhelming might of the Foundation establishment practitioner. Drawing ever closer to the demonic being, Jin Feiyao, like the others, held her breath, fixated on the corpse. A blend of curiosity and fear coursed through her, with the former edging out the latter. The cultivator halted in front of the demonic corpse, mere inches from its wildly thrashing hands. With a swift flick of his wrist, Qianfeng commanded the shadowy hand from behind the corpse to extend forth, seizing the man's throat. As Qianfeng recited the incantation, the cultivator's eyes widened in terror, mouth agape yet silent. His body rapidly withered, ultimately reduced to desiccated skin, clinging tightly to his bones. With the cultivator's demise, the demonic corpse grew tranquil, seemingly relishing the moment. Soon, a pale yellow orb of light emerged from the gaping mouth of the deceased, attempting to flee only to be captured by the shadowy hand and promptly fed into the corpse's maw. Suddenly, she realized that she too was now mere sustenance for the demonic entity. Glancing around, she noted the expressions of those present, each face a vivid tapestry of terror and despair. It remains uncertain what effects may arise from allowing the cultivator to be devoured by the demonic corpse. As Jin Feiyao pondered this, a small bulge formed in the dark eye sockets of the corpse, causing the withered eye, as thin as parchment, to begin swelling. "Junior brother, continue," Qianfeng instructed, gazing intently at the demonic entity before them. The yellow clay cultivator was the first to act, unbeknownst to anyone. He concealed some life-preserving artifact on his person. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light erupted from him, sending the soul-binding banner flying. The black smoke that had ensnared the cultivators dissipated in an instant, prompting a collective exclamation as everyone retrieved their finest magical artifacts. Some infused talismans with spiritual energy, while others employed peculiar techniques. The yellow clay cultivator quickly produced a resplendent cloak, donning it with haste, and shouted to Qianfeng and his companions. "I am the son of an elder from the Lingkong sect. You cannot kill me. My father has already attained the core formation stage. I bear his restrictions. Should you slay me, a mark will be placed upon you, and my Lingkong sect will pursue you to the ends of the earth." She struggled to sit upright, yet doubted that these malevolent individuals would show her mercy for this reason. Aside from Jin Feiyao, who was bound by black ropes alone, the others were merely trapped by the soul-binding banner, and now, thanks to the yellow clay cultivator, they had regained their freedom of movement. Only she remained tightly bound like a rice dumpling. Suddenly, Qianfeng and his companions burst into laughter. "Young master, why have you left your sect to partake in this commotion? I have ventured forth to experience life. Is that not permissible? I have made myself quite clear. Hasten to dismantle the formation and allow me to exit." He was oblivious to the laughter of Qianfeng and his companions, forcing himself to stand firm as he inquired aloud. "It seems you possess quite the influence. While I may consider your release, the matter of your companions remains." Qianfeng ceased his laughter, fixing his gaze upon the young master as he posed the question, "What shall we do with those accompanying you?" If you can appease me, any arrangement can be negotiated. When they arrived, there were 7 cultivators in total. One had already perished, leaving 5, including the young master, still alive. These 5 were indeed fellow disciples of the Lingkong sect, and moreover, they were the young master's brothers-in-arms. Despite the young master's somewhat foolish demeanor, his lineage commanded respect. If he could propose terms acceptable to these nefarious factions, perhaps they could all escape unscathed. Thus the 5 placed their hopes upon him. The young master stammered, almost without a moment's thought, "Senior, they shall remain to serve you. Zhou Wanba, you scoundrel. We are sworn brothers. Yet you so readily abandon us to our doom. Zhou Wanba, may you meet a wretched fate, you rogue." To their astonishment, he exhibited not the slightest hesitation in sacrificing his brothers. At such a dire moment, none were inclined to extend him any grace. They pointed fingers and began to curse him, while 2 of them lunged forward, intent on striking him. "If we are to face death, you shan't escape. We shall perish together." With this grim resolve, they prepared to unleash their spells upon the formation, directing their fury towards Zhou Wanba. In his stunned state, Zhou Wanba was overwhelmed by his 5 brothers, collapsing to the ground with a cry resembling that of a slaughtered pig. Not everyone is as foolish as their group. Lu Qibwa swiftly consumed a crystal-clear elixir, and under its effects, her entire body became translucent, transforming into a beam of luminous light that shot towards the blood-red barrier of the formation. Refusing to yield, she charged once more at the Crimson Veil, desperately attempting to breach it. Jin Feiyao had never witnessed such a miraculous potion, capable of turning one into an extraordinary creature. Amidst her astonishment, she prepared to flee. Bound tightly by black ropes, she remained seated quietly on the ground, as if she had resigned herself to her fate. In truth, she was channeling the art of netherfire escape. The infernal flames ignited within her, though outwardly, there was no indication of her internal struggle. As Lu Qibwa relentlessly collided with the barriers several times, the group of Lingkong disciples found themselves subdued once more. Jin Feiyao's technique was nearly complete. A chilling aura emanated from her body, and suddenly, blue flames erupted from within, engulfing her entirely in an instant, rendering her invisible amidst the brilliant inferno. The blue fire surged upwards, piercing the formation at the cave's apex, and after a brief standoff, amid the mocking gazes of Qian Feng and his companions, she incinerated the formation, crashing violently into the rock, igniting a passageway through the mountains, racing toward freedom. Dazed from her earlier fall, Lu Qibwa promptly followed, diving into the path created by Jin Feiyao, also seeking escape. Disciple Sun left behind the soul-snatching banner and, along with another senior brother, pursued after them into the newly formed passage. Chapter 43. It truly wasn't me who killed. The 2 individuals swiftly traversed a narrow passage, barely wide enough for a single person, emerging from the mountainside to soar into the sky upon their magical artifacts. In the distance, 2 luminous figures fled in opposite directions. Without a moment's hesitation, the younger disciple, Sun, pursued the blue light of Jin Feiyao, while the other chased after the white light of Lu Qibwa. Sun presumed that Jin Feiyao would head towards Luoxian City. However, to his surprise, the blue flames veered rapidly in the opposite direction. Despite accelerating his own flight to the utmost, he could not bridge the gap between them. Instead, he found Jin Feiyao gradually distancing herself, until she ultimately vanished from his sight. Although Jin Feiyao had eluded her pursuers, she felt no joy in her escape. Her body was entirely beyond her control, subjected to the whims of the nether flames that propelled her aimlessly through the air. Even in the absence of any pursuers behind her, she could not halt her flight. She could only watch helplessly as she soared over rivers, traversed mountains, darted through forests, and collided with various demonic birds. Time eluded her grasp as she flew, eventually succumbing to slumber mid-air, only to awaken beneath a canopy of twinkling stars. As she prayed for her descent to avoid a landing in a den of beasts, she glimpsed a shooting star streaking across the sky, its faint glow vanishing into the mountains ahead. Jin Feiyao mused that if she could come to a stop, she might explore the area for heavenly stones, which served as excellent materials for cultivating magical artifacts. Even a piece the size of a fist could fetch a handsome price at auction. Unexpectedly, the speed of her flight under the influence of the nether flames began to diminish, revealing her form within the flames, which gradually lessened. Moreover, the trajectory was indeed directed towards the place where the meteor was plummeting. Yet, the speed of descent was alarmingly swift, and the impact was tremendous. "Ah!" Jin Feiyao screamed. helplessly watching as her face plunged downwards, crashing heavily onto the ground. A thunderous sound reverberated as she struck the earth, subsequently rebounding and rolling for several dozen feet, ultimately colliding with a row of towering trees and shattering a massive boulder before finally coming to a halt. Had it been anyone else, they might have perished instantly. However, Jin Feiyao possessed a constitution as resilient as iron, and though she was rendered unconscious by the fall, she survived, lying amidst the debris of shattered rocks in a daze. She remained oblivious to the pair of eyes fixated upon her from a short distance away. A chill coursed through her body. The surface beneath her felt unyielding. Jin Feiyao instinctively huddled her shoulders, feeling the cold envelop her, and realized that her resting place was neither soft nor comfortable. Had she kicked off her covers? As she extended her hand to draw the blanket closer, she grasped nothing but a handful of rubble instead. Startled, she sat up and soon recognized that she was in the wilderness. Beneath her was not a bed, but a heap of jagged stones. With a sudden jolt of realization, she recalled her escape from Jin Feiyao using the nether fire escape technique, which had led her to crash in this very location, where she must have fainted. To her astonishment, she had been unconscious for an extended period. The time remained a mystery, yet the sky was still enveloped in darkness. Jin Feiyao leaned against a nearby rock to rise, and as a cool evening breeze swept past, she felt a shiver run through her. Glancing down, she was taken aback to find herself entirely bare, standing exposed in the wild. It dawned on her that with any cultivation below the foundation establishment stage, employing the nether fire escape would render the fire uncontrollable, rebounding upon its master. As her entire being transformed into ethereal flames, every item upon her was incinerated, leaving not even a scrap of fabric. Bare and exposed to the wind, Jin Feiyao peered into the night, seeking something to shield herself. Although the desolate wilderness was largely devoid of human presence, one could never anticipate when wandering cultivators might emerge. After a thorough search, she discovered that the largest leaf she could find was merely the size of her palm. She harbored grave doubts that such a flimsy cover would do anything but attract unwanted attention. Just as this thought crossed her mind, and she took a few steps forward, Jin Feiyao suddenly froze, her gaze fixated in horror ahead of her. Not far away, beneath a towering tree, lay a man sprawled face down. His hair was disheveled, and his body was stained with blood, motionless as if he had succumbed to death. She remained transfixed, observing him, while he lay still, engaged in a silent standoff. After what felt like an eternity, Jin Feiyao called out, "Hey, are you alive?" Receiving no response, it seemed he was either unconscious or lifeless. Feeling a sense of relief, she approached him with a sprightly demeanor, hastening to the base of the tree. There, she conjured a fire pit using her fire manipulation technique, and circled the unconscious man twice before finally squatting beside him, extending her hand to ascertain his condition. Observing the blood flowing freely from the wound on his head, she surmised that even if he were dead, it could not have been long since his demise. Tentatively, she lifted a lock of his hair, intending to check for a pulse at his neck. As she pulled his hair back, she was met with the side of his head turned to the side, his face smeared with blood, and his eyes wide open, staring intensely at her. In a state of fright, Jin Feiyao leapt up and delivered several forceful kicks to the man lying on the ground. To her astonishment, he did not even flinch. His eyelids remained utterly still, prompting her to stop. Crouching down for a closer inspection, she noticed that his pupils were dilated. He was, indeed, deceased, staring vacantly into the void. "What a fright! Why do you keep your eyes open in death?" she exclaimed, patting her chest in exasperation. With a grave tone, she continued, "Given your numerous injuries, it's unlikely that I was the cause of your demise. Since you have departed this world, the belongings you leave behind are, in essence, abandoned. I shall take them as a form of recycling. Do forgive me, and may you swiftly ascend to the next life." Her intention was not to excuse her actions, but rather the discomfort of being scrutinized by a lifeless gaze was unsettling. She attempted several times to close his eyelids, yet the sheer weight of his unresolved grievances seemed to prevent him from yielding. Since he refused to shut his eyes, Jin Feiyao decided to disregard him entirely. After all, he was merely a corpse, and she felt no fear in observing him. Thus, she squatted beside him and began to remove the garments from his lifeless form. As she undid the layers, it became evident that this individual was of significant stature, adorned in resplendent attire. She stripped away the blood-soaked, tattered white embroidered bamboo robe, which bore several gaping wounds, and, without a second thought, donned it, unbothered by its grimy state. How could she find fault with such attire, despite its dilapidation and bloodstains? It was, in fact, a low-grade magical artifact. To possess a magical item signified that its owner was at least a foundational cultivator, and Jin Feiyao, having narrowly escaped peril, felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Her spirits soared, and she reveled in her newfound fortune. The low-grade magical belt, shoes, and inner garments were crafted from the same exquisite material, each embroidered with bamboo leaf patterns, forming a complete set of defensive artifacts, regardless of whether it fit or not. Jin Feiyao delightedly adorned herself with the garments. Ultimately, when she was left with only a pair of undergarments, she was astonished to discover that even these were a set of inferior magical treasures that matched her attire. Clad in this ensemble, her defensive capabilities must surely be formidable. Yet, amidst her astonishment, she could not help but lament that even inferior magical treasures could not prevent her demise. Since these undergarments were part of the set, there was no reason to separate them. Without hesitation, Jin Feiyao resolved to take the undergarments as well. Swiftly, she pulled them down and was taken aback to find the corpse's skin remarkably fair and supple. Even in death, the body had not yet stiffened, and the posterior retained an impressive elasticity. Amused, she playfully patted the rear a few times and remarked, "This elasticity surpasses even that of Blood Lady's prized treasure." The undergarments were heavily pressed down by the weight of the fallen cultivator, and with a deft motion, she turned him over and removed the undergarments with ease. Peering between his legs, she suddenly burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Just as she reveled in her amusement, an inexplicable chill coursed through her, a surge of murderous intent rising ominously from behind. Cautiously extending her senses, she found no lurking beasts or anomalies nearby. Jin Feiyao shook her head, utterly perplexed by the earlier sensation that had left her so alarmed, her hair standing on end. Mid-grade spirit stones. There were indeed magical treasures. What material could this be? It appeared unfamiliar, likely of considerable value. Numerous elixirs were also present. What kind of elixirs were these? Jin Feiyao discovered 2 storage bags, one containing several thousand low-grade spirit stones and 5 medium-grade spirit stones, while the other held 2 low-grade magical artifacts, some peculiar materials, and around 10 vials of medicinal pills. Among these were 2 golden pills, each the size of a soup dumpling, adorned with silver circular patterns, exuding an exquisite texture reminiscent of gold and silver. Just the surface appearance suggested their immense value. Finally, she unearthed 2 plaques. One was a palm-sized, multicolored piece, neither iron nor wood, featuring 8 tiny crystal stones and a black secret character in the center. The other was crafted from bamboo, also palm-sized, inscribed with 2 elegantly swirling characters. Jin Feiyao stared at it for a long time, barely able to recognize the inscription as Su Qing. The name Su Qing felt oddly familiar, as though she had encountered it before. She murmured to herself as her gaze fell upon the darkly embroidered bamboo leaves on her clothing, which suddenly became strikingly conspicuous. Su Qing Pavilion. Jin Feiyao abruptly stood up, her eyes wide with regret as she fixed her gaze on the smooth-skinned cultivator on the ground. Chapter 44. Cat and Mouse. What have I forgotten? I must not let anyone know I have lingered here. Ah, the stones, those for throwing. Clad in an ill-fitting long robe, Jin Feiyao anxiously searched the ground for stones suitable for throwing and collected all the ones she could find. Without pausing to ascertain her direction, she dashed into the thicket and swiftly vanished. It was no wonder she was in such a flurry. Su Qing Pavilion was a renowned sect within the southern mountain realm, also one of the illustrious immortal halls. Above the city of Luoxian, among the 5 floating islands, there lies a charming little isle adorned with graceful green bamboo, which serves as the sanctuary of the Su Qing Pavilion. Jin Feiyao had only heard whispers of this sect, known for its scarcity of members, where every disciple was an exceptional talent, selected from a myriad. Those lacking celestial roots or extraordinary spiritual roots were denied even the privilege of ascending to the floating islands. There were no external disciples. All were true inheritors. The thought of mistakenly killing one of their esteemed disciples weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of dread. As she fled, she attempted to justify herself, insisting that she was not the one who had caused the death, nor had she struck him down with a stone. Indeed, when she had arrived, he was already lifeless, and her actions were merely opportunistic. Moreover, she had left no traces behind, it was unlikely they would ever trace the incident back to her. In the nameless mountains, amidst the tranquil woods, under the silvery glow of the moonlight, the unidentified male corpse lay still beneath a tree, its once vibrant eyes wide open but devoid of life, its bloodied form appearing grotesque in the moon's luminescence. A raven, black as night, descended upon his chest, pecking at his wounds with its sharp beak. Discovering that the flesh had yet to decay, it firmly perched upon him, resolutely claiming its meal. Suddenly, the lifeless man's pupils contracted sharply, and in a swift motion, he grasped the carrion crow tightly with his right hand. Rising slowly to his feet, he clutched the bird's neck, his veins bulging as he crushed it mercilessly. He had not anticipated that, despite his severe injuries, he would escape to this place, employing secret arts to restore his body while in a state of apparent death. Unbeknownst to him, a girl had fallen from the sky, landing nearby in the nude, initially leading him to believe he was witnessing yet another demise, only to find her surprisingly resilient as she stood up once more. Though he lay there appearing lifeless, his pupils dilated. He was merely in a state akin to deep meditation. Jin Feiyao observed his every movement with clarity. When a stone struck him, causing blood to flow from his head, he contemplated delivering a fatal blow to this audacious and reckless individual. Unfortunately, his potentially lethal injuries were being mended by an uncontrollable arcane technique, rendering him incapable of anything but lying still, like a corpse, while Jin Feiyao plundered him of all his possessions. Discarding the long-dead carrion crow, he expelled his life-bound treasure, the wandering bamboo, and without pausing to shield himself, he pursued the direction in which Jin Feiyao had fled. He unleashed his consciousness to sweep across all spiritual energy activities along the way, vowing to capture her. The wandering bamboo, with its emerald stalks, glimmered brilliantly, slicing through the air alongside the white bamboo as they soared forth, leaving a dazzling green trail against the sky. What a formidable flying artifact! How enviable it is to be a Foundation establishment cultivator. When might I also soar through the skies on a magical vessel? The thought is utterly tantalizing. Not far from the scene of the incident, Jin Feiyao crouched among the trees, savoring a piece of greasy roasted meat while watching the white bamboo soar by. Her eyes filled with envy. She perceived only a blur of green light and indistinct figures, completely unaware that the person she beheld was the very body she had just tormented. Fortune smiled upon her. Having not ventured far, her stomach growled audibly, and her eyes sparkled with hunger. Clinging to the improbable notion that she would not be discovered by the Shuqing Pavilion, she swiftly dispatched a passing wild boar. After casting the final fireball spell on the last pile of wood, her spiritual energy was utterly depleted. As she sat by the fire, awaiting the roasting of the pig, she began to assess her physical condition. Indeed, her entire reservoir of spiritual power had been exhausted. The fireball she had conjured was no larger than a plum. Now, she lacked the strength even to open her storage bag. The sensation of being completely devoid of energy was profoundly desolate. When Bai Jianzhu's consciousness swept over her, he disregarded her entirely, perceiving her as no more significant than the pig lying nearby, for she possessed not a shred of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Jin Feiyao, indulging in her meal, had forgotten to add wood to the fire, which had long since extinguished. Thus, Bai Jianzhu remained oblivious to her presence below, missing a golden opportunity for retribution. Had Jin Feiyao known that Bai Jianzhu was intent on vengeance, desiring her life above all else, she would scarcely have been able to enjoy her meal of unseasoned roasted pig leg. Where could this individual have hidden? Why could he not find her at all? Did she possess some arcane ability for concealment? Bai Jianzhu stood in the woods, seething with anger, beside a comatose cultivator clad only in undergarments. After searching fruitlessly throughout the night for Jin Feiyao, he had feared being discovered in such a state of undress and had descended into the forest to heal while scanning for any signs of life. This place was exceedingly remote. After a prolonged wait, he finally detected a presence, regardless of whether it was Jin Feiyao. He hastened towards it, only to discover a stranger, a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Seizing the opportunity before the individual could react, he swiftly struck them unconscious and appropriated their garments. However, he would not engage in underhanded actions. Aside from leaving behind a pair of undergarments for others, he did not take any belongings from the storage bag. Of course, there was also a disdain for the contents within other storage bags. His reasoning was sound, yet Jin Feiyao did not adhere to conventional logic as she found herself lost. Bai Jianzhu's storage bag contained no map, leaving Jin Feiyao utterly unaware of her whereabouts. Even with a map, she might still struggle to ascertain her position. Miraculously, she evaded by Jian's Hux's search, entirely oblivious to her destination and surroundings, rendering it impossible for anyone else to fathom her thoughts and intercept her. Thus, she wandered aimlessly in the wilderness, relying on the sun for direction, which proved futile. As the sun shifted, so did her path. Ultimately, she found herself increasingly distant from Luoxian city and, after a fortnight, arrived at a modest town inhabited by mortals. With a population of around 10,000. The town was neither bustling nor desolate. She squatted outside the town, seizing a carriage that appeared to belong to a wealthy individual, absconding with a bag of silver before swaggering into the town. What do you mean by this, fellow cultivator? Is it customary for me to perish? Jin Feiyao expressed her displeasure, astonished at such individuals who could not bear to see others escape from peril. No, that is not my intent. It is merely that you have narrowly escaped the clutches of the evil sect, and you appear unscathed, which momentarily left me in shock. Please do not take offense. Esteemed Taoist. The disciple, realizing he had misspoken, hastily offered an explanation. Has this matter already spread? Subsequently, the deacon disciple seemed to hint pointedly, friend Jin. Not a single individual from the Lingkong sect escaped this time. It is said that their leader intends to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Moreover, it appears they have specifically inquired about your whereabouts, as if they are acquainted with you, yet their tone is far from amicable, insisting on associating you with the nefarious sect. If it were not for the testimony of friend Ding, they would have concluded that you were in league with the wicked faction. Ridiculous. They are the ones colluding with the sinister sect, Jin Feiyao retorted vehemently. This task was assigned to me by friend Liu. I do not know those fools from the Lingkong sect. How they came to be involved is of no concern to me. Upon hearing this, Jin Feiyao became indignant. How dare that wretched Lingkong sect attempt to tarnish her reputation? Regardless, the innocent need not fear untruths. Jin Feiyao nodded in agreement. Chapter 45. Accountability in Foundation Establishment. Friend Jin, please follow me. The deacon disciple handed over the completed jade slip to Jin Feiyao, and after exchanging a few words with the nearby deacon, he led her toward the rear hall. The area designated for processing entry jade slips for all sects was a tranquil little courtyard, solely dedicated to admissions without engaging in any other affairs. After departing from the front hall and traversing a small, yet exquisitely designed garden, Jin Feiyao followed the deacon disciple to the entrance of a 3-story building at the back. The deacon disciple had previously sent a communication talisman ahead, thus he merely escorted her to the door before allowing her to enter alone. Inside, a young girl in the late stage of qi refinement awaited her arrival. Upon seeing her enter, the girl approached with a cheerful smile and whispered, "The Lingkong sect members are present. You must be alert. My master despises disciples who lack resolve. Follow me and be clever," the girl urged. Jin Feiyao trailed behind this little imp until they ascended to the 2nd floor. There, she found a gathering waiting for her, 3 seated and 4 standing. Upon raising her eyes, she was taken aback to see Jin Feiyao standing behind an elderly woman. Directly opposite her sat a stunning beauty adorned in resplendent palace attire. Her exquisite, ice-like complexion captivating enough to hold one's gaze. Behind her stood a pair of enchanting twins, around 7 or 8 years old, their ruby lips and pearly teeth forming an exquisite visage as they curiously regarded Jin Feiyao with their large, beautiful eyes. The girl who had guided her approached the palace-clad beauty, offering a gentle nod in Jin Feiyao's direction. With determined strides, Jin Feiyao advanced, clasping her fists in salute. Jin Feiyao pays her respects to the esteemed elder. The palace beauty smiled and inclined her head, about to speak, when the elderly woman opposite suddenly interjected with a shrill voice, laced with sarcasm. "So, you are Jin Feiyao? Humph, I must say, I didn't expect you to possess such abilities, managing to escape from those individuals. Even my precious son, equipped with countless treasures, could not evade them. What exactly enabled your escape?" "Ah, I am grateful for your kind words, esteemed elder. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate chance to survive. Might I inquire about the individuals you mentioned earlier?" Jin Feiyao immediately thought of Zhou Wanba, though she was astonished at his apparent age, pondering whether the balding old man nearby might be his father. "Who? That would be my son, Zhou Wanba. How dare you claim ignorance of him? You are to recount every detail of that day, and should you dare to withhold even a fragment of truth, beware for your life." The elderly woman shrieked, her demeanor menacing and voracious. At that moment, The elegantly dressed beauty's countenance darkened as she coldly remarked, "Wind hag, you must understand that you are currently within the realm of the entire immortal sect, not merely your Lincoln sect. You are hundreds of years old. Why intimidate a child?" Subsequently, she kindly reassured Jin Feiyao, "Do not be afraid. Simply speak the truth. Whatever the matter, our immortal sect will never abandon its disciples." Humph. The wind hag snorted, choosing silence, for she was indeed on another's territory and had to temper her arrogance. As the tale unfolded, the wind hag's expression grew increasingly grim, especially upon hearing that her son had betrayed his fellow disciples and had even been assaulted by them. Unable to contain her fury, she slammed her hand on the table and fumed, "You are speaking nonsense. How could my son commit such acts? Speak again, and I shall tear your tongue from your mouth." Jin Feiyao appeared greatly alarmed, trembling as she murmured, "Senior, I speak only the truth. I am not fabricating lies. Is your son not the one, covered in mud, the cultivator?" "Then what happened?" The elegantly dressed beauty interjected, interrupting the wind hag's tirade. "What happened next?" "Well," Jin Feiyao continued, "they were delivered to the jaws of that fiend named Qian Feng, who devoured them all. No, wait, I managed to escape, and I only witnessed one disciple from Lincoln's sect being consumed. As for the others, I do not know how they met their demise." With another thundering slap of her hand on the table, the wind hag nearly roared, "Why were you able to escape while others perished? Why did you not take my son with you? You must confess, are you in league with those wicked sect members, conspiring to slay my Lincoln sect disciples? How dare you speak back? Indeed, I recall that you are a heartless individual, capable of inflicting harm even upon your kin. It is certain you would resort to such actions. You shall pay for my son's life with your own." Suddenly, the wind matron rose, her power surging as a menacing whirlwind of murderous intent coalesced in her hands, filling the small building with the lethal aura of the core formation cultivators. How can one so swiftly turn against another? Jin Feiyao, drenched in sweat, fixed her gaze upon the wind matron, realizing that older cultivators often succumb to madness. Despite the imminent danger, she could not believe that the esteemed all-immortal sect would allow a fledgling faction to enact violence within their domain. As expected, the elegantly attired beauty rose, sweeping her long sleeves, dispersing the whirlwind of murderous intent throughout the hall as if it were mere mist. "Wind matron, out of respect for your seniority, I have chosen to tolerate you thus far. However, should you dare to act against me within the all-immortal sect, do not blame me for lacking mercy and bringing upon you disgrace. Old crone, even if you are aggrieved over Ba or S matter, you must still afford some respect to Lady Lu. What you are doing is utterly inappropriate. Do you not realize you risk turning the younger generation into a source of ridicule?" Finally, the old man seated nearby spoke up, "That ancient fool," attempting to resolve this matter through indirect means. Jin Feiyao felt her rage boiling over, refusing to become a sacrificial pawn in the dispute between the two factions. With a resolute posture, she lifted her chin, biting her lip in a display of noble sacrifice, standing boldly in the center of the hall, ready to accept whatever judgment awaited her. Everyone was taken aback by her actions. The disciples of the immortal sect could hardly believe that the sect would treat the cultivators so benevolently, allowing such words to escape from this individual's lips. With age comes wisdom, and without a hint of trepidation, Lady Lu admonished, "What gives you the audacity to speak here? Who claimed they would take you away? If you wish to remain inanimate, then be gone from my sight." "Thank you, my lady, for your great favor." Jin Feiyao seized the opportunity to express her gratitude. "Lady Lu, is this truly the course of action you wish to pursue? If I am not mistaken, it appears that only your disciples from the immortal sect managed to escape the clutches of the wicked faction. Surely, an explanation is in order." Upon hearing Lady Lu's words, the elder realized her intention to protect the mid-stage chi refinement child. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation, resorting to threats and temptations. With a sudden cold chuckle, Lady Lu replied, "So, you imply that our immortal sect is colluding with the wicked faction to eliminate your Lincoln sect disciples? If a satisfactory resolution is not reached, we cannot be held accountable for the rumors that may spread." The elder was not one to back down, retaliating with sharp words, "Humph. You may have lingered in the mountains for too long, believing that such matters would be taken at face value. You must recognize that we are the immortal sect, one of the revered Loxian halls. Those who lack capability cannot bear to see others excel. If you possess the skill, do not perish or flee, capture them alive." With a narrow-mindedness that sought to drag the innocent into the fray, Jin Feiyao retreated to the side, murmuring softly to herself. Her demeanor suggested that she was speaking to herself, yet, given the prowess of a core formation cultivator, her seemingly insignificant whisper resonated in the ears of the three like a thunderclap. Lady Lu, with her head bowed and a serene smile gracing her lips, remained silently contemplative while Feng Posey and Old Lei, though momentarily humiliated, realized that to act against a junior in the qi refinement stage would offend the entire sect, rendering their efforts fruitless. However, to simply depart in silence after seeking retribution would cast a shadow on Linkong's sect's reputation in Luoxian City. This thought plunged the atmosphere back into silence. As each individual pondered their own motives while sipping their tea, the previously tense ambience now frozen in time. Jin Feiyao stood there, feeling that such inaction was untenable, and thus steeled herself to employ a drastic measure. Retreating was the wisest strategy. The journey of reading is endless, and the creativity knows no bounds. Chapter 46. The adorable spirit pet Jin Feiyao lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the floor as she secretly summoned her bloodline energy. Pushing through the pain within, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the floor. Slowly opening her eyes, she coughed violently again, tragically expelling more blood. With a look of gratitude, her pale visage spoke, "Thank you, fellow cultivator. My injuries from that day have yet to heal, and I never anticipated embarrassing myself before Lady Lu today. I feel utterly useless." "Lady Lu, your disciple exhibits a lack of decorum," Old Lei remarked, a smile on his face as he unleashed a wave of core formation pressure towards the girl. Her expression shifted dramatically, the gravity of the situation settling upon her as beads of cold sweat began to trickle down her forehead. The hands that supported Jin Feiyao trembled slightly. "Old Master Lei, it is not your place to instruct my disciple," Lady L exclaimed in a tone of authority, momentarily disrupting the overwhelming pressure exerted by Old Master Lei, nearly causing him to suffer from his own force. "Yes," replied Yiji, who was supporting Jin Feiyao, her voice light and melodic as she guided Jin Feiyao down the stairs. Both the madwoman and Old Master Lei were taken aback, despite Lady L being only in the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Her effortless utterance had managed to repel the pressure from Old Master Lei, who was in the later stage of the same realm. It appeared that the strength of the entire Immortal sect was indeed as profound as the legend suggested. How fortunate it would be to establish a connection with such a powerful faction. As Yiji assisted Jin Feiyao to the lower floor and traversed the small garden to the main hall, she smiled and remarked, "How long do you intend to pretend? I shall escort you to this point. I never anticipated your cleverness in devising such a self-inflicted method to make your exit." I truly sustained injuries and coughed up blood. It was not self-inflicted," Jin Feiyao replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the bluntness of Yiji's words, which offered no regard for decorum. Yiji, displaying an air of maturity, patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry, my master will not hold such matters against you. She has long been weary of those old fellows from the Linkong sect, tirelessly coming to our doorstep. I cannot discern whether she seeks to forge a bond with us or to find an excuse to annihilate our sect, having shown her face today. It seems she will not require entry in the future." Once Jin Feiyao reached the bustling street, she exhaled a breath of trepidation. It was indeed uncomfortable to be amidst those ancient core formation practitioners. The individual known as Lady L appeared to hold significant standing within the Immortals sect, her power formidable and fearsome. "This is indeed a precious item, and I possess but two, having given you one. I now wonder whom I shall seek if you fail to awaken." Jin Feiyao smiled as she gently patted her cheek, tucking her in before quietly departing. The crystalline stones surrounding the egg had long since turned to grayish rubble, and she could scarcely recall how many spirit stones she had cast into the bamboo basket upon her exit. In any case, it was too late for regrets. She had no desire to squander any more spirit stones, accepting whatever outcome the hatching might yield. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard a series of cracking sounds emanating from the egg, fissures appearing upon its surface. What a coincidence! It was on the verge of hatching. Jin Feiyao was overjoyed, fixating on the egg's shell, contemplating what name to bestow upon this celestial feline. With a crack, something pushed against the shell, and the small life within poked its head out. "Huashi, you scoundrel!" A furious shout echoed from the courtyard where the disciples of the Qi refining sect resided, the voice resonating with indignation and ascending to the heavens. Countless disciples looked up in astonishment, bewildered by the commotion within the sect. Days passed. And on the storage pond peak, where the Qing beast sect was located, a slight figure hurriedly ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, she requested an audience with Hua Shi from the guarding disciples. To her dismay, the disciples informed her that Hua Shi had been assigned to retreat into a forbidden area with other senior brothers for the sake of the competition for 500 foundation-building pills, not to emerge for another 2 years. Jin Feiyao clenched her teeth, feeling a bitter frustration. Had it not been for Hua Shi's earlier warning regarding the nurturing of soul beasts, which had bound them together like two grasshoppers on the same string, she would have long made it known that the responsibility of raising the soul beast lay with him. Quack, quack. Enough of your incessant chatter. I never pledged my loyalty to you, so kindly refrain from following me incessantly. Go to the depths of oblivion where you belong. Jin Feiyao was already irked, and the spirit pet at her side continued to croak incessantly, serving as a convenient outlet for her frustration. At her feet sat a spirit frog, no larger than the palm of her hand. To call it a spirit frog was perhaps an exaggeration, aside from a simplistic cloud pattern on its white belly. It bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary frog. This was the result of Jin Feiyao's meticulous nurturing with spirit stones, having expected a flying cat. When the egg of the flying cat hatched into a frog, she was initially taken aback, clutching the broken eggshell and the frog as she rushed into a spirit beast shop. After a thorough examination of the eggshell, the shopkeeper bluntly informed her that she had been deceived. The egg was that of a panyan frog, similar in size to a flying cat egg, but devoid of the characteristic blue markings. The design on her egg had been artificially painted, a deliberate ruse to masquerade a panyan frog egg as one from a flying cat. The shopkeeper praised the forger's craftsmanship, declaring it the most exquisite imitation he had ever encountered, which infuriated Jin Feiyao to the point of nearly vandalizing his shop. Initially, she had clung to the hope that if the panyan frog turned out to be a decent spirit pet, she could overlook its lackluster appearance after her considerable investment in its care. However, the shopkeeper's merciless words shattered her hopes. The panyan frog was merely a common commodity, its classification as a magical beast still a matter of debate. With no magical abilities and a notoriously small intellect, it was deemed less clever than a mere rabbit. Furthermore, no one had ever witnessed a panyan frog advancing in rank, nor had anyone raised it as a beloved companion. The presence of the panyan frog in the market is primarily due to its appeal as a food source for certain spiritual pets, serving purely as fodder. A single inferior spirit stone can purchase no less than 20 adult panyan frogs. Upon exiting the spiritual beast shop, Jin Feiyao discarded the frog. However, it stubbornly followed her, refusing to be shaken off. Wherever she went, it trailed behind, ultimately compelling her to allow it to accompany her to the Qing Shuman as evidence. To her surprise, it proved fruitless. Brother, stop croaking. I do not keep pets. You are neither a guardian nor capable of aiding me in any nefarious deeds. Your diminutive stature renders you unsuitable as a steed, and you possess no utility whatsoever. Moreover, I have heard you consume food. I cannot afford to maintain a pet that merely languishes. Go fend for yourself. With a heavy heart, Jin Feiyao trudged along, ignoring the bouncy little panyan frog that persistently pursued her. The creature seemed to comprehend her words, pausing momentarily before leaping into the grass by the roadside. Shaking her head, she mused that it was better this way. Killing it would not alleviate her grievances. If she were to take a life, it would be that of the deceitful Hua Shi. Clenching her fists, she seethed with anger, thinking of the audacity of the betrayal she had suffered. Upon your return from seclusion, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Suddenly, the croak of the panyan frog echoed behind her once more, returning to her side. In a fit of rage, she turned sharply, raising her foot and bellowing, "If you seek death, I shall gladly send you to the afterlife." Yet, as she beheld the frog, her foot halted midair. The creature held a charming wildflower in its mouth, its large eyes gazing at her with a pitiful expression. Jin Feiyao felt a shiver run down her spine. Who said that these creatures were simple-minded? This one was evidently feigning vulnerability in an attempt to curry favor. Endless reading. Limitless creation. Chapter 47. Brave warrior, what is your name? This year, the city of Luoxian is bustling with activity, as 500 foundational pills attract countless chi-refining cultivators, invigorating the marketplace. Particularly in the month preceding the grand competition, cultivators enthusiastically expend their spirit stones, leaving merchants grinning from ear to ear. Amidst this lively atmosphere, an exceptionally robust cultivator leisurely sips wine at the Shanghai Tower, observing the throngs of people passing by. His cultivation has reached the late stage of qi refinement. His physique is astonishingly strong, with muscles so well-defined that his arms surpass the thighs of an average man in girth. The only discordant note is his excessively pale skin. Otherwise, if oiled, he would resemble a perfectly roasted, golden-brown duck. His hair is tousled, and though his features are rugged, they are far from unattractive, drawing the admiring glances of several female cultivators. This man exudes an aura of security that is truly captivating. At that moment, a seemingly honest cultivator ascends the stairs, glancing around the room. Noticing the formidable figure seated alone at the window table, he observes that all other tables are occupied by at least 2 individuals. On the table of the muscular man sits a cloud frog, voraciously licking the dishes clean with its swift tongue. After a moment's hesitation, the honest cultivator approaches the strong man, clasping his hands respectfully, and says, "Esteemed friend, I am Hua Shi of the Qing Beast sect. A friend of mine invited me to meet here," mentioning a cloud frog placed on a table by the window. "Might this delightful creature belong to you?" The robust man sets down his cup, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Cloud frog, did you not give it to me? Why the pretense? Just take a seat. Were it not for the prohibition against combat among cultivators in Luoxian City, I would have cast you from the balcony long ago." Startled by the familiar voice of a girl emanating from the mouth of this brawny man, Hua Shi gazed at her in astonishment, stammering, You are Jin Feiyao. What has happened to you? How did you come to be in this state? I have not seen you for merely 2 years, and I cannot believe you have suffered such misfortune. If you must seize a body, at least choose a woman. Even if the timing is not right and you cannot find one, you could select a more ordinary man. Just look at the body you have taken over. It is truly astonishing. What are you saying? Who has seized a body? Jin Feiyao retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. This is merely a side effect of consuming a medicinal pill. I should be able to recover once I establish my foundation. Her surprise was no less than his when she first beheld her altered appearance. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but Jin Feiyao wept before the mirror for 3 days in her room before finally coming to terms with it. When she emerged from her seclusion to appear in the 44th courtyard, she startled everyone there. They all assumed she had seized a body, necessitating extensive explanations on her part. Hua Shi pulled up a chair and, in disbelief, inquired, "What sort of pill did you consume to have such a potent effect?" Upon hearing Hua Shi's question, Jin Feiyao's gaze flickered as she replied, "It is not an extraordinary pill. It is a formula I stumbled upon that can enhance cultivation and strengthen the body. I thought that if I could improve my strength by 10%, my chances of breaking into the top 500 would be greater. So I concocted a single pill myself. Perhaps due to my limited alchemical skills, the pill turned out to be somewhat inferior, which is why I ended up in this condition." Subsequently, she raised her voice and declared, "Indeed, my cultivation has advanced significantly. I have progressed to the late stage of qi refinement in just 2 years. Moreover, my physique is remarkable. Even if I do not retaliate and allow you to strike me, I doubt you could inflict any harm. Are you merely comforting yourself?" Hua Shi observed her proudly showcasing the muscles on her arms, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Suddenly, it seemed as if a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Has your body transformed into that of a man?" Jin Feiyao laughed heartily, lifting her wine cup and gently squeezing it until it crumbled into fine powder, which scattered across the table. Then, pointing at the dish of the round cloud frog before them, she said with a smile, "I am now as broad-minded as the ocean. Do not assume that such antics will provoke me. I have already communicated about the matter concerning the plump fellow through the sound transmission talisman. You must provide me with an explanation immediately. Should it fail to satisfy me, you shall never be allowed to leave the sect or Luoxian City." Plump fellow? What a tasteless name you have given this round cloud frog. Hua Shi gazed at the creature on the table, which was indeed several times larger than an ordinary round cloud frog, appearing even more rotund than a wine jar. Whether it was due to its excessive size or simply the nature of the round cloud frog, Hua Shi could not shake the impression that it seemed particularly foolish. It remained motionless on the table, its gaze vacant as if lost in thought, its eyes not moving even once. Meanwhile, the dishes on the table remained untouched, rapidly vanishing as the frog's long tongue swiftly devoured them. "Do not divert the topic. You must explain yourself. Had you not been in seclusion for 2 years, I would have been unable to locate you, and my anger has diminished considerably. Otherwise, do you believe I could remain seated here, conversing with you in such a tranquil manner?" Jin Feiyao remarked with evident dissatisfaction as she tapped her finger on the table. "Hua Shi, no longer preoccupied with the name of the overweight individual, chuckled and proceeded to articulate the thoughts she had meticulously prepared during her journey. I specifically inquired with senior brother Xiao about this matter. He purchased the egg from a street vendor and failed to recognize its counterfeit nature. Now, seeking retribution is utterly futile, as those who peddle such fake goods swiftly relocate once they have profited, making them exceedingly difficult to track down. Huaxi, well aware of her friend's tendencies, recognized that her outbursts were merely a means to procure greater advantages. Thus, she produced a spirit beast pouch from her bosom and cheerfully handed it over. This is my compensation for you. Please spare me from the wrath of the sky-soaring cat. Utilize this spirit beast wisely. With it, acquiring the sky-soaring cat will merely be a matter of time. Such a fortunate occurrence. Jin Feiyao accepted the spirit beast pouch, peering inside only to have her expression shift dramatically. Shaking the pouch, a sizable, glossy black ant, measuring nearly a foot in length, tumbled onto the table. The ant's antennae twitched as it beheld the immobile Pan Yun frog seated opposite. Jin Feiyao, unconcerned with the commotion between the two creatures, fixed Huaxi with a stern gaze and remarked, "Were you intentional in this, deliberately presenting me with such an unsightly creature?" Huaxi, feigning astonishment, replied, "You truly lack discernment. This is a precious armor crystal ant, renowned for its ability to pull spirit stones." She laughed. It's utterly hilarious that this armor crystal ant has been so thoroughly bested by the Pan Yun frog. Nearby, a cultivator in the initial stage of chi refinement happened to pass by, witnessing the scene at the table, and could not suppress a chuckle. Jin Feiyao abruptly rose to her feet, her tall figure standing before him like a steadfast wall. She seized the cultivator, her robust arms tightening around his neck, rendering him breathless. He struggled fiercely, but to his dismay, her embrace was as unyielding as steel, remaining impervious to his efforts. "My friend, I have a matter I wish to inquire about." Jin Feiyao lowered her voice, attempting to deepen its timbre. The cultivator, his face flushed, asked nervously, "What does my friend wish to know?" Jin Feiyao pointed at a large ant that was futilely attempting to bite a portly individual, yet was restrained and unable to move. Enduring its predicament. "Friend, do you recognize this type of ant?" "Yes, I do," he hurriedly nodded. "Do not be alarmed. Please tell me, does it truly possess the ability to draw spirit stones?" Relieved that Jin Feiyao's intentions were not to confront him over the amusing spectacle of the two spirit pets in battle, he quickly affirmed, "Indeed. The crystal ant can extract spirit stones, though not every one is capable. Among 1,000, only 1 or 2 may yield spirit stones, with an annual yield of 2 or 3 stones. However, it is not consistent. Often, after producing once or twice, they cease, and no one has yet determined the cause. So it is true, there exists a creature in this world that can produce spirit stones." Having received her answer, Jin Feiyao released the cultivator and, with a considerate gesture, adjusted his collar. The cultivator, startled by the robust figure tending to his attire, dared not move, fearing that Jin Feiyao might seize the opportunity to end his life. The rugged visage of that face, when it broke into a smile, sent chills of apprehension coursing through Huaxi. It was uncertain whether it was intentional. But Jin Feiyao deliberately lowered her voice. Were it not for their prior acquaintance, one could scarcely recognize her as a woman. "What are you doing? Tone it down a bit," Huaxi exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer as he grasped her arm and scolded her. Jin Feiyao, displeased, shrugged off his hand and flashed a brilliant smile at the few female cultivators before retorting to Huaxi, "You see, I am quite popular now. Do not harbor envy. For someone like you, who is not favored by women. Fine, you may remain in this guise for eternity." Huaxi finally succumbed to his irritation, cursing her. After being scolded, Jin Feiyao settled down properly, listening as Huaxi introduced the crystal ant. "This crystal ant can surely gather spirit stones. I specifically selected it for you. Care for it diligently, and if it gathers 1 stone a day, that amounts to 365 stones in a year. Wouldn't you be profiting handsomely? It requires little maintenance, thriving primarily on the plate cloud frog, needing only 1 per day." Jin Feiyao observed him in silence, her robust frame emanating an intangible pressure that made Huaxi increasingly uneasy as he spoke. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he forced a smile and continued, "Though 1 spirit stone can purchase 20 adult plate cloud frogs, I can direct you to a shop where 1 spirit stone will yield 30. Sufficient for the crystal ant's sustenance for an entire month." "Well, Huaxi, do you truly consider me a fool?" If your crystalline ant could produce a spirit stone each day, would you still be willing to part with it? I won't waste words with you. I have accepted the crystalline ant, but I shall not feed it the cloud frog. Rather, I will let it consume the excrement of the cloud frog. Huh. Huashi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. The acceptance was what mattered. No worries, feel free to feed it whatever you wish. Thus I declare, we truly are the best of friends. Are you participating in this upcoming competition for the Foundation Establishment pills? Jin Feiyao abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring with curiosity. Indeed, I shall participate. The number of Foundation Establishment pills distributed by the sect is quite limited. Moreover, acquiring even one more could enhance the chances of establishing a solid foundation. It seems even the junior disciples in the initial stage of Qi refinement intend to sign up, as the slots are rather plentiful. Perhaps I might squeeze into the last few. It appears you possess considerable confidence. Huashi smiled radiantly. It's quite all right, mainly due to the abundance of slots. After her fingers thickened, the peanuts felt as though they had shrunk. Jin Feiyao grasped several at once and boldly tossed them into her mouth, chewing as she carelessly remarked, "Hua, my friend, you must secure a position within the top 500. I shall claim your Foundation Establishment pill. Is there such blatant theft? What is a Foundation Establishment pill? Who would willingly give it to you?" Huashi shook her head noncommittally. This fellow. No wonder she was so quick to accept the crystalline ant. It seems she intends to extort my Foundation Establishment pill. How difficult could it be? Once the competition concludes, you could simply eliminate a few female disciples who obtained Foundation Establishment pills, and voila. I don't require many, just one will suffice. My aptitude is lacking. How could I establish a foundation without preparing a few? Jin Feiyao leaned closer, whispering softly, "You are indeed formidable. I find myself in awe." Huashi scrutinized her closely, increasingly convinced of her ruthless nature. Particularly after committing misdeeds, she exhibited no trace of remorse, as if taking a life were a matter of course. Upon hearing Huashi's praise, Jin Feiyao seemed to have a sudden epiphany, smirking as she remarked, "Brother Hua, I have heard that the beast which preys upon female cultivators has not been seen for quite some time. Could it be that someone has slain it? That vile creature has caused the demise of so many women. It ought to be eradicated without delay." Observing her triumphant smile, Huashi was struck by confusion. Unable to comprehend how he had once refrained from eliminating her and allowed their relationship to develop into this. It felt akin to inviting a wolf into one's home, akin to being besieged by leeches. Yet he neglected to remember that, were it not for his own actions, he would not have become entangled with such parasitic entities. "I understand, but henceforth, do not set your sights on me again. I shall not yield anything to you," Huashi said, exasperation evident as he supported his forehead. Jin Feiyao huffed in dissatisfaction. "I have no interest in your worthless trinkets. Do you think I covet them? Very well, you shall treat for this meal. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. We shall meet again once the competition begins," she concluded, wiping her mouth and rising. She collected the still struggling armored crystal ants into her spirit beast pouch and beckoned the stout man to depart. As the Pan-Yun frog leaped to the ground, its form astonishingly expanded to nearly 4 feet in height. Jin Feiyao then retrieved a large cloth bag from beneath the table and secured it onto the frog's back. The onlookers gazed in astonishment, realizing that there was indeed one who kept such a large Pan-Yun frog, utilizing it as a laborer. Huashi, a master in the art of nurturing spirit beasts, gazed in astonishment at the enormous, corpulent Pan-Yun frog before him, a creature surpassing the bounds of common knowledge. He pondered the means by which such a beast could be raised. If a power-oriented spirit beast were to grow to such a size, a single stomp could rend the earth asunder, demanding an immense force. He wished to inquire with Jin Feiyao, yet she had already departed, leaving him only to glimpse her robust silhouette and the leaping frog as they merged into the throng. With the competition merely a month away, he resolved to seek her out then. Jin Feiyao, accompanied by her conspicuous Pan-Yun frog, strode confidently down the street. The portly creature maintained a vacant expression, blindly trailing alongside her. Numerous small pouches had been sewn onto the large sack upon its back, brimming with provisions. Passers-by could not shake the peculiar sensation that, in the blink of an eye, some of the food within the sack would vanish. The rivalry between Wu Haokong and the captain of Xianxia concluded with Wu Haokong successfully retaining his position. Yet, it was perplexing that, despite his victory, he suffered grave injuries and was unable to participate in that year's foundational elixir competition of the Quanxian sect. Conversely, while Xianxia faced defeat, he emerged unscathed and was able to partake in the competition, securing a foundational elixir. Regrettably, it was rumored that he failed to successfully cultivate, and he was certain to return for the upcoming competition for the 500 foundational elixirs next month. Jin Feiyao was delighted to learn that Lu Qibua had awakened shortly after her seclusion. Residual effects of the medicine lingered within her body, indicating that she had ingested a precious elixir. Initially, she had presumed it to be a gift from a senior of the Quanxian sect, but upon further inquiry, she discovered otherwise. It was revealed that during this period, only Jin Feiyao had visited her, leading her to speculate that the elixir had indeed been sent by Jin Feiyao. Her injuries had yet to heal, and as Jin Feiyao entered seclusion once more, the two exchanged their gratitude through a sound transmission talisman. There was another matter that filled Jin Feiyao with pride. This seemingly robust body had arrived at just the right moment. A wave of panic surged within her, but upon reviewing the task, she finally exhaled in relief. The target of the mission was indeed herself, accompanied by a portrait, and the directive was clear: eliminate without leaving any survivors. Amused, Jin Feiyao noted that the bounty offered was merely a low-grade magical artifact and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This vague and derogatory assassination mission bore a striking resemblance to something the deceased would have penned, yet the individual in question had long since passed away. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. If the person was indeed dead, then who had provided the likeness that bore a 5/10 resemblance to her? Moreover, with her face so swollen, could it be attributed to having landed face first? Having been in the wilderness without a mirror, she had no idea what her visage resembled. In pursuit of clarity, Jin Feiyao emerged from her seclusion, feigning interest in the Qingshu Pavilion and inquiring about the rumors surrounding it. Her diligence was rewarded. She uncovered a particular tale among cultivators. It was said that Qingshu Pavilion possessed a secret technique capable of resurrecting the deceased, though most regarded this claim with skepticism. If such a method truly existed, why would the disciples of Qingshu Pavilion seek to cultivate immortality? If resurrection were possible, what distinction remained between that and eternal life? To her astonishment, the foundation-building disciples of Qingshu Pavilion seemed rather petty. Was it truly necessary to escalate matters over the loss of a few low-grade magical artifacts and 2 storage bags? She had kept that outfit hidden on her person, too fearful to take it out and sell it. Jin Feiyao was quite displeased. After all, returning it was a trivial matter, a mere transaction for a life. To enhance her chances of escape, she devoted herself to rigorous cultivation, spending most of her spirit stones on gathering chi pills. Eventually, she even contemplated the elixir known as divine muscle water, which was typically reserved for those in the foundation establishment stage. This liquid, though not exceedingly rare, possessed the capability to fortify the body. Without a robust physique, one could not withstand the damage inflicted by the infernal flames during use. Having recently advanced to the mid-stage of chi refinement, Jin Feiyao resolved to concoct this divine muscle water to hasten her progression to the later stage. Balancing her cultivation with experimentation, after a year and a half, she successfully produced a drop of the coveted elixir. Choosing an auspicious day with great caution, she bravely consumed the drop. After meditating for the duration of a tea ceremony, she opened her eyes only to utter gravely, "What the hell? It's a low-grade product," before fainting. 5 days later, upon awakening, she found herself transformed into a physique so unfamiliar that even by Xianxias could not recognize her. After a period of weeping and lamentation, she came to terms with her situation. Being robust was preferable to being slaughtered. With this newfound strength, she could confidently participate in the foundation establishment pill competition, unperturbed even in the presence of the Qingshu Pavilion's members, and without the need to flee. What could be wrong with that? In the bustling streets of Luoxian City, throngs of cultivators filled every corner, while various makeshift stalls lined the sidewalks. Their vendors engaged in relentless haggling and disputes. A diverse array of individuals populated these stalls, both cultivators and mortals, intermingling with a notable increase in deceitful characters. "Do you even know the worth of these goods? To claim my wares are counterfeit. What a bunch of Navi fools from the Earth realm," came a voice from the crowd, amidst the clamor of argumentation. Jin Feiyao shook her head, recognizing yet another encounter with a purveyor of fraudulent items. The proliferation of such vendors made it increasingly difficult to unearth genuine treasures. The art of forgery had reached new heights, rendering even seasoned experts unable to discern the authentic from the fake. leading to daily disputes. The situation had become so dire that even the officials of Luoxian Palace could not respond swiftly enough. There were hundreds of altercations each day, nearly overwhelming their capacity to manage. Old man, spare me your lies. How dare you claim this shabby vessel is a treasure from the Seed Realm? It lacks any spiritual energy. Who do you think you're fooling? The Seed Realm is known for its miraculous artifacts. Individuals like you could never casually sell such items. If it were true, you would have surely concealed it. The mention of the Seed Realm halted Jin Feiyao in her tracks. This was a coveted item, with only a few existing among the nascent soul cultivators in the Nanshan realm. How could something so precious possibly surface at a roadside stall? Driven by curiosity, she pushed her way through the crowd. In the throng, she spotted an old man, disheveled and seated directly on the ground, lacking even a cloth to sit upon. Yet he sat cross-legged, seemingly unfazed by his surroundings. In his hands, he tightly clutched a weathered basin. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an oval, shallow dish, typically used for cultivating bonsai, measuring merely a finger's height and 2 palms in length. Even as an object for bonsai, it was a trivial item, unworthy of any grand setting. The old man, with a disdainful curl of his lip, remarked condescendingly, "Country bumpkin, in the realm of the divine. A minor mustard seed domain is akin to a storage bag, commonly sold in shops. Unlike your impoverished locality, where an immovable mustard seed domain is revered like a treasure." Upon hearing his mockery aimed at the Loxian secret realm, someone retorted indignantly, "Old man, if your knowledge is as vast as you claim and you possess such a marvelous treasure, why then are you only at the mid-stage of chi refinement? Moreover, if you are so destitute that you must sell this treasure to survive, your pretense is rather transparent. There are few deceivers as unreliable as you." Jin Feiyao, intrigued by the item, pondered purchasing it for amusement if it weren't too expensive. She squeezed through the crowd and inquired of the old man, "Esteemed friend, what is the price of this item?" 20,000 spirit stones, he replied. "Go ahead and snatch it if you can. 20,000 spirit stones is far too exorbitant." The old man's words startled Jin Feiyao. "Little one, that only reveals your lack of discernment." "Very well, enlighten me on what makes this item special," Jin Feiyao retorted, her temper flaring as she squatted down, pointing at the basin. Seeing someone genuinely seeking knowledge, the old man brightened, eagerly gesturing to the worn basin as he proclaimed, "This item is remarkable. Through this celestial mirage basin, one can access a mustard seed domain. Within, one can construct a cave dwelling, both safe and convenient, transportable to any desired location. Moreover, there is no need for you to exert yourself, for my ancestors have long since constructed a magnificent cave dwelling within. You need only reside in the ready-made abode. Inside, there exists a superior spiritual spring, along with spiritual herbs that my ancestors have cultivated for hundreds, if not thousands, of years without harvesting. This constitutes a considerable fortune." Upon hearing this, Jin Feiyao, puzzled, inquired, "With such an abundance of spiritual herbs, why do you not simply take one to sell? If what you say is true about the vast quantities within, their worth cannot merely be measured in spiritual stones. Why, then, would you sell the entire treasury for a mere 20,000 spiritual stones?" The old man's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly replied, "It's simply that one cannot enter." "Cannot enter?" Jin Feiyao was taken aback, and the surrounding cultivators erupted into hearty laughter. This old man must surely be a madman. No deceiver would speak thus. A realm that cannot be accessed. This must be the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard in my life. The onlookers, mocking, dispersed in small groups. The ramblings of a madman were hardly worth their time. Yet, Jin Feiyao remained undeterred. Instead, she earnestly questioned the old man, "What prevents you from entering? There must be a reason. A realm that is inaccessible implies it has not been opened at all. If everyone could easily discover the entrance to such a realm, then the treasures within would not be classified as divine artifacts, nor would they possess such astronomical value." As the crowd dispersed, the old man grew somewhat anxious. He indignantly remarked to Jin Feiyao, "What is its worth? In the realm of the divine, 200 superior spirit stones can procure a pocket domain of similar size to this one. Who doesn't possess one? Even in the celestial realm, just a level above yours, there are pocket domains circulating in the black market, albeit at a higher price than in the divine realm. Only you, Navi inhabitants of the terrestrial realm, would consider this item to be priceless. Are you implying that in higher realms, this item is merely a large storage bag that can accommodate a person and be carried away?" Jin Feiyao gazed in astonishment at the basin in the old man's hands. His explanation exceeded her understanding. The pocket domain, which loomed large in the minds of many, was nothing more than a common storage bag sold at street vendors and other places, and it appeared that everyone had one. Perplexed, she inquired, "If this item is so ubiquitous, why hasn't any cultivator brought it from the divine realm to sell in the terrestrial realm? Surely, given the lack of ability to refine such an item here, the demand would be substantial." "How would I know?" the old man retorted, casting her a disdainful glance. "Even in the celestial realm, one must resort to the black market to acquire it. In this impoverished corner of the terrestrial realm, who can fathom why it isn't sold? Perhaps the locals are too destitute. Bringing it here would yield few sales, thus avoiding the hassle." Though the price of 200 superior spirit stones might deter most cultivators from the Nanshan realm, it remained a mere trifle when compared to the pocket domain, which was regarded as a divine artifact by the cultivators of Nanshan. The realization struck Jin Feiyao suddenly, igniting a mischievous grin within her. With a sincere expression, she lamentingly inquired, "My friend, why can't one enter this magnificent celestial pot? If there is a way to resolve this, I would certainly be interested in purchasing it." The old man's lips moved slightly, uttering two words, "It's broken." "Is it reparable?" Jin Feiyao questioned, feeling indifferent provided it could be restored. After all, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens. With a soft sigh, the old man reluctantly caressed the damaged pot. "If it weren't broken, I wouldn't be selling it for merely 20,000 spirit stones. Were one able to enter, the treasures within would suffice for my cultivation to the nascent soul stage." "Enough of this speculation. Do tell me, can it be repaired?" Jin Feiyao pressed, her impatience mounting amidst the urgency of the situation. "What if someone else discovers it and takes an interest?" "It can be repaired, given that the requisite materials are procured and true fire is employed in the fusion process." The old man retrieved an old, yellowed piece of paper from his bosom, shaking it slightly as he said, "The materials and the method for fusion are all recorded here. Let me see it first. If the materials are not difficult to find, I shall purchase it." Jin Feiyao gazed at the paper, which, though aged, was evidently no ordinary parchment, its dim yellow hue obscuring the understanding of its contents. The old man pondered for a moment before reluctantly handing it over, his gaze unwavering on her, fearful she might flee with it. "Rest assured, I have no intention of escaping. Even if I did, my precious spirit beast remains here. With its physique, you would undoubtedly be able to capture it." Jin Feiyao forcefully seized the paper from his grasp, examining it closely in her hands. Whenever Jin Feiyao posed a question, he would invariably adopt a demeanor of profound satisfaction, as if he were a sagacious master poised to impart the mysteries of the universe to these naive souls. "Divine realm? My friend, do you still wish to sell anything?" Jin Feiyao gazed at him with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, perceiving the old man's alternating shrewdness and foolishness. The old man chuckled, "My friend, you could always seek alternatives. If the sky-eating beast is unavailable, why not find a frog that can pull stones instead? Does this one beside you not pull stones?" When Jin Feiyao pointed out that it was not stones but sand that the frog was pulling, the old man's eyes gleamed with insight. "Sand is excellent. It will suffice. Consider this. Both frogs pull either stones or sand. Are they not of the same kind?" Observing Jin Feiyao's lingering hesitation, he patted his chest reassuringly. "Rest assured, it will certainly work. Your cultivation surpasses mine by a level, and with your fierce demeanor, I would dare not deceive you. Then for my final inquiry, why do you not sell this item to a golden core or nascent soul cultivator? As you mentioned, if it truly is within the realm of the mustard seed, they would likely be clamoring for it." The old man's gaze flickered before he lowered his head, expressing indignation. "I once thought the same, but those gatekeepers wouldn't even allow me through the door. Upon hearing I intended to sell within the mustard seed realm, they even threatened to beat me, branding me a deceitful old man. My friend, do I appear to you as a swindler?" Jin Feiyao nodded. "Indeed, you resemble one, quite unmistakably. However, your appearance is of no concern to me. Just hand over that Jing Tian illusion bowl. I shall purchase it." Then she produced a storage bag and, without uttering a word, tossed it over. Today, there is only one update. Reading knows no bounds, and creativity is limitless. Chapter 50, Robbers and Swindlers. I apologize for the late update. There was a power outage last night. The old man picked up the storage bag and peered inside, immediately indignant. 200 low-grade spirit stones? Are you robbing me? I refuse to sell. Take your spirit stones back. He threw the storage bag down at Jin Feiyao's feet, clutching the basin in his arms tightly. Jin Feiyao exchanged a glance with the stout man, who, with a dazed expression, turned his gaze towards the old man. The old man seemed to sense something and nervously fixed his eyes on the stout man, whose grip on the basin remained resolute. The stout man stirred slightly, and a gust of wind swept through, causing the basin in the old man's hands to vanish. "My basin!" the old man exclaimed, jumping up as if slaughtering a pig, his emotions surging as he grasped Jin Feiyao. He clutched her collar tightly, nearly spitting in her face. "Return my basin. It is a treasured heirloom." "This is blatant extortion, my friend," Jin Feiyao said. "You must remain calm. I have not moved at all, yet I see your basin has vanished. Since you do not wish to sell, and have concealed the item, please return the spirit stones." She gazed at him innocently, as if genuinely perplexed by the unfolding events. The old man was taken aback by her response, his anger flaring as he seized her collar and secretly gathered his spiritual energy in his hands, intending to throw her down. To his astonishment, Jin Feiyao stood her ground, her imposing figure unwavering, while she looked at him with a face full of sympathy. Their commotion attracted a considerable number of onlookers, and Jin Feiyao had long since realized that, despite the extraordinary cultivation of some, human nature remained largely unchanged. When there was a spectacle to behold, people instinctively gathered, unwilling to leave without witnessing at least a glimpse. You must be dreaming. I will never part with my spirit stones for you," the old man bellowed in frustration, clutching the storage bag he had snatched from the ground and stuffing it into his bosom with fervor. The old man's face was a canvas of hues, alternating between shades of blue and red, revealing his agitation, whether from anger or embarrassment. His hands trembled as he struggled to articulate a single word, appearing as though he had been unmasked in a deceitful act. With a deep sigh of disappointment, Jin Feiyao patted the rotund figure beside her, exhaling as she navigated her way out of the throng. "What a world we live in. The decline of moral integrity is disheartening," she muttered to herself as she gradually vanished into the crowd, accompanied by her portly companion. "Kid, you truly have a knack for this. To forcefully procure items at your level is quite an accomplishment," the old man murmured under his breath, watching Jin Feiyao's departure. Yet, the most shameless of all was that towering cultivator, who not only coerced purchases, but also tarnished another's reputation while seeking both honor and profit. To think that a mere broken pot, coupled with a piece of old yellow paper, could fetch 200 spirit stones was astoundingly profitable. The ancestral paper from the divine realm proved to be a formidable asset. Without those few sheets of yellow paper, the merchandise would likely have been far more difficult to sell. In a buoyant mood, the old man hummed a jovial tune, strolling leisurely into the crowd, contemplating where he might trick another unsuspecting fool next. Returning to the courtyard, she stood before a towering mound of black sand, contemplating for a moment before deciding to remove half of it to repair the mustard realm. She retrieved an empty storage pouch to collect half of the hefty creature's excrement and casually tossed out the crystal ant, allowing it to seek its own sustenance. Upon its release, the crystal ant was startled to find a gigantic cloud-surfing frog looming before it, its immense size instilling a sudden fear, rendering it hesitant to approach. As it glanced around, it stumbled upon a pile of black sand that irresistibly captured its attention. Unbeknownst to it, the heap of black sand appeared far more delectable than the cloud-surfing frog, prompting an impulsive rush towards it. Watching the crystal ant voraciously devouring the black sand, Jin Feiyao felt a sense of bewilderment. Although she had initially intended to starve it, the creature seemed remarkably self-aware, taking to the feast with unbridled enthusiasm. The black sand was free. Once consumed, it would simply facilitate the hefty creature's elimination, so she decided to disregard it. "Heavyweight, hand me the basin," she called out, approaching the stout creature and delivering a kick to its rear. The hefty creature remained motionless, akin to a statue, completely ignoring her. "Stop playing dead and quickly regurgitate it," she urged, delivering several more firm kicks. With a startled cry, the hefty creature expelled the Jingtian illusion basin from its mouth. Jin Feiyao retrieved the basin, grumbling in annoyance. "I truly am too soft-hearted. Had I known, I would have crushed you underfoot long ago. You used to feign cuteness to curry favor, but now that you've grown in stature, your audacity has inflated, completely disregarding my authority. Whenever you provoke me, I shall expel you." The rotund figure continued to sit idly, an ill-timed utterance escaping his lips. Jin Feiyao halted her steps, picked up a small stone from the edge of the medicinal field, and swiftly hurled it at the rotund figure's head. His eyes shifted, and as his mouth opened, a fleeting shadow crossed the air. Jin Feiyao was abruptly struck by his tongue. Understand this. Everything you consume and the shelter you inhabit are mine, yet you dare to strike me. Do not harbor illusions of self-sufficiency. You, a glutton, will soon be regarded as a nuisance and meet your demise at the hands of others. Jin Feiyao unleashed a torrent of invective at him, while the rotund figure remained indifferent, languidly extending his tongue to extract a roasted chicken from the sack behind him, feigning enjoyment as he savored it. I can hardly be bothered with you. It would be best if you choked on that. Such quarrels had become a common occurrence over the past 6 months. No matter the vitriol hurled at him, the rotund figure remained unresponsive, akin to an unyielding statue. Consequently, Jin Feiyao felt that her tirades rendered her a fool in her own eyes. Frustrated, she stormed into the alchemy chamber and forcefully closed the door. After igniting the earth fire, she cast the seemingly ordinary mustard seed realm into the flames. After a considerable wait, the scene depicted on the yellowed parchment, that the basin would glow red, failed to materialize. Indeed, it proved to be a remarkable item. After enduring the earth fire for such an extended period, it exhibited no signs of change. Jin Feiyao beamed with delight at this discovery. Contemplating further, she tossed several clumps of underworld fire into the earth fire, which enveloped the basin entirely. Observing that the underworld fire soon dissipated while the basin continued to burn, Jin Feiyao felt reassured. Bored in the alchemy chamber, she allowed the cauldron to be engulfed by both earthly and infernal flames, and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. Time seemed to fly for the cultivators. As Jin Feiyao paced around the room, the sky outside had already darkened. Stretching languidly in the cool night air, she noticed that the hefty fellow was absent. He must have retreated upstairs to the guest room for a nap. Jin Feiyao felt exasperated, pondering what sort of master she had taken on. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the sandhill and was surprised to see the crystalline ant still feasting. Had it truly been eating for several hours? Initially, she contemplated letting it overindulge, but then she noticed something glimmering beneath the moonlit stone pathway in the courtyard. Could it be? With trepidation, Jin Feiyao approached and unearthed the shimmering object from the sand, revealing a genuine spirit stone. Staring at the spirit stone in bewilderment, she questioned whether the crystalline ant had indeed produced it. Skeptically, she examined the stone. It appeared to be quite ordinary. After testing it, she found the spiritual energy within was akin to that of other spirit stones. After much contemplation, she placed the spirit stone into her storage bag. Humph, whatever, she mused, deciding to mix it with the rest. Whether or not it had originated from the crystalline ant would be revealed by morning. If it could yield 1 stone a day, that would amount to 365 stones in a year. With 100 such creatures, she could harvest over 30,000 spirit stones annually. While calculating her potential fortune, she made her way to the upstairs guest room, where she kicked the plump fellow off the bed, then happily settled down to sleep herself. The following morning, Jin Feiyao, neglecting all other matters, hurriedly rushed to the back of the crystal ant queen and unearthed a piece of spirit stone. Gazing at the spirit stone in her hand and the insatiable crystal ant, she burst into uncontrollable laughter, her mirth so intense that she doubled over, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wiping her tears, she chuckled, "These fools. No wonder the crystal ants they raise cannot produce spirit stones. It turns out they must consume the droppings of the Panyun frog to yield such treasures. Eating an entire Panyun frog yields nothing at all. I am destined to strike it rich, immensely rich." At that moment, a plump figure, chewing on something, leaped over from the courtyard. Observing the frenzied laughter of Jin Feiyao, a hint of disdain flickered at the corner of his mouth. He then uttered, "Quack." No sooner had the sound escaped than the spirit stone in Jin Feiyao's hand soared through the air, striking him squarely on the jaw. In the courtyard, the plump man lay helplessly, battered by Jin Feiyao's blows, his body adorned with bruises. A spirit stone lay before him, and his large eyes were brimming with tears, his mouth still emitting dissatisfied quacks. "Your act of feigning pity comes too late. How dare you call me a fool? You are courting death." Jin Feiyao stood at the entrance of the alchemy room, her puffy face swollen as she shook her fist at him. With a resounding thud, she forcefully slammed the stone door of the alchemy room shut, leaving the plump man outside to keep company with the crystal ants. After a brief moment of lying on the ground, he eventually rose to his feet. With a grandiose spurt of blood, he dragged his corpulent body into the cultivation chamber. Shortly emerging with a sack of provisions, he settled into the courtyard, succumbing to a stony stupor of concealed indulgence. This rotund figure was becoming increasingly formidable. Jin Feiyao grimaced, her cheeks contorting as she touched her face. Even the thickest skin could not withstand such an onslaught, and her condition was scarcely better than his. Peering into the ground fire, she noticed the Jing Tian Huaning basin ablaze in a vivid blue, intermittently flickering with streaks of crimson. Wasn't it supposed to burn a bright red? Why had it transformed into this azure hue? Could it be that the nether fire was too overbearing? Observing the basin engulfed in the ground fire, Jin Feiyao scratched her head in confusion. Having never forged a weapon and having long abandoned alchemy due to the exorbitant cost of materials, she was utterly ignorant yet audaciously reckless. Unafraid of potentially ruining the mustard seed realm. Believing that blue and red were akin, both indicating thorough combustion, Jin Feiyao extracted a substantial amount of the rotund figure's excrement from a nearby hill and, without a second thought, poured it into the basin. A dark cloud of sand filled the fire, and scarcely had it entered before a foul odor assaulted her senses, prompting Jin Feiyao to cover her nose and shout, "You wretched glutton! This stuff reeks worse than death. I thought it was akin to sand, but it was hidden within." This substance burned rapidly. After 3 hours, it had transformed into a mass of black liquid the size of a fist, swirling around the basin encased in the nether fire's embrace. Quickly, Jin Feiyao retrieved yellow paper, finding only a note stating that the two substances should merge, with no instructions on how to do so. Convinced that amalgamation implied mere mixing, she enveloped the black liquid in nether fire and sent it into the basin. With the assistance of the nether fire, the black liquid successfully permeated the basin, coating its surface in an inky darkness. Subsequently, Jin Feiyao sat nearby, patiently awaiting the infusion of the black liquid into the basin. Days turned into weeks as they observed the process. Though the liquid was indeed dissolving, its pace was remarkably sluggish. The rotund companion and Jin Feiyao had long since reconciled, each accompanied by a frog, idly occupying the alchemy chamber. While they claimed to be monitoring the amalgamation, they were, in truth, merely lounging about and indulging in snacks. At that moment, they were fiercely competing for the Quanxian Bao, a delicacy crafted solely in the kitchens of the Quanxian sect, renowned for its exquisite flavor that even attracted patrons from outside. Before them lay a barrel brimming with dozens of these delectable buns, alongside an empty barrel that had been thoroughly devoured. Jin Feiyao deftly maneuvered, one bun in each hand, consuming them with great enthusiasm, while her corpulent companion devoured them one by one. They eagerly snatched at the buns, entirely oblivious to the happenings within the fiery cauldron. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated through the alchemy chamber, sending Jin Feiyao and the rotund figure tumbling to the ground, engulfed by a rich aura of spiritual energy. As they looked up, they noticed that the ground fire had ceased, the nether fire had vanished, and the air was filled with the tricolored Jing Tian Huan pen, adorned in shades of blue, black, and red. Strangely, what had once been an empty vessel now appeared to contain a layer of sand. The aura of spiritual energy was intoxicating. Indeed, treasures from the divine realm were extraordinary, and it felt as though fortune had smiled upon me. Rising to her feet, Jin Feiyao extended her hand, gently retrieving the Jing Tian Huan pen, her fingers caressing its surface. The basin, now imbued with a faint spiritual energy, had transformed remarkably from its previous dilapidated state, appearing renewed and resplendent. The sand in the basin merely appears to exist. However, upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be an intangible illusion. "Fatty, let us endeavor to see if we can penetrate the realm of the mustard seed," proposed Jin Feiyao with a mischievous grin, her eyes gleaming with intent as she gazed at her companion. "Your eyes are larger than mine, so stand in front of me and keep a vigilant watch. Should we encounter danger, charge ahead." With one hand clutching the Jing Tian illusory basin and the other firmly grasping Fatty's palm, Jin Feiyao began to channel her spiritual energy into the basin. In an instant, they were transported to an entirely new location. The sky above was brilliantly illuminated, devoid of clouds and sun, with fleeting glimpses of sunset hues adorning the azure expanse. Albeit only momentarily. There were no magnificent caverns, nor were there abundant century-old spiritual herbs, and not even a single spiritual spring could be found. The entire 6 acres of the mustard seed realm was dominated by vast expanses of black sand. An unsettling discomfort washed over her as the black sand bore an uncanny resemblance to the substance Fatty had previously produced, evoking in Jin Feiyao a distinct feeling of having fallen into a cesspit. Old fool, this is entirely different from what he described, she mused, surveying the 6 acres of black sand, her suspicions mounting that perhaps her use of a substitute had led to the burial of any potential caverns, spiritual herbs, or springs beneath Fatty's excrement. Contemplating this possibility, Jin Feiyao employed the wind whirl technique, stirring the black sand beneath her. A series of tornadoes swept through the black expanse, excavating deep pits and leaving the realm riddled with gaping holes, yet not a single blade of grass was unearthed. With no sentiment for the corpulent figure, Jin Feiyao departed from the realm of mustard seed and commenced her preparations for breeding the crystal ants. Although the Foundation Establishment Pill competition was still a fortnight away, the registration had already begun. According to the regulations of the Luoxian Palace, in order to facilitate the organization of the contest, cultivators were required to register no later than 3 days in advance. After standing in line for 2 hours, Jin Feiyao finally managed to register at a booth, receiving a wooden token inscribed with the number 6174. Given the multitude of participants, the Luoxian Palace was reluctant to issue jade tokens, opting instead for wooden ones. Once her registration was complete, she proceeded to a spirit beast shop in search of crystal ants. To her dismay, she discovered that crystal ants were considered marginal spirit beasts. Aside from the rare occurrence of 1 or 2 occasionally yielding spirit stones, they were deemed largely useless, with mediocre abilities and seldom sought after. Those wishing to raise them typically captured their own, which explained the sporadic availability in spirit beast shops. The habitats of crystal ants were primarily located within spirit stone mining areas, which were unfortunately absent in the vicinity of Luoxian City. If she were to catch them herself, she would first need to locate a mining area, a luxury of time she currently did not possess. Upon returning home, she retrieved the Jing Tian Huan pen and entered with the corpulent figure in tow. Indifferently, she pointed to a corner, instructing the figure to address its biological needs, and then cast 3 crystal ants onto the sandy terrain before immersing herself in her tasks. Jin Feiyao aimed to construct a small dwelling within the realm, primarily not for habitation but for storage purposes. She began by cutting bamboo poles to fashion a rudimentary fence, noting the absence of soil. In the future, she intended to bring in a few flower pots to cultivate plants that would embellish the fence. She delineated half an acre for this purpose, reserving the remaining space entirely for the crystal ants. Picking up the wooden planks, she appeared remarkably skilled as she began constructing a house, rhythmically hammering away. With her robust stature, she managed to erect a 2-story building in just 2 days. "Hey, Fatty, come over here. Take a look at my creation." Jin Feiyao stood in the small courtyard, enclosed by a fence, proudly admiring her handiwork. Fatty blinked his large, bulging eyes at the so-called 2-story structure before him. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Jin Feiyao pointed at the building, enthusiastically explaining, "See, the first floor features a small hall. And I've even added many shelves on the walls to display various items. There's a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, where I've divided the space into 2 rooms. The larger one is mine, and the smaller one is yours. You are not allowed to steal my bed anymore." As Fatty observed the small partition that measured merely half a foot wide and long, he took a couple of steps back to scrutinize it more closely. To him, it appeared to be nothing more than a pile of wooden debris, devoid of any semblance of a proper building. The uneven planks were haphazardly stacked, with not a single flat surface to be found. Had there been any wind, it surely would have collapsed at the slightest gust. Fatty stared blankly at the structure, his gaze fixated on what was supposedly his room, rendered speechless. Although it was far from perfect, it was nonetheless a creation of my own, he thought to himself, feeling a sense of pride. Just as Jin Feiyao reveled in her self-satisfaction, Fatty, standing beside her, suddenly became agitated. With his mouth wide open, he tilted his head back and began to shout incessantly, exuding palpable anger, startling Jin Feiyao. Then, with a flick of his tongue like lightning, he launched an unrelenting assault on the little house. "Do not!" Jin Feiyao cried out in vain, unable to halt the impending disaster. As the 2-story building succumbed to a thunderous collapse, she knelt before the ruins, her heart shattered, and shouted, "What have you done?" Even if it appeared unsightly, there was no need to demolish it. You, who can only consume, should have the audacity to construct instead. Observing Jin Feiyao's anguished demeanor, the rotund figure behind her seemed quite pleased, contentedly extracting a piece of meat from his satchel and munching away. "You shall wait, for I will ensure that bag of yours is severed," Jin Feiyao spat through clenched teeth, her glare fixed upon him. With the building now a pile of decayed timber strewn about the fence, Jin Feiyao, having endured this grievous setback, resolved not to undertake the construction herself any longer. The house, so repugnant that even frogs would scorn it, exemplified the depths of its wretchedness. Gathering the rotting planks into her storage bag, she led the insufferable man into a carpentry shop within Luoxian City. After an extensive explanation to the shopkeeper, she received a satisfactory blueprint. Having paid a deposit, the carpentry shop commenced the construction of a small building in their yard for this peculiar client. Such a request was unprecedented, rather than being built upon a foundation. The edifice was to be disassembled and moved later. To facilitate its removal via the storage bag, she insisted that the rooms be capable of being dismantled and reassembled. While aware that disassembling the house would allow it to fit within the storage bag, she pondered the instability of a structure without a foundation, which would surely topple at the slightest touch. Nevertheless, the craftsmen dared not offend her. Having received payment in spirit stones, they proceeded with the task. Indifferent to its intended purpose, the pursuit of knowledge is limitless, and creation knows no bounds. Chapter 52. The enemy of women. Time flies swiftly, and soon the day of the competition arrives. Early on, Jin Feiyao takes the portly companion to the venue of the contest. With over 20,000 Qi refinement practitioners participating, it would be utterly impossible to accommodate them all in one location. Thus, the Luoxian Palace has designated 10 separate arenas outside the city, allowing the cultivators to find their respective sites based on the last digit of their numbers. Jin Feiyao discovers a peculiar affinity for the number 4, as it seems to accompany her in all endeavors. Initially intending to go with Lu Qibua, she finds that both Lu and Ding Tianxing are assigned to the first arena, which is not along her route, compelling her to proceed alone to her designated location. The fourth arena lies at the foot of the Xianxia mountain, where numerous disciples from various sects have already gathered, taking advantage of the proximity to their lodgings. 10 stone platforms are neatly arranged on the grassy field, each corresponding to the second-to-last digit of the participants' numbers. Amidst the crowd, Jin Feiyao spots an individual raising a sign and shouting, "My number contains only the digit 4. To which platform shall I go?" Soon, a foundation establishment cultivator shoves him towards the 4th platform. Though 2,000 participants may not seem excessive, the sheer volume becomes overwhelming when considering one-on-one matches. Standing idly before the 7th platform, surrounded by a throng of fellow practitioners, Jin Feiyao senses the hostility in their scrutinizing gazes. Each cultivator sizes up the others, assessing who might be more easily intimidated. However, Jin Feiyao's advanced cultivation in the late stages of Qi refinement, coupled with her robust physique, deters many from wanting to face her. She revels in their fleeting glances, feeling a swell of pride. Before she even stepped onto the stage, a sense of trepidation had already begun to take root within her. However, during the upcoming contest, she anticipated gaining a psychological advantage. Each platform was graced by a foundational cultivator, selected as judges from various esteemed sects, standing poised and awaiting the moment to announce the competitors. As the number of cultivators grew, an array of carriages began to arrive in the vicinity, from which numerous mortals unloaded an assortment of items, setting up stalls in the open space to sell their wares. An abundance of onlookers, families in tow, sought elevated spots to erect makeshift canopies, preparing to witness the contest, transforming the atmosphere into one reminiscent of a festive outing. Suddenly, 3 bursts of fireworks erupted in the sky, signaling the commencement of the competition. The judges on stage produced a bronze mirror, reflecting a large numeral into the air. To ensure visibility, someone had whimsically rendered the number a vivid crimson, casting an ominous hue upon the proceedings. The numbers 7074 and 974 appeared in gory detail above the stage. The foundational cultivators announced the numbers, prompting 2 individuals to leap onto the platform. Both were early-stage Qi cultivators, standing steadily as the witness gave the signal to commence. Fire techniques clashed with fire techniques, wind techniques countered by wind techniques, until their spiritual energy began to wane. With a flick of the wrist, one hurled a fire talisman, and in swift response, the other mirrored the action. Until all their talismans were expended, the 2 then brandished their artifacts, engaging in close-quarters combat. The manner in which the two individuals executed their strikes and the spells they employed were strikingly identical. Had it not been for their differing physiques and appearances, one might have assumed there was but a single performer on stage, battling against their own reflection. While other platforms had already concluded several matches, the two nascent Qi practitioners on Platform 7 remained entrenched in combat. Their magical tools had long since been destroyed, and their spiritual energy was depleted. They resorted to exchanging futile punches in a tedious display of brute force. The spectators below grew increasingly impatient. The monotony of the bout was compounded by its protracted duration. Both fighters bore the marks of their struggle, their faces bruised and limbs weakened, yet they persisted in their futile contest, striking with such feebleness that they could scarcely swat a mosquito, yet neither would concede defeat, clinging stubbornly to their resolve. Why are these early-stage Qi practitioners even bothering? By the time their foundation establishment pills expire, they won't even reach the latter stages of their cultivation, one spectator finally exclaimed, voicing the collective frustration. As if ignited by this sentiment, others joined in, unleashing a barrage of derisive remarks. The two combatants, seemingly oblivious to the cacophony of jeers and taunts below, continued their aimless flailing, locked in a trance of relentless determination. Amidst the chaos, Jin Feiyao, indifferent to the gazes of those around her, munched on a skewer of candied hawthorn, her eyes fixed on the duo on stage. Turning to the stout figure beside her, she remarked, "How touching. They're just a breath away from igniting their primordial spirits in a desperate struggle." The stout man, also indulging in the sweet treat, surprisingly echoed her sentiment. However, he quickly sealed his lips, choosing silence as he immersed himself in the sugary delight, disregarding Jin Feiyao's presence. How shameless it was. He yearned to voice such sentiments, yet sought refuge in the guise of his spirit beast, believing that two simple croaks could convey such profound meaning. It would be far better for us to express our disdain openly. As a man, engaging in such despicable actions is truly hypocritical. The surrounding cultivators cast scornful glances at Jin Feiyao, having never encountered such a shameless individual. How could a man of such substantial stature shamelessly indulge in the snacks meant for children and women? From the moment he arrived, the skewered candied fruits, sunflower seeds, and maltose have not ceased from his hands. The bag he carries is much larger than they initially presumed, with the small pouches all being storage bags. And even the larger bag is sewn with several storage compartments. Inside, apart from food, there is nothing else. Fruits, meats, and candies are meticulously packed into all the storage bags. This bounty could sustain dozens for an entire month, yet for these two gluttons, it would scarcely last a few days. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd as the two individuals on stage simultaneously collapsed. The judge approached, glanced at them, and wiped their names from the copper mirror in his hand. He casually cast a spell, summoning them off the stage. The foundation establishment cultivators were quite courteous, gently lowering the two to the ground, at which point a few mortals rushed in. With dexterous hands and feet, they lifted the two onto a stretcher and transported them to a distant tent. Prominently displayed on the tent was the character for medicine, and a physician-like cultivator stood outside, beaming at the crowd. Among the throng of over 2,000, there was a collective hope that the injuries would be severe, yet not fatal, enough to cling to life by a thread. Number 6174, number 3874. The announcer called out Jin Feiyao's number. The rotund figure ascended the stage. To her surprise, the second round featured herself. Jin Feiyao discarded the bamboo skewer of the candied hawthorn in her hand and leaped onto the stage alongside the hefty figure. How exquisite! Before Jin Feiyao could steady herself, the onlookers erupted in excitement. A floral artifact shaped like a peony gracefully ascended from the crowd, revealing a female cultivator at the late stage of Qi refinement standing within its blossom. She was clad in revealing attire, her porcelain skin partially exposed, and her fitted, cropped top accentuated her slender waist. A dazzling gem adorned her navel, while colorful silks billowed around her, hinting at her figure beneath the sheer fabric. The enchanting cultivator, equally beautiful, playfully tousled her long hair, which was secured with a single floral pin, presenting an alluring pose that captured the attention of several male cultivators. The peony floated languidly, allowing her ample time to showcase herself before gently descending onto the stage. "Dear fellow cultivator," she said with a coy smile, swaying her waist. "This is my first time fighting, so do be gentle." She deliberately accentuated her curves, hoping to draw the gaze of her imposing opponent even more. "Humph. No man at the Qi refinement stage has ever withstood my charms." You shall simply wait for your demise. Observing her bewildered adversary and the dazed figure beside him, she felt assured of her victory. Jin Feiyao stared at her in a daze before flashing a radiant smile, revealing her pearly teeth. Very well. I am most adept at cherishing the delicate, she replied, addressing her lovely opponent. The judge, not in a hurry to commence, took out a piece of paper and scrutinized her carefully. Life and death are fated. In this contest, victory is determined by the opponent's surrender or demise. If an opponent falls from the stage or loses consciousness, they cannot continue to attack. The fallen or unconscious party is deemed the loser. The foundation-building cultivator, expressionless, hovered above the contest stage, reiterating this statement for the 200th time, feeling no joy in the repetition. As he scrutinized the female cultivator, Jin Feiyao's heart raced. She could sense that they were indeed searching for her. Growing increasingly exasperated with the Qingshu Pavilion, she wondered how significant the matter could be, to the extent that they had summoned judges to inspect female cultivators during the competition. This foundation-building cultivator failed to recognize Jin Feiyao, not even sparing her a glance. Only someone with an awakened celestial eye could identify her. After a preliminary assessment deemed satisfactory, the judge signaled the commencement of the contest. The beautiful girl immediately swayed her waist, a radiant smile gracing her face, preparing to unleash her signature move, intending to deliver a decisive blow to her towering opponent. Jin Feiyao chuckled softly, retrieving a stone the size of a watermelon from her storage bag and hurling it at the beauty. A stone? Could she have become so infatuated that she mistook it for a magical artifact? The beauty, upon seeing the incoming projectile, instinctively tugged at her silken ribbons, attempting to deflect the stone. To her astonishment, the stone hurtled towards her with astonishing speed, breaching her defenses and crashing down heavily upon her face. In an instant, chaos erupted. The beauty was sent sprawling to the ground, her head swelling grotesquely, and she lost consciousness on the spot. With just a single stone, Jin Feiyao had toppled her opponent, triumphing over a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, leaving the surrounding onlookers utterly astounded. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in an uproar. How utterly inhumane. Such a beautiful cultivator subjected to barbaric treatment with stones. Are you even human? Such a heavy hand could mar her beauty permanently. What a pitiable girl, encountering such an unrefined and callous individual. This incited a wave of indignation among many female cultivators, who vocally condemned Jin Feiyao. A man who lacks delicacy and fails to appreciate beauty becomes the common enemy of all women. Chapter 53. A Firm Decision Fatty. Do you know what the most detestable thing in the world is for women? Jin Feiyao, seated at a cool jelly stall on the hillside, inquired gravely while observing the bustling stone arena in the distance. Ribbit. Jin Feiyao shook her head. You are mistaken. It is not the lack of meat. It is when you are quite unattractive and a beauty stands before you, flaunting her figure and allure. One must wonder, is it not infuriating for someone to behave in such a manner? Ribbit. I did not kill her. I merely turned her into a pig's head. Yet these women act as if they would devour me, even spitting in my direction. Fatty, is your frog sister also this unreasonable? Ribbit, Ribbit. The owner of the jelly stall, intrigued, observed the lively exchange between Jin Feiyao and Fatty, who seemed to converse with ease. This cultivator, accompanied by a frog, had consumed over 20 bowls of jelly while engaging in conversation. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, the owner smiled and asked, Fairy, can you understand what this spirit frog is saying? Jin Feiyao lifted her head and, with a serious expression, inquired, What are you thinking? How could I possibly comprehend the language of frogs? I am not reincarnated from one. Then what is this? She continued. I was merely guessing out of boredom. After all, I cannot speak to myself, for that would make me appear quite mad. With that, Jin Feiyao set down her chopsticks and took out a cloth to dab at her mouth. Oh, the boss replied, yet inwardly mused. What is the difference between fabricating conversations with a frog and talking to oneself? At least the latter merely presents the illusion of madness. Engaging in dialogue with a frog is far more foolish. However, he dared not voice this thought, merely nodding in agreement with Jin Feiyao, saying, The esteemed master speaks truly. There is indeed merit in that. The competition was still fervently underway, with the fourth arena tasked with selecting 200 individuals from a pool of 2,000. These 200 would then mingle with contestants from other arenas, ultimately competing for 500 coveted spots. Observing the scene, Jin Feiyao speculated that it would likely be tomorrow before she had her second chance to compete. Yet, none dared to leave. For who could predict when the event might abruptly conclude, thrusting them into the spotlight? Within the medicinal tents, many injured cultivators lay in slumber, those who could rest here, even if victorious, bore significant injuries, and whether they could survive the next round remained uncertain. Senior Sister Jean, your move just now was truly remarkable. You sent that fellow from the Baoguang sect tumbling off the stage. Humph, the Baoguang sect is merely a second-rate faction, having lingered on Xianxia Mountain for too long, daring to pose as formidable before my Lingkong sect. If we manage to acquire all the foundational elixirs this time, we can demonstrate to those self-important sects that their disciples are nothing but worthless. A group of young cultivators approached the cold noodle stall, surrounding a young woman like stars orbiting the moon. To Jin Feiyao's surprise, it was none other than Jin Feiyao. It turned out to be those inept disciples from Lingkong's sect. With disdain, she turned her head. She had not spotted her in the crowd earlier. Perhaps she was at another stall. It would be best if they did not cross paths. Otherwise, she too would experience the bitterness of having stones thrown at her face. As they neared Jin Feiyao, a male cultivator kindly inquired, "Sister, there is a cold noodle stall here. Shall we rest and have something to eat? After all, we cannot stray far from this area. It would be better to sit here for a while." "Junior brother, how can we consume food from such a place? We are cultivators, destined to consume items infused with spiritual energy. This mundane refuse is utterly unfit for our consumption." Observing the dilapidated tables at the stall and the boorish male cultivators devouring cold noodles, Jin Feiyao frowned in discontent. The stall owner stood awkwardly at the side, foolishly smiling, while inwardly grumbling about these cultivators, who clearly were not the most amiable. If they did not wish to eat, they should swiftly vacate the premises, lest they disturb the appetites of other patrons. Today, I depend on this gentleman's appetite for my livelihood. Sister, please calm down. Shanghai Tower also has a branch here. We could dine there. Junior brother, you are truly insipid to even suggest that I eat here. You will be the one to settle the bill at Shanghai Tower. Seizing the opportunity, another male disciple chimed in, leaving the first disciple pale with embarrassment. The treasures of the Shanghai Tower are certainly not inexpensive. If this group of individuals were to enter, they would undoubtedly order extravagantly. His face was pale with dread, and though he wished to express his dissent, he found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of their amused expressions, brimming with mockery. Caught in a predicament, he reluctantly nodded in assent. The Shanghai Tower is unlike any ordinary eatery. While others merely set up modest tents, this establishment has summoned a grand artifact, the Mustard Seed Tower. Despite its name suggesting a connection to mustard seeds, it bears no relation whatsoever. It is merely a fanciful embellishment by its creator. This is the personal artifact of the proprietor of the Shanghai Tower, a 5-story tavern crafted from the revered Chitian wood, complete with tables, chairs, a kitchen, and all necessary utensils, truly befitting a tavern owner who remains devoted to his craft even in his most prized possession. Other venues are located outside the Luoxian city, yet none boast the advantageous position of Xianxia Mountain, where numerous sects gather, drawing a crowd of onlookers. In contrast, other locales are desolate and devoid of any affiliations, rendering the Shanghai Tower the optimal choice, as profitability is unparalleled here. As he watched the group from the Lingkong sect depart, the proprietor of the Liangfen cautiously approached Jin Feiyao, saying, "Fairy, the scallions and garlic in my Liangfen are sourced from spiritual vegetables. And this chives too is infused with spiritual energy. Would you care for a few more bowls?" Huh. Jin Feiyao glanced at the proprietor, finally comprehending his intent. He feared she might heed the words of the Lingkong sect and forego further consumption. She smiled and replied, "Yes, bring me 7 or 8 more bowls. My husband has yet to be satiated." Then, turning to the eager and bustling proprietor, she added, "Those individuals rely on consuming spiritually infused food to augment their spiritual strength. How utterly ineffectual. Regardless of what I consume, my spiritual energy seems to flourish. They are simply not on my level. Indeed, it is evident, otherwise, the body of the immortal master would not be so robust. In all my years, I have never encountered a practitioner with a physique as impressive as that of the immortal master." The owner nodded in agreement, showering praises. Jin Feiyao silently smiled, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the thought that her remarkable form was a result of inferior spiritual liquid. Only the chubby one suddenly burst forth with exuberance, chattering incessantly. The rotund fellow froze momentarily, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Jin Feiyao. However, upon reflection, He realized that a muscular frog would undoubtedly be more appealing to the frog maid than his current pudgy self, which brought a flicker of hope to his heart. Jin Feiyao remained oblivious to his transformation, reveling instead in the fact that she had startled him. In the deep hours of the following night, the first round of the competition at Stage 7 had concluded, leaving over 1,000 practitioners from an initial 2,000. There was no respite for the practitioners. The second round commenced immediately, and the judges, in their displeasure, exhibited increasingly poor attitudes towards the competitors. Following another round of announcements, 2 practitioners leaped onto the stage, and upon glancing up, Jin Feiyao was astonished to recognize one of them. Xianxia. It turns out he is in my group. I wonder why I hadn't noticed him before. Jin Feiyao felt invigorated. Despite his unsuccessful foundation establishment, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. A formidable strength, merely a step away from foundation establishment. Unlike Jin Feiyao, who had forcefully advanced to the later stages of qi refining through inferior pills while still being far from achieving the mid-stage of qi refining. The individual diligently cultivates and solidifies their skills, enduring a lengthy and arduous journey. As the 2 contenders are on the verge of combat, someone sidles up to Jin Feiyao, lowering their voice to inquire, "Friend, would you care to place a bet? It's a 1-to-1 payout. Is it trustworthy? You wouldn't abscond with the spirit stones, would you?" Jin Feiyao skeptically scrutinized the rather unsavory-looking cultivator at the early stage of qi refinement. The dubious cultivator gestured towards the hillside behind him. "My friend, we are the venerable Fulling Tower, established 6 centuries ago. How could we possibly abscond with your spirit stones?" To her surprise, Fulling Tower had also arrived. A renowned gambling house in Luoxian City, which had emerged merely a century after the establishment of the Luoxian Palace. Each time the Luoxian secret realm opened, they would place bets, wagering not only on how many cultivators would survive, but also on which sect would have the most participants emerge unscathed. It seemed that Fulling Tower was poised to reap significant profits from this competition. "I wager 20 low-grade spirit stones on Xianxia for the win," Jin Feiyao declared, producing the spirit stones and handing them over. "Hold on to this. It is the betting talisman. If you win, simply visit Fulling Tower to exchange for your spirit stones." The unsavory cultivator accepted the stones and handed Jin Feiyao the talisman, while also attempting to promote his business. "Very well," Jin Feiyao acknowledged, taking the talisman and awaiting the commencement of the battle on stage. It appeared that the initial round had been avoided for betting due to the overwhelming number of participants and the chaotic distribution of their strengths. Thus, it was only in the second round, with the remaining cultivators being those at the late stage of qi refinement, that betting finally began. Chapter 54. The assassin-type cultivator with the command of the judge, the figure clad in black, Xianxia, made the first move, gracefully circling the cold and aloof cultivator on the stone platform. The indifferent cultivator, arms crossed, spread his consciousness across the entire arena, observing Xianxia with a detached gaze, curious about the tricks he might conjure amidst the pervasive awareness that enveloped the stage. Just as he dismissed Xianxia's actions with contempt, the latter abruptly vanished from sight, leaving only the cold cultivator alone in the vast emptiness of the arena. Such an impressive concealment technique. The airborne foundational cultivator felt a flicker of surprise, as even his heightened senses failed to detect Xianxia's presence. Confident in his superior cultivation, he finally discerned a slight distortion in the air, a subtle ripple indicating that Xianxia either possessed advanced stealth skills or carried a remarkable artifact. "How I desire that elusive technique." Jin Feiyao rose to her feet, her eyes filled with envy as she scanned the stage. Yet she could not locate Xianxia's figure despite her efforts. Realization dawned upon Jin Feiyao. No wonder Wu Haokong had been severely injured. If one cannot even see the shadow of their opponent, defense becomes the only recourse against the onslaught. As Xianxia slipped from the cold cultivator's awareness, a flicker of trepidation crossed his features. However, he was not one to be trifled with. With a swift motion, he summoned a small gourd. A swift pat on the gourd released a plume of green smoke, enveloping the area around him in a thick shroud. In a calculated display, he unleashed a set of 16 celestial mother blades, gripping the primary blade firmly in his hand, while the subsidiary blades floated ominously around him, poised and ready for Xianxia's next move. Everyone awaited the emergence of Xianxia, yet after a prolonged period, only the cold-hearted cultivator remained on the stage, enveloped in a green aura. Aside from the judge hovering above, The others were oblivious to Xianxia's presence. However, the fact that the judge had not declared the match over implied that Xianxia was still in the arena, albeit refraining from making a move. Can we hasten this? What are we waiting for? Jin Feiyao muttered in discontent, though her gaze remained fixated on the platform, fearful that a momentary lapse would lead to the conclusion of the duel. She had wagered 20 low-grade spirit stones on Xianxia and could not afford to lose her investment. As impatience began to brew among the spectators, the cold-hearted cultivator suddenly sprang into action. The Tian-Huzi knife whirled rapidly, sparks flying as an orchestra of sounds erupted from the flying blades. The audience barely comprehended the unfolding events when they beheld a scattering of ice crystals beneath the cultivator's feet. Remarkably, even the ice arrow technique could be concealed. Jin Feiyao's curiosity was piqued. Wherever the Tian-Huzi knife struck, the very fabric of space rippled, revealing the menacing visage of Xianxia, his body marred with wounds and bloodied from the onslaught. "Ah!" Jin Feiyao exclaimed, horrified. "Is this how I lose my wager of 20 low-grade spirit stones?" Xianxia crouched on the ground, gasping for breath, his fierce gaze locked onto the cold-hearted cultivator surrounded by green gas. He had not anticipated that his opponent would resort to toxic gas for defense, thwarting his approach. "Your concealment technique is indeed impressive, but alas, you cannot dispel my poison. You are left with no choice but to resort to ice crystals to attack me. It seems this is the only spell you can wield effectively. Should you fail to launch a surprise attack, your demise is inevitable." The cold-hearted monk wielded the Tianhu Mother Blade, his arrogance palpable as he pointed it menacingly at Xianxia. With a disdainful snort, Xianxia produced an inconspicuous gray cloth bag from his sleeve. He untied the bag's closure, releasing it into the air, where it opened wide to voraciously consume the green poisonous gas. In an instant, the monk's toxic fumes were entirely absorbed by Xianxia's bag, after which he cackled wickedly and vanished into the void. The monk was left in agony. Such toxic gases were not easily gathered. Without the protection of the green mist, he grimly summoned a purple river shield, encasing himself in a protective aura to defend against the surroundings. The Tianhu Mother Blade flitted aimlessly around him, while the monk moved slowly, aware that any sign of Xianxinzi's attack would reveal his position. The sharp stabs effortlessly pierced the protective aura. The monk thrust forward, driving the blade into his chest, then executed a swift maneuver to plunge the left-hand blade into his back, simultaneously kicking aside the purple river shield. Moments later, blood erupted from the blade's tip, gushing from the monk's wound with a force that sent crimson spraying over a yard high. It was evident that the blood loss was not a trivial matter, but rather a lethal assault. The monk's mouth agape. His expression became increasingly rigid as he collapsed heavily onto the platform, the blade still relentlessly siphoning his life force. Like a leech, the artifact drained every drop of blood from the monk's body, ceaselessly feeding as long as there was blood to consume. The monk lay dead, his blood saturating the stage. A death both magnificent and tragic. Xianxia treaded upon the bloodstains on the stone platform, stepping down towards the arena with deliberate composure. As he descended, the observing cultivators collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment palpable. Whispers spread amongst the crowd, as they were deeply unsettled by the treacherous and ruthless method of murder he had employed. His actions bore no resemblance to those of a cultivator, but rather evoked the image of a merciless assassin from the mortal realm. Jin Feiyao watched as Xianxia settled in a secluded corner to tend to his wounds, her lips curling in contemplation as she approached him. "Indeed, my friend Xian, your technique is truly formidable, swift and precise, exhibiting remarkable patience as you awaited the opportune moment." She halted 5 paces away, mindful of not provoking his ire and inadvertently causing her own harm. Xianxia opened his eyes, peering through the strands of hair that obscured his face, and regarded the statuesque Jin Feiyao. "Ah, it is the disfigured Taoist Jin. I am surprised you still draw breath. The incompetence of these cultivators is astounding." "Friend Xian, your words are rather callous," she retorted. "We are, after all, inhabitants of the same sect, with no enmity between us. How can you cast such curses upon me?" Jin Feiyao gazed at him incredulously. She had never wronged him, so his immediate hostility bewildered her. It was no wonder that few were inclined to engage with him. He continued to regard her with a sardonic expression, his tone laced with disdain. "What are you sneaking around for? What do you seek?" "Sneaking? I am not sneaking," Jin Feiyao replied, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. Realizing she indeed had business with him, She took a deep breath and stated, "Let us be forthright. Friend Shan, I wish to exchange for your method of concealment. I wonder if you would be amenable to this. Feel free to name your price, and we can negotiate. Your technique intrigues me greatly. My keen interest lies in your blood. Should you be willing to offer your life to me, I shall impart the secrets of concealment." Shan Xianzi gazed at Jin Feiyao, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Jin Feiyao, incensed, raised an eyebrow and glared at him. "Shan Daoyu, I came to engage in a civil discussion, yet you are behaving irrationally. If you are unwilling, so be it. Who are you attempting to frighten with such theatrics? Depart." Shan Xianzi closed his eyes and venomously spat a single word. Jin Feiyao cast a cold glance at him, clenched her fists, and silently turned to leave. "You've bitten off more than you can chew. Do not provoke me, for my mood is presently foul. That man must surely be mad. Let him embrace death alongside his secrets of concealment." Jin Feiyao stood beneath the arena, her irritation palpable as she glared at the combatants above, her temperament exceedingly foul. Number 6174. At last, her number was called, and she ascended the stage with a stern expression. Opposite her stood a robust practitioner, whose physique, while slightly inferior to hers, was still commendable compared to ordinary cultivators. "After such a lengthy wait, I have finally encountered you." This similarly late-stage, Qi refining practitioner pointed a finger at Jin Feiyao, vociferously proclaiming, "You have two grievances against me. First, how dare you possess a physique more robust than mine? Do you not realize that I detest seeing anyone who surpasses me in strength? Secondly, you have struck the woman I cherish with a stone. Thus I shall shatter every bone in your body and reduce your visage to mere dough. Are you out of your mind?" Jin Feiyao, with a glance of disdain, had no desire to even look upon him and retorted impatiently, "Humph, allow me to demonstrate my might." Seizing the opportunity while others were still placing their bets, the brawny man brandished a colossal hammer, creating a tempest as he leapt into the air, swinging the hammer down upon the stone arena. A thunderous crash resonated as the stone platform shattered into 3 pieces. Jin Feiyao and the portly man stood atop one of the fragments, coldly observing his wanton destruction, unmoved by the flying debris. Number 974, I caution you, if you continue to ravage the arena, you shall vacate immediately. The judge, witnessing the contest had not yet commenced and the stage was already in ruins, was consumed with fury and bellowed at him. Yet, this fool, brimming with arrogance, looked up indifferently and proclaimed, "A mere stone arena. Once I dispatch this wretch, I shall procure an even grander one for you. You too, commence at once. Then be gone." Before the foaming tower could issue a prompt, the irate judge shouted at the pair, "Prepare yourself." The burly man wielded a hammer as large as 2 elephants and swung it towards Jin Feiyao with ferocity. "Die!" Jin Feiyao suddenly roared, her fist aglow with azure light, delivering a powerful strike against the colossal hammer. A gust of wind erupted from the clash, as their fists and hammer locked in a stalemate upon the damaged arena. "To think you could match my hammer with mere fists, how naive of you!" The brawny man laughed heartily, grasping his mighty weapon. In the 55th chapter of the tale, the colossal hammer in hand suddenly shattered with a resounding crash, disintegrating into fragments that fell to the ground. The burly man stared, bewildered, at the 2 pieces of debris he clutched, his gaze rising in disbelief to meet Jin Feiyao's. "I warned you, I will bring about your demise," she declared as she charged forward, her fists shimmering with a cerulean glow as they rained down upon the man's face. A flurry of afterimages erupted as countless punches struck him like a torrential downpour, landing solidly against his visage. In mere moments, Jin Feiyao unleashed 100 blows upon him, culminating in a powerful kick that sent him hurtling through the air. The man crashed heavily into the stone of the arena, groaning in pain. "Are you satisfied now? You appear much more robust than I," Jin Feiyao remarked, standing over the fallen giant whose head had swollen alarmingly. "Fatty, fetch me a stone. Make it a large one." "Understood," Fatty replied, scanning the surroundings until he discovered a sizable rock that met her approval. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, she effortlessly raised the fragment of the arena above her head and addressed the still conscious giant. "Did you not claim that I struck your beloved with a stone? Now, you shall experience the same taste of that fate." "Wait, I admit." The burly man struggled to rise, intent on conceding. "Perish," Jin Feiyao interrupted, denying him the chance for surrender as she brought the stone crashing down upon him. Then, leaping onto the shattered arena floor, he forcefully stamped down several times. producing a satisfying sound as two fragments of the stage seamlessly pressed against each other, resembling a colossal meat bun. Taking a long breath, Jin Feiyao felt quite pleased as he patted the hefty figure beside him, finally releasing a sigh of relief. He felt much more comfortable now. "Let's find a place to have a late-night snack," he suggested. The judge shook his head, crossing out the number of the burly man. Observing the scattered debris, he produced a communication talisman and tossed it aside, summoning assistants to restore the venue, for without it, the competition could not continue. Jin Feiyao had triumphed once more, having not truly utilized his strength in either bout. Though both competitors were at the late stage of chi refinement, their training methods differed, resulting in varying levels of power. Female cultivators often tend to focus their training on enhancing beauty and physique, favoring techniques that emphasize aesthetics over practicality. Even male cultivators primarily prioritize external attributes, such as spells, magical artifacts, and formidable spirit beasts. Their own cultivation often remains confined to spiritual awareness and spiritual energy. Chi refinement practitioners may engage in more close combat, but once they reach the foundation establishment stage, such direct confrontations become rare. As one's cultivation advances, the spells and artifacts they wield become increasingly formidable, capable of shifting mountains and seas with but a thought. Thus, they seldom invest time in studying close combat, which also explains why practitioners like Jin Feiyao and xianxia, who rely on melee attacks, are few and far between. Consequently, the surrounding cultivators, after witnessing the contest between xianxia and Jin Feiyao, were momentarily awed, yet ultimately regarded their approach with disdain. In their eyes, Jin Feiyao was treading an unorthodox path, despite her robust physique. She could not withstand a single magical artifact or spell. Though she currently held some advantage, it was ultimately not a righteous way. Nevertheless, both she and xianxia had earned a place in the minds of the onlookers, for at this moment, they were formidable adversaries. Jin Feiyao guided the portly figure towards the tent of Fulling Tower. The spiritual stone she had pressed upon xianxia had yet to be activated. Upon entering the grand tent of Fulling Tower, she was taken aback by the scene within. From the outside, the tent appeared modestly sized, yet upon entry, one discovered an expansive interior. Covering 2 acres outside, it boasted an astonishing 50 acres within. The tent housed 10 large water moon mirrors, reflecting the competitions of 10 arenas in the 4th venue. Surrounding the tent were numerous makeshift wooden platforms, elegantly partitioned by ornate screens into private boxes, where comfortable tables and chairs could be faintly discerned. In the center of the tent, no furniture was present, only a thick, colorful carpet laid out, allowing cultivators to either stand or sit while observing the contests displayed on the water moon mirrors above. When a competition concluded, one could often see some cultivators elated, while others were expressions of despondency, and those who had wagered excessively might even utter a few curses in frustration. Jin Feiyao, filled with curiosity, watched for a while and soon realized that observing the contests here was far superior to watching them outside. Outside, the only sounds were the calls of numbers. Jin Feiyao, for instance, had no idea what the dish named was called, nor whether the competitor was a rogue cultivator or a disciple of a sect, utterly in the dark. Here, however, was a different story. Each contestant was meticulously detailed in advance by the water moon mirrors, allowing bettors to make informed comparisons. Indeed, the Fulling Tower is extraordinary. It not only records the names and cultivation levels of cultivators, but also details their sects, ages, and commonly used spells. Astonishingly, it even reveals the spells one possesses and the magical tools they wield. How remarkable! Jin Feiyao gazed in astonishment at the shui mirrors, pondering whether her own cultivation method had been introduced when it was her turn and if her earthly annihilation technique had been disclosed. Moreover, a matter of greater significance loomed. Did the information released by the shui mirrors depict her former appearance or her present self? Spotting a trial report within the Fulling Tower, Jin Feiyao hastily retrieved 50 spirit stones to purchase one. This was a temporary painting scroll artifact. Upon unfurling it, a myriad of numbers appeared on the parchment within. Thankfully, there were designated areas, and after much effort, she finally located her number and quickly clicked to view it. To her relief, the projection displayed her current form, accompanied by the character for male, indicating she was a disciple of the celestial sect, with her cultivation method listed as unknown. Below the cultivation method, the section for magical tools was also marked as unknown, while in the area designated for spirit beasts, it noted Pan Yun Frog. Jin Feiyao exhaled in relief. It seemed that the information had merely been recorded upon registration, thus avoiding attracting the attention of the Qingshu sect. The designation of her cultivation method as unknown elicited a smile from her. There were likely very few individuals aware of the specifics of her practice. As she contemplated this, the phrase cultivation method unknown suddenly twisted and transformed into the 5 characters, brute force. Jin Feiyao looked at this with a mix of amusement and exasperation. With such a spirit beast paired with her cultivation method, any cultivator viewing her information would surely not regard her with any seriousness. Although much of the information remains obscure, it is evident that the 2 lines recorded below unveil her prowess. In the first match, she triumphed over a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, xianxia. In the second match, she bested another late-stage qi refinement practitioner, Ruan Linen. Soft power man. No wonder he sought to cultivate a muscular physique. It seems his name is to blame. This scroll appears to be updated haphazardly. Such modifications to the content within these temporary scrolls can only be executed by practitioners who control the primary magical artifact. To facilitate betting for everyone, they have even resorted to such methods. The practitioners capable of controlling the primary magical artifact must at least be at the core formation or nascent soul stage, I presume. Having exchanged talismans for 40 low-grade spirit stones at the counter, Jin Feiyao departed from the Fortune Spirit Tower, unwilling to squander her time there. The majority of the practitioners placing bets inside were at least at the foundation establishment stage, with all qi refinement practitioners having registered. Only those with nothing better to do would linger here to engage in such activities. Finding a quiet spot, Jin Feiyao settled down and began to peruse the scroll. She first turned to the first arena, eager to see how Lu Qibua and Ding Tianqing fared. After considerable searching, she finally spotted their names. Neither had been eliminated. However, Lu Qibua had only participated in 1 match, while Ding Tianqing had successfully navigated 2. Should he win 1 more match, he could directly contend for the Foundation Establishment Pill. As she continued to scroll through the names, she encountered several acquaintances, but upon reaching the end, she was unable to find Huaxi's name. Could it be that this fellow lost so swiftly? That seems implausible. His abilities surely extend beyond this. Jin Feiyao felt a twinge of concern, as this directly pertained to her aspirations for the Foundation Establishment Pill, and thus she could not help but take an interest. With a desire to send a communication talisman to inquire about him, she realized that the jade talisman given to her by Huaxi had long been reduced to ashes. Moreover, the transmission talisman could only reach his residence, which was indeed difficult to locate. Never mind, she decided to wait until the competition concluded. After all, even if he did not pass, he could resort to nefarious means to procure a grain for her. Jin Feiyao rolled up her scroll, dismissing any concerns regarding Huaxi, and sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to concentrate and prepare for the arena. As the new stage was presented, the competition resumed, with the elimination of lower-ranked cultivators. The subsequent contest grew increasingly riveting and the battles more brutal. Many cultivators, desperate to survive yet unwilling to concede, seized the opportunity to leap from the stage. Fortunately, this trial was merely to select capable individuals for Foundation establishment, rather than a brutal spectacle of mutual annihilation among the juniors. Thus fatalities remained within an acceptable threshold. In the ongoing matches, Jin Feiyao faced a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, whose method of advancing through the previous rounds was a mystery. When it was his turn to compete, upon seeing Jin Feiyao as his opponent, he cowardly began to plead for mercy. Jin Feiyao found this peculiar. If he was so terrified, he could simply leap off the stage instead of begging for clemency. Noting that Jin Feiyao paid him no mind, he produced a spirit beast pouch and with a swift motion, unleashed thousands of snakes that cascaded onto the arena, a vibrant array of colors, all hissing and encircling Jin Feiyao. Observing the multitude of serpents, Jin Feiyao surmised that this opponent had indeed strategized. Her raw strength was no match for the supple bodies of the snakes that outnumbered her significantly. Fatty, it's up to you now. Jin Feiyao waved at Fatty and retreated to the back. Snakes devour frogs, and you dare to unleash a Pan-Yun frog to confront so many snakes? These serpents have been nurtured on Pan-Yun frogs. Your pet, no matter how large, is merely a Pan-Yun frog. The cultivator, realizing that Jin Feiyao had tossed him a mere frog, felt a profound sense of humiliation, as he had intended to feign weakness. Jin Feiyao, uninterested in his plight, sat cross-legged on the ground, retrieving a scroll to discern the nature of this individual. Endless reading, limitless creation. Chapter 56. The Frog's Battle Against the Serpents. Li Yuanzheng, a disciple of the 10,000 Serpents Palace, excelled in serpentine assaults. It was no wonder he commanded such a multitude of snakes. Jin Feiyao lifted her gaze and observed Li Yuanzheng, who was skillfully playing a serpent flute to control the swarm of snakes. Suddenly, 5 venomous serpents lunged towards her. With a flick of her hand, a cascade of azure bubbles erupted from her palm, swiftly darting towards the approaching spirit snakes. With a resounding pop, the azure bubbles enveloped the bodies of the venomous snakes. A sound echoed as the blue flames within the bubbles ignited, instantly severing the serpents' bodies, which writhed upon the ground in a futile dance. The bubbles spun and merged into a larger orb, resembling a luminous shield, encasing Jin Feiyao within. As more venomous snakes surged forward, they were rendered mere remnants beneath the might of the Mingguang bubble. This transformation marked her advancement to the later stages of qi refinement, as the Ming Shuahua evolved from a small orb of light into these blue bubbles. Furthermore, her Ming fire hand no longer manifested as flames. Instead, it appeared as a layer of blue light coating her fist, presenting an increasingly understated demeanor. Most of these venomous serpents are first-tier spirit snakes, with a small portion being second-tier. Jin Feiyao speculated that there might even be third-tier spirit snakes, likely lurking in the shadows as a trump card. Since the matter has been entrusted to the plump fellow, she opted not to interfere, primarily to observe the true prowess of her companion. Li Yuanzheng gazed in terror at the cloud-wrapping frog, which exhibited no fear of its natural adversary, voraciously devouring the spirit snakes as if they were mere noodles. As the number of spirit snakes dwindled on the arena, panic surged within Li Yuanzheng. This was hardly a contest, but rather a feeding frenzy. He promptly played the snake flute, directing the serpents to abandon their assault on the peculiar cloud-wrapping frog and instead target Jin Feiyao, who was idly watching from the sidelines. With the command issued, the spirit snakes shifted their focus towards Jin Feiyao, darting across the arena in a relentless pursuit. Upon reaching her, they lunged forward, piling atop the dark light bubble. A cacophony of hissing ensued, and the snakes trapped beneath were instantly incinerated into charred remnants by the bubble's radiant heat. The remaining serpents scattered in disarray, evading any further proximity to Jin Feiyao, regardless of the snake flute's persistent calls. Meanwhile, the plump fellow continued his relentless onslaught, capturing spirit snakes with the ferocity of a tempest. Gritting his teeth, Li Yuanzheng finally unleashed the spirit snake he had reserved for the finals. As the beast bag opened, a colossal serpent, measuring 5 zhang in length, emerged ferociously onto the arena. Its body was cloaked in darkness, adorned with resplendent golden coin-like patterns. The thickest part of its girth surpassed that of a water vat. A singular horn crowned its forehead, and the tip of its tail bore a half-zhang-long appendage, bristling with sharp, palm-sized spines, unmistakably a third-tier golden money spirit snake that had lived for over 5 centuries. Moreover, it had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Even if it could not ascend to the 4th tier, its extensive lifespan rendered its strength incomparable to that of ordinary 3rd-tier demonic beasts. Thousands of small spirit snakes had fallen victim to the gluttonous appetite of the rotund figure, resulting in a significant loss for Li Yuanzheng. The golden money spirit snake, which he was compelled to summon, had been nurtured by his master and was only recently entrusted to him. As this serpent had not been raised by him from a young age and had not recognized him as its master, he was hesitant to command it freely. Upon its emergence, the golden money spirit snake occupied a substantial portion of the arena, prompting Jin Feiyao to rise with furrowed brows. She had suspected that this individual possessed a 3rd-tier spirit beast, yet she was taken aback by the sheer size of this one. Even 4th-tier serpentine demonic beasts were not typically so large. The long immobile eyes of the hefty creature finally stirred, for it was merely a newly ascended 1st-tier semi-demonic frog. And the presence of such a massive 3rd-tier spirit beast was indeed striking. The golden money spirit snake also noticed the rotund frog, which appeared to be perfectly sized for its appetite. Ordinary frogs were too diminutive, requiring the serpent to consume dozens in a single bite without even savoring the flavor. Spotting a frog that was just right, the golden money spirit snake lunged at the rotund figure without needing any direction from Li Yuanzheng. With a thunderous crash, a large pit was created where the frog had once stood, its mouth filled with debris as it raised its head, only to find the frog had leaped to the other side. Undeterred, The serpent charged once more. Despite the imposing size of the money spirit serpent, its movements are astonishingly nimble as it relentlessly pursues the rotund opponent, creating numerous craters upon the arena floor. Li Yuanzheng initially intended for the serpent to target Jin Feiyao, reasoning that should its master perish, any spirit beast would become mere fodder for their whims. However, witnessing the serpent's exuberance, he dared not provoke it, fearing that its wrath might lead to his own consumption. The arena, now engulfed in chaos with debris soaring through the air and dust swirling uncontrollably, left him at a loss for how to proceed. Realizing he had become the target of its hunger, the serpent, consumed by rage, tilted its head skyward and unleashed a thunderous roar, its eyes turning a menacing crimson, accompanied by a pungent odor that pervaded the air. Alarmed by the serpent's burgeoning ferocity, Li Yuanzheng feared that aside from his master, he would be utterly powerless to rein it in, causing him to leap in distress. In a moment of desperation, he retrieved a golden serpent flute, deliberating for a time before ultimately deciding to play it for the money spirit serpent. Upon the first note, the serpent, its blood-red gaze now fixed upon him, lashed its tail, sending Li Yuanzheng soaring into the air. After a series of somersaults, he crashed back onto the arena, nearly tumbling off the edge. Struggling to regain his footing, he clung to the arena's edge, bloodied yet determined, and shouted at the serpent, "Grandfather Serpent, please cease your ruckus and find your composure." Yet the money spirit serpent was not inclined to listen, its eyes still aflame with fury as it engaged the hefty adversary, who, emboldened by his initial success, became even more brazen. Occupying a position of diminutive stature, the rotund figure nimbly evaded assaults within the arena, successfully striking the money spirit serpent multiple times with both his palm and lengthy tongue. The money spirit serpent, perpetually unable to capture the portly individual, became infuriated, opening its gaping maw to gather a swirling orb of white light. With a resounding boom, a beam of white light, as thick as a barrel, erupted from its mouth, relentlessly pursuing the rotund figure in a sweeping arc. Where the white light traversed, the ground cracked and stones shattered. In a flash, the rotund figure darted off the stage into the crowd. The money spirit serpent, expelling white light, plunged into the throng as well, causing the surrounding cultivators to flee in panic, resulting in utter chaos. The judging cultivator hovered in the air, his forehead bearing the weight of his concerns. Why did calamity always strike in his domain? And why was it invariably this cultivator named Jin Feiyao who instigated it? Was he some harbinger of misfortune? If he were to discover that Jin Feiyao had registered under a false name, his rage would surely reach a boiling point. Li Yuanzheng watched helplessly as the money spirit serpent plunged into the crowd, injuring numerous cultivators and inciting public outrage. In a bid for self-preservation and retribution, the onlookers began to hurl their magical artifacts and spells at the money spirit serpent. What am I to do? My master will undoubtedly be furious with me. Li Yuanzheng, in a state of desperation, observed the money spirit serpent being besieged by the cultivators, yet he lacked the courage to intervene, fearing that he too might fall victim to their indiscriminate attacks. "My friend, it appears that your spirit beast is rather uncontrollable," remarked Jin Feiyao, having unexpectedly taken her place beside Li Yuanzheng, her arms crossed in a gesture of concern. Li Yuanzheng nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Indeed. This creature is quite disobedient, and I find myself utterly powerless against it." As Li Yuanzheng regained his composure, he shouted and attempted to flee. Jin Feiyao delivered a powerful punch that shattered his spiritual barrier, striking him heavily in the abdomen. Li Yuanzheng felt as though his stomach were being twisted and violently torn apart, leaving him breathless and speechless. "Fellow Taoist Li, it seems fortune does not favor you. Soon, you will have to contend with those cultivators injured by your spirit beast. You are liable for the damage caused, and with such substantial debts. If I were to end you, those cultivators would surely devour me. I suggest you hastily withdraw from the arena and address these matters," Jin Feiyao remarked, proceeding to land several more blows that rendered Li Yuanzheng unconscious before unceremoniously casting him from the arena, effortlessly securing a place among the top 200 in the fourth trial. The golden money serpent had long lost sight of the portly figure in the crowd, while those cultivators caught in its wake were relentlessly attacking it. The whereabouts of the portly individual remained a mystery, and the golden money serpent, now enraged, indiscriminately unleashed its white light upon anyone within reach. Amidst the chaos, someone noticed that the contest had concluded and that Li Yuanzheng had been taken away by the adjudicating cultivators. This individual bellowed to the crowd, "Everyone, charge. Let us slay this third-tier spirit beast and share the spoils. Whoever finds the demon core may claim it." This incitement fueled the fervor of the crowd, and their efforts intensified as they sought to seize a share of the bounty. Despite the formidable nature of the golden money serpent, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of so many cultivators. Ultimately, after the destruction of 6 fighting platforms, it succumbed to its injuries and collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Witnessing the demise of the golden money serpent, the crowd surged forward, eager to claim their share of the spoils, especially the head of the golden money spirit snake. Dozens of cultivators surged forward, eager to seize its demon core. The chaos of the scene was no less intense than before, with the cultivators on the verge of conflict over the valuable materials on the snake's body. Suddenly, a rotund figure emerged from the fray, bloodied yet exuding an air of triumph. Jin Feiyao stood at a distance, observing the crowd as they dismembered the golden money spirit snake. When the plump figure appeared unexpectedly, she expressed her displeasure, saying, "Where have you been all this time? How shameless of you to lure the great serpent into the crowd and then slack off during your moment to shine." The rotund one shot her a sidelong glance, and with a serious demeanor, Jin Feiyao continued, "Though your strength pales in comparison to that of the serpent, your lack of practical experience is not an excuse. This is for your own good. Do not be ungrateful. With such a large snake lying here, shouldn't you take the opportunity to claim some flesh and replenish your spiritual energy?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cunning flickered in the rotund one's eyes. Noticing that no one was paying attention to them, it opened its mouth to reveal a demon core the size of a peanut, shimmering with golden brilliance. "You actually managed to snatch the demon core first. Well done," Jin Feiyao exclaimed, excitement lighting up her face. "Quickly hand it over. I will hide it before others notice." Overjoyed, she leaned in, eager to retrieve the core from its mouth. To her dismay, the rotund one closed its mouth and swallowed the demon core whole, leaving Jin Feiyao grasping at thin air. "What are you doing? Hurry and give it back to me. How could someone like you eat such a precious item?" As she watched a substantial amount of spirit stones being devoured by the rotund figure, Jin Feiyao grasped its neck, desperately trying to pry its mouth open. The hefty creature kept its jaws tightly shut, no matter how Jin Feiyao tugged or shook it. Suddenly, it gazed at her, rolled its eyes, and fainted. Upon touching its body, she found it alarmingly hot and swiftly hoisted it towards a nearby spirit beast shop tent. Upon bursting into the tent, she was greeted by the sight of numerous injured spirit beasts, all nursing wounds sustained during the competition. Navigating through the narrow spaces between them, she urgently seized a veterinarian and exclaimed, "Veterinarian, please help me. My spirit beast is on the brink of death." "What veterinarian? How can you say that? You are the beast." The doctor, whom she had grabbed, turned around, displeasure evident in her sweet, syrupy voice. With a cherubic face and sparkling large eyes, her slightly pouting, rosy lips added to her charm. It turned out to be a female veterinarian, her hair hastily tied back for convenience and clad in a practical gray outfit. At first glance from behind, Jin Feiyao had mistaken her for a man. "I was too anxious. Beautiful doctor, could you please take a look? My spirit beast seems unwell and might be dying." Remembering the way women often respond to charm, Jin Feiyao's voice softened, laced with a hint of embarrassment from her earlier misjudgment, as she clumsily yet urgently pleaded for assistance. Observing Jin Feiyao's somewhat clumsy and restrained demeanor, the female doctor's attitude indeed softened considerably, revealing a hint of a smile. Upon noticing the large Pan-Yun beast cradled in Jin Feiyao's arms, she expressed her astonishment. "Why is this Pan-Yun beast so enormous? Doctor, could you first examine its condition? I shall explain the reason for its size in detail at a later time. It wouldn't be a mere misfit, would it? At this moment, who cares about its size?" Jin Feiyao harbored a sense of dissatisfaction within, yet dared not express it outwardly, fearing that offending her might jeopardize the life of the hefty creature. Hearing her speak in such a manner, the female doctor, Du Shuai-Lan, glanced up at Jin Feiyao, her cheeks suddenly tinged with a faint blush. What is this person thinking? To suggest an appointment right away? Could it be that she intentionally injured the spirit beast just to seize an opportunity to court me? She is quite aware of my interest in peculiar spirit beasts, having specifically acquired a Pan-Yun frog for this purpose. This individual seems honest, yet harbors quite a few tricks. Du Shuai-Lan hailed from a lineage dedicated to the breeding and healing of spirit beasts. Due to her sweet appearance, Numerous cultivators often sought excuses to approach her, hoping to woo her as a dual cultivation partner. The primary reason wasn't solely her extraordinary beauty. Rather, many of these cultivators, driven by their primal instincts, found themselves unable to secure a spouse. Additionally, her family's spirit beast shop was one of the most prestigious in Luoxian City, boasting considerable financial resources and influence, intricately connected to the Luoxian palace. Consequently, the threshold for marriage proposals had been nearly trampled upon, and her propensity to blush often led to misunderstandings, causing many suitors to mistakenly believe she had taken a liking to them, resulting in numerous complications. Now, she misinterpreted Jin Feiyao's earlier words, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, inciting a wave of indignation among several cultivators who had hurriedly come from other venues. Their ire stemmed from the audacity of a mere cloud frog to pursue Miss Du, particularly one so robust, yet simple-minded, causing her to blush. Little did Jin Feiyao realize that she inadvertently became the object of desire, a thorn in the eyes of other men. It was not merely the young physician's blush that caught her attention. Even if he stood before her in the nude, she would harbor no extraneous thoughts. Observing the flustered beast doctor lingering in front of her, hesitating to diagnose the rotund creature, Jin Feiyao could not help but anxiously inquire, "Doctor, what is the condition of this cloud frog?" Noticing her tightly furrowed brow, a sudden shock coursed through her. Had her earlier pinch inadvertently led to the creature's demise? This glutton had consumed so much of her provisions without rendering any assistance, and if it were to perish, would she not bear the burden of its loss? Surely, she could not resort to cooking it for sustenance. Contemplating this, her gaze instinctively scrutinized the plump creature in her arms. Its ample belly and thick hind limbs suggested it was indeed quite meaty. Moreover, it was said that frogs lacked fatty tissue. This could only mean it was muscle, promising a delightful broth. As her mind wandered, she recalled the exquisite cloud frog soup she had savored at Shanghai Tower, its flavor exquisite, fresh yet not fishy, rich yet smooth. If she were to prepare the rotund creature in a similar fashion, it would surely suffice to satiate her hunger, as the portion of the previous dish had been rather meager. My friend, this cloud frog's condition is a sight I have never encountered before. Du Shuai-Lan had completed the examination and, with a serious and perplexed expression, addressed Jin Feiyao. "No, that is not the case. My friend, you have misunderstood. I meant that your Pan-Yun frog exhibits some peculiarities, appearing to have entered a period of advancement." Du Shuai-Lan quickly gestured to clarify. "You should be aware that Pan-Yun frogs typically do not undergo such advancements. However, given the size of your Pan-Yun frog, it seems to have undergone some mutation. If it is indeed capable of advancing, it could certainly explain the phenomenon." Advancement? Jin Feiyao sighed in relief, reasoning that the creature must have ingested the demon core of a Jin Qianling snake, which caused it to suddenly faint and seek advancement. The last time it ascended to a first-tier demon beast, it did not faint, nor did it experience any unusual heat throughout its body. It merely slept for 2 days, awakening with a slight increase in size, devoid of any of these symptoms. Noticing Jin Feiyao's contemplative demeanor, Du Shuai-Lan assumed he was perplexed and kindly reassured him. "There is no need for concern, my friend. Simply allow it to rest quietly. When the time is right, it shall naturally succeed in its advancement and awaken." "Thank you, doctor. I shall not disturb you any longer." Since the creature was merely advancing and not in distress, Jin Feiyao felt a sense of relief. After expressing his gratitude to Du Shuai-Lan, he intended to leave, as the tent was filled with various injured spiritual beasts, and the scent was far from pleasant. As Jin Feiyao prepared to exit the tent, Du Shuai-Lan bit his lip, steeling himself to call out, "My friend, please hold. Is there something else, doctor?" "Oh, I almost forgot. I have yet to settle your consultation fee. How many spirit stones do you require?" Jin Feiyao halted, recalling that he had not yet paid for the consultation. Du Shuai-Lan, with her cheeks flushed, remarked, "I only wish to take a glance without charging a consultation fee. I have a small favor to ask of you, esteemed friend, though I am uncertain if you would be inclined to assist." Jin Feiyao, perplexed, gazed at her, wondering what the doctor could possibly mean. "I have a particular fondness for peculiar spirit beasts, and your Pan-Yun frog's potential for advancement is truly beyond my comprehension. I am immensely intrigued by it, and would like to inquire if I might." Summoning her courage, Du Shuai-Lan articulated her thoughts. "That is not my intention. Rather, I wish to know if I could observe it periodically, or perhaps learn about its habits and the manner in which you care for it. I harbor no desire to claim your spirit beast." Realizing that Jin Feiyao had misunderstood her, Du Shuilan hastened to clarify. Jin Feiyao, at a loss for words, regarded her with bemusement, thinking how trivial the matter seemed, yet it was taking so long to convey. Recognizing it was not a significant issue, and considering the other party operated a spirit beast shop, she surmised that establishing a connection might lead to acquiring a flying cat at a reasonable price. Thus, she graciously replied, "No problem at all. Feel free to approach me with any inquiries you may have." After a moment's reflection, Jin Feiyao wrote down her address within the celestial sect on a piece of paper and handed it to her, also sharing her surname to facilitate communication via sound transmission talismans. Upon receiving it, Du Shuilan glanced at the note and smiled, saying, "I shall visit you at the celestial sect soon, Jin Daoyu." "Absolutely. I will ensure to prepare tea and snacks to welcome you," Jin Feiyao replied readily. However, she soon sensed a few predatory gazes directed her way. Confused, she scanned her surroundings, only to find several male cultivators regarding her with unfriendly expressions. The cloud frog in this realm may advance, yet it is merely a second-tier frog. What do these individuals mean by staring at me in such a manner? Has societal decay reached such a nadir that even frogs are coveted, and with such unabashed audacity? Realizing their intent to seize what belongs to her, Jin Feiyao would not be outdone. She summoned her spiritual energy, unleashing a palpable aura of menace. With a fierce glare directed towards these individuals, she swept her oppressive force over them. They were taken aback by the audacity of this late-stage cultivator who dared to assert herself, and the flames of indignation over their perceived loss intensified within them. Chapter 58. Merchants are ubiquitous as I focused my gaze. A familiar figure came into view, the foremost Taoist priest, none other than Elder Long Chuan, the guardian of the Maoshan Mountain Gate formation. He appeared gravely injured, staggering as he was supported by several other priests. I observed the veins on his body bulging, his skin flushed red, covered in goosebumps that swelled like inflated balloons. After capturing the world of Journey to the West, Ji Ming immediately channeled his fortune to elevate his cultivation. However, upon refining all his fortune, he found himself only at the threshold of saintly cultivation, unable to progress further, as if a shackle within his own body impeded his ascension. Just as Chun Hao prepared to turn away, a streak of light shot towards him from afar. In the next instant, a figure materialized before him. The young man, adorned with short, pure golden hair, possesses a strikingly handsome yet languid visage, exuding a remarkably dazzling and unique aura. At this moment, he gazes downwards, tilting his head, contemplatively observing the tumultuous sea before him. His transformation is astounding. Previously, in Taiyuan, he seemed merely a reckless young scion, someone who could be easily subdued with a mere slap. Simultaneously, a serpent's head, thick as a thigh, emerged from the water, its mouth agape above the surface. In the distance, the enchanting Zhu Xianzi noticed the menacing armor on Zhang Riyun, and her previously veiled eyes widened in surprise. Her brows knitting together in a blend of astonishment and ire, soon overshadowed by a layer of sorrow. Observing the somewhat unusual demeanor of the gray-clad divine emperor, the white-clad divine emperor chose to remain silent. The words spoken by the celestial empress flowed forth effortlessly, devoid of hesitation, suggesting a depth of contemplation born from countless reflections. "You truly resort to fallacious reasoning. What nonsense logic is this?" Lu Yongyan once again sought to validate with Lu Qingxian and Lu Wanting. A steward from the Dao Academy hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully behind Yunmu, careful not to overstep any boundaries. Each year, the United States welcomes no fewer than 60 students to study abroad, with the General's Mansion overseeing all financial expenditures. Xiao Zhiyong's expression darkened. Zhang Yi was indeed correct. If Zhang Yi were to ascend to a central position or govern the three northerns, it would undeniably alter the situation in his favor. However, presently, Zhang Yi was merely stationed in Fengtian, and he could not meddle freely in other regions, lest he be swiftly consumed by the court council. Chapter 59. The swine of up, middle, and down. How splendid this is. One must wonder how many spirit stones it cost. Jin Feiyao stood before the newly constructed arena of life and death, gazing up at the magnificent edifice. The arena sprawled over approximately 600 acres, its square form punctuated by towering pavilions at each corner. An entrance adorned with intricate carvings of 100 beasts stood proudly, flanked by two spirit stone sculptures of wealth-bringing beasts, their gaping mouths surveying the wallets of the entering cultivators with regal authority. Upon the walls of pristine white stone, a nearly 20-foot-tall and 15-foot-wide mirror of water and moonlight shimmered. It perpetually displayed the list of cultivators set to appear and the corresponding odds. Once the contest commenced, this mirror would replicate the events occurring within the arena, enticing external cultivators to place their bets. As a participant in the contest, Jin Feiyao was exempt from the entry fee. She merely presented her contest token and was granted passage into the arena. Before her unfolded a grand corridor leading to the left and right, its floor lavishly carpeted with plush, long-haired fabric. Adjacent to the corridor lay a serene pond, complete with gentle hills and flowing water, where exquisite aquatic spirit herbs thrived. Every 5 paces along the corridor stood a luminescent stone lantern, intricately carved with floral designs, illuminating the arena brilliantly even in the depths of night. The guides within were all composed, sweet-faced female cultivators donned in dignified attire. Today marked the first contest, and it was not yet Jin Feiyao's turn. Along with a throng of cultivators, she clutched the token bearing the character right, making her way down the right corridor. Not far ahead, a broad staircase ascended, revealing a 12-story observation tower. Ascending the staircase, Jin Feiyao observed that with each level she ascended, platforms were demarcated by intricately carved wooden walls beside the stairs. Opposite the viewing stands, there stood a similar structure for spectators. While nestled between these two edifices was a uniquely designed observation tower, partitioned into private boxes for the affluent and influential to enjoy the spectacle. The ordinary viewing tower was somewhat modest in size. A beautifully crafted railing graced the front, while the rear was adorned with delicately carved lattice walls. Within this viewing area, every other intricately designed armchair was accompanied by an ornate tea table, upon which rested exquisite flower pots housing fragrant orchids. From this vantage point, one could effortlessly gaze upon the expansive square arena below, meticulously forged from black steel and celestial stone to ensure durability, rendering it an exceptional defensive artifact. During duels between cultivators, the arena could autonomously shield itself from damage. As long as no cultivators at the core formation stage or above engaged in combat here, the arena could withstand the tumultuous skirmishes of the participants, sustaining only minor cracks at most. Moreover, the life and death arena was equipped with a backup platform, also crafted from black steel and celestial stone, ensuring that every duel could proceed without a hitch. Surrounding the arena was a lush green expanse, with several entrances and exits adorning the walls at the periphery. Scattered across the grassy area were 10 elevated pavilions, each draped with bamboo curtains and furnished with tables and chairs, complemented by floral stands in the corners, clearly prime locations for an up-close viewing of the duels. Additionally, every cultivator attending the event in the ordinary viewing tower was treated to a cup of spiritual tea and a platter of light snacks. For those who lingered longer, the uppermost level of the viewing tower offered dining facilities, allowing spectators to enjoy their meals while observing the contests below. On each floor, there are 10 wagerable attendants, allowing bets on prizes to be placed conveniently from the viewing pavilion. Jin Feiyao found an empty seat, and immediately, a beautiful attendant presented her with delectable spiritual tea and life and death pastries. The life and death pastries are crafted to embody the atmosphere here. 4 small pastries, half red and half white. The red side bears the character for life in white, while the white side gruesomely displays the character for death in red. Observing these peculiar pastries, Jin Feiyao could not help but think that the proprietor must be deranged, who would dare consume such a repugnant delicacy. The plate mirrored this theme, half red and half white, also inscribed with the characters for life and death. Placed on the table, it resembled a bizarre celebration, a juxtaposition of joy and sorrow, which was rather amusing. This marked the inaugural day of the life and death arena. Aside from those who paid to witness the spectacle, many disciples from various sects were granted free admission. As the time for the first competition drew near, the esteemed guests in the VIP lounge began to arrive, and soon, the private boxes were teeming with animated figures. This was quite convenient and visually pleasing. Jin Feiyao sat on the 3rd floor, sipping her tea while gazing up at the fireworks in the sky. A fiery phoenix soared upward, its flames spelling out the auspicious phrase "grand opening" for the onlookers below, evoking a mixture of laughter and tears among the cultivators. The fireworks persisted for the duration of 2 cups of tea, and it was only then that Jin Feiyao realized the dilemma. The spiritual tea was free to dilute with water, yet as the spectacle continued, the flavor of the tea diminished. She wondered what to do next. Upon inquiry, she discovered that a new cup of tea would cost a single spiritual stone, with the same price applying to the snacks. It truly required skill to conduct business at this level. As the fireworks concluded, a striking foundation-building cultivator adorned with a silver crown and shimmering attire appeared in the arena, stepping lightly upon a swirl of colorful clouds. Truly, what a sight to behold! This flight spirit beast, known as the Spirit Cloud, was undoubtedly brought from the spiritual realm. Esteemed friend, it seems you hail from a rather remote locale. Perhaps you should first acquire a more advanced beast compendium at the Jade Slip Shop, remarked a rotund cultivator in the late Qi refining stage, who was seated adjacent to her. On this sweltering day, a beautiful young woman in the early Qi refining stage was perched upon his lap. Dressed in a manner that was both cool and alluring, her soft body leaning against his ample form. Despite the available seating, she chose to occupy his thigh, which made Jin Feiyao feel rather overheated. The portly cultivator, drenched in sweat, beamed at Jin Feiyao, saying, "Do not feel shy, my friend. Should you find anything perplexing, do not hesitate to inquire. I am here to assist you." "Thank you, kind sir. I have recently emerged from a secluded valley and am unfamiliar with these novel experiences. Your guidance is greatly appreciated, though I must admit there is one matter that troubles me," she replied, her voice tinged with apprehension. "What is it that causes you such unease?" "Please, feel free to ask," the jovial cultivator encouraged, unaware that his actions had already sparked disdain among several onlookers. Perhaps he was fully aware of the judgment cast upon him, yet remained indifferent to others' perceptions, prioritizing his own enjoyment above all. Jin Feiyao, suppressing her discomfort, inquired, "Friend, it is quite warm today. Do you not feel hot in such close quarters? I see that you are quite sweaty." "Not at all, not at all. I feel no heat whatsoever. I simply relish having my beloved seated upon me in this manner. She does so wherever we go. It's a habit we've grown accustomed to." The portly monk wiped the sweat from his brow and nonchalantly remarked, "Ah, I am most grateful, my friend, for helping to clarify the doubts that have lingered in my heart. The competition is about to commence, so I shall not intrude upon your observation any longer." Though Jin Feiyao was disinclined to engage with him, it appeared that the rotund monk had awaited this opportunity for quite some time. He launched into conversation without regard for whether she was listening or not. With enthusiasm, he pointed to the silver-crowned monk soaring through the air and began to explain with great fervor, "Do you see the monk flying above? That is the foundation-building monk serving as the judge. The attire he wears is specifically crafted for such occasions. As one who presides over matters of life and death, it is only fitting that he dons appropriate garments." "How do you know all this so well?" Jin Feiyao found herself drawn in by his words. The monk, filled with pride, replied, "This attire was made in my family's workshop. We commissioned 50 sets, each costing 1,000 spirit stones." Realizing he owned a refinishing shop, Jin Feiyao nodded, understanding that any establishment capable of fulfilling such an order for the life and death arena must be far from humble. To her surprise, the acknowledgement only heightened the monk's excitement. "The cloud formation beneath my feet costs 250,000 for a single one. We managed to procure 3 from the heavenly spirit realm with great difficulty. Do not inquire how I know this. I sold them to the arena." He continued, "Those small pavilions on the grass are affordable, priced at 50,000 spirit stones each, crafted by my family. The luminous stone street lamps adorning the corridor, including those on the observation tower, total 1,680. Those, too, were sold by my family. In the arena, crafted from the stones of the xianxia cave, it is also my." The rotund cultivator's incessant chatter vexed Jin Feiyao to no end. Upon seeing him gesturing towards the arena, she retorted with irritation, "It is also your family's." The portly cultivator, with a look of astonishment, praised her, saying, "Esteemed friend, you are truly remarkable. You discerned it without my prompting, knowing it is made by my family. However, could you allow me the peace to observe the competition? The participants are already on stage." Jin Feiyao leaned against the railing, exasperated. "Ah, they are indeed on stage. Look, the one clad in green attire is a cultivator from my family." The stout cultivator, upon noticing, exclaimed with delight, for indeed, the participant competing in the first round for the foundation establishment, Pill, was making his way across the lawn towards the arena. He pointed at one of the cultivators and shouted. Jin Feiyao disregarded him, treating him as an irritating fly buzzing in her ear. and unfurled a scroll to examine the information. The cultivator in gray robes was a loose cultivator named Xiangyuan, with scant details available. Meanwhile, the one dubbed xianxia, resembling a green caterpillar, hailed from the Luosian Merchant Alliance. The Luosian Merchant Alliance? It appears to be a wealthy establishment. Could it be that this rotund fellow is also affiliated with the Luosian Merchant Alliance, perhaps even a figure of authority? With this thought, Jin Feiyao turned to the portly cultivator, who was savoring the fruits presented by a beautiful maiden. His eyes narrowed in pleasure, and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed friend, do you bear the surname Zhu?" The stout cultivator nodded. "Indeed, my surname is Zhu. I am called Zhu Zhongshan." Zhu Zhongshan. Is Zhu Zhongshan below also your kin? Jin Feiyao asked, her surprise evident as she gazed at him, unable to restrain her curiosity. "That is my cousin. There seems to be a bit of an issue here. At home, they treat foundation-building pills as sweets for him, and yet he insists on participating in this tedious competition. Is he not a bit unhinged?" The portly cultivator extended his chubby finger, pointing at his own head. "In truth, you are not much different from him." Jin Feiyao wiped the cold sweat from his brow and added, "Do you perhaps have a brother named Zhu Zhongzhong? Fellow cultivator, do you know my younger brother?" Jin Feiyao was rendered speechless. What sort of merchant alliance is this? Chapter 60. A rival falls from the sky. As the conversation unfolded, the competition commenced. Xiang Yuan took the initiative, casting 2 ordinary fireball spells to divert Zhu Zhong's attention. He then swiftly retrieved a bundle of formation flags from his storage bag and tossed them onto the arena without adhering to any meticulous arrangement methods. Instantly, the stage was adorned with an array of colorful flags. 2 formation flags landed at Zhu Zhong's feet. He stepped on them and extended his emaciated arm to grasp the flags, intending to stow them away in his bag. My poor cousin, so thin, has starved himself to save on food expenses. He promised that if he could place within the top 500 of this competition, he would no longer fast to save money and would indulge in proper meals. The family had even arranged for the preceding competitors to be bribed, each receiving 100,000 spirit stones along with a foundation-building pill, ensuring his easy victory. Zhu Zhong also revealed an unacceptable truth on the side. Observing the incredulous gaze of Jin Feiyao, Zhu Zhongshan smiled confidently, suggesting that she wait and see, for the outcome would soon be revealed. Indeed, amidst Jin Feiyao's skeptical scrutiny, the formation flags strewn across the ground seemed to come alive, beginning to shift and arrange themselves upon the arena. The process of arrangement was protracted and left them vulnerable. Zhu Zhongxia produced a talisman and hurled it towards Xiang Yuan. As the talisman soared through the air, it transformed into a formidable beast, the mountain-crashing bull, revealing itself to be a precious soul transformation talisman. The bull landed with a snort, exhaling hot air as it charged at Xiang Yuan. Clumsily, Xiang Yuan's fingers trembled as he attempted to command the formation to shield him from the bull's onslaught. However, the formation had yet to solidify. Thus, before the astonished onlookers, Xiang Yuan was sent flying by the bull. He executed a graceful somersault, spinning 5.5 times in midair, before landing awkwardly on the grass, disqualified. What kind of competition was this? A mere farce. To think that they would stage such a sham in a life-and-death arena. Cursed be them, engaging in deceitful practices and demanding payment in spirit stones. This mock battle incensed the spectators on the viewing platform, inciting them to rise in outrage and hurl insults at those on the stage. Those who had wagered spirit stones on Xiang Yuan infused their betting talismans with spiritual energy, rendering them as hard as steel before casting them downward like flying daggers. In an instant, the air above the arena was filled with a rain of yellow talismanic projectiles. The lethal talismans swirled chaotically within the venue, forcing Zhu Zhongxia to shield his head and, under the care of his family, to flee hastily towards the exit. Yet, Yuan Xiang sprang up as if nothing had happened, swiftly darting towards the exit, clearly a seasoned individual in the art of escape. Those accustomed to the arena of life and death responded with remarkable efficiency, promptly dispatching a team to swiftly establish a protective formation. As the luminous barrier materialized, it effectively thwarted the onslaught of talismans and flying blades, allowing the next match to commence without interruption. Jin Feiyao stared in disbelief as this farcical display concluded, feeling that it was excessively contrived. On the very first day of the life and death arena, foul play had already been employed. Who would dare to wager thereafter? When she turned to glean more insider knowledge from Zhu Zhongshan, She was taken aback by the sight of 4 foundation establishment cultivators adorned with silver crowns approaching. Without uttering a word, they seized Zhu Zhongshang and his wife, dragging them away as if they were mere chicks. "Brother Zhu, take care," Jin Feiyao called after him. Sensing that his days ahead would likely be fraught with difficulty, the life and death arena offered no explanations to the observing cultivators, hastily initiating the second match, while instructing the beautiful attendants to serve diluted spirit tea without the exchange of spirit stones. The ominously named life and death pastries were brought in, replacing the empty plates one after another. The second match did not disappoint. The combatants engaged in a brutal display, the arena illuminated by flashes of blades and swords, captivating the audience with a dizzying array of action. Amidst the fervor, the cultivators, fueled by adrenaline, forgot the earlier farce, their eyes ablaze as they clutched their betting talismans, shouting with fervent enthusiasm. After witnessing 6 or 7 bouts, Jin Feiyao felt a twinge of boredom. Perhaps it was the anticipation of soon standing in the arena herself that dampened her spirits. Having seen enough, she resolved to depart, no longer wishing to partake in the raucous spectacle. The following morning, Jin Feiyao received notice regarding the life and death arena. Her contest with Zhao Yanhong was scheduled for that very evening at the hour of the dog. She was instructed to arrive 2 hours in advance, as tardiness or absence would result in disqualification. Thus, she prepared herself and decided to head to the arena at once. Upon her arrival, instead of entering through the main entrance as she had the previous day, she was guided to a different side and entered through a small building that extended into the arena. The arena had thoughtfully established a resting area for cultivators, allowing them to indulge in comfort before their matches. The tables were laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies and fine wines, attended by elegant servers, making it easy to forget that soon they would be risking their lives. Within the building were 5 or 6 individuals, all cultivators preparing for their matches that morning, engaging in activities designed to help them relax. Only Jin Feiyao remained nestled within a pile of soft cushions, her eyes closed in what appeared to be slumber. "Master Zhao, this way please," announced a server as a man entered, who was none other than her opponent, Zhao Yanhong. Since no attendants were allowed, he had entered alone. Upon stepping inside, he immediately spotted Jin Feiyao curled up among the cushions and strode over with an air of aggression. "You waste of space, encountering me today? You might as well prepare your coffin in advance," he taunted. Jin Feiyao awoke with a start, glancing around to find that the others who had been there in the morning had already finished their matches, the defeated had departed, and the victors had long since moved on. Now, only cultivators scheduled for afternoon contests remained. Bewildered, she inquired, "What is going on? Who needs a coffin?" "This isn't a coffin shop." Upon recognizing Zhao Yanhong, she stretched languidly and, with a perplexed expression as she dug at her ear, remarked, "What are you doing standing in front of me? The contest hasn't even begun, so why the rush?" "Humph, you shall soon find out. There's no way you'll leave here alive today." I retorted, "Are you out of your mind? When have I ever provoked you? It was you who attempted to seize my Pan-Yun frog, and yet you act as if you are in the right. How shameless." Observing Zhao Yanhong's fierce demeanor, Jin Feiyao found herself utterly bewildered, questioning the nature of this peculiar drama unfolding before her. "A man must take responsibility for his actions," she asserted. "If you've done something, stop feigning ignorance and seeking excuses." As the inexplicable threats continued to escalate, Jin Feiyao's temper flared. She slammed her hand on the table, rose to her feet, and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Yanhong, exclaiming, "What the hell is wrong with you? What have I done? You need to clarify this. Humph, you truly lack manliness. If you wish to marry Miss Du, then admit it honestly. Your current cowardice is utterly disgraceful. We are all men here. Let us compete openly. Should I lose, I shall step away from Miss Du. If you lose, you are to disappear from her sight entirely." Zhao Yanhong regarded Jin Feiyao with contempt, believing him to be utterly spineless. "Humph, you think losing will allow you to walk away? Today shall be your day of reckoning." Zhao Yanhong reveled in his malicious triumph. "Do not delude yourself into thinking that possessing a large Pan-Yun frog will win Miss Du's heart. Consider your own standing. A mere rogue among the celestial sex cannot possibly be worthy of Miss Du truly. You do not comprehend the gravity of your folly in vying for a woman against me." As Jin Feiyao gazed with a bewildered expression, Zhao Yanhong regarded her with evident disdain. The mention of Pan-Yun frog triggered a recollection in Jin Feiyao. She recalled overhearing this man reference the young veterinarian, Miss Du. Having exchanged but a few words with the veterinarian, she was inexplicably cast as a rival for his affections, which incensed her. She contemplated revealing her true identity to Zhao Yanhong, but ultimately restrained herself. As tensions mounted and it appeared a confrontation was imminent, a servant from the small building hastily intervened, separating the two, pleading with them to exhibit a semblance of decorum befitting cultivators. He urged them to save their conflict for the arena, as causing a scene here was unacceptable. Reluctantly, they paused their quarrel, distancing themselves from one another, silently awaiting the moment to engage in a fierce battle once they entered the ring. Nestled within the soft cushions, Jin Feiyao found herself vexed by this body, which seemed to attract rivals for no discernible reason. She pondered the mindset of these individuals. Despite years of cultivation, they remained preoccupied with matters of the heart. With such time at their disposal, they might as well seclude themselves for a few years to enhance their skills. At last, when the hour of the dog arrived, Jin Feiyao and Zhao Yanhong entered the arena through separate entrances. Their earlier dispute prompted the life and death arena to act swiftly, within a matter of days. They constructed a resting pavilion to prevent adversaries from encountering one another before the match, thereby averting further disturbances. Upon ascending the stage, Jin Feiyao looked up at the sky, where countless stars twinkled above. Fortune smiled upon her. It was night, and the dark, windy atmosphere was ideal for employing underhanded tactics. Once the silver-crowned cultivator confirmed the competitors, he soared into the air on the back of a beast, gestured with his hand, and declared the commencement of the contest. Before the sound dissipated, Jin Feiyao's hands shimmered with blue light as she charged towards Zhao Yanhong, intending to seize the initiative. Zhao Yanhong, with a cold smirk, summoned golden light in his hand, revealing a string of golden coins. I have long anticipated your strategy. You are merely a fool relying on brute strength in close quarters. Prepare yourself.